Many people waited for that moment. The man holding a shovel was called Kim Suho, but in that unknown world he was known as Lloyd Frontera, always accompanied by his loyal squire and his mascots. When he struck the top of the hill with the shovel, he began to form schemes and structures, creating before him an entire landscape made up of gigantic construction projects. This was the story of how he would completely change that world, using the knowledge of a civil engineer. At one point he explained to Javier, his companion, that all of it represented money, while Javier believed that he had finally gone mad. A few years earlier, Suho had been chosen by an absolute being as a special candidate. From that instant on, he began to exist as a character in the novel Blood and Iron Knight, the novel he had been reading the night before. The system wished him good luck while Suho tried to understand what was happening, questioning how he could be seeing all of this without having even had a drink. He began to suspect that he had been transported to an isekai-type world, something common in online novels, and realized that he was now living in another world. Even so, he did not understand why he had woken up outside the city, lying on the ground, feeling cold, dirty, and completely worn out. The system then informed him that he presented an abnormality status in his mouth, caused by sleeping on the street. Suho was irritated by the way the system spoke, but he had already understood that he had truly been transported into a novel. What he did not know was who he had possessed, since that body seemed to belong to someone who lived in a rural area and slept outdoors. At that moment, someone approached calling him Young Master Lloyd, saying that he had finally found him after searching everywhere. Standing before him was Javier Asrahan, the true protagonist of the story Blood and Iron Knight. Suho realized that Javier was exactly as handsome as described in the illustrations of the novel, but he was shocked to realize that he had been called Lloyd. Javier's reputation as a swordsman would spread across the entire continent throughout the story, but at that beginning he was only an anonymous knight in the service of Baron Arcus Frontera. The Baron's eldest son was called Lloyd Frontera, and Suho realized that he had taken over the body of that scoundrel, known for his terrible reputation. The system informed him that Javier was in a good mood at that moment. Later, while feeding the fireplace to warm the young master, Javier explained that Lloyd had drunk too much, destroyed a bar, found his way back by instinct, and collapsed halfway through the journey. Suho thought that this behavior matched perfectly with the reputation of the former owner of the body. Javier also explained that his lord was worried and had sent him to find Lloyd, because it would be tragic if the scoundrel's son returned home with his mouth permanently shut. As he thought about this, Lloyd found the intense cold of the place strange, and wondered why the ground did not feel warm, finding it absurd. Javier then asked him to rest and informed him that he would report the bar incident to the Baron the next day. Lloyd tried to avoid that, but Javier merely agreed without making any promises. Before leaving, Lloyd asked whether his family had many debts, and Javier replied that it was neither new nor surprising, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Suho knew the entire story of the novel. The night before, in his university dorm room, he had read up to the final chapter and knew exactly what Lloyd Frontera's fate was. In the beginning, the Baron and Baroness would be deceived by a swindler, while Lloyd would continue as a drunken vagrant who would eventually die after vomiting blood from excessive drinking. Suho found this outrageous because even though he was a noble, that man had completely wasted his own life. He also wondered why that absolute being had chosen him to live that fate. The next morning, Javier told everything to Lloyd's mother, who was present at the castle. Lloyd thought that none of it made sense, since he had not destroyed any bar and had only read a novel the night before. Even so, Marvea asked him to apologize at least that one time. Suho understood that this was a consequence of the actions of the former owner of the body and accepted to apologize, which truly shocked the other two. He began to realize just how terrible that man's reputation was when he walked through the city toward the bar, accompanied by Javier. People hid when they saw him, closed their windows, ran away, and pulled their children aside. The system informed him that he caused repulsion among the villagers. Lloyd then asked why Javier was following him, and received the explanation that the knight was there to prevent new incidents from happening, not to protect him but to protect people from him. At that moment, Suho concluded that he needed to clean up the scoundrel image of Lloyd Frontera as soon as possible. After becoming a vagrant, any small problem was automatically blamed on him. Even so, before anything else, he knew he had to solve the biggest problem of all, the Frontera family's debts. If Lloyd Frontera managed to solve the debt problem, he could live as an extremely wealthy noble for the rest of his life. Thinking about that, he imagined how wonderful it would be, and began to wonder whether he possessed any kind of cheat or special ability. At that moment, the system appeared and displayed his skills. The first was a passive skill called Scum, which caused people to always look at him with disgust. The second skill was called Problematic Drunk, perfectly reflecting the terrible reputation of the body he had taken over. Lloyd became so irritated that he tried to forcibly dismiss the system once again. Soon after, Javier asked where he was going, reminding him that the bar was in that direction. Lloyd explained that he had not lied about apologizing. He had simply forgotten where the place was because he was still lost in the city. Javier watched him for a few moments before allowing him to move on. Upon entering the bar, Lloyd realized that everything felt different, as if he had become another person compared to the previous night. Even so, the memory of what had happened became clear when he saw the place completely destroyed. He sat down and apologized for what had happened, while the bar owner remained on maximum alert, ready for a fight. The owner stated that there was no problem at all, and begged the young master not to do anything to him. Lloyd realized that the reputation of that body was so bad that his mere presence was enough to frighten people. He apologized again, but the system informed him that the remorse seemed unconvincing. Even so, the bar owner stated that apologies were not necessary. Lloyd left the bar feeling desolate, while Javier explained that it was obvious the apology would not work. The night before, Lloyd had not only destroyed the furniture but also the decorations, objects the bar owner had obtained through great effort. Without financial compensation, he would never be satisfied. Lloyd remembered that his family was already drowning in debt, but he began to reflect on the taxes that should be collected from the residents. He realized that this would always be the biggest problem, and that he could do nothing before resolving the debts. Javier then explained that the situation was even worse because the bar owner was facing problems with his mother, whose health had deteriorated due to the cold at the end of winter, a situation made worse by Lloyd's behavior. By observing more carefully, Lloyd realized that it made sense. The bar was extremely cold, just like the Frontera family home itself. A simple fireplace was not enough to warm such a harsh climate, and maintaining a house under those conditions was even more difficult for an elderly man caring for his sick mother. It was at that moment that an idea arose in Lloyd's mind. As an experienced civil engineer, he mentally designed the concept of heated stone slab flooring, something that simply did not exist in that world. If he built it, he could sell it very well. The former Lloyd Frontera would never have thought of something like that, but for Kim Soo-ho it was perfectly possible. He had studied civil engineering, and during his time in the army, had even built his own house by working day and night. Everything began to make sense. That would be the method to pay off the first debts of the Baron's family. With that decision made, Lloyd informed Javier that they would return to the bar, declaring it his first order as young master. The system congratulated him immediately. The true journey of Lloyd Frontera had begun. He had unlocked a relationship point system, which increased as he improved his relationship with key characters in the story. At that moment he had 0 points, which left him confused. He thought that perhaps these points worked like experience, and when he looked at Javier, he realized that he was standing before one of the most important characters in the story. The system indicated that Javier had a favorable impression of him, marked as -30 points. Lloyd wondered whether that could really be considered favorable, and tried to improve the situation by praising Javier's appearance. The attempt was a failure, as the impression dropped even further. Lloyd realized that he should not act that way, especially with another man, and decided to leave it aside for the time being. Back at the bar, Lloyd showed up holding a contract in his hands, in which he was listed as contractor, host, and operator. In the document, he committed to paying for all damaged items, fully covering the reconstruction costs. He asked the bar owner to accept the contract, but the man showed extreme distrust, something clearly visible in his eyes. The owner activated his mental resistance skill to avoid being influenced by the contract. Lloyd reflected on how terrible it was to have such a rotten reputation. Even though he did not want to use that method, he realized he had no other choice. If necessary, he would even use Lloyd Frontera's vagrant reputation to turn the situation in his favor. Lloyd Frontera questioned why the bar owner had still not signed the contract, reminding him that they did not see each other every day and implying a lack of trust. The provocation worked. The bar owner signed the document immediately. Even the system classified Lloyd's attitude as deplorable, but that did not bother him. What mattered was that it had worked. The first contract had been successfully obtained. Lloyd even reinforced that the bar owner had made an excellent choice and would not regret it. Later, behind the bar, Lloyd stood on an empty plot of land holding a shovel, ready to begin his simple construction. He did not need precise measurements for that. Javier, however, commented that Lloyd had forced the bar owner to sign a contract and questioned whether that would become a new pattern of misconduct. Lloyd replied that it was nothing more than a cognitive distortion, explaining that just because he had acted badly in the past did not mean he would continue doing the same now. He compared it to a kind of mental attachment to old behaviors. Javier disagreed, stating that it was merely an evaluation based on past experiences. Lloyd countered by saying that both came from the past, which made Javier lose the argument and wonder since when Lloyd had become so good at debating. As he began digging, Lloyd stated that he would make the bar owner and his mother smile. Deep down, he thought that those smiles would be the foundation of the money he would earn. He dug the soil, moved the earth, and struck it forcefully, creating a structure with a low ceiling height. He used sawn wood taken from the family mansion's warehouse, assembling a basic and heavy structure. Little by little, a small but well-built cabin began to take shape. For the exterior finish, he applied red clay taken from the riverbanks. After all that work, Lloyd was visibly exhausted. Javier commented that it had been far too fast, saying that with just a few sword strikes, everything already seemed finished. Lloyd replied that for him, it had taken the equivalent of an entire week. Javier was shocked for 2 reasons. Lloyd had actually built something with his own hands, and he had no idea where he had learned to do that. Even exhausted, Lloyd had no time to rest. When he picked up an axe to cut more wood, Lloyd almost fell backward, but Javier caught him in time. Javier took the axe and asked what he intended to do. Lloyd explained the cutting plan, describing the measurements in a simple way. In response, Javier threw the logs into the air and cut them with absolute precision, turning them all into perfect planks. That display left Lloyd impressed, reinforcing why Javier was recognized as a master of the sword. Next, Lloyd asked for help digging. Javier immediately regretted having helped before, but Lloyd asked whether he was not simply curious to know why he was acting that way and when he would cause trouble again. Lloyd suggested that they finish the work as quickly as possible so that Javier could fulfill his mission, proposing that they work together. Javier realized that it made sense. Lloyd had changed a lot in the last few days, and he wanted to confirm whether that new attitude was real. For that reason, he decided to help. The two continued digging until, after a long while, the small cabin behind the bar was finished. Lloyd declared that the work was finally done. When Javier saw the sign above the door, he asked about the symbol engraved there. Lloyd explained that it was his logo, a mark that represented him. He then suggested that they check whether that work would truly make up for the problems he had caused the bar owner. Shortly after, the heated stone slab system began to operate. The bar owner was impressed, and his mother showed great satisfaction, feeling her stiff joints finally relax with the warmth. The owner asked how that had been possible. Lloyd thought it was natural for people of that world to be surprised, because that was the power of the duel system, the heated stone flooring he had created. The bar owner thanked him deeply, saying it had been a long time since he had seen his mother smile like that. Javier watched the scene and realized that, just as Lloyd had said, the two of them were genuinely smiling. He began to wonder whether Lloyd had really changed the way he acted and spoke only to cause trouble again. In the end, he concluded that this did not seem to be the case. Lloyd Frontera worked hard to fulfill the promise he had made. Javier kept wondering if he had truly changed, and started to notice that the people in the village were genuinely happy with what he had done. The system then informed Lloyd that Javier's favorable impression had increased by 2 points, resulting in the acquisition of 36 RP, obtained due to a slight improvement in the relationship between the two. RP were relationship points, accumulated whenever Lloyd improved his relationship with important characters. Lloyd commented provocatively that Javier must be wondering how someone considered trash had managed to help so many people. Javier, however, was not thinking about that. For Lloyd, what really mattered was that he had successfully completed his first contract. Although he had spent a considerable amount of money on wood, that did not worry him. The construction served as a model house to promote his work. A few days later, the bar owner was already making a profit from the small cabin. The villagers lined up to use the sauna, all leaving warmer amid the harsh winter. Whenever someone came, he presented 2 types of projects. Type A consisted of an external cabin, separate from the main house. Type B involved remodeling an existing room to turn it into a heated space. If the client signed both, they would receive a 10% discount on the construction. Even so, many refused, and the system informed him that the civilians still did not trust him. Lloyd was irritated by this, as he considered the proposal fair and advantageous. At that moment, Arcus Frontera, his father, appeared and asked what he was doing. Soon after, Lloyd was taken back home. During the meal, he was nervous, fearing that his father would not allow him to continue working with construction. Arcus, however, wanted to hear his explanation, and asked what he was plotting this time. Lloyd decided to be direct, and explained that the bar owner had requested a heated room, so he had simply gone there and built it. Arcus asked whether he was making deals directly with the population. Lloyd replied that his father already seemed to know everything. After all, he was the Baron of that region. Arcus made it clear that the family's priority was to take care of the people, and that deceiving or exploiting the villagers would not be tolerated. Lloyd assured him that he was not doing anything like that, and tried to end the conversation by getting up from the table. Before he could leave, Arcus called him again and mentioned the family's financial situation, stating that he was aware of everything. He told Lloyd not to worry, saying that he would overcome that situation quickly, and reinforced that his son should not stray from the right path. Those words made Lloyd remember his previous world, when he had heard similar phrases from his own father, who told him to just study and do his best, promising to take care of the rest. At the time, he believed it, but he knew that nothing had really turned out well. Even so, Lloyd told his father not to give up, stating that he would endure as well. As he walked through the corridors of the mansion, Lloyd organized his thoughts. He already had 32 requests of Type A and 57 of Type B, in addition to having received half of the payment in advance for the constructions. It was then that he crossed paths with 2 intimidating-looking men, loan sharks who passed by him without even greeting him, even though he was the Baron's son. Later, in Arcus Frontera's office, the loan shark Shiloh questioned how long the debt would still be postponed. Meatloaf stated that there were only 5 days left until the final date and that complaints would not change anything. Shiloh provoked the Baron, asking why he did not sell the mansion's assets to pay off the debt. Lloyd realized that they had appeared at the perfect moment. At another moment, he checked his accumulated RP. He had 36 points, but still did not know how to use them. The system then explained that skills could be improved using those points. Next, the system completely analyzed Lloyd's body, identifying all the skills he possessed: soil mechanics, hydraulic mechanics, and structural mechanics. All the knowledge he had acquired during college in civil engineering and fully mastered was now recognized as part of his capabilities. The system informed that Lloyd Frontera was more intelligent than he appeared. Lloyd questioned what that meant, remembering that he had been a scholarship student and had always had high grades. The system explained that with his current knowledge, he could acquire 2 specific skills: basic measurement, which cost 15 RP, and basic design, which cost 20 RP. Without fully understanding what they were, Lloyd realized that he had enough RP for both and decided to acquire them. The moment he obtained basic measurement, his eyes began to glow, and everything around him seemed illuminated. When he looked outside, he realized that he could now perform precise measurements, as if he had a GPS system integrated into his vision. Upon acquiring basic design, he felt as if he had a complete editing program inside his own mind. He concluded that he would no longer need paper and pencil, since his work would become much easier from that moment on. Even so, Lloyd knew that he could not handle all constructions alone. He thought that if he at least had the knowledge to create heavy machinery such as a tractor, everything would be more efficient. The system then informed him that he could summon that type of resource. Lloyd was confused, and the system explained that he had access to a summoning system for randomly drawn fantasy specimens. By investing RP, he could draw an illusory species with different characteristics and abilities. Lloyd thought it sounded like misleading advertising, especially after discovering that each summoning cost 50 RP. He considered the price absurd, imagining it was pure inflation, but he began to reflect on the possibilities. If it worked properly, he could summon legendary creatures, such as celestial animals, unicorns, manticores, or even dragons, which would be far more useful than heavy machinery. To do that, he needed to gather more RP, which meant earning the trust and favor of the key characters in the story. Returning to the present, the loan shark Meatloaf slammed his hand on the Baron's table, stating that if there was no money to pay the debt, he himself would explain how to resolve the situation. He insinuated that the wife and the maids could be sold in a suitable place. Arcus Frontera was furious upon hearing that, barely managing to contain his rage. At that moment, Lloyd intervened, asking whether Meatloaf thought he could behave without manners just because he was a loan shark. The man questioned who he was, until he realized that it was the Baron's troublesome son, asking why he was interfering in the conversation of adults. Lloyd told him to shut up and demanded the letter of invitation. The loan sharks were confused, and Lloyd cited the noble law of the kingdom, Article 3, Section 6, which guaranteed nobles the right to protect their property and interests, classifying entry into a mansion without an invitation as trespassing. The loan sharks tried to downplay the importance of the law, but Lloyd suggested that they check it together. Then he called Javier and asked him to cut off the intruder's arms. Javier began to walk forward while drawing his sword without hesitation. Arcus tried to intervene, stating that the matter should be resolved in court, but Lloyd explained that this was exactly what he intended, because he wanted to see which side justice would take. Faced with the sight of Javier ready to attack, the loan sharks panicked and fled immediately. After they left, Lloyd complained about the absurd situation, while Arcus questioned what they had done, stating that it would not help calm the problem. In response, Lloyd placed a bag of money on the table, saying that it was the initial payment he had received and that it would cover the first month. Arcus asked where that money came from, suspecting that his son was extorting the villagers. Javier intervened, asking the Baron not to worry, and stating that he himself would monitor Lloyd to ensure that he kept his promises. Arcus realized that Javier truly trusted him. Lloyd then bowed to his father and said that they were leaving. As they walked through the corridors, Javier asked how Lloyd knew that law so well. Lloyd replied that he had studied, even though he knew that in truth he knew it because of the novel. After the death of the Baron and the Baroness in the original story, those same loan sharks would try to dig up the bodies to sell them, and on that occasion Javier would use the same law to execute them, later being acquitted by the court. Lloyd concluded that knowing the content of the novel was an enormous benefit. At that moment, the system notified him that the Baron's favorable impression had increased by 6 points, granting him 60 additional RP. Everything was going according to plan. He could finally acquire the fantasy specimen. Sometime later, Lloyd made sure he was completely alone before activating the random draw. Magical gears began to spin in the sky, forming a summoning circle, accompanied by an unpleasant sound. Lloyd's anticipation vanished, when from inside the circle, only a hamster emerged. Disappointed, Lloyd considered it a failure. The small hamster seemed to feel insulted and began to cry. Lloyd, as if he could understand its language, asked it to calm down and show what it could really do. Suddenly, the hamster simply vomited a manual. It was the Podong manual. The contents explained that Podongs were cute hamsters that needed to be cared for gently and fed sunflower seeds. The manual also stated that the Podong's constitution could be altered by these seeds. The red seed made the Podong grow excessively, but the effect disappeared after 12 hours. The blue seed had the opposite effect, making the Podong very small. Both colors could be purchased by spending 1 relationship point. Lloyd wanted to know how much the Podong could grow, whether it could reach the size of a human. The Podong answered in its own way, repeating only its own name. Faced with that, Lloyd decided to check for himself and handed over the red sunflower seed. At the very first moment, the hamster headbutted Lloyd, sending him rolling away. When he got up, he saw a gigantic hamster in front of him. The Podong was easily over 5 meters tall and could reach close to 10. The creature now looked down at him with a clearly arrogant posture. Next, the Podong used its first skill, level 1 excavation, opening a large hole in the empty ground. Right after that, it activated the hardening skill to stabilize the area. Finally, it used cheek pouch, collecting all the excavated material for reuse. When it spat out the contents, saliva was scattered everywhere. Lloyd did not mind the mess, because he realized that this hamster was better than any heavy machine. Later, while walking through the castle corridors, Lloyd knew that appearing with a fantasy creature of that size would cause many problems. Because of that, he put the podong into his pocket. He also decided to pick up a summoning book from the library, since he could pass himself off as a summoner if necessary. Now the problem was another one. He needed to solve the issue of manpower for large-scale construction. He needed workers. The next morning, several men were lined up in front of him. Lloyd made them repeat the phrase, "safety first," but the response was weak and confused. In front of him were 30 completely unmotivated workers. Lloyd realized that they were part of the barony's army. If the baron was buried in debt, it made no sense that they had not yet been dismissed. In his view, they were useless, but at the same time, this meant there would be no extra labor costs. That alone was a relief. He asked everyone to pay attention, explaining that the place where they should unite was the army, and that the focus of the military had always been to sustain operations. He remembered when he had been in the military, when digging holes and pulling weeds was as common as training. Even building one's own house was part of the activities. He pointed to a pile of dirt nearby and explained that all of it had been dug up throughout the entire night. He knew that it sounded like a lie, because in truth the work had been done by Podong in about 30 minutes. Even so, he made it clear that this would be the first important step toward reviving that property. The goal was to build a heated room for the local residents. To do that, it would first be necessary to move the earth to the construction area. When he explained the plan, the soldiers showed clear resistance and refused to work. Lloyd had already expected that reaction. That was when the senior knight of the border barony, Neumann, appeared and asked the young master what he had ordered his troop to do. Lloyd had expected him to show up. On that property there were 3 knights. The first was Neumann, below him came Bayern, and lastly there was Javier, the protagonist of the novel. In the original story, Bayern and Javier remained loyal to the estate until its collapse. Neumann, on the other hand, was the first to abandon it, selling the baron's information to swindlers. In Lloyd's view, he was the only one who needed to pay for what he had done. Lloyd asked what Neumann thought they were doing. The knight replied that he could not accept dirty work being imposed on the military, and that as the head of the knights, that was unacceptable. Lloyd thought that was complete nonsense. He was trying to make money to pay off the estate's debts, and stated that he had the baron's permission. Neumann answered that he did not know how Lloyd had deceived the baron, but he insinuated that the young master was using the military for personal purposes, just as he had in the past. Lloyd confirmed that he was partly right, making it clear that his words had hit the mark. Neumann's reaction was immediate, seized by such intense anger that he almost ground his teeth in hatred. Lloyd thought that the man had a weak mind and even felt pity for him. Then he decided to provoke him even more and threw dirt in his face using the shovel. Neumann was completely covered in filth and exploded with rage, accusing Lloyd of being a bastard and asking whether he was trying to stain a knight's reputation. Lloyd pretended not to understand and mocked him, asking whether he should remove his rank insignia. It was clear to him that Neumann wanted to fight. Lloyd then pointed the shovel as if it were a weapon and made it clear that he accepted a duel. Neumann reacted with even more hatred, promising that Lloyd would deeply regret it. Later, Javier explained that the duel between Lloyd and Neumann would take place in 1 month and asked whether he really believed he could win. Lloyd knew that he had no real chance. His opponent possessed a mana core and was a sword specialist, while he himself was nothing more than a miserable man with no training at all. Lloyd's reckless attitude made Javier furious, especially because he had thrown dirt at Neumann and publicly challenged him. While putting his money-making plan into practice, Lloyd first asked the Baron for a favor. After an argument, he set the matter aside and took advantage of the situation to appoint Bayern as acting supervisor, handing him command of the construction battalion. Javier could not believe what Lloyd had done and felt so irritated that he even imagined cutting him into pieces. Even so, Lloyd remembered that he needed something from Javier and asked him to teach him how to use a sword. Javier immediately refused, since his duty was only to protect him as the young master, not to train him. Moreover, he considered Lloyd dangerous scum, someone who should not learn how to wield a sword. Lloyd then made a different proposal, stating that in exchange for the training, he could help treat Javier's insomnia. Javier was surprised that he knew about it. Lloyd had that knowledge because of the novel. In the story of the Blood and Iron Knight, knights were classified into 4 levels: junior swordsman, intermediate, advanced, and master swordsman. Javier was an advanced swordsman on the verge of becoming a master swordsman. The reason for Javier's insomnia was linked to his extremely sharpened superhuman nerves, which kept him constantly ready for combat and unable to relax enough to sleep. This problem was known as master swordsman syndrome. Lloyd knew that this knowledge did not yet exist in rural regions, so not even Javier himself understood the real cause of his suffering. Faced with the direct proposal, Javier sighed and decided to give Lloyd a chance, even though he believed that Lloyd would certainly fail. He had already tried everything to cure his insomnia, from mental therapies to medicinal herbs and oriental techniques. Even so, he ended up falling asleep shortly afterward. Lloyd realized that he had fallen asleep while mentally listing several magical techniques, which confirmed that he truly knew how to deal with that problem. Because Because of that, Lloyd believed that he would now have access to all of Javier's sword techniques. The next morning, Javier began the training by ordering Lloyd to run 50 laps. Lloyd obeyed without complaining and started running immediately. Even while internally complaining that he hated running, he kept going, mentally provoking Javier each time he passed by. During the run, the system informed him that his passive skill of being horrifying had evolved to level 4. Anyone who looked at Lloyd would immediately perceive him as an idiot and feel the urge to hit him. Despite the growing exhaustion, that did not compare to the harsh life he had lived in Korea. At that time, he had no family to take him in. He woke up every day in a cramped room, carried bricks up to the 4th floor of buildings, and unloaded trucks at night just to avoid starving. All he ever wanted was to hear that things would get better, that he was doing well, and that he was qualified for it. However, he never managed to reach that point. As he ran, Lloyd thought that compared to the pain and despair he had already experienced, this was nothing. Javier noticed that he was truly pushing himself and decided that he would teach him his sword technique. Javier's favorable impression increased a little more, granting Lloyd 18 relationship points. All of this was reported by Neumann to Arcus, who was shocked. He commented that he had thought his son was finally acting rationally in recent days, but realized that he had once again misunderstood everything. Even so, he made it clear that Neumann's duty was not to cancel the duel. Still, he asked him not to be excessively harsh, and that, if Lloyd were gravely injured, he should be brought back to reflect. Neumann replied that he would obey, but in his thoughts he did not believe he could restrain himself. He intended to beat that wretched young master to death. If the Baron caused trouble because of it, he would also be eliminated along with the Baroness, all disguised as a tragic accident. After that, Neumann planned to abandon that miserable estate and move to a larger city. Thanks to that wretched young master, his plans would be completed much sooner than expected. 1 month later, everything was ready for the duel. Lloyd's family watched together with his master, Javier. Neumann, already holding his sword, asked if he was ready. Lloyd assumed his combat stance while holding the shovel and showed complete confidence, provoking Neumann by implying that he was the one who should prepare to get beaten. The fact that Lloyd was using a shovel in the duel caused general bewilderment and made Neumann even more irritated. Javier watched closely and realized that it was not an ordinary shovel, but a custom forged iron shovel. Arcus commented that his son was playing around again, but Javier disagreed. He knew that over the past month, Lloyd had trained seriously. In the mornings he did basic training without complaining. In the afternoons he went to the construction area to teach the residents about his projects. At night he trained fencing until he fell asleep. That was not the behavior of someone who was fooling around. Convinced of that, Javier believed that Lloyd was being serious. Arcus then officially began the duel between Lloyd Frontera and the knight Neumann. As soon as Lloyd took his position, Javier noticed that his stance was imperfect and incomplete. Neumann mocked him, believing it to be a joke, and launched a powerful attack. However, the blow was blocked by Lloyd's iron shovel. Neumann repositioned his attack, certain that such a defense would not be repeated, but the strike was blocked again. Javier realized that Lloyd's movements were extraordinarily efficient, a technique aimed at real combat, similar to a sword technique that had evolved over many years. This left Neumann visibly nervous. Lloyd noticed the surprise around him and thought that any man from Korea would know how to perform that. It was a modern Korean combat technique called bionic charge. He continued using those movements to pressure Neumann, who as an experienced swordsman, exchanged direct blows against the iron shovel. After some time, Lloyd drove the shovel into the ground and began to jump on it, blatantly provoking Neumann. Javier even wondered if he was playing around, but when he saw Lloyd's determined expression, he realized that he was not. Lloyd was deliberately provoking his opponent, and it worked. He had prepared in several ways for that duel. First, the iron shovel. Second, the basic sword technique he had learned from Javier, which allowed him to pressure Neumann in combat. The knight began to wonder how that boy had become so strong. Lloyd's third and final preparation was his excavation tool, synchronization skill, which made his body and spirit become one with the shovel. Javier's favorable impressions increased once again during the fight. The Baron and the Baroness saw their son's sincerity for the first time, which also raised their favorability points. With that, Lloyd accumulated a total of 97 relationship points and was able to purchase the excavation skill for 40 points. At that moment, Neumann took a deep breath and finally focused for real. He had no other choice and had never imagined he would need to use all of his power against an ordinary person. He fully concentrated his mana in his core. Lloyd immediately noticed what was happening. Neumann declared that this was reality and that Lloyd was about to face it. Neumann closed the distance in the blink of an eye, like a truly experienced swordsman. Javier grew worried because that attack was something Lloyd could not possibly block. Neumann had many years of combat experience, and just to form a mana core would require at least 5 years of real battles. When Lloyd raised the shovel to defend himself, Neumann thought he was a complete idiot. He believed he would crush the shovel and split Lloyd's head in half. However, that did not happen. Using only the tip of the shovel, Lloyd managed to block the strike. He planted his weight firmly in his legs and activated the fourth thing he had prepared for that duel, the mana technique that had made Javier the strongest man in the novel. It was the Azrahan core technique. The instant the shovel touched Neumann's sword, the mana inside the knight's body began to be absorbed. The impact was so great that Neumann opened a clear gap in his defense. Lloyd took advantage of it and struck Neumann directly in the face with the shovel, hard enough to knock out a tooth. After that, Neumann began to take a beating without being able to react. The shovel strikes continued until he could not endure it anymore. With one final blow to the back of his neck, Neumann fell unconscious. Everyone was in complete shock, and Arcus officially announced Lloyd Frontera's victory. An expert swordsman had been defeated. Lloyd approached the fallen body and asked whether Neumann had heard the announcement. He had won the duel, and now it was time for the punishment. Arcus immediately stood up and asked what he was doing, since the duel was already over. Even so, Lloyd continued to strike Neumann's head with the shovel, in a brutal manner. That enraged Arcus. But Lloyd did not stop. The soldiers had to restrain him by force, because he truly looked willing to kill Neumann with so many blows. One of the other knights commented that Lloyd seemed out of control, and Javier thought that reaction was actually understandable. After a moment, Lloyd said that everything was fine. The soldiers released him. He took a deep breath, and then struck Neumann a few more times. Javier then realized that despite the violence, Lloyd was not hitting any vital points. His expression was calm, as if everything was happening exactly as he expected. Javier felt a chill run down his spine. He began to fear Lloyd, as if that boy had known everything from the very beginning. 15 days before the duel, Lloyd had asked to learn the Asura mental technique. At that time, Javier had been startled, and Lloyd asked what the problem was, since he was not asking to learn how to steal. Lloyd explained that in addition to mana channels, that technique allowed one to attract mana from the environment and turn it into one's own mana. Javier asked how he knew something so specific, since he had never told anyone about it, and the technique was still incomplete. Lloyd recalled that he had put Javier to sleep before, and during his sleep he talked. Javier partially understood, but apologized, saying that he could not teach an incomplete technique. Lloyd then asked if that was exactly the problem. He questioned whether Javier would refuse to teach it, if Lloyd were capable of completing it. Lloyd's confidence left Javier confused. Lloyd asked for attention and explained his idea. If the mana core absorbed external mana directly, the result would be an explosion, because the external mana would not be able to mix with the internal mana. Therefore, the solution was to keep them separate. The external mana should be concentrated around the core and used independently, like an auxiliary machine beside the main machine at a construction site. Lloyd asked whether that made sense. Javier, who did not understand much about machines, replied that it might be possible. When he asked how Lloyd had reached that conclusion, Lloyd blatantly lied, saying that he had simply imagined it. Even so, the idea worked. Thanks to that hint, Javier was able to complete the Asura technique, creating mana circles around the core like rings. He managed to form 4, then 5. The system notified that Javier's favorable impression had increased by 5 points. Even so, Lloyd was more concerned about how long it would take to learn all of that. He did not need a large amount of mana around him, only mana that he could touch directly. Javier began to believe that Lloyd truly possessed that ability, and because of that, he already expected him to be able to defeat Nickman. And that was exactly what happened. Lloyd won in an overwhelming manner. That was when Arcus shouted for everything to stop immediately. He would not allow the reputation of a knight to be further tarnished. Lloyd stopped, took a deep breath, and asked what reputation that was. Then he asked Arcus to first look under the tablecloth and decide whether those words really matched the knight Newman. Under the tablecloth there were several letters scattered around. Arcus was shocked. Lloyd explained that those letters were intended for Newman. They contained detailed information about the situation of the estate, the Baron's likes and dislikes, and even instructions on how to fabricate false property documents. Neiman had been passing all that information outside the estate. In complete despair, he wondered how those letters he had hidden inside the wall had been found. Lloyd thought that in the original story, Javier discovered everything, but this time it was different. On the previous night, Lloyd had ordered Podong to retrieve the letters while he was in his small form. Arcus was deeply shaken when he realized the betrayal. Lloyd knew that. In the novel, Arcus Frontera was described as a gentleman. Anyone could set a trap around that gentleness. For Lloyd, however, being gentle and being a good leader were completely different things. He explained that if his father was worried about how to get rid of that man, he had some suggestions. One was to throw a bucket full of ferocious rats over him and banish him from the estate. Another was to reduce Newman to the rank of an ordinary knight and give him a chance to atone for his sins, starting from 0. The audience began to murmur, commenting that those ideas were cruel, but perhaps fair. Arcus interpreted that as a proposal of justice with minimal punishment, offering a chance to start over, along with a severe warning. One of the other knights commented that the decision seemed sensible and even generous, although dangerous. Arcus cleared his throat and decided to follow young Master Lloyd's suggestion, asking whether Knight Newman had any objections. Neumann replied that he had none, and even thanked him for the mercy. Lloyd reflected on that word. To him, when a wrongdoer receives forgiveness without real consequences, he does not repent, he only becomes bolder. Neumann was certain that the Baron would regret that decision, and already harbored thoughts of revenge against the young master. Lloyd coldly remarked that it was good to see that smile on Neumann's face, because it would be the last smile he would give in that life. Then he handed a red seed to his dear Podong and threw him into the air. He stated that the best method to ask for forgiveness was in paradise. Podong grew to a colossal size before everyone, causing widespread shock. The gigantic body of the creature fell upon Neumann, crushing him completely. Lloyd declared that he was very sorry, but that Neumann was officially banished from that place. He knew that this would also help solve part of the estate's poverty problem. Sometime later, Podong, as Javier began to call him, was in the center of the city, digging to expand the roads. The old engineering unit, once weak and unmotivated, began to become surprisingly efficient and hardworking. Lloyd remembered how, in ancient Rome, people valued great roads, and how they had created the Appian Way system. That was exactly what Lloyd intended to build now, a great road connecting the Baron's mansion to the eastern coast. Javier asked why a road would be so important. Lloyd explained that it would cause the estate's popularity to skyrocket. Even so, Javier grew suspicious and asked where Lloyd had learned all of that. He mentioned the innovative heating system, the summoning of a high-level creature, and questioned whether that boy was really the same Lloyd. The system issued a warning that Javier was beginning to doubt his identity. Lloyd already expected that. He knew Javier was extremely sharp and observant, someone who could draw his sword and cut his neck at any moment. Even so, he replied naturally that he had studied everything in secret. He asked why that would be a problem. Javier retorted that it made no sense. After all, he was an alcoholic. Lloyd asked whether Javier happened to observe him 24 hours a day. Javier admitted that he did not, but insisted that summoning was something difficult, even for mages with 20 years of experience. Lloyd shot back by saying that Javier had almost become a master swordsman before the age of 20, and that if he was a genius, there was no reason Lloyd could not be one as well. Javier said that he did not consider Lloyd a genius. Lloyd then returned the question, insisting that if one could be, then the other could too. Javier was left without arguments. Without prolonging the conversation any further, Lloyd said that he needed to continue his work, and activated his persistent skill to end the dialogue quickly. He believed that this had thrown Javier off, and went to the other knight, Frieren, asking him to take care of everything while he was away. Before he could leave alone, Javier stated that he would accompany him. It was Lloyd's job to observe him, but he still wondered why they were stating something so obvious, since it was clear that this would happen. They were traveling to a very distant place with the goal of collecting unpaid debts. Meanwhile, in the small and remote city of Rodenia, a Tobs known as a real estate swindler was extremely dissatisfied. He complained that he had lost a lot of money, and swore that he would make those bastards pay for the loss. Beside him, a mercenary commented that gambling works that way. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and also said that if the payment was not made, he would simply leave. Tobs refused to accept that and claimed that he still had enough money to pay him. The mercenary made it clear that he would quit if he did not receive payment by the agreed deadline. Tobs insisted that he could make money again by scamming other people, since many still sought him out, and for that reason he planned to hide for a while. At that exact moment, Lloyd kicked the door open and made it clear that he was talking about him. Tobs, confused and irritated, asked who he was and what was wrong with him. Lloyd introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, which left Tobs completely shocked. The mercenary asked whether he should kill him, but Tobs ordered him to flee immediately. Without thinking twice, the mercenary jumped out the window, only to find Javier already waiting for him in the alley. Javier demanded that he surrender and leave, warning that if he resisted, he would be considered an accomplice to the crime. Javier knew that Lloyd had been right in predicting the escape route, because that alley was the only possible exit. Even so, the mercenary invoked a dark power and provoked Javier, questioning whether he even knew how to use a sword. Lloyd clearly remembered the story from the novel, where after losing the Baron, Javier sought revenge, and ended up facing Thord's bodyguard, a swindler who was also a dark mage. That had been the first truly evil dark mage Javier encountered in his life. According to the novel, Javier should have fought against gravity magic under unfavorable conditions, since at that time he did not yet have mana circles formed around his core. The mercenary unleashed his gravitational power and declared that Javier would die there, pressing his body against the ground. However, the situation did not unfold as it should have. With Lloyd's help, Javier had completed his technique, and because of that the gravitational magic had almost no effect. He simply cut the spell in half, remaining on his feet. Faced with that, Javier mocked the attack, treating it as a 5th tier spell. The mercenary panicked, claimed that this was not in the contract, and fled immediately, abandoning Tobs to his fate. Javier then approached with his sword in hand, reminding Tobs of how serious it was to assault a noble. He threw him to the ground, ready to execute him, but was stopped at the last moment by Lloyd, who warned him about the legal consequences and the risk of punishment in a court of law. Javier wondered whether Lloyd was trying to be too gentle with people. Sometime later, Tobs was already tied to a chair, sitting in front of Lloyd, who calmly explained that he was there only for a conversation. Lloyd knew that people become greedy when their lives are on the line, and that they would cause any kind of trouble if given the chance, including if he simply cut off Tobs' head. Tobs, frightened, asked whether he would be forgiven. Lloyd made it clear that he would not report him to the tribunal, and asked whether he was grateful for that. Then he asked why he did not return the stolen money. Tobs replied that he would return it, but only if he were completely forgiven. Lloyd agreed, stating that this was how life worked. However, there was a condition for forgiveness. Tobs only needed to sign a contract. Lloyd slid the paper toward him and explained that it was an ordinary employment contract. Tobs would receive payment, but 80% of his salary would automatically be used to pay off his debts. In addition, the contract would only end after 520 years. Tobs fell into despair. Upon hearing that, Javier thought that, as expected, Lloyd was being gentle in an extremely cruel way. Lloyd, on the other hand, was certain that he would never kill someone who owed him money, because he intended to drain every last drop of life from that bastard. Tobs complained about the unfairness of the contract, but Lloyd made it clear that he had no other choice. Crying, Tobs eventually signed it. Later, Lloyd and Javier returned to the frontier territory. On the way, Javier commented that with that man's money, there would be no problems paying the interest for a few months. Lloyd disagreed, stating that all that money would be invested in labor costs, since he already had capital, but 30 soldiers were not enough. He wondered whether any citizens had signed up after the recruitment announcement, remembering that until recently he had been seen as a scoundrel, which might have driven away people's trust. A few days later, upon returning to the frontier estate, reality proved different. There was a huge line of people wanting to enlist. Lloyd wondered whether those people did not hate him. Javier replied that yes, he was sure they hated him, but that they still showed up because Lloyd had set a concrete date for the construction of houses with heating systems at a much cheaper price. Even so, Javier felt that something was wrong and believed that on that day, a traitor might appear. Lloyd was supposed to be seen as a capable and trustworthy man, but he himself wondered whether people were truly trusting him. The first person in line stepped forward asking where the employment contract was, but before that he made a point of giving thanks. The man explained that his son always suffered greatly from the intense cold, becoming extremely chilled during the winter. Thanks to Lloyd's invention, he no longer needed to worry that year. Then he lowered his head and showed deep gratitude. That brought relief to Lloyd, who realized that even though he had acted driven by his own greed, he had ended up genuinely helping someone. The man also mentioned that he had a relative in a nearby estate called Exracona, and asked whether Lloyd could build houses with heating systems in that territory as well. At that moment, Lloyd understood that this was the first step of a much larger plan. He had not built the heated houses without reason. His intention was to raise the price by claiming travel expenses, and thus drain all the money from that other territory. Javier once again noticed that suspicious look in Lloyd's eyes, and wondered if that was why he had built a direct road to the mountains. Later, observing the landscape from above, Lloyd commented that sooner or later that mountain would become completely bare. The heated houses consumed many resources, and the trees in the region would not last very long. Logahesh asked why he would move forward even knowing that, and Lloyd explained that it was precisely for that reason that he was canceling the construction of the Appian Way. At the end of the road, they would excavate bituminous coal and sell it at an extremely high price. If the heated houses reached a high level of approval, other territories would not be able to resist the idea. In that way, they would export both the houses and the fuel to various regions. The people of the frontier would receive a discount, but the others would not. Lloyd wondered whether Javier thought that was unfair, and asked if there was any other way to pay off the debt. Javier reflected and agreed that it was the best solution for the moment, but warned that the Baron did not know about the existence of bituminous coal, and certainly would not remain idle. Other barons had already tried to exploit that location many times. Lloyd replied that he knew this, and that the previous attempts had failed, because the terrain was unstable. Even so, he believed he could succeed using modern-era excavation technology. Then he asked Javier to accompany him, because there were many things to be done. Javier realized that this was yet another method he did not understand, and decided to simply observe his young master, who now seemed completely different. Meanwhile, inside the cave where they intended to extract minerals and coal, several creatures were protecting the area. Lloyd thought about how convenient it would be to have a skill capable of instantly summoning a high-level building, but he did not yet possess anything like that. For now, he could only draw using his basic design skill, which took a great deal of time. In fact, his skill had already evolved into intermediate design. Lloyd commented that he would like to summon 100 undead workers who did not need to be paid. The system replied that if he was not satisfied, he could lose the skill and draw everything manually. Lloyd immediately refused, admitting that the skill was far too good to give up. He returned to drawing, and because of the incident involving Neumann, he gained 639 RP, thanks to the favorable impressions he had caused in the Baroness, in Javier, in Bayern, and in other important figures. With that, he invested in upgrading his skills, raising both basic design and basic measurement to intermediate levels. Later, already at the entrance of the cave, Lloyd used his intermediate measurement. He managed to visualize the tunnel a few meters ahead, and calculate how it would be possible to build inside it, even though he could only see up to 5 meters forward. Even so, that already helped a lot in finding a safe path for mining. The real problem was how to excavate without a modern machine. Padang had fallen ill after working too much on the road construction, and even if he recovered, his size made the work dangerous, as it could cause the cave to collapse. With no other option, Lloyd decided to resort to a new method. He decided to draw another fantasy creature species. The next roll cost 70 RP, and he still had 119. Once again, he activated the noisy magic circle, which sounded like the engine of a beetle car running. When the process ended, a small creature appeared. It was something like a snake, this time with a bow on its head. Its name was Bell. Lloyd seriously wondered what use a snake could have in a mining project. Lloyd wondered whether that little snake had venom. He remembered that Podung had also seemed useless at first, so he decided to observe the creature's abilities before reaching any conclusions. He asked Bell to show her main skill. A few weeks later, Bell was doing an excellent job. In her giant form, fed with sunflower seeds, she functioned like a piece of highly advanced equipment, devouring everything in her path. Her advance resembled that of a train digging through the earth, since she possessed a level 1 soil excavation skill. At that moment, Lloyd told Javier to get ready. When Bell activated soil digestion, explosion, she expelled refined steel outward. Javier, responsible for step 3 of the plan, cut that steel into the perfect shape for the blacksmiths, who represented step 4. Meanwhile, a support structure was built inside the cave to prevent collapses. Step 5 of the plan consisted of Javier questioning his own sanity, trying to understand why a knight was cutting something that looked like steel poop expelled by a giant snake. Despite that, he was fine, and step 5 was completed. Step 6 was simple: advance again and restart the entire process. Lloyd was already extremely exhausted and began to feel dizzy due to the lack of oxygen underground. If the tube connected to the surface had not been working, everyone there would have already passed out. On top of that, the heat was suffocating. Javier suggested that it would be better to stop the work for now, since the workers also needed to rest. Even so, Lloyd refused. He considered himself responsible for the operation and believed he needed to remain there until the end. He did not want to be the kind of leader who only gave orders without showing up at the site. His goal was to supervise everything properly. It was then that, using his ability, Lloyd managed to identify bituminous coal. He warned everyone that they were close to reaching the main vein and asked them to endure just a little longer. He also thanked Belle, acknowledging that thanks to her, the work was progressing 10 times faster. Lloyd explained that as soon as they reached the coal vein, the shield would be dismantled and the space expanded. The task would be dangerous, so no one should lower their guard. Suddenly, a strong impact was heard against the shield. Lloyd believed the ground was solid and should not collapse, but he decided to check. When he used his underground scanning ability again, he noticed the formation of a hole that had not existed before. Within seconds, the hole expanded and a creature emerged from inside it. It was a gigantic ant that charged straight at Lloyd. Javier reacted quickly, slicing off the creature's mandibles and then crushing its head. Lloyd was surprised, since this had not been mentioned in the novel. It soon became clear that it was not a single ant, but an entire colony. The ants surged forward in a mass. Lloyd ordered all the workers to be evacuated immediately. Javier stayed behind to face them, cutting down many with his sword, but Lloyd had no idea how many creatures still existed. 200, 1,000, or perhaps more. If they all reached the estate, it would be the end. Javier was starting to run out of oxygen and was extremely exhausted, unable to deal with so many enemies alone. The tunnel they had built was sturdy and would not collapse easily, which prevented any attempt to block it. Amid the chaos, Javier approached and slapped Lloyd, trying to bring him back to reality. Lloyd insisted that he was not panicking, but thinking of a solution. Javier urged him to hurry, as he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lloyd began to connect ideas: tunnel, coal, and underground, until a solution finally emerged in his mind. He grabbed one of the torches and decided to advance straight toward the ants, entering their tunnel. The idea seemed absurd to Javier, but there was a reason behind it. The two advanced together, carving a path toward the colony's tunnel. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Baron received bad news about the emergence of monstrous ants. A soldier reported that the workers had been evacuated, but that Javier and the young master had been left behind. Bayern was preparing to close the mine, but Arcus immediately donned his armor and ordered them to head to the site. Back in the cave, Javier continued cutting down giant ants, while asking how much farther they still needed to go. Lloyd was far too busy to answer, using the torch to keep the creatures at bay. He realized that it was good that the ants were leaving the nest, but at the same time they were completely surrounded. Javier was reaching his limit in a hot environment, without oxygen, and swarming with enemies. Meanwhile, Lloyd dug even deeper, searching for a source of methane gas. He knew that coal was inhabited by methanogens, and that layers of methane gas ran through the mineral veins. If he found that point, he could trigger an explosion capable of eliminating all the ants at once. After observing again with his ability, Lloyd managed to see a dense layer of methane gas. He gripped the shovel tightly and began to dig as if his life depended on it, because it truly did. He asked Javier to keep the ants at bay while he continued digging. Lloyd dug like never before. Whenever an ant tried to get close, Javier split its head in two without hesitation. As the two pushed themselves to the limit, a sharp noise echoed through the tunnel. It was the scream of the ant queen. The creature was gigantic, larger than more than 100 ants combined. Her mere presence made all the others bow. Lloyd immediately sensed the difference and commented that this one would be a little harder to hold back. Javier knew he could not face her alone, but he also understood that he had no other choice. When the queen charged, Javier finally released the 5 circles of his core. He confronted the creature head-on, colliding with her mandibles, and managing to strike back even as he was pushed backward. Every second he gained was precious. Meanwhile, Lloyd used that time to keep digging. Then his shovel struck something solid. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed a torch and ordered Javier to run toward the entrance. The two sprinted through the narrow passage they had come through. At the last instant as they crossed the tunnel, Lloyd threw the torch toward the queen. The flames caused no direct damage to the creature, but they spread rapidly thanks to the accumulated methane gas. The explosion was massive, tearing the queen's body in half and engulfing all the other ants in flames. During the impact, Javier shielded the young master with his own body. Outside, everyone heard the explosion and felt the ground shake. Arcus panicked when he realized what had happened, but Bayern stopped him from entering, stating that it was still far too dangerous. Sometime later, Lloyd partially regained consciousness, feeling a strong ringing in his ears. He realized the plan had worked, but Javier was unconscious after protecting him. Belle had also passed out. Looking around, Lloyd noticed that the cave entrance had been blocked by a collapse. The system warned of the imminent risk of oxygen deprivation. Lloyd had expected this and knew he would have to dig again. As he dug desperately, the oxygen decreased with every second. Javier showed clear signs of suffocation, and in his last moments of consciousness, managed to see Lloyd digging non-stop. The system acknowledged Lloyd's tenacity, and Javier's affinity toward him increased by 6 points. Lloyd received 108 RP. Even so, the oxygen continued to run out. He realized he had nothing left to lose. Because of that, Lloyd asked the system to develop his abilities. The system analyzed all the knowledge he possessed and informed him that by combining absorption of surrounding mana manipulation, and increased absorbed mana, he could master the Azrahan core technique. Lloyd remembered that he had been training this foundation since the duel against Newman, precisely waiting for a moment like this. He spent 15 RP and acquired the Azrahan core technique at level 5, forming his first circle and increasing his mana to 120%. With no guarantee of success, he decided to bet everything. He continued investing his points until he raised the Azrahan core to level 10. When the skill evolved, he gained 2 more circles, forming a dual core that increased his mana by 200%. To advance to the next level, 100 RP would be required, but he only had 7. Even so, the system presented optional abilities. The first was Energizer, which would prevent fatigue for 10 minutes and could be used once per day. The second was Power Extension, which would triple his mana for 20 seconds, also once per day. Without hesitation, Lloyd activated Energizer. His body stopped feeling fatigue, and he dug like never before, forcing every movement. Even with oxygen nearly depleted, he kept going. He continued digging without stopping, using his ability to see farther ahead, desperately searching for any small opening that could lead them outside. When the oxygen was at its limit, Lloyd finally saw an opening that could lead them out of that nightmare. Even exhausted, he kept digging, because he had to ensure that Javier and Belle would not die in there. At the final moment, when only a single breath remained, the energization ended. 10 minutes had passed, but he forced the power extension. Only 20 seconds remained. Even so, he dug once more. He dug until his body reached its limit, but then collapsed completely exhausted, even though he was so close to the exit. As the son of a noble from a remote region, all he had ever wanted was to live a quiet life. Before he lost consciousness completely, Podung appeared and opened a hole large enough for Lloyd to recover a bit of breath. Even on the verge of collapse, he thought to himself that that peaceful noble life was still waiting for him. After surviving all of this, shortly afterward, Arcus finally entered the cave, pushing deeper and deeper to find his son, while carrying Javier, who had collapsed from exhaustion due to the extreme situation. Thanks to Lloyd's incredible feat, even though he was completely drained, he received a new skill, Power Mode, which would allow him to use the Azra Core technique. Arcus rushed to his son and managed to catch him at the last moment, ensuring that he was finally safe. The next morning, everyone was already talking about what the young master Lloyd had done. People's opinions of him began to change drastically, as they said he was no longer the scoundrel he once was, and was very different from the Lloyd everyone had known. After some time, Lloyd woke up in his room, and the system informed him that everyone in the Frontera family was deeply impressed by his courage and heroism. He received 500 RP at once, and even though he was still weak, thought that it had been a great stroke of luck. After a period of recovery, Lloyd returned to work as if nothing could stop him. When he arrived at the mine, all the workers were amazed and bowed to him, offering greetings to the young master. They admired the noble who had fought for their lives, someone clearly different from other nobles. Even so, Lloyd realized that he felt even more claustrophobic in that place. 2 weeks had passed since the incident with the monstrous ants. Work at the coal mine was going very well, and there did not seem to be any problems, but Lloyd knew he needed to identify even the smallest possible risk factor to prevent something similar from happening again. Because of that, he and Javier once again headed toward the ants' tunnel. Along the way, Javier asked why Lloyd insisted on personally dealing with such dangerous situations, since he could simply order the workers to do it. As the successor of the estate, he did not need to expose himself like that. Lloyd, however, found that way of thinking idiotic, and made it clear that as the leader, he had to take responsibility for the most dangerous tasks. He believed that even spending large sums of money was still not enough if he did not show through his actions that he was at the forefront of everything. Javier could not tell whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. The system indicated that their relationship points almost increased, but ended up stopping halfway. When they reached a dead end, Lloyd did not give up. He used his ability to observe the area more deeply, and after digging a little more, found an orc along with other animals, all trapped in something resembling a nest covered in webs. Javier said he would take care of it, as it seemed dangerous. Lloyd in turn tried to better understand what kind of creature that being was, since it did not look like an ordinary orc. Javier confirmed that it was indeed an orc, although probably not dead. There were reports that ants like to store their prey after paralyzing them. Hearing that, Lloyd concluded that this represented a great gain, and decided to save the orc. Lloyd took the orc to his residence, where he was finally able to fully recover. The orc introduced himself as Hiroche, and stated with absolute conviction that he would never forget the man who had saved his life. Lloyd commented that he seemed to snore on purpose, as if he wanted to emphasize his own character, but Hiroche replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. After recovering, Hiroche explained that he was the son of a tribal leader and belonged to the Steel Sand tribe. tribe. He declared that he would never forget the kindness he had received, and that he would give anything Lloyd desired. Hearing that, Lloyd asked him to gather 120 orcs to help with the mine work. Hiroche immediately refused, explaining that orcs are warriors, and that warriors only obey orders from the tribe's war chief. Since Lloyd was not a warrior, he could not command orcs, not even to act as workers. Lloyd then realized that this was the complicated part. For wild orcs, it was necessary to bring back the head of a giant ant to be recognized as an adult. Hiroche had made a mistake by entering the ant's tunnel, ended up being paralyzed, and failed in that ritual. But even so, a great opportunity had appeared. Lloyd stated that Hiroche had already become an adult, and congratulated him on it, but Hiroche denied it, saying that he had not managed to defeat a single ant on his own. Lloyd pretended to be surprised, and claimed that the two of them had defeated the ant together. According to him, Hiroche did not remember it because he had been paralyzed for too long. He described the scene as something impressive, explaining that when he entered the ant's tunnel, the queen was trembling with fear, and that she herself had confessed that she had faced an extremely powerful young orc. Because of that, hunting the monster ant had become much easier. In this way, Lloyd concluded that they had defeated the creature together, and praised Hiroche, saying that he was an excellent warrior, just like himself. Confused, Hiroche asked whether he could really be considered a great warrior. Lloyd confirmed it, taking the opportunity to reinforce the idea. Convinced, Hiroche stated that he would recruit 120 orcs to work for him. 1 week later, Lloyd arrived at the village of the Steel Sand tribe, but the leader informed him that they could not meet the request, even in consideration of the savior of his son. After the long journey, Lloyd was puzzled by the refusal. He then bowed to the great chief of the tribe, Akuche, and asked what the real reason was. Akuche explained that the tribe did not have the capacity for that, because orcs needed to consume large amounts of meat to maintain their strength. If they stopped hunting for 3 consecutive days, they would lose muscle mass, which would lead to weakening and the collapse of the tribe. Since fewer warriors meant less hunting, Lloyd asked if they hunted every day, and Akuche confirmed it, explaining that muscle strength was lost quickly if they did not eat meat soon after the hunt. Lloyd thought that those orcs were practically bodybuilding fanatics. Javier commented that for them, protein and muscles were everything, and suggested that it would be better to give up. Even so, Lloyd did not back down. He raised the possibility of preserving the meat so that it would not spoil even after several days. If that were possible, they would not need to hunt every day and could spare some workers. Akuche showed interest in repaying the favor, but explained that he did not understand how that would work. Lloyd then stated that there was a way to preserve meat, and that he knew exactly how to do it. Going back a bit in time, when Hiroche met his father, the two exchanged an extremely powerful embrace, filled with strength and masculinity, so intense that anyone standing between them would have been crushed. That scene made Lloyd even more excited at the thought of such strong workers. Having 120 orcs like that would be incredible, but something else caught his attention even more. Hiroche handed his father the head of the Ant Queen, and Akuche declared that he was proud of his son. The tribe decided to celebrate that feat and began to gather various treasures for the occasion. They started gathering the treasures they had found here and there, using some of them even as improvised weights for exercise, like squat equipment. Lloyd wondered why that tribe possessed such expensive objects, as it seemed they had been stolen or taken from some distant place. One of the orcs was holding a huge candlestick, whose value surpassed that of any army equipment, which further reinforced that impression. Because of that, Lloyd proposed a contract to the tribal leader, in which he would obtain both labor and part of the treasures in exchange for a definitive solution to the meat problem. Javier asked whether he was really promising to build a refrigerated stone warehouse while, in return, he would receive treasures, and noted that some material that could be mixed with the stone would still be necessary. Then Javier asked what exactly a refrigerated stone warehouse was, since he had never heard of such a thing. Lloyd explained that the royal family's mages preserved food using ice magic, and that this warehouse would work in a similar way, but without relying on magic. It would be a place capable of keeping food cold purely through its structure. Javier became curious about where Lloyd had learned that, but Lloyd answered vaguely, saying that a little bird had told him, and that he would not go into details. To build the warehouse, they would need a specific stone called granite, known for its great durability. Javier commented that extracting that kind of stone should not be easy, and Lloyd confirmed that it was particularly difficult, since they did not have dynamite. Even so, he stated that they had a perfect substitute, a true human dynamite right there. Javier immediately understood that he would be used that way once again. At that moment, Lloyd remembered an important episode from the novel Blood and Iron Knight, involving Namara, a city trapped inside a magical barrier, where thousands of refugees were waiting for rescue. At that point in the story, Javier was already a master swordsman, with the 4th mana core formed in his heart. Knowing that the refugees' time was running out, he risked his own life to save them. During that confrontation, the frozen movement technique emerged without him realizing it. He projected the mana cores as if they were one, collided them all, and created a blazing explosion at the tip of his sword, completely destroying the barrier. After that, that explosion became an emblematic technique of the Blood and Iron Knight, along with the Azrahan Mine technique. With complete audacity, or rather, with his steel face, Lloyd suggested that Javier use the same technique there. Javier asked directly how Lloyd knew about that, but Lloyd replied that he had only thought about the possibility. Javier thought he was lying, as it seemed he was playing with something extremely dangerous, but Lloyd insisted that he try it, stating that it would also help refine his sword technique. Javier realized what Lloyd was trying to do, but admitted that if it was possible, it would be something good for him. Determined, he focused on the technique, protecting his heart, and moving the 3 mana cores. Then he drove his sword into the mountain and released all the power, managing to trigger the explosion on the very first attempt, which left even Lloyd impressed. After the explosion, Javier lost most of his clothes and was left with his hair completely disheveled. He asked if Lloyd knew that would happen, and Lloyd replied that he had no idea, making it clear that he had not predicted that result. Even so, Javier acknowledged that the idea had worked, and that now it was Lloyd's turn to fulfill his part. The system reported that Javier was grateful, granting 3 more points of favorable impression and a total of 54 RP. Javier commented that as a knight, his sword had always served to protect his lord, but now it was being used for construction. Lloyd said there was no need for thanks, but Javier replied that he was not thanking him at all. With the granite extracted, construction began quickly. The massive stones were transported by the giant podong, while the orcs helped willingly, not only carrying the weight but also teaching the humans how to train properly to become stronger. Lloyd realized that at that pace, everything would be completed much faster than expected. According to his calculations, all that was missing now was ice and thermal insulation. Because of that, he told Javier that he knew about 5 people he had already negotiated with for insulating materials, which would solve the final stage of the project. Lloyd wondered if it had not already gone a bit past time, and Javier confirmed that exactly 3 weeks had passed. Because of that, 2 clear possibilities emerged. Either the soldiers responsible for transportation were lazy, or they had suffered some kind of accident along the way. Lloyd stated that they would need to check the situation personally. When Lloyd stood up to leave, Javier commented that if this were a mission, he could go alone, since they did not know what kind of incident might have occurred and it would be dangerous to advance so far without information. Even so, Lloyd maintained his decision, reminding him that he was in charge of the construction and responsible for everyone involved in that project. Hearing that, Javier sighed, agreed, and stated that they would go together. As they walked through the canyons and the arid landscape, Lloyd found along the way one of the custom-made gloves he himself had made to work with thermal insulation, which reinforced the feeling that something was wrong. At that moment, Javier noticed something strange at the bottom of the canyon, something he described as an abnormal flow of mana, although he was not certain, since the presence was extremely faint. Hearing that, Lloyd once again remembered an episode from the Blood and Iron Knight novel, and a sense of alarm filled his mind. Urgently, he stated that they did not have much time. After a brief journey, they approached a cave, and Lloyd immediately recognized the place as the Rupalan dungeon, the hideout of the dark mage that Javier had been searching for since the beginning of the novel. As he observed the area, Lloyd wondered who had dared to lay hands on his soldiers, considering it an unforgivable violation, since for him infringing on private property rights was not just a crime but a sin. As expected, Javier went ahead as the master swordsman of the group, but the moment he stepped into the cave, he ended up stepping on a magic circle and was nearly blown up. That only did not happen because Lloyd pulled him back at the right instant, revealing that it was a magical trap. Lloyd thought about how, in the original story of the novel, Javier actually fell into that very first trap and entered the dungeon in a miserable state. However, since he never fell twice for the same type of trap, Javier was now more alert and prepared. Lloyd remembered that Javier had mentioned an abnormal flow of mana in that place, and suggested that he use his technique. Javier felt the surrounding mana as if it were particles scattered through the air, and by doing so, managed to detect exactly where the other magical traps were, finding a safe path. As he advanced, Javier reflected that Lloyd usually lied and insisted too much, but now he seemed different, as if he knew exactly what was going to happen next. He could also barely sense any special energy coming from Lloyd, which left him intrigued. Even so, he decided not to rush and to observe him calmly, since the priority at that moment was saving the soldiers. Inside the dungeon, in his laboratory, the dark mage Rupalan realized that one of his magical traps had been triggered, and concluded that someone had come to rescue the people he had recently kidnapped. To him, that no longer mattered, because the preparations for his experiment were complete, and the soldiers would be used as test subjects. Rupalan grabbed the first one and threw him into a blood circle, a pentagram connected to hell, which required the Reaper Scythe to be bathed in the blood of a young human for 101 days. At the last instant before the soldier was killed, Lloyd appeared and stopped the execution. Rupalan was confused, unable to understand how they had reached that place, since he had prepared hundreds of traps. In response, he activated another magic circle, causing steel walls to rise in front of and behind them, trapping them in place. At that moment, Lloyd filled his lungs with as much oxygen as possible and held his breath, as he realized the dark mage was using a sleep gas. He then activated his energizer, ensuring that he would not feel fatigue for the next 10 minutes, although he believed he would not even need that much time. Lloyd began digging at an even greater speed than during the confrontation with the ant nest. Javier was only lightly affected by the sleep gas, since he had never used medicine to treat his insomnia, which made that type of effect almost useless against him. While Lloyd dug, Javier thought that he looked like a giant mole, and decided to follow him through the newly opened tunnel. As soon as he found a suitable opening, Javier drove his sword into the ground and released a devastating explosion that destroyed everything around them. Rupalan could hardly believe what was happening inside his own laboratory. The situation forced him to summon his most powerful creature creature, a grotesque undead being grafted with parts from several other bodies. Even though he had failed repeatedly in his reincarnation experiments, he believed that monster was his strongest creation, and that Javier would not be able to cut through its hardened skin. Lloyd assessed that the fight would be a bit complicated, imagining that the creature's weak point might be its legs. However, Javier had already advanced, concentrating an explosive wave into his sword, and using it as a propulsor. The strike cut the giant in half as if it were nothing. Both Rupelen and Lloyd were shocked, and Lloyd wondered since when Javier had been able to focus his explosion in that way, since that technique did not even exist in the original novel. Faced with that, Rupelen fell into complete despair, realizing that he no longer had any chance of winning. Lloyd approached him and made it clear that the kidnapping of the soldiers and the delay in construction demanded compensation. The dark mage fell to his knees, admitted his sins, and begged for forgiveness, but Lloyd was not interested in repentance, only in repairing the damage. Rupelen then offered all of his valuable magical items as payment. Meanwhile, Javier went to rescue the soldiers, and confirmed that they were exhausted, but not in immediate danger of death. Lloyd concluded that if nothing had been done, they would have died within a few days, and questioned Rupelen about the true objective of that experiment. Rupelen revealed that he was researching methods to resurrect the dead. Lloyd responded by asking whether that was really possible, and questioned what Rupelen would do if he succeeded. The mage explained that he was trying to bring back his wife and his son, saying that he had once lived as a simple mage working in a lord's mansion, and leading an ordinary life alongside his family, with calm and happy days. According to him, everything changed when the lord he served tried to take his wife by force, which led him to plan an escape with his family, a plan that ultimately failed. Lloyd interrupted the account directly, making it clear that he had no interest in listening to a long and sentimental story. He asked whether Rupelen truly believed that, by bringing his wife and son back, they would thank him for having killed hundreds of innocents, for creating undead, and for destroying countless families in the process. To Lloyd, none of that could be justified, because the lives that had been sacrificed had families of their own, dreams and futures, just like the family Rupelen claimed to love. He made it clear that he felt no pity at all, because regardless of the motivation, the acts committed could never be erased. Rupelen did not answer those words and only began to cry, trembling as tears streamed down his face. Lloyd then stood up and stated that he would return later to collect the magical items that would serve as compensation, saying that he would forgive Rupelen as long as he never harmed anyone again. The mage bowed deeply and thanked him repeatedly, showing submission. Lloyd knew that in the novel, Javier ended up forgiving Rupelen, and merely expelled him from the laboratory, which later resulted in more deaths, and in the mage turning into an even worse demonic villain. Even aware of that, Lloyd turned his back and began to walk away. He did so because he already knew that Rupelen would attack him from behind, and that was exactly what happened. When he noticed the attempted attack, Lloyd coldly asked whether he had not said he would forgive him, calling him an idiot for insisting on the same mistake. Javier was already prepared, and in the blink of an eye decapitated the dark mage, ending everything there. At that moment, Lloyd remembered his past life as Suho, recalling a supervisor who humiliated him daily, demanding reverence and treating him like trash. He always tried to act with patience, believing that kindness would generate kindness, and that avoiding violence was the right path. However, the more he endured, the more the supervisor mistreated him, choosing him as an easy target and constantly insulting him. The situation reached its limit when the supervisor insulted his parents, saying that they should be ashamed to have him as a son. At that moment, Suho lost control and attacked him, striking him until he fell to the ground, even believing that he would lose his job because of it. To his surprise, he was not fired, and the supervisor began to respect him, or rather to fear him, finally leaving him alone. From that, Suho learned that there are moments when violence can only be stopped with violence. That memory reinforced Lloyd's conviction, as he knew that in his former life, in Korea, terrible criminals often served only a few years in prison before returning to society. To him, that was a joke, because he believed that villains should receive punishments equivalent to their crimes. Because of that, he had no doubts when sentencing Rupelen to death. Later, during the return home, Lloyd noticed that the soldiers were so exhausted that they could barely carry their own backpacks. He ordered them to hand over the packs, saying that if anyone fainted along the way, he would have to carry both the soldier and the equipment. Despite their initial refusal out of respect, Lloyd took all the backpacks, tied them into a single load, and began carrying them, warning that anyone who fainted would still suffer a salary deduction. Javier watched the scene without knowing whether that attitude was just about the backpacks or a peculiar way for Lloyd to take care of the soldiers. For the soldiers, that hardly mattered, because they were all deeply moved. They felt that they had found a leader they could truly trust. The system informed Lloyd that the rescued soldiers were deeply touched by his actions, and that at some point this story would spread through their words. Lloyd replied that he wanted no recognition beyond money. After that, they returned to the orc tribe and began building a stone-cold storage facility. Hirochi questioned whether that could really be called storage, noting that the place was less hot than the outside, but that the meat would still rot inside. Lloyd explained that this was because there was still no ice, and that the construction was not finished. Hirochi insisted that he understood the concept of ice, but without ice the place would remain warm. Lloyd replied that if there was no ice available, they could create cold stones somehow. Even hearing that, Hirochi remained suspicious, and did not seem fully convinced by the plan. He sincerely sincerely thought that he might have brought a swindler to the village, but the system informed Lloyd that Hiroche was not as stupid as he imagined. Lloyd replied mentally that he had never thought that about him, making it clear that this assessment came only from the system. For Hiroche, however, the conclusion was different, because Lloyd was his savior. He believed that Lloyd was a good person, and because of that, he left the storage area saying that any additional help could be requested at any time. After Hiroche left, Javier asked how Lloyd intended to make ice. Lloyd turned around and admitted that he also wanted to know, which made Javier realize that those were the eyes of someone without a defined plan. He began to suspect that Lloyd had signed a contract without knowing exactly what he would do, almost as if he were trying to deceive everyone. Even so, Lloyd explained that people who do not achieve success usually list dozens of reasons not to try something, always saying they cannot do this or that because of obstacles. To him, successful people are those who start something first and then figure out how to fix and adjust things along the way, and that was the true meaning of innovation and the mindset of an entrepreneur. Even so, Javier thought that it was nothing more than cold storage without ice, and that everything could still go wrong. Meanwhile, Lloyd spent the entire night thinking about a plan. His first idea was to create a gigantic mold shaped like an ice cube and prepare Podong and Bell to draw water from the lake and pour it into that mold. He knew that ice magic existed in that world, but he did not really understand how it worked. He only knew that magic used mana, and that techniques depended on how the arrangement of mana was altered, something he had already felt before during the mana absorption training he had done with Javier. Lloyd remembered that there were various types of natural mana in the world, and that each one had different properties. He wondered whether it would be possible to replicate that effect, and decided to try, even knowing that he could not use his mana freely like other mages. Even so, he believed that he could achieve something similar. When his giant familiars placed the water into the large mold he had built, Lloyd used the Azrahan core technique, absorbing the warm mana from the water and leaving only the cold. The process required extreme concentration and effort, and he realized that it was not easy to execute at all. While Lloyd focused, Javier observed and began to realize that he was not being merely reckless or irresponsible. On the contrary, he was genuinely trying to find a concrete solution to the problem. Even without fully understanding him, Javier began to respect that determination. At that moment, Lloyd's effort was so intense that his dual Azrahan core technique evolved to level 2. A few days later, the cold storage was truly cold enough for the orcs to shiver inside and wonder whether Lloyd had really made ice. Lloyd explained that everything would be ready as soon as they placed that structure under proper insulation. Akuche commented that it was enormous and that the meat would no longer spoil. Hiroche realized that it would no longer be necessary to hunt every day, and Akuche declared that it was a great event, worthy of gathering the entire tribe to celebrate. Lloyd looked at Javier and stated that this was the true mindset of an entrepreneur, and Javier merely shrugged, silently admitting that he was right. Later, Akuche told Lloyd that the Sand and Steel tribe would have eternal gratitude toward him. Lloyd replied humbly, saying that he was only fulfilling the contract. At that moment, the system informed him that Lloyd Frontera had acquired 120 orc workers. Akuche explained that orcs were different from humans and did not see things only as contractual obligations. They genuinely felt grateful for what Lloyd had done. As the leader of the Sand and Steel tribe, Akuche declared an oath to the world, stating that from that moment on, the Frontera family and the tribe would be blood brothers. As he said this, he flexed his muscles, and all the orcs did the same, reinforcing the oath. Akuche declared that the Fronteras were friends of the tribe, and that any enemy of the Fronteras would also be their enemy, promising help whenever it was needed. The system reported that the tribe had been officially unlocked, and that the orcs had accepted Lloyd as a true ally, which increased his RP, and granted him an additional 100 points for establishing that alliance. Lloyd celebrated by declaring long life to the tribe of Air and Sand. When they returned to the city after a long journey, it was natural for the people to be frightened at the sight of 120 muscular orcs arriving together. Lloyd realized that it would be necessary to make a formal announcement to calm the population, since orcs were known for their intimidating appearance. When Lloyd's parents saw the scene, they were extremely frightened, and even knowing that he was trying to finalize that contract, they froze upon seeing the orcs in person. Lloyd also did not expect to receive so many bonuses, because the story that he had defeated the Dark Mage and saved the soldiers had already spread throughout the entire territory. This earned him another 300 RP, bringing Lloyd's total to 911 points. After that, he set the celebrations aside and returned to focusing on the main matters. The Baron informed him that he would look for wealthy merchants interested in buying the exercise equipment used by the orcs, leaving only the decision of what to do with the tools left behind by the Dark Mage. While examining those items, Javier wondered whether there was anything there with real monetary value, and Lloyd answered honestly that he had no idea. While reviewing some books, Lloyd found something that left him completely shocked. Without explaining anything at that moment, he ran toward the mine and asked Javier to remain there, organizing things. Upon reaching the mine, he looked for Thords, who was now part of his workforce. Thords was puzzled by the haste, and Lloyd confirmed that he was there because of him, bringing good news. Lloyd recalled the contract in which Tobs had promised to work for 520 years, explaining that the clause was practically a joke and that he no longer needed to worry about it. He then revealed the existence of a spell capable of turning someone's body into a controllable ghost. Tobs could barely believe what he was hearing, and Lloyd explained that this meant he could work for the next 520 years without any problems, treating it as something wonderful. Tobs remained silent for a long time, and Lloyd found it strange that he seemed to be the only one excited about the idea. When encouraged to smile, Tobs began to laugh uncontrollably, laughing so much that he ended up crying. Lloyd responded with enthusiasm, saying that he would be able to handle it. At that moment, the system informed him that the King of Hell was delighted with Lloyd's personality and was even considering the possibility of hiring him. Later, while walking through the castle, Lloyd thought that he still needed to discuss some important matters with the Baron. When he reached the office, he discovered that Arcus was not there. One of the cleaners explained that the Baron was in the reception area with some visitors. Those visitors were Mr. Yahello and Mr. Meatloaf, and Lloyd immediately realized that a great opportunity had presented itself. Meatloaf was arguing with Arcus, stating that their policy required full reimbursement of the capital in a single payment. Exceptionally, they were willing to accept only 10% of the debt at that moment, as long as they received the ownership rights to the mine. Arcus was visibly nervous and shaken by the proposal. At that moment, Lloyd entered the room in a conspicuous manner, greeting them with false cordiality and commenting on how much time had passed since the last time they had seen each other. Meatloaf reacted quickly, stating that it was useless to try to expel them from there again, since they possessed a valid warrant. Lloyd confirmed this with irony, praising their intelligence and commenting that the proposal seemed interesting. He then asked whether they would be willing to hear his proposal as well. Meatloaf immediately refused, saying that he did not want to hear stupid suggestions. Even so, Lloyd explained that in the future the debt would be paid gradually, with interest included. Meatloaf reacted with irritation, asking whether he was being ignored. Lloyd replied by asking whether only they had the right to make suggestions, making it clear that this bothered him. At that moment, Hirochi approached, demanding to know who dared to irritate his brother. The loan sharks were shocked when they saw an extremely muscular orc. Hirochi made it clear that anyone who bothered the Fronteras would be destroyed by the orc tribe. Lloyd asked Hirochi to calm down, saying that they had only irritated him a little, but that everything was fine now, making it clear that he would give notice if it happened again. He then asked again what the loan sharks thought of his proposal, implying that he could become quite upset if it were rejected. With that, Hirochi reinforced that any further annoyance would result in destruction. Frightened, the loan sharks fled the castle once again. After that, Lloyd told Arcus that he wanted to take over the debt, explaining that since it was illegal, the loan sharks would have to accept that situation for the time being. He stated that the construction and coal extraction were going well, and that before long they would be able to pay everything. He then officially transferred the contract to his father, but made it clear that there was still a major problem to be resolved. The problem was the cost of maintaining the orcs, since they ate about 10 times more than an ordinary person, making food expenses extremely high. In return, just as Lloyd had expected, the orcs proved to be exceptional miners. At one point, Lloyd had to personally rescue an orc from the mine, because he had worked for 24 hours straight without stopping. Even when the soldiers tried to force him to rest, the orc refused, saying that he needed to dig until his muscles tore. Lloyd recognized that they were incredibly efficient, with productivity far above expectations. The strength and endurance of the orcs were beyond any prediction, and they did not even want to receive payment in money, demanding only food. Even so, feeding all of them was more difficult than it seemed. Because of that, Lloyd went to Arcus and explained that it would be necessary to raise taxes a little in order to buy enough meat for the orcs, assuring him that considering the productivity in the mines, there would be no losses. However, Arcus explained that relations with the people were no longer in a good state, and that even without a tax increase, things were already difficult. Increasing the burden even more could cause serious problems in the future. Lloyd explained that he knew that, and that it would be robbery to keep raising taxes endlessly. Arcus then asked what his suggestion was. Lloyd stated that the solution was simple, and that instead of charging more, they should make the people earn more money. He pointed to the abandoned land north of the village, and explained that the swamp there could be turned into farmland. The idea was to give the land to the people, allow them to plant as much as they wanted, and then collect taxes proportional to the profits they earned. Sometime later, Lloyd and Javier were walking together through the swamp. Javier commented that the land had been abandoned for centuries, and questioned how it would be possible to cultivate anything there. Lloyd explained that his incredible boss had come up with the idea, but admitted that it would not be easy to put it into practice. The land was enormous, and required a great deal of planning, especially because it would be necessary to control the water and make it drain properly. Observing a pool of mud mixed with water, Lloyd began to devise a plan. He decided that he would do everything the old-fashioned way. He spent a long time shaping again, and reshaping the mud, trying to understand how to direct the flow of water. Days and days passed repeating the same process, without proper rest, only analyzing the terrain and adjusting the shape of the land. At a certain point, Arcus asked how long Lloyd had been in that state. Javier replied that 21 days had already passed, and commented that Lloyd was barely eating or resting. He asked whether they should stop him. Arcus refused. He admitted that he had always hated his own son as a father, because he never thought Lloyd would become someone important due to how how carelessly he treated things. However, now he saw Lloyd fighting for a miraculous change and for the good of the people. Because of that, he decided not to interfere or stand in his way. Javier agreed that it was a wise decision, since Lloyd was the kind of person who never gave up until he fulfilled his own word. That attitude increased the favorable impression of Lloyd, earning him 20 relationship points. After a long time, he finally managed to complete an efficient plan using mud and water to make all the excess drain out of the swamp. When he realized that he had succeeded, Lloyd thought that, just like that water flowed, tax money would also begin to flow in the future. Exhausted, he fell backward onto the ground. He was completely worn out, but he could still endure it. This did not compare to the days when he worked through entire nights and did overtime in Korea. At that moment, the system informed him that his efforts had increased his design skill, unlocking a new function called simulation mode. Using design vision, Lloyd began to see the terrain differently. He visualized the mountains in the distance as if they were a hologram, pulled parts of the landscape with his finger, and watched everything react according to real physical laws. Annoyed, he wondered why he had not received that ability earlier, since he had spent almost a month suffering in that place. The system replied that this happened because he himself had stated that he could endure it. Lloyd asked whether the system had any idea how difficult all of this had been. The system explained that abilities were unlocked by his desire, and that everything happening was being caused by that inner force. Confused, Lloyd asked what the connection was between his desires and the fact that he had ended up in that world. He remembered that in his previous life, he only wanted to graduate from university, obtain a diploma, work at a good company, and not worry about money. The system replied that those were not desires, but goals. True desires were something far more intense, capable of transcending space and time. Lloyd concluded that he might have ended up there because he wanted to escape from his own reality. With that thought, he stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and realized that there was still a lot of work to be done. He called Podong and Belle and said that he wanted to introduce them to a new friend. The next morning, Lloyd returned to the swamp, ready to begin the first phase of the wetland restoration project. He explained to Podong and Belle that it would be necessary to remove all the water from that area. The two were terrified, but Lloyd reassured them, saying that he knew it was impossible for them to do it alone. Because of that, he stated that he would obtain a new ally. To do so, he decided to use all of his available RP to obtain as many summons as possible. The next draw cost 100 RP, and considering that the cost increased by 1.5 times with each attempt, he would be able to perform 4 summons. Once again, Lloyd activated the magic circle, which produced a deafening noise, similar to an old car being started. Annoyed by the sound, Lloyd thought that the ritual was always far too loud. From within the summoning circle emerged a creature that slammed straight into his nose, making it bleed. When he managed to see it more clearly, he realized that it was a small hippopotamus, which came to be called Hippo. Lloyd was surprised to realize that it really was a hippopotamus, and immediately concluded that it was perfect for the job. At that moment, the mascots looked at one another and began to celebrate together, showing excitement about the new companion, and creating an unexpectedly cute scene in the middle of that swamp. Lloyd apologized for interrupting the moment, but explained that he needed to know what the creature's abilities were. Like the other mascots, Hippo spat out a small manual. After reading it, Lloyd realized that Hippo did not grow even when fed sunflower seeds, which made him think that the summoning might have failed. He watched Hippo for a few moments and then opened the system to request another summon, but received the response that he could only summon 1 creature per day. Hippo was clearly saddened by this. Go commented in her own language that Lloyd was being mean. Lloyd explained that it was not that. They just needed someone big for the next task, since Hippo seemed too small for the job. Even so, Podong and Belle protested on Hippo's behalf, saying that he could work, and even going so far as to stage a kind of strike. Lloyd eventually gave in, already beginning to feel intimidated, and decided to ask Hippo directly what his ability was. He commented that if it were something like dehumidifying, maybe Hippo could even be kept in a closet. That was when Hippo revealed his ability called One Gulp. Lloyd tried to understand it better, and thought that it might mean drinking a large amount of water at once. He asked how much Hippo could drink, and the creature patted its own stomach, indicating that this was the limit. Lloyd came to the conclusion that the ability seemed perfect for the job, but he still thought that Hippo was too small to handle so much water. At that moment, Hippo decided to prove him wrong. He began to drink the swamp water slowly, but the pace gradually increased. As he drank, his body also began to grow. Lloyd wondered if he was hallucinating, because Hippo was getting bigger and bigger. He kept drinking without stopping until he became gigantic, draining almost all the water from the swamp. Even the fish that lived there began to die from the lack of water. Lloyd was impressed. Hippo had not drunk absolutely everything, but he had drained an absurd amount of water. This meant that the swamp could be completely drained in just a few days. Podong and Belle showed their satisfaction, making it clear that Lloyd had underestimated Hippo. Intrigued, Lloyd looked at the system and asked whether the summons were truly random, since exactly what he needed always appeared. The system replied that normally when someone is summoned to another world with special abilities, that person receives innate talents. However, Lloyd was just a human without abilities, without luck, and full of disadvantages, so perhaps all of his luck was concentrated in the summons. Lloyd found the explanation vague, but decided to accept it. When he heard Hippo say that he wanted to drink more water, he immediately authorized it. Since construction of the base terrain for the project would begin the next day, he planned to start the vertical drainage system. The next morning, when the soldiers saw Hippo for the first time in his gigantic form, they were extremely frightened. Even so, Lloyd put the plan into action. First, Hippo would drink all the water from the swamp. Then he would spit that water into the river, return to his small size, and repeat the process. Meanwhile, the soldiers and the other workers removed the roots of the grasses and the remaining plants from the soil. Javier pierced the ground using mana explosions. After that, bamboo was placed into those holes, and the area was filled with sand so that Podong could compact the soil. To remove the water trapped inside the ground, Hippo drank through the bamboo, which functioned like straws for him. After this stage, Lloyd used his updated simulation ability to design and build a dike. With that, one of the sections of the swamp was finally completed. Javier began to wonder, since when he had started working so naturally in construction and what his true duty was supposed to be. At that moment, Lloyd approached and gave him another task, planting seeds and watering the soil. Javier tried to resist, reminding him that he was a knight, but Lloyd explained that it was necessary to eliminate insects and protect the property. Even though he was reluctant, Javier agreed once again. Later, while watering the ground, he wondered why he had agreed again, and promised himself that he would refuse next time. Soon after, Arcus approached and commented with admiration that the swamp was truly turning into a rice field. It looked like a miracle. The soldiers were exhausted from the hard labor, but they felt proud of what they had done, and also of the leader they followed. This recognition earned Lloyd another 450 RP points. As time passed, the plants began to grow. Javier, who previously wanted nothing to do with watering anything, now watched the growth with satisfaction. Lloyd, taking advantage of a brief rest, commented that only the final step of the project remained, the construction of a water wheel, responsible for removing excess water during rains and preventing the swamp from flooding again. He mentioned that the engineers should arrive soon. However, before that, another delegation arrived at the site, made up of people dressed in refined clothing. Javier explained that the man at the front of the group was Viscount Lacona, the lord of the lands north of the swamp. One of the knights from the delegation approached and asked who was responsible for the construction. Javier stepped forward to confront him, but Lloyd said that it was fine and stated that he himself was responsible. He then asked how he could help. The knight declared that Lloyd should know that the land belonged to Viscount Lacona and ordered everyone to leave immediately. He explained that the tidal swamp had not been visited for hundreds of years and was part of the lands administered by the Viscount in the north, serving as the southern border. In practice, however, that noble had proclaimed rights over the land out of nowhere, planning to take an area that was now fertile without any effort. Lloyd thought that the knight intended to insist that they hand over the site, claiming that the northern part of the swamp was considered the Viscount's property, at least until that moment. He then asked whether the knight was stating that they had invaded the land without permission. The knight replied yes, claiming to be acting under the authority of the king himself. Lloyd retorted that this was a matter between nobles, and that the knight was nothing more than an insignificant subordinate, telling him to be silent. The knight became furious, but did not respond. Even the soldiers stopped working to watch the argument. Next, Lloyd approached Viscount Lacona and apologized for the late introduction, presenting himself as the eldest son of the Frontera family, Lloyd Frontera. The Viscount responded with disdain, saying that despite being the firstborn, Lloyd had indecent behavior. He stated that there was nothing to discuss and demanded that Baron Frontera be summoned. Javier found it extremely rude. The Viscount repeated the order, demanding that the Baron be summoned immediately. Lloyd replied with irony, saying that lately he had not been hearing very well and that he could only hear the sound of a dung fly buzzing around. Hearing this, the Viscount even looked around for a fly, until a knight explained that Lloyd was referring to him. Lloyd then began to recite the kingdom's land law, law number 321, the special law on the cultivation of wasteland. The Viscount tried to interrupt him, but Lloyd completely ignored him and continued. He explained that the first article dealt with the purpose of the law, which was to regulate the cultivation of wastelands abandoned for long periods, and to establish ownership of cultivated land. In the second article, wasteland was defined as land abandoned for more than 100 years, without residence or cultivation. In the third article, it was determined that ownership of the land would be recognized to the developer who cultivated it, provided that certain requirements were met. Lloyd listed those requirements, explaining that the land had to be under development with investment of resources and labor, allow the construction of residential structures, and enable long-term agricultural activities. Finally, he approached the ground and pulled out a freshly harvested onion, explaining that the final requirement demanded that the soil had produced at least one harvest of a variety specified by law. Viscount Lacona was shocked, as was Javier, who clearly remembered the day he had planted those onions. Lloyd explained that he had done it initially to get rid of insects and pests. He then congratulated the Viscount for witnessing the first harvest in the history of the tidal swamp and said that they would not accept payment, offering the onion as a free gift. Finally, he politely asked the delegation to leave their territory. The Viscount was extremely dissatisfied, but withdrew without saying anything further. After that, Javier asked Lloyd whether he had received any prophecy foretelling the arrival of those people. Lloyd replied that he had not, explaining that this was not the first time he had dealt with that type of person, people who tried to take advantage of the efforts of others. The soldiers celebrated, saying that the young master had protected their land. Lloyd, however, looked at them and asked whether he was paying them to work or to cheer, ordering them to return to their duties immediately. Later, a heavy rain fell as summer ended. Lloyd remained at the site watching while the water wheel functioned properly. He had used his simulation many times, but he still did not fully trust the result. He decided to stay there all night if necessary, just to confirm that the wheel would work, and that the former swamp was truly usable land. Javier, holding an umbrella to protect him, stayed by his side aside throughout the night. The system informed Lloyd that he had left a clear milestone of civil engineering on the continent of Laurasia, acquiring a large amount of experience and skills, as well as a strong favorable impression. He received several RP points and concluded that everything was ready, defining the next step of the project. Meanwhile, in Viscount Lacona's territory, the noble questioned in disbelief how such a thing had been possible. A subordinate replied that it was all due to migration incentives tied to reclaimed land. Land was being offered for free, with full protection for 3 years, but in exchange the residents would need to live there for 5 years, with migration strictly controlled. The Viscount immediately understood the meaning of this. The residents would spend the last 2 years cultivating with all their strength, because at the end they would become the definitive owners of the land. The Maritz swamp would turn into a fertile region, known as the land from which golden eggs would emerge. This realization made the Viscount feel uneasy. He could not simply renounce that land because half of it was still considered his by right. Because of that, he summoned one of his executives and ordered him to immediately bring the supervisor of the dyeing workshop. A few days later, Lloyd woke up with an intense headache. He thought that accumulated fatigue had finally taken its toll, but he could not afford to stay in bed, as there was still much work to be done. When he got up, he noticed that Javier was also complaining of a severe headache. Analyzing the situation, Lloyd began to suspect something. When he spoke with Miss Emily, an employee of Baron Frontera, she also reported the same symptom. A farmer from the village commented that the boy responsible for the farm's cows had noticed that the animals had stopped drinking water. That confirmed Lloyd's suspicion. Everyone was feeling headaches, and the animals were avoiding the water. To him, it was clear that something had contaminated the water source. One of Lloyd's greatest advantages was the knowledge he had of that world because of the novel. However, after the wild ant incident, he realized that not everything was recorded there. Even so, he expected Lacona to try to reclaim the swamp. Because of that, he researched him. He discovered that the main source of income in the region was a mysterious dyeing technology based on the Ladona fruit, used to produce dyes. That was when Lloyd understood that those men from Lacona were behind the contamination. Later, Arcus Frontera met with a knight sent by Viscount Lacona. Directly, the knight made it clear that they wanted half of the swamp. In exchange, they would stop dumping dye waste into the water. Arcus asked whether that meant poisoning the people and blackmailing them at the same time. The knight confirmed without hesitation that yes, it was blackmail. Arcus questioned whether they did not fear the law and said that he could formally take them to the king's court. The knight replied that Arcus could do that if he wished, but that they would win in the end. He explained that the process would take at least 2 years until a final verdict, in addition to the high legal costs and the need to provide alternative drinking water during that period. He asked whether Arcus could really sustain that. The knight stood up, saying that he would await the baron's wise decision. Arcus, however, replied firmly that his son and his people had poured blood and sweat into that land, and that he would not yield even a single inch to insects like them. At the moment the knight turned to leave, Lloyd forcefully opened the door and hit him squarely, knocking him down. He then entered the room, saying that he had something to comment on. He stated that the parasitic neighbors were contaminating the river water, and that he would like to discuss a countermeasure. The knight stood up in fury and questioned how Lloyd dared to speak that way in his presence. Lloyd replied that he did not know the knight was there, and commented sarcastically that he did not imagine parasitic insects were capable of understanding the human language, saying that he was truly an exception. That was too much for the knight, who drew his sword, stating that Lloyd had insulted his honor twice. In the name of Korna, he challenged him to a duel. The result was the same fate as Neumann. The knight was violently defeated by Lloyd's shovel. After being beaten without mercy, he surrendered and begged Lloyd to stop. Lloyd said that he was already satisfied, but still hit him a bit more, claiming that he needed to show respect to his own father. Arcus, watching everything with a huge smile on his face, casually asked what his son was doing and commented that the duel had already ended. At the end of the day, when the knight returned to Lacona, the Viscount asked whether he had been sent to blackmail the barony and had come back beaten. The knight asked for forgiveness, but the Viscount replied that, in fact, he had done an excellent job. He explained that now the baron's only option would be to take them to court, which could frame Lloyd for violence and add another 4 years to the process. Lloyd concluded that this was exactly what the Viscount had been planning. However, he made it clear that the border barony would not do something so useless. They would solve the water problem with their own methods, drive the insects out of their land, and continue working there with blood, sweat, and tears, protecting the territory from greed. The people became extremely motivated by this stance. Lloyd decided that the first step would be to solve the drinking water problem. For that, he would have a reservoir built. Ypres would be responsible for bringing water from a section of the river that had not yet been contaminated. Javier acknowledged that it was a good solution, but warned that neither he nor Ipu would have rest even for a single day. Lloyd agreed, saying that it would only be temporary. He then explained that he also intended to build a definitive water supply system, creating an infrastructure that would bring water from the Kapua River, located in the eastern mountains. Javier observed that it was very far away. Lloyd admitted that it would be extremely labor-intensive, but made it clear that there was no other choice. Lloyd knew that he would secure an enormous construction construction fee. He planned to obtain a profit 100 times greater on the entire investment. A few months later, Viscount Lacona was desperate, repeatedly asking how it had been possible. He could not understand how everything had gone out of control like that. That was when an executive approached and informed him that the eldest son of Baron Frontera had requested an audience. The Viscount immediately replied that he was not at fault for anything, and sent word that he was not interested. The executive, however, explained that the young man wished to help him resolve some problems he might currently be facing. Reluctantly, the Viscount ended up meeting Lloyd, who greeted him by saying that he seemed to be doing very well. Irritated, the Viscount asked what Lloyd wanted there, and stated that he had not asked for any help. Lloyd calmly replied that he had come precisely to help him with certain current problems. Even as the Viscount insisted that there were no problems at all, Lloyd suggested that it might be a good idea to talk about the situation of the dye workshop. The Viscount directly asked whether that was Lloyd's doing, whether Lloyd had been responsible for ruining his workshop. Lloyd replied that there had been a great deal of entrepreneurship involved, and even thanked him for the water contaminated with waste that had been dumped into the barony's supply. Because of that, they had been forced to seek water from beyond the eastern mountains. At first, they did not know who was behind the contamination, but the Viscount's knight, in an excess of zeal, had ended up revealing the entire plan. Lloyd explained that in any case, they had dug a route from the lake to their lands, installed pipes, buried everything, and faced countless problems along the way. Impatient, the Viscount said that he did not want to hear that story, and demanded to know what it had to do with his workshop. Lloyd asked for patience and continued, explaining that along the route there was an enormous valley. To deal with it, there had been no alternative but to build a Roman-style aqueduct. For that, it had been necessary to blast large quantities of limestone and use it as construction material. During the process, part of that limestone ended up covering the riverbed, and without realizing it, they had also blown apart that entire base. The Viscount once again asked what that had to do with the dye workshop. Lloyd explained that the water that passed through that valley, loaded with limestone, ended up flowing directly to the workshop. The excess lime ruined the dyeing of the fabrics, rendering them unusable. Furious, the Viscount asked whether Lloyd did not fear the law and declared that he would take him to the royal court. Lloyd replied that he absolutely should do so. He added that the process would take at least 2 years until a final verdict, and asked whether by then anyone would still remember the products of that small region. The Viscount concluded that Lloyd was a sly and despicable man. Lloyd stood up, saying that if he had clarified the doubts about the problems being faced, he could now take his leave. The Viscount threatened him, saying that Lloyd had crossed the wrong man, that he had countless connections at the royal court, and that he would make Lloyd pay many times over for the damages. Lloyd, however, simply waved his hand and left without even looking back. After that, Javier commented that there was something he did not understand. To him, Lloyd had only provoked and angered the Viscount, who would now likely fight them in court. That man had many connections, and a legal battle would be costly. Lloyd replied that he already knew exactly where Javier was going with that, and asked him only to wait. In the end, it would become clear who had more to lose. 1 month later, Viscount Lacona was kneeling on the floor with his head lowered, begging Lloyd to save his dye workshop. Lloyd asked whether, by any chance, 2 of his influential connections had not told him that he could not win that case. The Viscount admitted that he had been reckless, and said that he was deeply regretful. Lloyd made it clear that words did not interest him. Humiliated, the Viscount asked him to look at him, stating that he was setting aside his pride and truly begging. Lloyd replied that his pride was not worth even a fraction of a gold coin. What he wanted were not apologies, but simply a signature. He presented a water supply contract between the barony of Frontera and the Viscounty of Lacona. He explained that with the signature, water would begin to be supplied to the workshop within a week. After reading the terms, the Viscount stated that the price was far too high, and questioned how Lloyd dared to charge for water. Lloyd replied that the one who had taught that water was not free was the Viscount himself. With no alternatives, the Viscount signed the contract. Later, while reviewing the document, Arcus asked whether they would truly receive that amount every month. Lloyd confirmed it, explaining that the contract had been signed personally by the Viscount. Arcus admitted that, with that amount, they could pay all the interest and still have money left over. Lloyd commented with irony that the Viscount had always been very generous. Javier, observing everything, concluded that the battle had begun by the Viscount's own initiative, and that now he was simply reaping the consequences. That brought good results both for the people and for their lord. Even so, when looking at Lloyd, anyone might think he was the devil himself. The contract he had drawn up had no specific end date, which meant that he would drain the Viscount dry and continue exploiting even the next generations of the family. Lloyd would never let someone walk away with just a few pats on the back, because if it were possible to turn the Viscount's organs into money, he would tear them all out without hesitation. Meanwhile, Arcus commented that he had good news to give his son, and asked why Lloyd had such a strange expression on his face. Lloyd apologized and explained that he was simply very happy with the contract, saying that the expression was the result of his excitement. Arcus then revealed that the news involved the treasure received from the orc tribe, because Count Cremo had sent letters stating that he would buy everything at an excellent price. Lloyd found that strange, since someone like the Count could easily acquire new pieces, but Arcus replied that he did not know the details. According to the letters, Count Cremo intended to use the material to build a statue. At the same time in Cremo, the city of commerce, Count Cremo once again watched the same terrifying creature emerge from the waters near the city. It was a Titan-level sea monster, a gigantic threat that would not leave his mind. A few days later, Javier Javier informed the Baron that they would depart within a week. The hydraulic works in Lacona had already been completed, and to reduce costs, Lloyd intended to take only 10 men as an escort. Arcus said that he saw no problem with that, and calmly continued tending the garden. Even so, Javier assured him that he would monitor Lloyd closely to ensure his safety. The Baron admitted that in the past, when Viscount Lacona's knight had tried to blackmail him, he would have been terrified and would have simply given in. However, after seeing how much Lloyd had been striving, he found the courage to respond. He acknowledged that he had always been an indecisive lord and an incompetent baron. Javier internally disagreed with that view, as he believed that Arcus had always been a kind and welcoming person, more so than any other noble, to the point of having taken him in from the streets when he was still a child. Even while appreciating those words, Arcus knew that he could not consider himself a good baron simply for being kind. To him, a true leader needed firm principles and had to be willing to act, exactly as Lloyd did. Javier, in turn, thought that Lloyd's only principle was money, but decided to keep that thought to himself, acknowledging that seeking wealth was not necessarily wrong. That was when Arcus told Javier that his mission had changed. From that moment on, he was no longer to merely monitor Lloyd, but to protect him, because Lloyd was the heir of the barony. Javier accepted the order without question. He recognized that Lloyd Frontera had miraculously restored the territory's finances, even though he had never managed to like him. Javier remembered when he was very small, shortly after being rescued by Arcus. At that time, the Baron asked what he wanted to be when he grew up and promised to help him however he could. Javier replied that he wanted to become a knight to protect his lord. Arcus thanked him emotionally and stated that after surviving that terrible winter on his own, Javier would certainly become the strongest knight in the world. That day, the Baron gave him a wooden sword that he himself had carved. That sword, however, was stolen and broken by Lloyd, who used to mock him. Even so, Javier kept the broken sword in his room to this day, and because of that, he had never been able to like that boy. Even so, later, already in Lloyd's room, Javier realized that he could no longer abandon him. Lloyd then began to explain his entire plan, while Javier thought that he should hate him. Without realizing it, he ended up falling asleep, exactly as Lloyd had planned, because that was why Javier went to his room every night. After everything they had been through together, Javier felt that he had become a different person. At the end of Lloyd's explanation, he fell into a deep sleep. While both of them slept, an assassin quietly entered through the bedroom window. Convinced that everything was Lloyd Frontera's fault, he lunged forward with a direct thrust at Lloyd's chest. Javier woke up in time, cut the attacker's sword in half, and threw him to the ground, preventing the assassination. The next morning, Lloyd returned to managing the water supply pipeline project. Later, Javier reported that he had handed the attacker over to Viscount Lacona, explaining that the man had been bribed, since the Viscount was paying a very high price for water. Lloyd concluded that the man had probably been fired, and realized that it was that cursed knight, someone well paid who only ever got beaten and decided to take revenge. To Lloyd, that was just the way small-minded people thought. Javier wondered if Lloyd had already expected something like that, and Lloyd admitted that not exactly, but that he considered the situation understandable. Javier realized that despite criticizing the lack of precautions, he was still impressed, because Lloyd always seemed to have a plan for every possibility. Even so, Lloyd still wondered what exactly Javier meant by all of that. Lloyd saw no reason to take precautions as long as Javier was by his side. Thanks to Javier, he could move freely, because he trusted his strength completely. For Lloyd, there was no one more reliable than him. He asked Javier to think about it, and consider whether it would be possible for a 5-year-old boy, who lost his own village in a monster attack, to survive a harsh winter alone. That clearly would not be possible without help, but Javier had managed to make it a reality. Faced with that memory, Javier remained silent. Lloyd found it strange to see him so quiet, since he always complained about everything, and he was puzzled by the lack of any response. Deep down, Javier admitted that he hated thinking about that, but he began to recognize that Lloyd seemed, at heart, to be a decent man. At that moment, the system reported that Javier Asrahan had finally abandoned a resentment he had cultivated for a long time. His approval rose to 6 points, becoming positive for the first time, and Lloyd received 320 reward points for it. Soon after, Lloyd announced that the construction of the beds would be finished by the next day, and that afterward they would head straight to Cremo, the city of commerce, with the goal of making a lot of money. During the journey, Lloyd refused to stay inside the carriage, and preferred to remain close to Javier. However, he ended up falling asleep on the back of the horse, and started drooling, which made Javier poke him to wake him up. Even half asleep, Lloyd was sure that he had felt something strange and became suspicious. Javier, on the other hand, simply thought that it was nothing more than an irritating noble who did not know how to ride a horse and slept leaning against his back. When Lloyd insisted on the matter, Javier maintained a serious posture. Annoyed, Lloyd ordered the entourage to stop, got off the horse, and demanded that Javier teach him how to ride properly. Javier stated that he had no obligation to do that, since he was a knight, not a teacher. Even so, the system interpreted that attitude as something positive, indicating that Javier was starting to like Lloyd's willingness to learn. Lloyd insisted, making it clear that he would learn diligently, which made Javier consider him repulsive, although the system translated the situation in a much more friendly way. That confusion of interpretations became common enough that Javier grew irritated with the system's automatic translator. Then the system delivered truly useful information. Rumors about Lloyd having built the first water supply system on the continent were spreading rapidly. His reputation as a builder was growing at an accelerated pace, and his name was beginning to be seen as something that would be remembered in the history of construction of the kingdom and the entire continent. continent. Because of that, Lloyd gained another 600 reward points. For Lloyd, that was excellent, because it meant he could build something even greater in the future and accumulate even more points. To him, fame meant money, and money meant becoming a noble who would never need to work again in his life. While he laughed to himself at those thoughts, Javier began to think that he was acting strangely. The journey to Cremo was not short. As they moved forward, even the seasons changed. Throughout the entire trip, Lloyd continued training to learn how to ride a horse properly. They only arrived in Cremo in the middle of winter, where they were received by Count Cremo, who thanked them for the long journey. Lloyd introduced himself as the young master of the Frontueta family, but Count Cremo commented that he was quite different from what he had imagined. Based on the rumors he had heard about a talented builder, he believed he would meet someone older, not someone so young. Even so, the Count ended up ignoring Lloyd and addressed Javier directly, believing him to be the true young master. He even said that he would easily believe it if someone told him that Javier had royal blood. When Lloyd called out to the Count, his attitude was seen as insolent. Count Cremo was outraged, believing he was being interrupted by a mere servant. The situation was so absurd that even the system seemed to mock the mistake. Later, after understanding the misunderstanding, the Count acknowledged that he had made a serious error and apologized, explaining that he had no intention of offending Lloyd, but that his appearance truly made him look like a servant. Lloyd merely thought that the man was despicable, since he remembered him well from the novel as an important figure in the story. In the future, Javier would become a criminal after beheading the moneylenders Yahello and Meatloaf, fleeing and eventually hiding in Cremo, where he would be found by Count Cremo. With just a few words, the Count would recognize Javier's integrity and character and begin to support him. In the present, Count Cremo explained that he wished to buy the jewels to decorate a large statue that would be placed in the sea. The reason was simple: Cremo's commerce was in decline, because years earlier a Giga Titan had begun appearing along the coast. Although it had never directly attacked the city, the mere existence of the creature spread fear and severely harmed maritime trade. Lloyd remembered reading something similar, since that creature could not be attacked while underwater, making the Navy's efforts against it useless. Cremo would continue to decline, and the Count would eventually face a major crisis. He even thought that Javier might be able to help him, but after several failed attempts, the project was abandoned. The novel ended without any notice of a second season and without resolving that part of the story. When Lloyd first arrived in this world, he believed he knew everything about the place because of the book, but now he realized that there were parts that had never been fully concluded. The Count explained that he had researched many ways to drive the creature away from the sea and ended up discovering something important. Mermaids were considered the most powerful warriors of the oceans, entities that ruled the seas. Even that Giga Titan feared mermaids, being naturally terrified of them. Because of this, the Count's original plan was to build a mermaid statue in the sea, believing that it would keep the creature away. However, he abandoned the idea because raising the seabed to build the statue would reduce the depth and prevent the safe passage of ships. The Count stated that Lloyd did not need to worry about that, as the project had already been discarded. Even so, he had promised to buy the jewels, but Lloyd refused to let the situation end that way. To him, it should not be treated as a loss. He would sell the treasures, but for an even higher price if possible, because he was determined to build the statue for the Count himself, without altering the water level. Lloyd already had a project in mind, based on combining friction piles with a containment structure. If he joined those two methods, he believed the construction would be possible. He went to the site in a small boat, accompanied by Javier, and dipped his head into the water just to activate his simulation. Observing the ocean floor, he noticed that the area was relatively flat, with a sedimentary layer resting on a rocky base. Even so, he wondered whether there might be a slightly deeper point nearby. When he pulled his head out of the water, he was freezing, and noticed that Javier was laughing at the situation. Javier apologized, saying that it was the first time seeing someone suffer had brought him so much satisfaction. Lloyd was on the verge of hypothermia, while Javier enjoyed the moment. Then Javier asked whether Lloyd was really comfortable with that contract, because he could not imagine how it would be possible to build vertically from the ocean floor to the surface without relying on magic. Lloyd confirmed that he would use magic, more specifically cement magic. The real question was how to produce cement in that world. If it were a Roman-style cement, he believed it would be possible to manufacture it. However, as soon as they returned to the port, a young woman approached carrying a letter addressed to Lloyd. Visibly shy, she introduced herself as Christine, the daughter of Count Cremo, and politely asked them to accept the letter. She ended up handing the envelope to Javier, who simply put it away without saying anything. The young woman left radiant, convinced that her letter had been accepted. Lloyd watched everything with irritation, feeling deeply bothered by Javier's indifferent attitude. To him it was extremely annoying, but Javier acted as if nothing had happened, storing the letter as if it were something trivial. Lloyd could not understand what was going on in his head. Javier asked whether Lloyd had never received a love letter before, but Lloyd told him not to play the idiot. Javier, not knowing what to say, simply wished him strength and good luck. The system indicated that Javier was being completely sincere, which left Lloyd even more offended. Later, that irritation ended up turning into motivation for work. Lloyd was furious, but he used it as fuel. He kept telling himself that he was not jealous, even though he was constantly trying to convince himself of that. When Count Cremo came to speak with him, Lloyd apologized for his rude behavior, explaining that he had been focused on his work. The Count commented that he had even been startled by Lloyd's gaze, which looked like that of an assassin, but said that he had managed to gather most of the requested materials without much difficulty. The problem problem lay with the volcanic ash, which was extremely difficult to obtain. Lloyd knew that this was one of the main ingredients of Roman cement, famous for its unmatched durability, since its structures remained standing even after 2,000 years. The advantages were clear, which made the ash indispensable. Count Cremo explained that it was not impossible to acquire it, but it would be necessary to travel to a volcano, which would take at least half a year. Not even he believed they could wait that long. Faced with this, Lloyd asked the Count not to worry. He was confident that he could find another solution. That was the moment for Plan B. Lloyd decided to abandon the idea of Roman cement and move on to something different: Portland cement, which gave rise to modern cement. He generally knew how to produce it, although he had not yet mastered all the details of the process. Lloyd was using all of his knowledge as an engineer, pushing his own brain to its limits. He continued carrying out countless experiments in different combinations. After a long time, his workshop was filled with broken cement blocks and samples that had failed the tests. Lloyd concluded that he had failed once again, reaching sample 129. Even so, he realized that he was making gradual progress, and that he only needed to get the proportions right. Exhausted, he kept writing notes non-stop. His mascots began to grow truly worried about his condition, until Podong approached and started shaking him to get his attention. Lloyd tried to push them away, saying that he was busy and that they could go out without him. Even so, all the mascots climbed onto him at the same time, shaking him repeatedly, until Lloyd was forced to stop. At that moment, he remembered the last pet he had before coming to that world, his beloved dog, who had died of old age. He had lived a good life, but Lloyd, who at that time was still called Suho, deeply regretted it. That animal had been his last family member, and he regretted not brushing its fur one more time or playing with it one last time. Overcome by that feeling, Lloyd hugged his mascots and decided that they could go for a walk, because they were more important than any research. Even in the cold of the night, Lloyd went out to walk with them. Along the way, he thought that he had been acting like a terrible person, treating his mascots merely as tools and giving orders as if they were machines. He called himself an idiot for that, because he knew he would have bitterly regretted it in his past life. Lloyd sincerely thanked all of his mascots, acknowledging that all of this was only possible thanks to them. That was when the system reported that the fantastic creatures had recognized his sincere feelings and began to consider him part of the family. The relationship between them stopped being just that of master and servants, becoming a true pack bond. Because of this, Lloyd could increase his affinity with his mascots and grant new abilities, as long as he spent 50 reward points. That took him by surprise, as he had not expected to receive a bonus. Even so, he decided to accept it, and thought that any ability would already be worthwhile. He chose to start with Belle. A great light engulfed the area, blinding everything around, and Belle evolved. All of the abilities she already possessed reached level 3, and she also acquired a new ability called Volcanic Explosion. Lloyd was impressed, because that was exactly what he needed. The next morning in Cremo, everyone heard a huge explosion coming from the mountains, followed by an enormous cloud of smoke. Lloyd was at the site together with Belle, who had used Volcanic Explosion, releasing real volcanic ash. For Lloyd, it was a true gift. He called out to Javier, but the noise was so loud that Javier seemed unable to hear anything, because Lloyd had forgotten to provide ear protection. Thanks to Belle, the cement problem was resolved quickly. Lloyd explained that the key to construction was speed, and began the first stage of the project. He took Belle to the area near the sea where the statue would be built. There they set up a massive filter to collect volcanic ash, made of 5 layers of fine mesh. Then Belle once again used Volcanic Explosion, allowing all the ash to be collected efficiently. Watching all of this, Count Cremo, who was accustomed to using summons in his own constructions, realized that Lloyd was definitely not an ordinary engineer. He had never heard of techniques or the use of fantastic creatures applied to engineering. Because of that, he decided to follow the project closely, and thought he should send a detailed report to His Majesty, the King. Meanwhile, Lloyd hugged Belle, showing that he had become far more affectionate with his mascots than before. After gathering all the necessary ingredients for the cement, he announced the start of the second stage. They needed to build a large structural coffin to pour all the cement into and position it in the sea. To do that, Lloyd used Hippo to remove all the water from inside the structure. The third stage consisted of Javier firmly hammering several wooden stakes, fixing the coffin to the seabed. Javier had already finished part of the work and asked when the other stakes would arrive. Lloyd told him to relax, saying that everyone was working hard to deliver them as soon as possible. While watching Javier, Lloyd commented to himself about how he had become more understanding. Javier no longer questioned why he was hammering countless stakes into the sea, even though he was a knight, and simply carried on with the work. At that moment, Javier dropped the hammer and stated that he was a knight, and did not need to do that kind of work. Lloyd, however, made it clear that Javier was his escort, and that if he did not hammer the posts, the project would not make any money. Without money, the debts could not be paid. If Lloyd collapsed from stress, the Baron would be sad. If he ended up bedridden, the Baroness would also fall ill. In the end, this meant that if Javier did not hammer those stakes, the entire Frontera family would be ruined. Faced with that absurd logic, Javier sighed and went back to hammering. After that, Lloyd used a launcher to raise the structure inside the large coffin, and finally poured the cement. When the material had fully hardened, he dismantled the coffin. The result was a perfect artificial maritime platform. Later, already aboard a ship, Lloyd observed his masterpiece alongside Count Cremo. He explained that the platform had been built 50 centimeters above the maximum high tide level. That way, when the mermaid statue was placed there, it would appear to float above the sea. The Count admitted that he could hardly believe what he was seeing and said that if that foundation truly supported the statue, he would not be disappointed at all with the construction fees. Lloyd thanked him sincerely. After the construction of the statue was completed, revealing a large muscular mermaid holding a harpoon, several ships gathered around for a huge celebration. Lloyd, dressed in formal clothes, complained about how uncomfortable it was and wondered how Javier managed to endure that kind of outfit. Javier reminded him that Lloyd had worn clothes like that before at past events. Lloyd confirmed it, but remarked that it had been a long time ago, thinking to himself that Javier was more perceptive than he seemed. Suddenly, the Count drew everyone's attention and pointed to the young man who had made that statue possible. People immediately gathered around Javier, impressed by his appearance, praising him and asking to shake his hand. Lloyd had already expected that and knew that everyone would end up focusing on Javier. He told himself that he was not jealous, since he preferred money to praise. Although Javier's satisfied expression irritated him deeply, the Count then commented that the fault lay with Lloyd because of his untrustworthy face and officially introduced the true person responsible for the project. Attention finally turned to Lloyd. However, as the celebration continued, something began to emerge in the calm waters around them, ready to shatter all that tranquility. The Titan sea creature stared at the mermaid statue. It was its natural enemy, and even though there was only one, the monster decided to destroy it. It advanced at high speed while the celebration was still underway. Javier, who was drinking wine and watching the sea, felt something strange, and his hand trembled slightly. He turned fully toward the ocean, clearly sensing that something was approaching. Lloyd walked over and spoke casually, asking if he was admiring another statue. Even while talking non-stop, he realized that Javier was ignoring him, still staring at the sea. Javier said that something was coming at high speed. Lloyd asked what exactly, and Javier explained that he was not sure, but it felt extremely large and fast, perhaps twice the size of the ship they were on, and slightly larger than Hippo in his giant form. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lloyd panicked and began pushing through the party crowd to warn the Count, saying that a monster was approaching and that everyone needed to be warned to evacuate immediately. The Count asked whether Lloyd's bodyguard had detected anything, and the answer was no. Confident, the Count stated that his bodyguard had reached the level of swordmaster and possessed extremely sharp senses, making him completely reliable. Even so, Lloyd thought that Javier was even more reliable. After all, he was the true protagonist of that story. The Count tried to reassure him, saying that in recent years the Titan had never come that close, and that there was no reason for a sudden attack. Lloyd, however, pointed out that there was indeed a clear reason: the statue. Because of that, the Count began to suspect the threat, and ordered the anchors to be raised and the ships to move away from the statue. The servants obeyed quickly, but Javier realized that it was taking far too long. Lloyd then ordered Javier to take care of the anchors personally. Without hesitation, Javier dove into the freezing water. At the same time, Lloyd summoned Podong, who took on his gigantic form. While Javier used mana explosions to cut the anchor chains, Podong gnawed through the ropes tying the ships to the statue with his massive teeth. Everything happened in an extremely chaotic way, but they managed to free the vessels. Even so, Javier fell into despair when he realized that the monster was approaching even faster. The ships began to scatter, but it was already too late. The creature reached the fleet and overturned one of the ships with ease. Podong had to leap away from the statue immediately, because it was split in half by the creature's blow. Javier, using a mana explosion to propel his own body, managed to reach Lloyd in midair and save him. The impact of the attack was so violent that the remains of the statue were hurled toward the city. Many people were scattered across the water, calling for help and drowning. Lloyd realized that it would not be possible to save everyone. The first thing he did was call Hippo, who began to suck up the water along with the people in it. Meanwhile, the Titan monster advanced through the harbor and began invading the city. Javier asked why Lloyd was still standing there. Lloyd replied that they needed to get away from the creature, because fighting that monster was senseless. Javier could not believe what he was hearing. While the mascots and Cremo's soldiers helped rescue people, the creature continued to advance. Lloyd insisted that Javier leave immediately. Javier, however, questioned whether Lloyd truly intended to ignore all those people in danger. Lloyd replied that they were there only to make money, not to fight a giant monster, and that the city had an army, artillery, and enough resources to defend itself. That shocked Javier. He had always believed that Lloyd Frontera showed great ingenuity in moments of crisis and would never abandon those who were fighting. At that moment, however, Lloyd was saying not to worry about others, which Javier considered irresponsible and irrational. He felt that he was seeing who Lloyd truly was. The approval he felt for him dropped sharply. Even so, Javier decided that he would never abandon those people. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Lloyd warned that trying to play the hero would lead him to his death, but Javier completely ignored him. He jumped into the water and used a mana explosion to propel himself toward the city. Meanwhile, Cremo's forces tried to defend themselves with heavy artillery, but the cannons did not even scratch the Titan. The creature in turn fired jets of pressurized water at the buildings, destroying everything in its path. In fact, the Titan did not want to conquer the city. Its goal was to completely destroy the mermaid statue. It advanced relentlessly. One of the civilians trying to flee fell in the middle of the way, and Javier saved him by using a mana explosion against the creature's claw. Despite saving that person, his attack barely caused a small scratch on the monster's shell. The creature then turned toward Javier. Recognizing him as a threat, it tried to grab him with its claws. Javier attempted to evade, but he was in midair, which made escape almost impossible. His block ended up being a blast of pressurized water. He was hit and thrown against a building, ending up face to face with the Titan. Javier knew he could not win that battle, but he believed that at least he was buying time. He had always known that he would face a monster like that someday, and refused to die before protecting the people there. Meanwhile, Lloyd tried to row away from the chaos by himself. He thought that he was not a powerful character or a protagonist. Everything he had was tied to construction. He was also human and felt pain when seeing people being hurt, and an entire city being destroyed. Even so, if he left that place, Cremo would be completely devastated. That realization reignited his determination. Lloyd decided to return, and told Belle that they would go back immediately. On top of that damned count still had not paid for the service. Belle used volcanic explosion to propel them toward the city. Lloyd declared that giant lobster would end up in the pot, while Javier continued to dodge as best he could and attack the creature's eyes, believing them to be a weak point. His blows were still largely ineffective. At the moment he was about to be hit again, Hippo appeared and crashed violently into the monster's head. Lloyd showed up right after, indignant, questioning how that creature dared to interfere with his flow of money. Taking advantage of the opening, Javier attacked once more, but his sword bounced off the shell again without causing any damage. He wondered how he could break through that defense, since he could find no opening. At first he had believed he could win, but now he understood how powerful that creature truly was. Even so, he remained calm. Perhaps because Lloyd had returned, it meant that there was still a chance. Shortly before, Lloyd had moved between the buildings with Podong, asking him not to get too close and only to take him to the surrounding area. Lloyd now carefully observed the Titan, analyzing possible weak points. He had already understood that the creature's shell was extremely durable, since not even Javier's mana explosions were having any effect. Then Lloyd wondered what that creature was made of, and thought that if he could understand its structure, he might find a way to defeat it. He examined it with one of his abilities, and realized that it truly worked, because the creature was not just an ordinary living being, but a kind of complex structure. By analyzing more deeply, Lloyd concluded that even living creatures were formed from specific materials. The giant lobster's shell was a mixture of dentin and chitin, and was almost a full meter thick. At a molecular level, the structure resembled hexagons, similar to honeycombs, tightly interwoven like extremely resilient fibers. To Lloyd, it looked like a cutting-edge suit of armor, something that could not be easily penetrated. However, when Javier struck the creature with a mana explosion and the heat spread between the layers of the shell, Lloyd noticed a crucial detail. All the energy from the impact was being directed to a single point inside the creature's body, concentrating in its horn. The hollow horn functioned as an energy release channel, which meant that if they broke it, the defensive mechanism would be compromised. Going even deeper with the analysis, Lloyd identified an internal organ responsible for filling the water sacs used in the creature's hydraulic attacks, and also for redirecting shockwaves. If they managed to destroy the horn and that organ, the creature would die. At that, Javier turned around, confused by Lloyd's behavior, trying to understand what he intended to do there. Without saying a word, Lloyd made clear gestures indicating the creature's horn and the motion of cutting it. Javier, incredulous, questioned the sanity of that idea, but Lloyd insisted with his miming, making it clear that the main target was the horn. Even while dodging another attack, Javier thought that cutting the horn might not be fatal. Still, he decided to trust Lloyd, because he would never ask for something like that without a plan behind it. Jumping onto the creature's shell, Javier prepared to strike. At that moment, Lloyd warned that even though the horn was hollow, it would not be easy to cut. The only option was to attack with extreme speed. Javier thought it was easy to say, but he tried anyway. The first strike failed to penetrate the horn, but in the next instant, he released all the mana circles he possessed, and began sawing through the horn, as if his sword were an electric saw made of pure mana. To Lloyd, it worked like a kind of high-frequency chainsaw, exactly as he had imagined Javier would be able to do. Javier spent a good amount of time sawing at the horn, long enough for the lobster to almost manage a counterattack. At that critical moment, Podong pushed the creature's claw away, allowing Javier to finish the cut and break the horn that stored part of the water. Immediately after, Lloyd indicated the next target, pointing to the exact spot in the middle of the lobster's belly, between the central legs, along a line running from tail to head, at that specific angle. Javier obeyed, running with all his strength, and striking precisely where indicated. Lloyd was confident that if they hit there, the mission would not be delayed, and the reward would be secured. However, taking advantage of the fact that Javier was beneath its body, the creature let itself fall, crushing the knight and making him lose his sword. At the instant he was hit, Javier thought that if he was going to die, he would take that monster with him. But Podong did not allow that to happen, and rescued him at the last moment. Visibly worried, Patan pulled Javier away. Javier, exhausted, apologized, even without fully understanding what Patan was saying, imagining that he was being scolded for his recklessness. Even so, he decided that he would do everything possible to stay alive and continue trusting Master Lloyd's plan. After fully analyzing the creature, Lloyd had already devised an alternative plan, which he called Plan D. He knew it would be difficult to execute because the Giga Titan was much faster than he had expected, but there was no other choice. That was the only way to put a definitive end to the monster. Thus, they would proceed with Plan A, combined with Plan D. Lloyd called Podong back, mounted him, and indicated the previously marked location. He made it clear to Javier that from that moment on, the creature would see him as a direct threat. The objective was to lure the monster away from the city and take it deep into the forest, buying enough time for the rest of the plan to work. Lloyd was counting on the Count's help for that. 15 minutes earlier, the Count had been devastated to see a monster attacking his home. The knight had apologized, saying that if he had detected the creature earlier, everything could have been avoided. The Count, however, took part of the blame, acknowledging that he had been complacent in believing they could drive away a monster of that size with nothing more than a statue. Mounted on Bell, Lloyd explained that the statue had in fact fulfilled its role. The monster had come onto land precisely to destroy it, without any doubt. Because of that, they would take advantage of the creature's obsession with destroying the mermaid, represented by the statue. While Lloyd explained the plan, Javier was already carrying out his part. Extremely tired, he dodged the lobster's blows and lured it farther and farther away from the buildings. Even exhausted, he kept running, because his mission was clear. He had to draw the monster through the city, away from the people, no matter the cost. The creature continued hunting Javier as if he were the greatest threat on the field, and the knight did not stop running for a single moment. Just as he was about to be caught, Lloyd appeared, asking for a round of applause for the only bronze mermaid statue that still existed. He carried the fully patched statue on a cart pulled by Podong, making it clear that he had brought the lobster's true enemy. As soon as the creature saw the statue again, it became completely obsessed and tried to destroy it once more. Everything was happening exactly as Lloyd had planned. The Count and the others had done an excellent job rebuilding the entire statue, and Lloyd knew, thanks to his knowledge from the book, that he could trust them. With that, he made it clear to Javier that this was the opening he needed. Javier, exhausted and almost dead, thought that next time he would demand to hear the full plan before risking his life like that. Lloyd passed by him, wishing there would not be a next time. Then Lloyd made the cart slide in a sudden movement just to bring the statue even closer to the creature, deliberately provoking it before they started running again. Taking advantage of the perfect distraction, Javier gathered what little strength he had left and launched a thrust combined with a mana explosion, striking the creature's vital point. However, the result was not what he expected. He managed to break only the outer layer, while the main organ remained intact. Even after using several mana explosions, it was still not enough. At that moment, Javier thought that all of it was the result of his own weakness. He believed he was neither strong nor worthy enough to protect the people. Lloyd, however, made it clear that this was not true. Javier had done his part. From that point on, the rest would be up to him. Lloyd leaped while riding Podong, firmly holding his shovel, his faithful squire. Javier had poured everything into that last mana explosion, and was beginning to lose consciousness, yet he felt strangely calm. Lloyd's confidence brought him peace in that moment. Ipun held Javier to keep him from hitting his head on the ground, while Lloyd took responsibility for everything from there on. Although he said he would protect the city, Lloyd knew he was also protecting his own money. He was not sure if he could kill the creature. Perhaps he could only lure it back into the sea, though he did not even know if it would actually return. The lobster was intelligent, far from being a mindless monster. Podong was also at the limit of exhaustion, almost passing out, but he gathered his last strength to launch Lloyd toward the creature. As he was thrown, Lloyd wondered if he could really do it. Earlier, when he decided to save the city and secure the return on his investment, he had devised several plans involving a direct attack on the creature. He came to the conclusion that the only possible way would be to use a mana explosion. For that, he would need at least a third heart circle, but he possessed only a double heart. Because of this, Lloyd immediately asked the system to display the Azrahan core skill. To reach the next level, level 4 of the double heart, he would need 190 RP. Even so, he moved forward, paying 220 RP, and continued evolving level after level until reaching level 10 of the double heart. At that point, 370 RP would be required, but he had only 311. For an instant, Lloyd believed he would have to stay out of the fight. That thought did not last long. When he realized it, he was already clinging to the creature's shell. Javier, who was slowly beginning to wake up, managed to see Lloyd pushing himself to the limit. That scene increased the approval he felt toward Lloyd, granting enough relationship points to allow the final evolution of the double heart. Upon leveling up, Lloyd gained another heart circle, and his mana was amplified by 500%. With that, he was certain that the lobster would finally meet its end. However, while trying to use 2 circles to attack and 1 to defend, the creature struck him violently on the head with a stone, causing him to lose his grip on the shell. As he fell, Lloyd realized that this was his last chance. His mana circles merged and collided with one another. Using the shovel as a catalyst, he released a devastating mana explosion, obliterating the creature from the inside out. A massive fiery explosion engulfed the area, completely shattering the shell and making the monster spew blood and fire instead of water. The explosion could be seen throughout the entire city. The creature collapsed, finally dead. Meanwhile, Javier was awakened by the mascots and still confused, wanted to know if everyone was safe. When he looked at the enormous fallen body of the monster, he wondered if Lloyd had truly succeeded. Padong, worried, called Javier to follow him, and all the mascots guided him to where Lloyd was. Lloyd had a severe head injury and remained completely motionless. Javier approached, checked his chest, and realized that his heart had stopped. Sometime later, in the territory of Frontera, still covered in white snow, a palm courier appeared at the window of Arcos Frontera, carrying an urgent message about his son. Upon reading its contents, Arcos immediately set off on horseback. As he rode, he thought about how he had always scolded him for putting himself in danger, and how it all now seemed like an unavoidable omen. The message stated that Lloyd Frontera, the eldest son of the Baron of Frontera, had admirably completed all the necessary construction works in Cremo. Upon hearing this, Arcos's wife, Baroness Marvea, and Byron followed him and questioned why he was leaving without any preparation. Arcos explained that the journey would be long even without rest, and that only he and Lord Byron would move ahead. Marvea questioned that decision, stating that she was a better knight than the Baron himself. Arcos, remembering the full contents of the message, understood the urgency of the situation. Shortly after the celebration in Cremo, the city had entered a critical period. Lloyd Frontera and his guard had gathered enough courage to sacrifice themselves and save countless lives. At the end of the confrontation, Lloyd had fallen into an unusual state of coma. As they advanced through a furious storm and intense frost, Arcos reflected on the past. Lloyd used to be seen as the most hated troublemaker in his lands, but now he was remembered as a diligent and hard-working son. Even so, something deeply troubled him. Lloyd had always called him Baron, never father, and this made Arcos silently question the distance that had always existed between them. While crossing a snow-covered forest, the group encountered a lone monstrous wolf. Byron dismounted from his horse and ordered Arcos to move forward, taking on the confrontation alone. With the first strike, his sword was split in half and he received a brutal bite on his left shoulder. Even wounded, Byron showed his experience by drawing a hidden dagger and driving it into the wolf's mouth, although the creature continued to attack without retreating. Seeing this, Arcos advanced and plunged his sword into the monster's belly, while Marvea struck directly at the creature's eye. After a joint effort, the wolf finally fell dead. Arcos helped the gravely injured Byron, stating that he was his vassal and that he would never leave him behind. To him, a lord had the responsibility to protect his people. Marvea, however, warned that other monsters were approaching. Even wounded, Byron stood up and wielded his sword again, willing to face them. The couple knew that he would not survive another fight. At that moment, Javier emerged from the forest and in a single motion decapitated all the monstrous wolves that were approaching. He cleaned his sword, sheathed it, and introduced himself, stating that he was there to escort them and asking whether the lord and lady had been injured. The scene left Byron deeply surprised. He had always known that Javier was skilled, but he never imagined he was so powerful. Before arriving in Cremo, he did not possess such strength, and Byron wondered what could have caused such rapid growth. Marvea's first question was about her son. She wanted to know if Lloyd was well. Javier answered honestly that he could not say, not even whether he was still alive. Javier's mind returned to the moment when he found Lloyd's body. He thought that if they left him in that state, they would lose everything. However, when he brought his hand close to Lloyd's chest, he realized that there was a pulse again, though extremely faint. The breathing was rare and irregular, something that seemed impossible. Upon closer examination, Javier sensed a triple circle heart. The mana circles were spinning at an absurd speed, as if they were replacing the heart's function by pumping the blood. The intensity of the mana magnetic field was so great that Javier could barely assess his condition. He concluded that Lloyd had defeated the creature using a mana explosion, and once again realized how different he truly was. When they finally arrived in Cremo, they found a devastated city, yet filled with tireless workers devoted to reconstruction. Javier informed the Baron and Baroness that the young master was staying at the Count's mansion under the care of a physician, although his condition had not yet shown any improvement. Arcos considered this dreadful, remembering that he and Lloyd had faced that monster together. Javier corrected that thought, stating that he had merely been the sword of Master Lloyd, and that it was the young master's strength that truly defeated the creature. At that moment, some people approached, asking whether the man standing before them was the Baron of Frontera. One of the men said that if it were not for Lloyd, he would have frozen to death while running toward the Giga Titan. He could barely count how many people Lloyd had saved along the way. Another man said that he would have been doomed beneath the rubble if Lloyd had not appeared with his summons and mascots to rescue him. One of the women said that the flames would have spread throughout the entire city because of the fragments of the statue, but Lloyd used his water summon to completely extinguish the fire. Little by little, a large crowd began to form. Practically the entire city started moving toward the Count's mansion to learn about Lloyd's condition. Everyone was deeply worried about the savior of the people of Cremo. Amid the commotion, one person stood up disagreeing with everything, claiming that in truth the fault lay with Lloyd. If he had not ordered the statue to be built, none of that would have happened. Those words caused immediate unrest among the crowd. Shortly after, that man received a direct response from the people and ended up being lynched. After some time, the system awakened Lloyd, informing him that his courage and sacrifice had deeply moved the people of Cremo and that he would receive an enormous reward. Lloyd got up confused, remembering only that he had used a mana explosion against the monster before losing consciousness. He then questioned the system, believing that his heart should have exploded. The system replied that he would discover the answer soon, and that there was something far more important to see. At that moment, Javier opened the door and realized that Lloyd was awake. Upon seeing him, Lloyd commented that the right person had finally appeared and asked directly how much they had said they would pay for the construction. Javier was left speechless, but soon remarked that at least Lloyd seemed healthy. Soon after, Arcos and Marvea entered the room and hugged Lloyd so tightly that they almost made him feel unwell again. Even so, they were deeply relieved to see that their son was alive. Arcos thought that he could not say whether this was truly the same Lloyd as before, but he decided that this doubt did not matter at that moment. Meanwhile, in the royal capital Magenta, a letter from the Count of Crimo arrived, reporting the entire situation in detail. The person responsible for reading it considered the contents extremely intriguing for someone to exist within her realm. Because of that, she ordered that a letter be drafted to Baron Frontera, demanding that both that man and his guard be brought to the capital. She wanted to personally confirm whether everything described in the letter was true. She intended to meet this man and judge him herself. This decision came directly from Her Imperial Highness, Empress Alicia Termina Magentano. Since he was only thinking about money, Lloyd was not very excited by the system message. Even so, the system informed him that his story of great courage, wisdom, and high sacrifice had spread throughout the entire kingdom, granting him a bonus of 1500 RP. That truly made him genuinely excited. In addition, his mana heart ability had been enhanced. He could now store a much higher concentration of mana directly in his heart. Lloyd reflected that this explained why he still had so much energy even after spending an entire month in a coma. He had officially become the owner of a mana heart, which would make heavy labor, especially mining, much easier. The system questioned whether that was really the only way he could imagine using this ability. Lloyd thought that it sounded like a clear sign of contempt toward builders. In response, the system explained that his mana heart had not been formed through training, but as a direct result of the impact of a mana explosion, which gave it unique characteristics. Among these special abilities was the neutralizing shock, which allowed Lloyd to neutralize the impact of mana explosions without the need for protection. Thanks to this, he could now use the triple core explosion freely. To him, that meant only one thing: much faster work in the mines. Normally, the mana heart must be protected against impacts caused by mana explosions, since it functions as an extremely sensitive energy reservoir. Using mana explosions carelessly would be like setting fire to a room full of gunpowder barrels, a deadly trap without proper protection. However, at the moment Lloyd delivered the final blow to the creature, he did not yet possess a mana heart. Because of that, he did not die. The shock from the explosion filled his heart, continued to keep him alive, and eventually condensed, giving birth to the mana heart. Lloyd acknowledged that he had completely neglected the training of that essential part of the body. That had been the price of his carelessness, something unpleasant but inevitable. At that moment, Count Crimi entered the carriage, apologizing for the interruption and informing him that they needed to depart immediately. Lloyd cast one last look at the damaged constructions and asked how much it would cost to repair all of it. The Count replied that it was difficult to estimate, but he believed the cost would exceed more than an entire month of the city budget. Lloyd commented that if the Giga Titan had not been defeated, the damage would probably have reached a full half year. The Count asked what he meant by that, but Lloyd replied that it was nothing serious. Compared to half a year of lost budget, the amount he would earn from that reconstruction project would be just a small slice. He also noted that he had never imagined that such a tragedy would be caused by a statue made to drive the Titan away. Regardless of what the initial plan had been, Lloyd acknowledged that it was impossible to say that anyone was completely innocent. In the end, it was nature itself that decided the outcome. On both paths, some people had to risk their lives, but everyone had done an excellent job in the end. He then mentioned that he had heard through one of his attendants that Count Crimo intended to offer financial compensation to anyone who worked for the benefit of the public interest of the city. Because of that, he was curious to know what that benefit would be. The Count replied that the compensation would be 1.5 times the standard amount. Lloyd apologized, saying that perhaps he had caused a misunderstanding, since he was not asking for money directly, but it seemed that he had just received exactly that. He observed that for a lord, the lives of civilians were being valued at 1.5 times the commission rate. As the carriage sped up, the Count increased the offer to double. Lloyd remained silent, then the Count raised it to triple. This time Lloyd truly began to like the conversation. He extended his hand to the Count, stating that he was genuinely impressed by such generosity, and that he would consider it a special compensation. Count Cremo found everything very strange. He was fully aware that he had been extorted by Lloyd, yet he could not bring himself to hate him. There was something about that man that made it impossible. As the carriage approached the city, a crowd began to cheer for Lloyd, shouting praise and celebrating his name. He thought that deep down he was just an ordinary citizen from Korea, and that all that attention was far too much pressure for someone like him. The Count informed him that a podium with an amplification sphere had been prepared, since the people wanted to hear his words. Lloyd thought about giving a generic speech, praising the citizens as true heroes, something simple that always worked. Later he was already on the podium, using the amplification sphere as if it were a microphone. As he looked over the crowd, Lloyd wondered how many people were there. He thought that if he could make money from each of them, it would be perfect. So instead of a traditional speech, he began something completely different. He introduced the Ondal flooring to the citizens of Cremo. From the reaction of the the crowd, it was clear that no one had ever heard of it before. Lloyd explained how the cold punished the elderly, how joints suffered during the winter, and how mothers constantly worried about their children getting sick. He spoke about the time wasted trying to keep fireplaces burning, hours and hours every day, which over an entire lifetime would turn into years lost in front of the fire. Then he presented the ondol flooring as the solution to drastically improve everyone's quality of life. He concluded by informing them that more details could be obtained by visiting the mansion located in the barony of Frontera. When Lloyd left the podium, Count Kremos finally understood why he could not hate him. He was meticulous in his pursuit of profit, persistent yet reasonable, and he did exactly what needed to be done. Rather than an enemy, he seemed like someone worth having as an ally, a true business partner. Upon returning to the frontier, Lloyd turned his attention to Byron, an honest, honorable, and sincere knight. Although he was a good man, his abilities were only at an intermediate level, perhaps even slightly below. Lloyd thought that was regrettable, until Byron, even with a broken arm, presented several documents. They were all the plans already prepared for the migration, showing that despite his limitations, he was someone extremely dedicated and reliable. The documents presented contained a detailed list of names and information about land allocation, as well as a report pointing out that several rural properties were suffering from a shortage of labor. To solve this, Byron decided to send some orcs to assist in the fields and also reinforce the workforce in the mines, ensuring that production would not be interrupted. He also explained that a large-scale contract for ondol flooring had been signed with the neighboring state. To make the agreement viable, a discount of 30% was granted, which left the direct net profit margin at only 10%. However, when considering the additional coal sales, the total estimated profit would reach 50%, making the agreement extremely advantageous in the long term. The report also addressed repairs to the water pipelines and other structural works. Hearing all of this, Lloyd realized the scale of the work and was surprised to see that everything had been completed in just 1 month. Byron explained that he had simply followed the orders he had received and executed everything as requested. At that moment, a messenger appeared, informing them that the interior of the ondol flooring project had been completed and was awaiting final inspection. Byron went to the site personally, checked every detail, and confirmed that the work was impeccable, without flaws. The direct approval ended up motivating the engineers involved even more. He explained that in recent days he had been stricter with the team, raising his voice when necessary, not to humiliate them but to guide them. As a result, the workers began to see themselves as an essential part of the construction, taking on more responsibility. Observing the situation, Lloyd concluded that Byron was extremely capable. In his opinion, that man had been born in the wrong era. If he had come from modern Korea, he would easily be a director of a large company. To Lloyd, someone like that deserved an immediate raise. The system then informed him that a new page had been written in the history of the continent. Ondol would now officially be known as the Frontera heating system, earning Lloyd another 400 RP. In the end, the large-scale contract had been entirely negotiated by the Baron and the Baroness, demonstrating that both possessed a natural talent for this kind of deal. Lloyd reflected that a person's luck begins at the moment they are born. Depending on the era, some would laugh, others would cry. In that specific time, he continued building yet another great project. Javier asked whether it would be a large warehouse for coal. Lloyd confirmed it, since the coal kept arriving non-stop. He calculated mentally that he had already paid more than half of the debt using only the money from the constructions. In addition, the fees charged for the water supplements sold to neighboring territories guaranteed more than enough profit. For Lloyd, the long-dreamed peaceful retirement was getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, Javier watched his expression and thought that he could never understand that look. Whenever Lloyd made that face, he felt an inexplicable urge to punch him. Suddenly, the sound of a trumpet echoed. Javier immediately recognized it as the announcement of the arrival of a royal messenger. Lloyd wondered what someone like that would be doing there. A red carpet was rolled out, and the messenger dismounted his horse with exaggerated and stylish movements, taking the scroll as his apprentices applauded. Meanwhile, the Baron, Lloyd, and the Baroness bowed respectfully, waiting for the announcement. Internally, Lloyd was already irritated by the performance, and had a very bad feeling. He just wanted it to be over as soon as possible. The messenger began a long speech, mentioning immemorial times, past sovereigns, and the continuous efforts of the crown to ensure peace and comfort for nobles and civilians. Lloyd suspected it was related to what had happened in Cremo, but soon lost interest, no longer paying attention to most of the words. In the end, the messenger declared that for these reasons, he should personally greet the two heroes responsible for defeating the Giga Titan and praise them for their achievement. This earned Lloyd 9 more approval points with his father and an additional bonus of 90 RP. Arcus declared that it was an honor and stated that his son had done an excellent job. Lloyd in turn thought that the points were welcome, but they did not mean anything truly positive. He had learned in the army that the ideal was always to do just enough to avoid trouble, never more than necessary. He remembered a bitter experience when he broke that rule. A superior asked if he was a civil engineer and ordered him to build a sauna. Kim Suho replied that civil engineering was not limited to that, but he ended up obeying. The result was a sauna that was too perfect, which led to an endless sequence of new tasks, making him work until exhaustion. Since then, Lloyd knew that drawing too much attention was dangerous. Now with the Empress involved, he was certain that his peaceful life was under threat. Refusing a direct order from the sovereign was not an option. The messenger then officially announced that Lloyd Frontera and his guard were ordered to travel to the royal capital. Lloyd mentally cursed his own ambition and remembered the platform in the ocean and the cursed lobster that had drawn too much attention. He was sure that he was now on the Empress's radar and that this would not end anytime soon. Pretending ignorance was far too risky and could be interpreted as an offense, something that would cost him his head. Later, already in the carriage, Lloyd was visibly dejected. Javier commented that he looked like a man on his way to execution. Lloyd acknowledged that he had a sharp eye. Javier found that unexpected, since the Lloyd he knew would normally be excited, calculating how much money he could extract from the situation. Thinking it through, Lloyd realized that he knew some things about that world, about the personality of the Empress of Magentano, about the future, and about the current state of the capital. If he played his cards correctly, there might still be an opportunity. Determined, he concluded that he would take advantage of the situation to profit as much as possible. Upon arriving at the royal capital, the Empress allowed both of them to raise their heads. The moment Lloyd saw her, he almost suffered a heart attack. Her charisma was overwhelming. He formally introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, greeting the legitimate ruler of those lands. The Empress observed carefully and asked if it was really him, because judging by the aura, the man beside him looked more like a noble. She then identified Javier Esranjan, noticing a flow of mana she had never felt before, and judging that he would be a worthy sparring partner. Javier introduced himself humbly, stating that he was just an anonymous knight. Lloyd realized that she had recognized Javier's talent with just a glance. As one of the few master swordsmen of the kingdom, she would not be easy to impress. Even so, the Empress declared that she had heard the account of their actions through Count Cremo, and expressed her appreciation for the courage and altruism they had shown. However, the Empress made it clear that she did not judge a man's worth based on what others said. She trusted only what she could see with her own eyes, and for that reason decided to put Lloyd Frontera's abilities to the test. Realizing this, Lloyd understood that this was at least a real chance to secure a direct contract with Her Majesty. For him, this was the decisive moment. The Empress then asked, considering the current state of affairs, which construction he believed was the most urgent in Magenta, the royal capital. Lloyd realized it was a kind of questionnaire. He knew very well what the obvious answer would be. At the same time, the Empress thought that if he were truly capable, he would have noticed the problem the moment he entered the royal palace. If he did not know, he would not deserve recognition. Curiously, both of them thought of the same thing. The most important construction seemed to be the restoration of the ruined palace. However, Lloyd stated that the priority should be the construction of a bridge over the Magenta River, which cut through the capital. The Empress's expression made it clear that this was not the answer she expected. Lloyd also knew this, but based on her personality, he understood that the test was not over yet. She was the sole holder of the highest authority and absolute power. Even so, she was known for being tolerant, impartial, and just, listening to anyone regardless of class or position. For that reason, she asked what the reasoning behind that conclusion was. Lloyd explained that other men would think differently and claimed that repairing the palace was the priority. This answer visibly surprised her. He showed knowledge of the site's history, explaining that on 2 different occasions, an unstable tempered dragon had torn parts of the palace tower away. To prevent this from happening again, the structure had been expanded and flattened, taking on the heavy form it currently had. The castle of Magenta had been built that way out of fear that the dragon might lift the entire structure. Because of this, the excessive weight pressed down on the ground and pillars, causing the palace to deteriorate slowly. Even so, Lloyd stated that the repairs could be postponed, since the collapse was not imminent. For that reason, he concluded that it was not the most urgent construction. The Empress considered this imprudent. He knew the answer she expected, and yet still seemed to be toying with the situation. Even so, Lloyd continued, explaining that the current bridge over the Magenta River had already been rebuilt 20 times. It collapsed frequently because it could not withstand the rise in water levels during spring. Whenever this happened, the lives of the people were affected, and large sums of money were wasted. Everyone saw the reconstruction of the bridge as something inevitable, almost a whim of nature. However, Lloyd stated that if the project were entrusted to him, it would be possible to build a bridge that would not fall. He envisioned a modern suspension bridge system. The Empress wondered whether he still dared to criticize her decisions, and considered him arrogant. Even so, the more she spoke with him, the more interested she became. She asked him to explain better the bridge he intended to build. Lloyd thanked her for the opportunity, confident that she would appreciate it. He knew that the Empress trusted little in men who only spoke well, so he began to explain that the project would distribute the pressure of the structure across 2 elevated points positioned on opposite sides of the river. These points would be supported by firmly anchored cables, drastically reducing the impact of the force of the water. Before he could go into further technical details, the Empress interrupted him, showing a certain lack of interest. Lloyd, however, knew well who she was. The Queen of Magentano, who in the future would be betrayed by the one she valued most, would lose an arm and become a bloodthirsty tyrant. But that would only happen 3 years later. At that moment, she was still an honest ruler. She then asked what would happen if the bridge collapsed. Lloyd replied that he would accept losing his own own head if that occurred. In return, while the bridge remained standing, he asked that a position for his family be guaranteed. That boldness drew a smile from the Empress. She agreed, authorized the project, and promised a reasonable reward, along with the preservation of the Frontera family's position. Lloyd bowed deeply and then stepped forward with a contract in hand, asking Her Majesty to sign it. The Empress asked whether he did not trust her word. Lloyd explained that he did trust it, but that the contract merely formalized that if he did not build the bridge honestly, he could be hanged, impaled, and quartered. For him, it was simply a necessary guarantee of the loyalty of a humble man. To his surprise, the Empress signed the contract. She found it strange that she had been led into this so easily. Lloyd thanked her repeatedly while still bowed, until she asked why he was in such an awkward position. He explained that he could not lower his head below her signature, and therefore had raised his body to appear even lower. The Empress understood the intention and ordered him to straighten up. Later, as they left the throne room, Lloyd could barely contain his celebration and made discreet signals to Javier, using their silent code to indicate that he had managed to deceive the Queen with a contract. Javier, in turn, showed concern, warning that Lloyd could lose his head if his actions were interpreted as disrespectful, and urging him to be more cautious. Meanwhile, Kyle, the Queen's knight, commented that the man was quite intelligent. The Empress agreed, noting that he was far more cunning than she had imagined. Even so, Kyle asked whether she was not at least a little displeased. She admitted that she was, since Lloyd had acted as if he could confront her from the very beginning. That attitude was so pathetic that it was almost endearing. A few days later, Lloyd was ready to depart. Javier asked whether it was really fine for him to go alone. Lloyd replied that he did not need an escort in the capital, since security there was excessive. In addition, he found it bothersome to walk accompanied, as during previous inspections he could not concentrate due to the number of women trying to get close to Javier. Before parting ways, Javier asked him to send a message to Julian. Lloyd replied casually that he would do so. Julian Frontera was Lloyd Frontera's younger brother, and was studying at the Royal Academy. Before Lloyd left the capital, the Baroness had prepared a large amount of winter clothes and blankets for the boy. Remembering this, Lloyd ended up recalling what had happened to Julian in the original book. It was precisely during the period when the Baron lost everything and could no longer pay for tutoring. Because of that, Julian was expelled from the dormitories and ended up freezing to death. This time, Lloyd knew that would not happen. After all, he was extremely competent at saving lives. Even so, he realized that he did not even know what his own younger brother looked like. When he finally arrived at the Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Magentano and met Julian Frontera, his first reaction was confusion at the sight of him there. Lloyd wondered whether he should be more or less the same age as Javier, but the boy looked much smaller, almost like a garden gnome. The problem was that Julian stared at Lloyd as if he were facing the devil himself. Lloyd concluded that the former owner of that body must have caused the boy great trauma. He thought that if he did not act very gently, he might not raise so much suspicion. Then he tossed the bag with the blankets to Julian, explaining that their mother had sent them to him. Julian was confused, as he had expected to be scolded or beaten. The system indicated that he began to suspect Lloyd precisely because of that unusual kindness. Lloyd, in turn, did not understand how that could be considered kindness. When he said goodbye in a rude manner, he only increased the level of suspicion recorded by the system even further, which left him irritated and unable to understand what else was expected of him. It was then that Lloyd remembered another request made by his mother. She had asked that he have lunch with Julian, since the boy was probably very lonely at the academy. Reluctantly, Lloyd turned back and decided to fulfill that part as well. He approached Julian again and asked whether there was any decent restaurant nearby. Even though he was suspicious, Julian pointed out a more refined place, and the two ended up going together. At the restaurant, Julian chose the simplest item on the menu, the basic set. Lloyd insisted that he order something more expensive, arguing that he probably would not have many chances to eat at a place of that level. Despite his initial resistance, Julian eventually gave in and ordered the special set. Lloyd then requested 2 identical dishes from the waiter and declined the offer of wine, stating that he had stopped drinking. That left Julian even more confused. He remembered very well that Lloyd used to drink every day and always caused trouble. In addition, a few days earlier, someone from the palace had gone to the academy to inform them that the commercial port of Crimbo had been attacked by a Gigatitan, and that the one who defeated the creature was Lloyd Frontera. For Julian, that was hard to believe. The Lloyd he knew had neither the skill nor the intelligence for something like that. Looking more closely, he began to think that perhaps the credit had been stolen from Javier, although he also noticed that Lloyd seemed like a completely different person. Meanwhile, another academy student approached and slapped Julian on the head, asking what a nobody like him was doing in that place. When Julian tried to explain that something had happened that day, he received another blow before he could even finish. The noble made it clear that someone like him should not break the rules, and that the scum of a poor baron should eat somewhere he could not be seen. The people around them laughed at the situation, and the restaurant staff did not dare interfere, as they did not want to offend the nobles. Lloyd immediately understood the situation. That place was called an academy, but what truly mattered there was family status. What bothered those nobles the most was the fact that the son of a poor baron from the countryside was close to the top of the class. Lloyd concluded that helping Julian directly could raise even more suspicion, so he remained observing. The blonde noble continued provoking him, saying that only family families with respectable titles, such as those connected to the dyed fabric of Lacona, had the right to eat there. Upon hearing this, Lloyd realized that the young man was a descendant of the Lacona family, which made the situation far more interesting to him. Lloyd then approached and asked about the boy's origin. The noble replied arrogantly that he was the son of the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, telling Lloyd to step away so as not to contaminate the place. At that moment, Lloyd delivered a mana-infused slap to the boy's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth and sending him flying like a ragdoll, crashing completely broken onto the floor. The system reported that this technique was not even an official skill, but Lloyd liked the result. Another noble tried to react on behalf of the elite union, but received an even more violent slap, losing his teeth in the process. A large student who claimed to be the best fighter of the second year was also taken down with ease. 2 twins who appeared to intervene met the same fate. Even a student who had nothing to do with the commotion ended up getting slapped. Finally, the 2 nobles who had been laughing at Julian at the table in the back each received a blow at the same time. In the middle of the chaos, the first noble managed to stand up and charged at Lloyd, throwing a punch with all his strength straight at his face. As he advanced, Lloyd Frontera taunted the noble, asking if he had liked that, making it clear that he was a mana prodigy and that the other was just an idiot. At that moment, Diego Lacona began to deeply regret the terrible decision he had made. Lloyd's smile spread in a disturbing, almost psychopathic way, and Diego realized too late that he should not have thrown that punch, since Lloyd remained completely unharmed. Without wasting time, Lloyd retaliated with a brutal headbutt and began repeating the motion against Diego, attacking like a maniac. Watching this, Julian Frontera wondered what had happened to his brother and concluded that he had finally gone insane. He realized that he had been naive to believe Lloyd could become a normal person. Looking around, he also noticed that the superintendent was no longer present. Lloyd then slammed Diego's head violently against the wall, making it clear that he did not understand the situation he was in. He continued humiliating him, associating his arrogance with the supposedly merciful title of the Lacona family, and stating that such behavior was a direct result of his lineage. Diego tried to react, saying that Lloyd had crossed the line by speaking about his father, but that only resulted in Lloyd grinding his face even harder against the floor and the wall. As he repeatedly smashed Diego's head against the blood-stained surface, Lloyd made it clear that no one had the right to mistreat a classmate of his. He even glanced at the blood mark left on the wall and mocked the fact that it looked like a portrait of Diego himself, before continuing the assault and stating that the wall was a direct gateway to hell. Desperate, Julian hugged his brother, begging him to stop and asking why he was trying to kill the man. At the same time, he thought that after this he would be bullied even more inside the academy. Lloyd noticed his brother's concern about the consequences and turned to him with a calm smile, stating that there was no reason to worry, because if that man died, he would never bother him again. That statement, delivered with a smile on his face, shocked Julian even more. Even so, Lloyd continued the attack, starting with a deep punch to Diego's stomach. He knew that for people like that, fear of death was the most effective remedy. That was when a group of guards appeared, interrupting the scene. One of the superiors asked what was going on, reminding everyone that this was a sacred space of the academy, funded by Her Majesty. Still holding Diego by the hair, Lloyd turned calmly. Julian even thought his brother would attack the rector, the director, and even the guards, but that did not happen. In a surprisingly controlled manner, Lloyd formally introduced himself as the eldest son of Baron Arcus Frontera and the brother of the academy student Julian Frontera, clearly stating his name. That left Julian even more confused, because Lloyd seemed to be waiting for that exact moment. He apologized for the commotion and stated that he was only trying to restore Her Majesty's honor. The rector reacted by saying that this was absurd and questioned who would dare stain the name of the crown. Lloyd then pointed at Diego Lacona, explaining that he was a member of the Lacona family, and that he had been intimidating and humiliating Julian for a long time. Lloyd also questioned one of the staff members present, suggesting that he had witnessed everything and simply chosen not to intervene. Internally, Lloyd knew exactly why. The academy staff were appointed by the nobility and avoided offending the children of influential families. As a result, groups and cliques formed among the students, perpetuating a cycle of abuse that everyone knew about but pretended to ignore, especially when the victim was the son of a poor baron from the countryside. The rector argued that even if that were true, he saw no connection to Her Majesty. Lloyd replied that insulting his brother was the same as insulting him directly. He then displayed the watch that proved his status as a royal guest, invited personally by Her Majesty, and released a fraction of the dragon's power, making it clear that the situation had been understood. He stated that he would leave at that moment. The rector, however, thought that the guest status was temporary, and that he could deal with Julian after Lloyd departed. That thought was interrupted when Lloyd stared at him so intensely that it seemed he was ready to kill him on the spot, forcing the rector to avert his gaze. Lloyd then called Julian to leave. Later, as they headed toward the administrative office, Lloyd explained that he intended to request a leave of absence for his brother. Julian, however, stopped and questioned how far Lloyd intended to go in ruining his life. He stated that he would already be bullied even more because of the incident, and that now he was also being prevented from studying. Lloyd explained that it was not like that, but that soon that place would no longer be suitable for studying. He added that they would take the opportunity to get Julian's body into shape. Faced with his brother's confusion, Lloyd explained that construction work was the best way to develop muscles, citing strong laborers who ate simply and yet surpassed even famous bodybuilders. Later at the Palace of Magentan, piano, in the quarters reserved for royal guests, Javier was talking with Julian, asking him to trust Mr. Lloyd's plan. Julian, however, showed disbelief, reminding him that they were talking about the same Lloyd who had always been an irresponsible drunk. Javier insisted, explaining that the entire plan to defeat the monster in Cremo had been created by Lloyd, who had also delivered the final blow, built roads, opened water channels, developed quarries and mines, became an ally of wild orcs, and paid more than half of the barony's debts. Listening from outside, about to open the door, Lloyd felt a certain sense of pride. However, that feeling was quickly crushed when Julian stated that it was still hard to trust someone who had always been a worthless drunk. Javier agreed, recalling that Lloyd was stupid and uncivilized, and Julian added that he was human trash. Javier agreed once again, stating that Lloyd was a hopeless sack of shit. At that moment, Lloyd deeply regretted having stopped to listen. Even so, Julian asked whether Javier believed that a person could change so radically from one moment to the next. Javier replied that no, because that was simply not possible. Javier ended up convincing himself that that person was not really Lloyd Frontera, but someone in disguise using his appearance. He concluded that this explained all the sudden changes. Hearing this, Julian asked what exactly Javier thought was happening, wondering whether someone had stolen Lloyd's body, or whether it could be some kind of dark magic. Javier admitted that such a possibility existed, even if it was only an old theory he had once read. According to what he remembered, for one soul to inhabit another person's body would require a gigantic flow of mana. Because of that, he had secretly investigated Lloyd. Hearing this, Lloyd, who was outside, wondered when that had happened without him noticing. Julian then asked whether that meant Lloyd had another soul inside his body. In the midst of the tension, Javier stated that no. He explained that he had not sensed any unusual mana flow, and that the soul seemed to be naturally connected to the body. In the end, he asked Julian to forget about it, as it was nothing more than exaggerated speculation. Even so, Julian commented that Lloyd's change really was far too extreme. Outside the room, Lloyd wondered whether Javier might be able to sense his presence behind the door. He even considered that Javier might want him to overhear that conversation precisely to dispel any suspicion. Shortly after, Julian mentioned that it was the first time he had heard about the family's debts. He believed that only he had been struggling within the academy, but he realized that Lloyd had also been carrying an enormous burden on his own. Among everyone, he concluded that he had lived the easiest life. Because of that, he decided to give his brother some credit, acknowledging that Lloyd had saved the estate. At that moment, the system recorded that Julian's approval rate toward Lloyd had increased by 2 points, reaching -59. Lloyd realized that Julian was also considered a key character by the system, and concluded that he could become a new source of RP. Soon after, Lloyd suddenly entered the room, stating that everything was ready, and that it was time to begin Julian's physical training. He explained that the first step would be the manufacture of suspension cables for modern bridges. To do that, he spread clay mixed with an oily base, forming a circular mass about 90 centimeters wide. In the second step, this mass was completely filled with dirt and stones to complete the structure. In the third step, Bell consumed everything, and then poured molten steel over the mold. When the metal cooled, Padong joined and twisted 120 wires together, leaving the cables ready for use. Already tired, Lloyd explained to Julian that this marked the end of the tutorial. He made it clear that this task was the starting point of any construction project, and that if it were done incorrectly, everything else would collapse. At stake were not only the estate's debts, but also Julian's future within the academy. Julian took it seriously and asked whether Lloyd could really entrust such an important task to him. Lloyd replied that precisely because it was important, it needed to be entrusted to someone intelligent and responsible, like him. He then went back to teasing him with nicknames, urging him to get started right away. Julian noticed that once again, Lloyd had forgotten to call him little shit. Later, Lloyd reflected that a modern suspension bridge was an excellent idea, considering the technical knowledge he possessed from his era. Even so, he knew that no matter how much he did on his own, it would be impossible without resorting to the power of a different kind of technology. For that reason, he decided to seek out the master craftsman of the Royal Forge, the dwarf Cordigus. As soon as he arrived, Cordigus refused any conversation and sent Lloyd away without even listening to the project. Lloyd tried to remain calm, as he knew the dwarf was an extremely stubborn old man, exactly as described in the novel. He was known for refusing to work on anything that did not spark his interest, not even at the Queen's request. Because of that, Lloyd decided to use a different approach. He presented a sheet of paper, explaining that it contained the designs for a new bridge he intended to build over the Magina River. At first, Cordigus showed complete disinterest, stating that he did not care about that dull human design. However, upon examining the structure more closely, he began to show curiosity. Noticing this, Lloyd pretended to give up, apologizing and saying that he would look for another blacksmith. Cordigus then interrupted him, asking whether he knew what would happen if the rigidity of the structure was not precise. Lloyd replied that he knew very well, explaining that the bridge would break, collapse, cause deaths, and that he himself would be held responsible. He added that in that case, all he could do would be to shout from the top of the scaffolding that everything could have been avoided if the great great Cortigus had made the trusses. Cortigus asked whether that was a threat. Lloyd replied that it was not, saying it was merely an appeal to his conscience, even though he admitted that his expression did not help. After examining the project more carefully, Cortigus stated that he was certain of one thing: he was the only person in the kingdom capable of executing that work correctly. Any other craftsman would cause a disaster. Lloyd replied that that was exactly why he was there, asking for help. Cortigus told him to stop making that delinquent face and stated that if he had drawn something so complex, he had probably done it precisely to spark his interest. Lloyd denied it, saying that he was merely trusting in the dwarf's good heart. After grumbling a bit more, Cortigus agreed to help. Lloyd bowed deeply in thanks. Meanwhile, Julian continued working on the cables, and the royal workshop began producing the bridge trusses. Javier and Lloyd took responsibility for the suspension towers and began the preparations, using mana explosions to shape the terrain. However, someone suddenly appeared and immediately interrupted the work, accusing them of defrauding His Highness and stealing the royal treasury. Lloyd was confused by the accusation. Later, the case was taken directly before the Queen, with a formal petition requesting judgment. It was alleged that a bridge already existed over the Magenta River and had been standing unused for 30 years, and that Lloyd was creating unnecessary works merely to siphon off royal funds. The debate took place before the Queen herself, who determined that each side should present its arguments, starting with the guild. Victor, the leader of the Magenta Builders Guild, stated that the tower built by the former guild leader had been standing for 30 years. He explained that the wedge-shaped support columns served to slow the strong current of the river, and declared that claiming the bridge would collapse was a direct insult to the guild. Hearing this, Lloyd thought that in truth the bridge would collapse. He clearly remembered a scene from the work The Night of Blood and Iron, in which the royal army and the rebels clashed precisely at the Magenta River. That event had taken place during a massive storm. The bridge ended up collapsing and was never rebuilt. Lloyd Frontera knew this, but he could not mention future events. When the Empress asked him to express his opinion, Lloyd stated that he would like only to ask a question of the official seated beside the guild leader. He asked how much that man had been paid to be there. The official reacted indignantly, asking how Lloyd dared make false accusations before Her Royal Highness. To Lloyd, that reaction said everything. It was as if it were written on the man's face that he was being paid. He thought that anyone with even a minimal understanding of politics would know what happens when a politician and a businessman meet. Either the politician receives money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician to obtain favors. In that case, it was clearly the second option, involving the removal of competition rights and the monopolization of the budget. The Empress stated that she had expected more intelligence from Lloyd, but that he had committed a grave mistake. She said it was natural for him to be nervous before her, and ordered that the judgment be prepared immediately. Shortly after, Lloyd was already bound, about to be executed by the executioner. The Empress declared that he had insulted both her and a royal vassal with lies, and that she would now restore her honor. Javier already had his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to react, while the mascots panicked. The Empress asked what Lloyd's last words would be, and he replied coldly that the entire bloodline of the guilty should be exterminated. That left Javier extremely tense. The Empress then asked whether everyone agreed with that, and upon receiving confirmation, ordered Javier to draw his sword to prove the innocence of her vassals. Before anyone could understand what was happening, several mages appeared in front of the accused politician. Lloyd had already expected that. The Empress ordered that a confession spell be cast. The man tried to beg, asking them to wait, but Lloyd burst into the loudest laughter of his life. Later, the Queen's two vassals were tied to a post after being interrogated and tortured, on the brink of death. Lloyd, standing before them, said their families were not at fault, and asked the Empress to end it there. At first glance, it could have seemed like an act of kindness, but Javier remembered Lloyd's laughter and concluded he was definitely not as gentle as he looked. Lloyd was irritated that the bridge construction had been delayed because of those useless men. In response, the Empress mobilized every worker in the kingdom for the project. The archmages used gravitational magic to reduce the weight of the stone blocks, and the suspended tower was completed at an absurd pace. When the final moment came, Lloyd ordered Belle to prepare for the launch. She jumped along with one of the steel cables while Pa Dong held her and secured the cable, completing the socket connection. Then the second cable was installed. Everyone watched in admiration, including Julian Frontera, who thought his brother was incredible. Javier also acknowledged Julian's effort, saying it was the first time he had truly worked hard and contributed for real. He remembered that when Julian was younger, he had asked to learn how to use a sword, but he had nearly hurt himself because he did not have enough strength. Now that problem no longer existed, because his body was much stronger. Meanwhile, Hippo stayed in the water, positioning another section of the bridge, and the archmages sealed everything with magical fire. Lloyd then declared that the construction was complete. The system confirmed that the suspension bridge of the city of Magenta had been finished, granting Lloyd a bonus of 1050 RP. That brought him to 319 points, and he realized that after saving for so long, he was practically swimming in RP. During the bridge inauguration, the Empress officially announced the name of the structure, and by the powers granted to her, bestowed upon Lloyd Frontera the title of Master Builder. Cortigus, observing the structure, commented that only someone like Lloyd could create a project of that level. Lloyd thought that as soon as the construction money started coming in, the barony's debts would probably be completely paid off. Even so, he knew he still had a huge obstacle ahead, the queen herself. At the same time, she reflected on how she could use him from that point on, because there were countless possibilities. Lloyd knew exactly what she was thinking and completely refused to be used. However, when the queen said she had a request to make, he agreed to listen. He believed he could slip out of her control while solving the academy problem, accomplishing 2 goals at once. Later, Queen Alicia Termina Magentano officially proclaimed that she was granting Lloyd Frontera a noble title and an estate suited to his abilities. This caused great outrage among the other nobles, who felt deeply insulted that Lloyd was merely the son of an inland baron. The atmosphere among the nobility became extremely tense, and the queen herself knew it would not be easy to contain the complaints. Lloyd formally thanked Her Highness for her generosity, praising her infinite benevolence. Then he said that if he were bold enough, he would like to ask for something even greater. He made it clear that if the request was considered inappropriate, the queen could revoke both the title and the estate. She decided to hear him out before judging, imagining he would ask for a royal position or a higher payment. However, Lloyd did not ask for any of that. What he wanted was a complete purge of the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy of Magenta, at that moment, was deeply consumed by corruption. The academy was filled with inequality and despicable behavior. The students cared more about strengthening their own social circles than about truly studying. Low-ranking students were constantly subjected to mental and physical suffering. The educators were fully aware of it, but they chose to pretend they saw nothing, because they were more interested in filling their own pockets with money. The students got drunk on the taste of power when they should have been learning, built social barriers when they should have been nurturing aspirations for the world, and drifted completely away from the true purpose of an academy. The Empress continued listening in silence, while the nobles grew more and more nervous. At that point, Lloyd Frontera asked Javier to carry out what they had prepared. Javier handed the queen a document containing the results of a 4-month investigation conducted by Lloyd and by him. The report included testimonies from academy graduates, workers involved in strange tasks, and even conscientious professors who had resigned because they could no longer endure the corruption. Every witness had been carefully recorded, and their statements had been thoroughly investigated. Some nobles tried to react, claiming that Lloyd was just a low-class man spreading lies. Others immediately agreed. The Empress, however, coldly declared that they had dug their own graves and ordered confession spells to be cast at once. Shortly afterward, the guilty were tied to posts. A complete purge began at the academy. Nobles, professors, and everyone involved in corruption were arrested by the guards. The Empress ordered that all individuals named on the list be detained without exception, receive punishments proportional to the severity of their crimes, have their lands confiscated, and be prepared to face execution. While all of this was happening, Lloyd watched from a distance, clearly satisfied. Javier commented that he seemed strangely dissatisfied even after the academy was cleansed. Lloyd explained that it was not just about that. His dear queen had conveniently forgotten about his existence, which meant he could finally return home. That idea did not last long. Kyle appeared beside Lloyd, bringing a direct message from Her Royal Highness. He informed him that Lloyd could leave whenever he wished, but that he should not fail to attend the banquet. He also added that the queen had praised his plan to divert attention using the academy issue, and that she respected his desire to live a sweet and lazy life. Hearing this, Lloyd realized he had always been in the palm of her hand and grew irritated with his own naivety. Kyle said that was all, and took his leave. Still shaken, Lloyd commented to Javier that he had been startled, and asked whether he had sensed Kyle's approach. Javier admitted that he had not, explaining that Kyle was the kingdom's master swordsman, and that concealing his presence would be trivial for someone of that level. Later, Julian Frontera asked Lloyd whether he had struck Diego already, anticipating that all of this would happen. Lloyd confirmed that, basically, yes. He had planned to quickly complete the construction ordered by the queen and, using the bonus as leverage, request the investigation of the academy. Julian then said that Lloyd no longer needed to force himself to call him by offensive nicknames. He was his brother, and trusted him, stating that he was more proud of him than of anyone else. That surprised even Lloyd. The system recorded that Julian now saw him as the hero who had awakened to face the family's crisis. All resentment had disappeared, and Julian began to accept him as a brother with genuine respect. The approval rate increased by 65 points, and Lloyd received 910 RP. Even so, Lloyd commented that it had been embarrassing, to which Julian admitted that he also regretted getting a bit emotional. Later during the banquet, an orchestra played while large tables displayed refined dishes and guests wore luxurious clothing. The atmosphere was lively. The Empress called Lloyd over, noting that he was trying to hide. She commented that she knew exactly what he liked, and that by trying to hide, he only stood out even more. Javier praised Her Highness's insight, comparing Lloyd to a burrowing insect that drew attention precisely by trying to conceal itself. The Empress agreed with the remark, and Javier felt great relief at finally being able to express that. Lloyd then approached as ordered. The Empress asked him to come even closer, repeating this several times until she was extremely near. Lloyd remarked that if she came any closer, things could become dangerous. She simply ordered him to bow and whispered that if he changed his mind, he could seek her out at any time, as everything would be prepared for him there. Then she stepped away, saying that the banquet banquet was for him to enjoy. Lloyd thought that it was absurdly good fortune. The best possible reward would be to live resting for the rest of his life. Even so, if a natural disaster were to strike his property, he would already have something to work on. His greatest desire at that moment was to return home as soon as possible and take care of the enormous commission he had received. However, something made him freeze. He remembered an important passage from the novel. There was a part where the queen became evil, and when that happened, both the kingdom and his property would be doomed. Suddenly, someone passed near him, commenting that the banquet would continue until sunrise. Lloyd immediately recognized that code. It was a signal used when there was an assassination plan against the queen, usually involving poisoning and the loss of an arm. That was not supposed to happen for at least 3 years, so why now? And why did Lloyd feel that the message had come from Kyle? Later, the Empress began to feel unwell, perhaps from drinking too much or from the excessive workload of the past few days. She had been dealing with academy preparations for possible floods and with the movements of Asfahan, the enemy state. Samarkand, the opposing ruler, was gathering an army in the western lands. However, according to the spies, it was not just military forces. Everything indicated that Samarkand was preparing something far greater than simple troop movements. The Empress did not know exactly what he was planning, but the sense of danger was clear. Suddenly, an intense headache overtook her. Under normal conditions, the effects of alcohol should have been easily neutralized by the mana circulating in her body, but this time something was wrong. She could barely control her own heartbeat. Another sharp pain struck directly at her heart. That was not fatigue or excessive drinking. It was poison. The Empress remembered that all the food had been carefully inspected, which made the situation even more desperate. With difficulty, she ran to the door in search of help. The one who opened it was Kyle. She asked for help immediately, relieved to see him there. Kyle replied calmly, stating that Her Majesty was right, and that thank God he had arrived in time. Then he declared that he would help her rest in peace. At that moment, he drew his sword, which was already stained with blood. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Lloyd Frontera warned Javier that there was a serious problem. The two began moving quickly through the corridors. Lloyd asked whether Javier did not even want to know what was happening, but he replied that he trusted the young master, and that he too had felt a strange and extremely heavy mana in the air. Lloyd explained that Javier's task would be to face a master swordsman. Javier made it clear that he understood the gravity of the situation and asked only that Lloyd use good judgment. Lloyd asked how much time he could buy. Javier answered 1 minute. Lloyd asked for at least 2. Javier then ran ahead, improvising by grabbing a candelabrum instead of a sword, and said that he could hold for 3 minutes. As they drew closer, several noble corpses were already scattered through the corridors. At the center of the chaos, Kyle was exchanging blows directly with the Empress. He praised her strength, saying that even after ingesting a lethal dose of poison, she was still alive and able to block attacks. The Empress tried to understand the reason for that betrayal, but she received a violent kick to the abdomen and was knocked down, left vulnerable to execution. Before the final blow could be delivered, Javier intervened. Kyle blocked the attack with ease, but he was surprised to see Javier defend the counterattack using only a candelabrum. Javier focused his mana and used a high-frequency collision of the mana circle, wrapping the candelabrum in aura and striking Kyle's sword with a sequence of extremely fast blows. As the battle intensified, Lloyd ran to the Empress. He covered her mouth, asking her to leave explanations for later, and placed his hand on her abdomen. Then he used the Azrahan core technique, absorbing the poisoned mana from the Empress's body into his own. Meanwhile, Kyle, finally serious, released his sword aura. Javier immediately realized how dangerous the situation was. He threw the candelabrum to interrupt the full formation of the aura, recovered his improvised weapon, and released a mana explosion. Even so, Kyle admitted that Javier was impressive before landing a punch so strong that it made him spit blood. The lack of experience in heavy combat began to take its toll. Kyle's next blow struck Javier squarely in the chest, causing intense bleeding. Even so, Lloyd remained focused, fully trusting his knight. He continued transferring the poison into his own body, knowing that if he failed, everyone there would die. Kyle believed that Javier's wound had been superficial and tried to move in to finish the fight. However, it was a trap. Instead of retreating, Javier advanced, dodged by lowering his body, and called Podong, who handed him his sword. Now properly armed, Javier released a concentrated burst of mana. The attack hit Kyle head-on, throwing him down the corridor and forcing him to retreat into the banquet hall while dodging successive mana explosions. For the first time, Kyle thought that boy was a true monster. Meanwhile, Lloyd was finishing absorbing all the poison, already feeling the effects in his own body. The Empress noticed what was happening and wondered if he was absorbing her mana. She tried to ask where he had learned that technique, but Lloyd, completely focused, asked her to remain silent. Noticing his tone, she questioned whether he had just told the queen to be quiet. Lloyd quickly corrected himself, saying that the poison had probably affected her hearing, and once again asked her to stay quiet. Suddenly, Lloyd spat out a large amount of blood. The Empress realized that he was sacrificing himself to save her. At that very moment, Kyle was struck by another flaming explosion and was thrown into the hall where the banquet was still taking place. Javier charged right after him, convinced that as long as he was there, Kyle would not get past. Kyle, on the other hand, realized he had wasted too much time. Changing his strategy, he shouted orders for all the soldiers to turn against Lloyd, publicly accusing him of conspiring to assassinate assassinate the Empress. Faced with the authority of the kingdom's swordmaster, the soldiers obeyed without hesitation. The soldiers were unable to stop Javier. One by one, all of them were brought down by his powerful attacks. Kyle watched in disbelief. They were elite soldiers, yet Javier defeated them with ease. In all of history, he had never heard of a man capable of such a feat. Kyle concluded that if that boy ever became a swordmaster, he could destroy an entire nation by himself. But that would not happen, because he would die there. Swordmaster Kyle fully invoked his sword aura. Javier immediately realized that he was in serious trouble. Faced with that blinding light and the crushing surge of energy, he could not react. He was thrown far away and crashed violently into the corridor, with an even deeper cut on his chest, gravely injured. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera had completed the process. He had absorbed all the poison from the queen's body and vomited violently. The Empress realized that if nothing was done immediately, Lloyd would die. She suggested that he gather all his remaining mana into one arm so that it could be torn off and he could survive. Lloyd understood that she intended to rip off his arm, just as had happened in the novel. He immediately refused. Losing an arm would make it impossible to work in construction in the future. Instead, he grabbed a random knife he found nearby and released a burst of mana, expelling the accumulated poison from his body. The explosion was so violent that it made the entire building shake. Kyle felt the shockwave and wondered what that had been. It felt like a massive explosion. He suspected it was Lloyd's doing. At that moment, Javier managed to get back on his feet. Even though he was completely exhausted, Kyle could not believe it. Javier had taken a direct hit from a swordmaster and was still standing. Javier made a silent vow. He remembered a moment in the past when he had been in a camp with Lloyd and had lost all hope. He should have protected Lloyd, but he abandoned his duties and chased after the Giga Titan. He felt ashamed for neglecting his role as a knight, believing he was unworthy of the title. Realizing this, Lloyd finally understood Javier's inner conflict. He tried to downplay the situation, telling him not to worry so much, although he added that he would still deduct 6 months of his salary. Javier mentally argued back that it would only be 3 months. Even so, he solemnly swore that as his lord's sword and escort, he would never abandon his duties again. Javier also knew that Lloyd had reached the 3rd mana circle. If he wanted to continue at his side as an escort, he would need to become a swordmaster within a year. Lloyd considered those grand words and made a simple comparison, like promising to lose 5 kilos in a year. Even so, he recognized that declaring something did not guarantee it would become reality. While speaking, Lloyd tried to explain that humans possessed a natural limit to their mana hearts. Even with centuries of training, that limit could not be surpassed through effort alone. He began drawing on the ground with a stick to explain how masters overcame this, but Javier erased the drawing. He stated that this time he wanted to reach that level without relying on Lloyd's help. He needed to walk his own path. In the next moment, Javier faced Kyle once more. Kyle's sword pierced Javier's chest, and his body was struck directly by the enemy's aura blast. Kyle remarked that Javier never ceased to surprise him. Normally, that attack would have shattered anyone. However, Javier concentrated all his mana at the point of impact to avoid dying. Kyle found it amusing and decided to finish the fight. Taking advantage of the fact that his sword was still lodged in Javier's body, he released a stream of burning aura to incinerate him from within. Javier screamed in pain, yet still gripped Kyle's sword tightly. He realized that the aura's mana flowed directly from the enemy's mana heart, passing through the blade. Even so, Kyle hurled him away, smashing him against the wall. Javier's body looked like that of a dead man. Kyle could no longer sense his breathing or his mana, and concluded that he had wasted too much time. He needed to kill the queen immediately. Then Javier stood up once again. He declared that he now understood the mana of a swordmaster. In that instant, he invoked his own sword aura, replacing the physical blade with a massive and majestic green aura. Kyle was stunned. He had never seen power like that. Javier's aura grew even further, and he released it all at once, creating a true cascade of pure power. Kyle tried to respond with his own aura, but it seemed like nothing more than an insignificant blade before that torrent. When it was over, Kyle found himself without the arm he used to wield his sword. The limb had been torn off by that same aura strike, which also carved a gigantic rift into the ground of the castle. When the soldiers approached, Javier warned them to step back. He made it clear that no one there was capable of facing a swordmaster. Meanwhile, the Empress tried to wake Lloyd, who had collapsed shortly after the mana explosion. She remembered that he could absorb mana and decided to transfer hers to him, since she could not afford to lose a talent of that level. Slowly, Lloyd opened his eyes. The system informed that Lloyd Frontera had survived a fatal poison and unlocked a new personalized mana heart option. From that moment on, he had become immune to all types of poison and had acquired the Overload ability, which allowed him to absorb mana from the environment when his own was depleted. Lloyd broke into a wide smile, feeling victorious. The Empress then flicked him on the head in irritation. He asked the reason, confused. She replied that when she saw that smile, she could not hold back. She then asked if he was all right and if he could stand up. Lloyd answered that it might be too much for him at that moment. His legs were completely drained of energy, but he needed to help Javier, and the only option available was to use Overload. Lloyd made the circles of his mana heart spin faster and faster, activating that forbidden ability. Suddenly, he began absorbing all the mana in the environment. From every everything that existed around him. It was as if he were sucking the very life out of things, draining the color from objects and leaving everything without vitality. The queen had never seen such an intense absorption power. Lloyd entered a completely stationary state, unable to hear anything around him, including the queen herself. Realizing this, she concluded that he had already saved her life once that night, and decided to cooperate. The queen began transferring her own mana to him, believing that this would help him save his night. After a few seconds of absorbing mana non-stop, Lloyd finally opened his eyes. The entire room had turned gray, as if all energy had been drained. At that moment, the system informed him that his ability had been enhanced. He had now become a low-rank specialist swordsman. In addition, a new ability had been unlocked, Frenzy, also known as Berserk Mode. This ability could be used against a specific target for 1 minute, increasing strength, stamina, and reflexes by 200%. However, it could only be activated once per day. Lloyd stood up, feeling his body much lighter, and immediately thought that he needed to help Javier, who was still fighting Kyle. When he looked at the queen, he realized that she was now completely exhausted. He wondered what had happened to the room, and whether all of that had been caused by him. He thought that this ability was extremely troublesome for anyone around him. The queen said she would ask for the details later, because at that moment the highest priority was to arrest Kyle. She asked if Lloyd could carry her. Immediately, Lloyd placed his coat over her, crouched down, and positioned himself properly. He showed complete respect as he carried her on his back and ran down the corridor at full speed, determined to reach Javier as soon as possible. The queen reflected that Javier showed excellent mana control, but she was certain that he would not be able to defeat Kyle alone. She needed to recover her mana quickly to help him. However, when they turned the corner, they found Javier surrounded by a powerful sword aura. Kyle had already been defeated. The queen immediately ordered all the soldiers to lower their weapons. She declared that on that night, Kyle, commander of the Royal Guard, had committed an attempt on her life. She also declared that those two men had faced extreme danger to save her, and demanded that everyone show respect to the two heroes. The soldiers saluted with their weapons, and the queen announced that everyone who had participated in the banquet that night would be investigated. This was a matter of royal family security, and she demanded the full cooperation of all. Naturally, Lloyd wondered if Javier had become a sword master. Javier confirmed it, treating the matter as if it were nothing special. Lloyd found it strange how casually he spoke about something so extraordinary. To Javier, facing dangerous situations was simply part of his duty, especially when escorting someone like Lloyd, who constantly put himself in risky situations. Deep down, Lloyd only felt relief that Javier was still alive. Shortly afterward, the system informed him that he had achieved yet another incredible accomplishment that night. All previous achievements had fulfilled a hidden condition, unlocking the praise system. From that moment on, every achievement would grant a commendable honorary title, and each title would come with a bonus ability. In addition, at every full moon midnight, he would receive a certain amount of praise points. Currently, Lloyd possessed 5 titles: Bone Crusher, Reviver of Dead States, I Will Make Your Face as Ugly as an Orc's, Oh You Are Going into the Lobster Pot, and I Carry Magenta. Upon examining the names, Lloyd found them all absurd and wondered how he had ended up at that point. Even so, he thought that when he eventually obtained a title with a truly powerful ability, all of it might be worth it. He decided to check the title, Oh You Are Going into the Lobster Pot. The activation period of the title was 120 years. It would grant 6 praise points per title. The powers of a title could be activated for 24 hours within the region where the praise had been granted. The effect of this title was clear. When Lloyd faced an opponent 10 times heavier than himself or more, Iron Stance would be invoked. The damage he dealt would be doubled, while the damage he received would be reduced by half. Lloyd acknowledged that this was impressive, but he still did not understand where he could use the accumulated praise points. The system hinted that it would explain, but chose not to reveal it at that moment. After insisting, begging, and humiliating himself a little, the system revealed that praise points could be used to challenge the laws of physics and obtain absolute power, even going as far as invoking the so-called final spoiler. Later, Lloyd was resting in the guest room, completely exhausted from not having slept at all. Julian asked if he had any idea who was behind the poisoning. Lloyd replied that honestly, he did not know. Some people had been captured exchanging coded messages and would soon be subjected to a confession spell. However, some of them seemed to possess some kind of protection. He concluded that because of that investigation, he would not be leaving the capital anytime soon. He very much wanted to return home, but the attempted assassination of the queen complicated everything. Moreover, that event did not exist in the original story he knew. In the work, this arc was never developed, as it was meant to happen only in a second season that never existed. What worried him most was that everything had happened 3 years earlier than expected. This meant that the future could change even more. Lloyd realized that if things continued like this, his knowledge of the future, which had always been his greatest weapon, could become completely useless. Despite having gained some powerful abilities, he did not know how useful they would truly be. Julian then asked about Javier and whether he would remain under investigation. Lloyd explained that yes, he would, because the queen had summoned him separately due to the fact that he had become a sword master. Seeing Julian's surprise, Lloyd did not understand the reaction. To him, Javier had always been strong. Julian's response, however, indicated that this achievement meant something far greater than Lloyd was willing to admit. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, in the throne room, Javier Asrahan, because of the recent events the queen had witnessed, and the unprecedented manifestation of his sword aura, received a direct order. Impressed by his power and his loyalty, the queen determined that he should remain at her side, to assume the position of captain of the royal guards. Julian grew worried about the possibility of Javier leaving them, but it soon became clear that he did not accept that appointment easily. Javier asked the queen for forgiveness and explained, with complete humility, that he was a knight sworn to Baron Arcos Frontera, and that he was unable to abandon his post at his side. Hearing this, Lloyd remarked internally that his brother truly did not know Javier as well as he thought. The queen made it clear that this was not a request, but a direct order. To disobey the will of Her Majesty was the same as committing treason, and she made sure that Javier fully understood the weight of those words. Even so, he replied that he accepted the consequences, but begged for a single favor. He wished only for permission to send a farewell letter to the Baron. The queen interpreted this as an elegant way of saying that he would rather die than serve her. Even so, faced with Javier's firm and respectful stance, she decided to respect his decision. He stood up, bowed to her deeply, and withdrew from the throne room. On the way, Javier encountered Julian, who showed clear concern. He reassured him, stating that he would always remain a knight of the Frontera family, regardless of any title or position. Hearing this, Julian felt immense relief and was visibly happy. Alone, the queen reflected that she truly did not have much luck with people from the frontier region. Later that night, with nothing else to do, Lloyd was observing the night sky while analyzing the abilities tied to his titles. The title Bone Crusher, acquired after defeating Newman, guaranteed that all subjects of the Frontera estate would obey him unconditionally. The title I Will Make Your Face as Ugly as an Orc's allowed him to unleash a powerful orc roar. The title Magentano, I Carry You, was particularly useful, as it granted him the queen's complete trust, ensuring that he would never be the target of suspicion from her. Lloyd found this last one especially valuable. Noticing that it was a full moon night, he automatically received his praise points. At that moment, he had 22 points. The so-called final spoiler granted a vision of the final scene of that story arc and required the expenditure of 20 points. Convinced that with this information the safest path would be a peaceful life, Lloyd activated the spoiler. In the next instant, everything turned completely black. The world around him disappeared. A few seconds later, he found himself surrounded by flames. He was on the Frontera estate, now reduced to ruins. Everything was burned, the buildings, the land, and the people. In desperation, Lloyd ran through the estate trying to find any survivor, but only silence answered. Soon ahead, he came upon the bodies of the Baron and the Baroness. Before them, he saw himself, Lloyd Frontera, kneeling, crying, and begging for forgiveness. Confused and consumed by rage, he demanded explanations from the system, unable to accept that vision. When he looked back, he saw a massive cloud of locusts advancing like a devastating plague. Javier appeared, releasing his sword aura and cutting through the swarm, but the creatures were countless. He managed to eliminate only a portion before being completely devoured. At that instant, Lloyd woke from what felt like a nightmare and immediately asked the system whether that would truly happen. The answer was vague, stating that he could choose to believe it or not, but that he should reflect on the consequences of being wrong. Still in disbelief, Lloyd wasted no time. He ran straight to the queen's office. He remembered a phrase he had spoken in that vision, something about having arrived earlier. To him, that meant acting now. He decided that he needed to return to his territory as soon as possible, because he knew the true cause of that swarm of locusts. Upon hearing his report, the queen was shocked by the claim that the entire region of Cremona could be reduced to dust. Lloyd, maintaining a respectful posture, confirmed that this was exactly the situation. He explained that it was necessary to mobilize troops and prepare for a great calamity. The queen asked for more details. Since that information had appeared so suddenly, Lloyd explained that this was the work of the enemy nation Esfahan, which had been causing a domino effect by destroying the natural habitats of monsters. Forced to flee, those creatures were being pushed toward their territory, which would eventually generate chaos throughout the entire eastern region. He knew that according to the original record of the story, this should only have happened 3.5 years later, and much farther north of the frontier. He did not understand why the timing and the details had changed, but that no longer mattered. The queen acknowledged that there had indeed been suspicious movements by Asfahan in the eastern part of the jungle. Even so, she questioned how Lloyd had so much knowledge about these events. For a moment he panicked, trying to come up with a plausible explanation. She commented that he had been hiding many things, and that at that moment he seemed even more suspicious than Asfahan itself. That was when Lloyd found a way out. He explained that he had deep ties with the orcs of the Barren Lands, specifically the Sand and Steel tribe, sealed by a blood pact. According to him, it was these tribes that had warned him through carrier pigeons. Regarding the assassination attempt involving Kyle, Lloyd claimed that he had noticed strange exchanges between him and his squad leader, which led him to follow them and witness everything. As for the mana absorption and the devastation around them, he justified it by saying that Javier, an unparalleled genius, had taught him a secret self-defense magic since childhood. The queen reflected that all the explanations, despite emerging at the same time, made sense. Even so, she could not shake the feeling that Lloyd was improvising everything. After an uncomfortable silence, he discreetly activated the effect of his title. Convinced, the queen decided to trust him and authorized that 500 soldiers be placed under his command. The White Cavalry, accompanied by 50 support mages, was also mobilized. As Lloyd demonstrated clear knowledge of enemy movements, the queen decided to place him in direct command of the operation. Lloyd thanked Her Majesty for her generosity generosity. Aware that this decision came with a price, the Queen made it clear that he knew this better than anyone, and that he would have to bear the consequences. Lloyd accepted without hesitation, stating that he fully understood that nothing came for free. If they were able to stop the monster attack, the Queen would publicly announce that both the prediction and the resolution of the calamity had been her merit. In this way, the honor of the crown, stained by the recent assassination attempt, would be restored. She admitted that she had never met anyone as suspicious as Lloyd, but that she appreciated that silent understanding between the two of them. As soon as the decision was made, Lloyd departed immediately. Together with Javier, they advanced with such haste that the wind drowned out any attempt at clear communication. Javier, though confused, trusted that Lloyd had solid reasons for acting that way, and asked that when possible he explain everything calmly. Despite the shouts distorted by the wind and the speed of the horse, Javier managed to understand the essentials. They needed to reach the Frontera estate within 5 days. As they were carried forward by the frantic gallop, Lloyd reflected that Javier now possessed enough strength to dominate the army of a small nation on his own. Against human enemies, defeating a few soldiers would already be enough to shatter the morale of the rest. However, this time the enemy was not human. Monsters had no morale, only instinct. They moved toward food, forming a swarm that would attack from all sides at once. No matter how intense the firepower of 2 people might be, it would not be enough to contain an attack of that kind. For that reason, Lloyd called Podong and explained that they would need to split up at that point. He asked to meet again at the exact agreed time, making it clear that he was counting on him. Then he leapt from the horse, stating with conviction that he had a plan. He would not allow the Frontera estate, his main source of resources, to be destroyed. After long hours of riding with almost no rest, they finally reached the frontier territory. The swarm of monsters was already approaching. It was not as concentrated as in the previous vision, but it was still advancing in a threatening manner. Civilians and farmers, seized by panic, found themselves facing those terrifying creatures. Lloyd acted immediately. He ordered everyone to enter their homes without delay. Then he asked one of the residents to hand him the largest jar lid available, preparing to put the first step of his plan into action. At that first moment, the creatures had already invaded the Baron's castle. The maid Emily was attacked by one of the monstrous insects, but the Baroness appeared just in time, smashed a chair over the creature's head, grabbed the maid and ran, trying to take her to a safer place. Even so, when she looked at that swarm spreading in every direction, she realized that maybe there was no safe place at all. Arcus sprinted down the corridor with his sword in hand, ordering everyone to leave the castle immediately. He headed toward Mr. Byron, knowing he would need to act fast. When the doors were opened, they came face to face with the hungry creatures already advancing, while Byron ran through the streets, shouting for the soldiers and saying they would form a defensive line at the Count's residence. The problem was that the civilians, who barely knew how to fight, were already being knocked down one by the monsters. Byron knew the villagers were in danger, but he also had the responsibility to protect the Baron. That was when he remembered Arcus's own words, that if the property was ever at risk, the priority should be to save the people first, because a lord and his knights only existed because of them. With that in mind, Byron charged forward, cut down the insects surrounding a fallen person, and ordered them to stay behind him, and he was not fighting alone. The orcs also appeared. Hiroche called all the great orc warriors, saying that this might be their last day, but even so, they would uphold the oath made to his brother's family. Their priority was clear, protecting the Baron and the Baroness, while staying on the front line. They faced the bestial and starving creatures, which advanced non-stop, devouring human flesh. At a certain moment, when everyone was already surrounded by the swarm, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, all the creatures' attention turned away. Like moths drawn to light, the insects began to change direction. That was when Lloyd appeared, shouting and calling out to those things, provoking them without any fear while carrying a huge steel trash can lid. Beside him, Javier came riding a horse, striking hard on a piece of wood. Lloyd provoked them even more, making an absurd amount of noise and saying that the screeching sound must be music to their ears. The more the sound echoed, the more creatures gathered, forming almost a single mass, like a giant living tentacle, following Lloyd out of the property. Arcus, hearing all that shouting, found the voice strange, and Marvea quickly confirmed that it could only be Lloyd. While running from the creatures, Lloyd complained about the absurd number of bugs and said they were scary as hell. Javier, on the other hand, confirmed that the plan was working and that they should keep going like that. The idea was to circle the entire perimeter of the property, gathering as many creatures as possible along the way. When Lloyd asked Javier to hit even harder, the blow was so exaggerated that the shield bounced back and hit Lloyd himself. He complained, told him not to overdo it, and asked why Javier was smiling. Javier replied that another hit was coming, and that he was starting to have a little too much fun with it. Even in the middle of the chaos, Lloyd remembered that it all made sense, since it was recorded in books that locusts and similar creatures reacted strongly to loud sounds. They were falling perfectly into the trap. Lloyd, riding faster and faster, commented that the next destination would be Lacona. Javier realized that he had decided to help even the neighbors, and his admiration for him grew even more. Lloyd gained 54 PR. In truth, Lloyd was not exactly thinking about saving people. What he really did not want was to lose the water bill account. Meanwhile, in the Viscounty of Lacona, the situation was the same. The plague had arrived there too, and the place was completely desperate. It was at that moment that Lloyd and Javier crossed straight through the castle wall. Without wasting time, Lloyd made it clear that no one there should even think about delaying the water bill. He repeated the same process as before, banging on the shield and drawing the attention of the giant locusts. Javier asked if the plan now was to lead the creatures through the buildings to concentrate them even more. Lloyd replied that he had no plan at all, that he just wanted to be a jerk, and that this was way too good. Javier could only wonder what was wrong with that guy. As they crossed the Viscounty of Lacona, Lloyd shouted as if he were in a parade, announcing his passage and telling everyone to get out of the way. Javier asked him to save his voice, saying that screaming like that would not help at all. Lloyd replied that it was part of the image, that this way everyone would know he was saving everyone, and that he was going to exploit that as much as possible. Javier could only conclude that Lloyd was completely insane. After crossing the entire Viscounty, they headed toward the swamp. There, however, another swarm was waiting. Javier moved to the front, told Lloyd to hold that lid with all his strength, and invoked his sword aura to open a path, cutting down the creatures that appeared. This allowed them to reposition themselves ahead of the horde, but the horse was already close to collapsing from running so much. Lloyd realized that if the horse died there, the situation would become even worse. Because of that, he told Javier to brace himself. He dropped the shield, grabbed the shovel, and climbed onto Javier's back, ready to continue that madness to the end. He even shouted that now Javier was his stallion, and told him to run. Javier dismounted without complaining, clearly satisfied with that role reversal, in which he became the horse, and ran too fast, at an absurd level. When the horde truly began to close in, Lloyd and Javier were already near the water. That was when Lloyd called for Belle and Hippo. Belle appeared leaping and fired lava straight at the swarm, burning a huge portion of the creatures. From the horizon, everyone could see that gigantic explosion lighting everything up. Right after that, Lloyd announced the second attack, while Hippo launched its swamp water spit, which dispersed even more of the locusts. The third attack came soon after, a combined mana explosion from Lloyd and Javier together, which simply erased what remained of the plague. After that, the two of them were completely exhausted. Lloyd threw himself onto the grass, saying that it had been hard as hell. Javier commented that they had dealt with most of the problem, but there were still many monsters scattered throughout the city. Lloyd said not to worry about that, because the cleanup crew was already on the way. Podong had gone to fetch the orcs, 300 of them, and at the same time the white cavalry had also arrived with 50 mages. Lloyd made it clear that this was only the beginning, because that domino effect of monsters would not end with a single horde. In the name of the Great Majesty's domain, the soldiers of the white cavalry, together with the mages, exterminated all the remaining locusts. The orcs also helped, skewering the creatures and making an improvised barbecue, eating the locusts while saying it was pure protein. While all of this was happening, one of the maids approached an orc and handed him a flower, thanking him for saving her earlier. When she walked away, the orc turned completely red because of the gift. It was an unexpectedly cute scene. Soon after, Lloyd's parents came running, asking if he was alright. Lloyd replied that he had been better, but that he was alive. The two of them hugged him and Arcus said that he had saved everyone, something even his own father had never managed to do. Marvea asked why he liked saving people so much, and whether he was not afraid of getting hurt. Lloyd thought that he had done all of that just for money, but the system laughed at him, asking if he really did not remember what he had said in the final spoiler. Since he truly did not remember, he decided to let it go. In Lloyd's mind, there was still a lot of work to do. They needed to prepare for the second wave. At that moment, the system rewarded him with a new title, Round 1 Pest Control. The title gave 2 praise points and had a curious effect. Any insect Lloyd looked at would enter a state of deep fear. Later that night, Lloyd called a knight to talk. It was not just anyone. It was the commander of the White Cavalry, Valerardi Blanc. Lloyd thanked him for his crucial role in exterminating the locusts. Valerardi replied that there was no need for that, since it was obvious that the White Cavalry had only done the cleanup work. Lloyd disagreed, saying that if they had tried to clean everything up on their own, it would have taken weeks. The commander then admitted that, to be honest, he had been irritated at first. A simple engineer being given authority over the esteemed White Cavalry was not easy to accept. However, when they arrived at the location, he realized that the exact timing and the point of arrival had been calculated with precision. To him, Lloyd was clearly a brilliant strategist, even if his pride was still hurt. Valerardi asked whether Lloyd had sent the mages back, and demanded that they remain there. For the White Cavalry, fighting and dying alongside the Queen was the greatest honor possible. He made it clear that he did not like Lloyd, but after saying that, he asked Lloyd to be direct as well. He wanted to know what Lloyd truly intended. Lloyd thought that he already knew that this man was different. In the original story, Valerardi was the commander of the White Cavalry, who received the order to carry out a cruel purge when the Queen became corrupted. He fought with everything he had against Javier, who was trying to protect the people. At that time, Javier was not yet a swordmaster, and barely managed to defeat him. Even in defeat, Valerardi asked them to stop the Queen. He was a warrior of absolute loyalty. Thinking about that, Lloyd put his plan into motion and proposed a duel. If Lloyd won, Valerardi and the entire White Cavalry would become employees of the Frontera estate. If Valerardi won, he would return immediately to the Majesty. The commander said that he understood everything, and that he had no intention of accepting such an absurd request, since the Queen's sword would not fight a civilian without direct orders. That was when Lloyd explained that he was mistaken. Valerardi had been given command of the White Cavalry, and that itself was an order. Even so, Lloyd provoked him by saying that maybe maybe working with shovels and dirt would wound the honor of a knight like him, so the best way to prove his chivalry would be in a duel. Valerardi asked if he had a weapon. Lloyd simply picked up his shovel. The commander commented that he had heard Lloyd had punished a traitor of the estate with that same shovel. Because of that, he decided to keep his sword sheathed. Lloyd thought that was perfect, because the commander had taken the bait. Valerardi's chances of winning were practically zero. He had a mana heart with 3 circles, but it was just raw power. Even so, it was strong enough to nearly kill Javier in the past. Still, Lloyd had an advantage: his personality. Valerardi declared that this would be a match between a knight and a civilian, so the rules would be simple. If Lloyd managed to dodge a single attack, he would be the winner. Lloyd accepted without thinking twice. Then the strike came, an absurd triple mana explosion, overwhelmingly powerful, that threw Valerardi into complete despair. He jumped instinctively to save his own life. When he dodged, the explosion tore the peak off an entire mountain. Valerardi turned in shock toward Lloyd, who was completely drained after spending so much energy at once, yet was still smiling. He had won. With that, the 500 strongest warriors in the kingdom, the White Cavalry, officially became employees of the Frontera barony. One of the soldiers was already exhausted. He dropped the shovel to the ground and said that this was not right. That man might have authority over them, but they had devoted their entire lives to the battlefield, not to digging dirt like that. The commander listened in silence, and replied that it was not just because of a simple order. That same night, Lloyd said he would show Valerardi something incredible. He claimed that wielding a shovel could be far more honorable than wielding a sword. That idea kept hammering in the commander's mind. Because of that, he asked the soldier to wait, saying there was something he wanted to confirm before making any judgment. While they assessed the situation alongside Lloyd, Javier asked whether this would really have any effect. Lloyd replied confidently, saying that he had learned this method from the jungle orcs, and that it was tested and proven. He told them to trust and wait, because it would even protect their precious right to free food. They were building a great monument on the mountain, a gigantic statue shaped like a creature. After some time, the ground began to tremble. Something was approaching, something large and terrifying. The entire barony was seized by fear, yet everyone shared the same feeling, the certainty that Lloyd would do anything to protect them. Meanwhile, Valerardi, commander of the White Cavalry, thought that it was still hard to fully believe in Lloyd, but there was no doubt they were truly coming. A horde of mastodons was advancing toward the estate. When he questioned Lloyd about what evidence he had, Lloyd answered in the most shameless way possible, saying that it was obvious and that, basically, he just knew. Valerardi realized that Lloyd was an expert at dodging questions, but even so, he was right. So he put on his helmet and began organizing his troops. The initial plan was to form a complete encirclement, crush the vanguard, and then surround the rest of the horde. He calculated that they might suffer around 20 casualties. He did not want his soldiers to die there, but he also could not promise that everyone would survive. Just as the troops were about to advance, Byron appeared and stopped them. Valerardi asked why he was there without armor. Byron replied that Master Lloyd had said he would not need any. The commander insisted that they were heading to the battlefield, but Byron answered that he was already used to Lloyd's strange ways, and that he was there to interpret his message. Byron pointed upward, and asked if Valerardi could see Lloyd on top of a large white rock. From up there, Lloyd raised 2 flags, one white and one blue, and began waving them enthusiastically. Byron started translating the movements, explaining that Lloyd was asking the White Cavalry to move quickly toward the southeastern border of the village. Valerardi was confused. First, he wanted to know how Byron could even understand that. Then he realized that Lloyd was asking them to open a path through the enemies, something that sounded completely insane. It seemed like only a matter of time before the mastodons broke through, and a lateral attack would not be enough to stop them. Even so, Lloyd kept spinning the flags while practically dancing on top of the rock. Amid the exaggerated gestures, Lloyd even threatened to report Valerardi to the Majesty if he kept arguing. Valerardi wondered whether that was serious or if he was being mocked. All of it went against any common sense of battle. When the mastodons finally arrived, passing straight by Lloyd on top of the rock, he thought that the first phase of the plan had begun. The enormous herd suddenly stopped when it encountered a massive wall of earth. The reason was clear. Lloyd had built a gigantic statue representing their natural enemy, the Megalania. The sight made the mastodons slam on the brakes, crashing into one another. Then Lloyd began the second phase. Byron ordered the White Cavalry to march forward, making as much noise as possible, moving in unison and striking their spears against the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and noise. Valerardi watched everything, trying to understand what was happening. Behind the wall of earth, the mastodons began to stir, clearly nervous. Lloyd knew exactly why. The sound produced by the soldiers simulated the approach of another Megalania. Frightened, the mastodons began moving in the opposite direction, completely ignoring the earthen wall. Valerardi had not expected that. They were heading straight toward the area where a huge amount of earth had been dug out. He finally understood the reason for that gigantic pit. This was the third phase of Lloyd's plan. One by one, the mastodons fell into the great pit. That was when Hippo appeared, spitting an absurd amount of water and creating a powerful current that dragged all the creatures out of the property. Lloyd dropped the flags and made a victory sign. The beasts were carried far away, separated from the horde, disoriented and defeated. Valorardi realized at that moment that they had won without fighting a single direct battle, and Lloyd, observing the result, simply analyzed everything calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After everything was over, Lloyd commented that there were a ton of creatures there to eat, but that there was no reason at all for them to return to a place where a megalania was roaming. Thanks to all that improvised construction, they had also managed to open a new water channel. Valorardi asked if that had been planned from the start. Lloyd replied that not exactly, that while they were digging he had just thought it might be useful at some point. That made Valorardi reflect. Every time they returned from a battle they lost at least 5 men. Then came the heaviest part, collecting belongings, visiting the houses, looking into the eyes of the wives and children, and saying that that soldier had died honorably in battle for the country and the people. The White Cavalry Regiment and the Kingdom of Magentano would remember that name, but the only thing that truly remained behind was sorrow. The soldiers cried for their fallen comrades, and the commander had to pretend that it did not affect him. After so many deaths and so much accumulated pain, Valorardi could no longer lie to himself. Every time they lost someone, they repeated words like bravery and honor, but deep down it was all just empty talk. In their hearts they knew that death left no honor behind, only hellish days for those who kept living, and there at that moment, all of his soldiers had survived. One of them was even excitedly commenting that he was going to invite everyone to his wedding. When they returned to the city together with Lloyd, Valerie ended up overhearing the conversation between him and Javier. Javier questioned how the monsters were not going to end. Lloyd explained that they would end eventually, but until then they would still have to deal with a few more waves. Javier observed that carrying out a plan on that scale every time would be far too expensive for the fief. Lloyd praised him, saying that he had gotten smarter, and asked if he could guess what came next. Javier replied that it was obvious, a plan that used as few resources as possible to eliminate the monster invasion at its root. Lloyd looked visibly proud. At that moment Valorardi appeared and said that the White Cavalry would help with that plan. Lloyd asked if they would not return to the capital. The commander replied that he intended to send a letter to the Majesty asking for permission to stay, because that day he had witnessed what a true victory really was. He admitted that he had been an incompetent leader, and bowed to the young Master Lloyd, asking to remain and learn from his wisdom. All the soldiers of the White Cavalry made the same gesture. Lloyd, as over the top as ever, said that he would almost throw himself at their feet, begging them to stay, because that plan would never work without them. Later, everyone gathered together, Lloyd and Javier, inseparable, the Baron and the Baroness, and the commander of the White Cavalry. Lloyd asked if the Lord remembered the time he had talked about building a channel coming from Lake Kapua. Arcus confirmed that he remembered, saying that he had been completely against it, since a legendary beast slept in the depths of the lake, King Storma. He explained that the disturbance of an ordinary channel would not be enough to wake him, but even so, Lloyd had pushed for the construction. Lloyd confirmed and said that this time they would really wake it up. Arcus immediately refused. Marvia was also against it. The commander of the White Cavalry voted in favor. Javier did as well. Arcus questioned whether Lloyd's guard should not disagree with him. Javier apologized but made it clear that the discussion was already lost. Lloyd commented with satisfaction that he had gotten smarter. Through the democratic process, the construction would begin. Arcus did not like it at all, but in the end he went along with the White Cavalry. On the way, Javier asked whether Lloyd intended to wake the creature and control it somehow. Lloyd replied that he was not any kind of mage. He explained that he had researched every possible legend, story, and record about that beast. Everything said it was as large as a mountain, but curiously there were no records of attacks on humans. Most importantly, the lake had been created by the creature itself, dug with its own body. The story said that if its habitat were damaged, it would let out a cry before starting to restore everything. Lloyd explained that this was exactly why he intended to destroy part of the lake every day and every night. That would completely scare away the monsters coming from the mountains. He called this plan Operation Guard Dog. Javier thought that Lloyd was basically saying he would torment a legendary beast that slept peacefully, something not even the devil himself would do. Even so, he asked what would happen if the research was wrong and the creature attacked. Lloyd calmly replied that Javier was a knight, so he would defeat the creature, and then it would scream every day and every night in the same way. Operation Guard Dog. Javier had the clear feeling that he was being treated like a dog. Later at Lake Kapua, Lloyd activated his simulation mode to adjust the whole situation. He moved his arms and hands in the air as if manipulating something invisible, since no one could see the system screen. Javier commented to Valorardi that Lloyd was just a little strange, but definitely not crazy. The commander in turn admitted that he would very much like to closely observe such uncommon intelligence. It was exactly at that moment that the sleeping beast at the bottom of the lake felt the human presence. It had forgiven everyone last time, but if they interfered again, it would kill all of them without exception. At a certain point, Lloyd passed by Byron, who was having far too much fun with his new mascots. They were tiny baby elephants, separated from their mothers during the water attack. Byron was completely entertained until he noticed Lloyd's gaze on him. When he realized it, he stood up and explained that the calves seemed healthy, and that he wanted permission to raise them. Lloyd considered the idea risky, since the bigger those animals grew, the more ferocious they became. Even so, Byron insisted, saying they were just adorable. Lloyd reminded him that raising animals was not simple and was extremely difficult, but Bayern remained confident. In the end, Lloyd agreed and let him do as he wished. Bayern was radiant with his new mascots, which were given the names Pudding, Padang, Pungdiong, Pungding, and Pudong. Lloyd was sure the Lord would find a way to take good care of them. If everything went well, those creatures might even become a great asset. After all, the current mission, called Operation Guard Dog, had no guarantee of success, and any extra ally would be welcome. Even so, they had also lost important allies. Akucha returned to his village with part of the orcs to protect the tribe from the monster hordes. Lloyd also sent some soldiers to accompany them back to the Sand and Steel tribe. He was determined to do everything possible to keep his army strong. Finally, the day arrived. Vallard reported that everything was ready and that the time had come for the long-awaited operation to begin. According to him, on that day they would awaken an ancient beast, something no one but them would dare to do. Only men with superhuman strength would be capable of excavating and moving mountains. The white cavalry responded in unison, full of fervor. They believed in the power of the almighty shovel and knelt down, reaffirming their absolute faith. Meanwhile, Javier watched everything from afar, feeling sincere pity for the white cavalry. After several meticulous simulations, Lloyd and his soldiers carefully modified the terrain. The goal was to make the lake's edge collapse without causing a flood. When everything was ready, Lloyd signaled to Javier, who was already in position. He then fired a mana explosion, causing a massive landslide into the lake. That, even though it was not an immediate problem, would be enough to compromise a dam if it were not monitored. Right after that, everyone threw themselves to the ground to protect themselves. The creature had awakened. The foundation in the middle of the lake was completely destroyed, and before them appeared a gigantic beast, a colossal beaver. Lloyd froze for a few seconds. To his surprise, despite its terrifying size, the creature looked strangely adorable to everyone. Somehow Lloyd could perfectly understand what the beaver was shouting. Just like with Podong, Hippiu, and Bell, he understood its words because they were invocations. Lloyd realized that despite being a monster, it was still a beaver, and the most important thing for a beaver was to fix its dam. The creature kept repeating only Bivong, Bivong as it ran toward the trees. The metallic smell of shovels and armor had revealed their presence, and this time the monster promised to destroy them all and put an end to those tricks once and for all. Lloyd realized too late that he had completely underestimated the creature's intelligence. The commander crawled over to him, asking what they would do now, but Lloyd was already starting to panic. The giant beaver unleashed a wave of water at everyone, dragging them away with the current. Javier tried to resist using a mana explosion, but the monster deflected the attack with a simple slap. With no choice, Javier activated his sword aura and charged forward. However, in the very next moment, Lloyd stopped him, making it clear that he still had a plan. Javier thought that if that creature really was an invocation, the plan might work. He began dodging the beaver's attacks using only mana explosions to redirect his own body, doing it on purpose just to irritate the creature. Meanwhile, Lloyd slowly approached from behind, with extreme caution. When the beaver finally turned around, Lloyd dove, realizing that the monster had absurdly sharp senses, and that getting close to it was far more difficult than it looked. To keep the creature's attention away from Lloyd, Javier used another mana explosion combined with his sword aura. Even so, the monster avoided every attack with ease. Javier knew that weak strikes would not be enough to draw that thing's attention. He could seriously injure it if he used his full strength, but Lloyd had already made it clear that he did not want the creature to be killed. With no other option, Javier began shouting strange sounds, loudly repeating bim bong. Everyone grew tense as they watched, while Lloyd remained submerged. The beaver reacted aggressively, making it clear that it was nobody's mother, and that it was male on top of that. Javier, already out of patience, decided to simply keep going, repeating the sounds as if they were random noises. In fact, they were not random. It was a language. The creature became outraged, questioning why they were speaking to it like that. And what about it looked like a baby octopus? Javier kept repeating the sounds, and the beaver grew even more irritated, insisting that it was not ugly. At that instant, Lloyd was already on top of the creature's head. The beaver could not reach him since its arms were too short. Lloyd then jumped and threw a blue sunflower seed straight into the creature's mouth. The effect was immediate. The monster began to shrink until it was the size of a normal beaver, at least by the standards of its own species. Confused, it wondered why the world had suddenly become so big. That was when Lloyd finally managed to grab it. Even so, the beaver rebelled and fought back, striking Lloyd hard in the face with its tail before fleeing. Everyone ran after it. Lloyd summoned his mascots to try to capture it. Podong took a punch straight to the face, but did not back down and returned the blow, turning it into a real brawl. Hippo tried to crush the beaver but missed, and Podong ended up crashing into him. Lloyd sprinted toward the creature, while Bell ended up falling face first onto the ground. At that instant, something unexpected happened. King Storma, a beast born in that land for reasons unknown even to himself, who had spent 500 years doing nothing but breathing and sleeping, saw the light for the first time in his existence. And in that moment, he fell in love with Bell. Realizing this, Lloyd understood that the plan had worked. He calmly guided the situation and made the creature calm down. The beaver, now known as Bai Byong, sat down, fixed his own hair, and showed a willingness to cooperate. He saw himself as a knight and was willing to do something in exchange for that attention. In this way, Lloyd managed to capture the legendary beast known as King Storma. Later, already at the estate, Bi Byong asked what Lloyd wanted from him. The request was simple, just twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. He should shout Bi Byong from the other side of the lake, nothing more. Bi Byong thought the proposal was terrible from a negotiation standpoint, pointing out that Lloyd was offering nothing in return. Lloyd, being honest, said that he really had nothing to give, but that it would make everyone happy. Belle responded with a warm and radiant smile, and that was enough for Bi Byong to accept. Lloyd thought that the creature was a complete slave to love. Belle felt absolutely nothing for him, even though they were of opposite sexes. King Storma, the eternal bachelor, was doomed to remain alone. Only then did Lloyd realize that he himself was also single. The two of them were in the same situation. On impulse, Lloyd hugged Baibon. The creature was confused at first, but ended up liking the gesture. Lloyd managed to share his feelings with him, and asked whether they could now consider themselves friends. Baibon replied that it did not really matter. The calm did not last long. Greg suddenly appeared bringing bad news. Some orc tribes were arriving by the road asking for help. The Hiroche tribe was being attacked by a group of Megalanias. At the same time, several of those creatures were already devastating the sand village of Yasuo. Akuche was fighting with everything he had, striking the monsters with his stone blades, but the creatures were extremely resilient, resembling gigantic and monstrous crocodiles. One of the Megalanias struck Akuche, knocking him to the ground. Even wounded, he ordered them to keep fighting, declaring that orcs never retreat. Upon hearing this, Lloyd ordered all the knights of the White Cavalry to gather at the entrance of the village. Greg warned that it might already be too late, but Lloyd stated that he would handle the situation personally. He took Baibung with him. On the way, Lloyd explained that this was a great opportunity. Javier was confused, but Lloyd clarified that it was the perfect chance to turn the monsters into dominoes. He then handed Baibung a red sunflower seed, making it clear that the time for the counterattack had arrived. Later, Baibung was leaping over the Frontera estate as if he were playing. Lloyd asked him to show his coolest side and try to steal Belle's heart. Excited, Baibung shot off at extremely high speed toward the orc tribe. They arrived in no time. As soon as he appeared, Byung crushed one of the Megalinas without any effort at all. He was far larger than any other creature present there. Lloyd ordered everyone to burn that scene into their memories and spread the word. There was no food in the West. Even if they traveled there, they would end up becoming the food. The Megalanias did not even have time to react when Boy Byung struck them with a single slap, sending them flying away. After that, he returned to his normal size and noticed Belle watching everything with a radiant smile. That left Boy Byung completely flustered. The commander of the White Cavalry thanked them for being called, but made it clear that this time they did not even seem necessary. Lloyd explained that he would never call them without a reason. In fact, another much more important mission was beginning that very day. When Akuche approached, he made it clear that the blood pact was no longer necessary. He and his men flexed their muscles, stating that Lloyd had saved their lives twice. For that reason, they swore total loyalty to the barony of Frontera. Lloyd was sincerely grateful. With that resolved, he declared the beginning of the third project. The objective now was to revive the sand tribe of Yasuo. Sometime earlier, the kingdom of Asfarn, which bordered the eastern edge of the desert, had set the reedlands on fire for strategic reasons. That decision caused a massive domino effect of monsters. Some intelligent barbarian tribes witnessed what happened next. 3 apex predators of the Megalania species were completely defeated, wrapped up like paper, and thrown far away. The surviving monsters began spreading the story. Quickly, a rumor emerged that a legendary beast the size of a mountain lived in the far west. They said it was so large that it could touch the clouds. Its tail represented the wrath of a god, and its whistle was capable of causing typhoons. Its black, round eyes seemed to have gazed only into the abyss. 2 enormous fangs would be enough to devour all beings in the world. According to the rumors, a demon controlled that creature. In reality, it was nothing more than Byongyan. Meanwhile, in the palace of Asfahan, a messenger informed the great sultan that, according to the initial plans, the Sand tribe, whose forces had been growing at an alarming rate, had abandoned its settlement and migrated to the forest of Magentano. The sultan considered that a success and asked how Magentano had dealt with the situation. The messenger explained that, strangely enough, the tribe had managed to cross the entire route safely. The sultan found that regrettable. He wanted to see despair stamped on the faces of those damned Magentanans. He was about to dismiss the messenger when he heard that there was a problem. The expelled monsters were returning and attacking the border walls. All available forces were being used to try to contain them, but it was extremely difficult. The creatures seemed driven mad by fear, with no sign of retreat, as if they were fleeing from something even worse. The sultan ordered that all nearby soldiers be gathered and that they attack with full force. Alone, he began to suspect that his own strategy had turned against him. Could that be a plan by Magentano? A move of that scale would only make sense if there were a true demon in the west. That very demon, at that moment, was signing a contract in front of the money-lending moneylenders Shiloh and Meatloaf. The document was simple, a receipt confirming full payment of the debt, including all accumulated interest, everything paid by check. The moneylenders were in shock. The Lord ordered them to sign it immediately and leave. Shortly after, Arcus entered the office and asked his son whether the debt had truly been paid. Lloyd confirmed it and showed him the receipt. The Baron hugged him tightly, deeply moved. He said that Lloyd had worked far too hard to fix his own father's mistake, and apologized for making him go through all of that. He confessed that he did not even know whether he deserved to be called a father. Lloyd asked if he loved him. Arcus answered yes without hesitation. He was his son, and he would always love him. Lloyd then asked if that was not enough to make him his father. At that moment, he received a new title, the one who escaped a mountain of debt. The title was permanent. In addition, Lloyd gained 2 praise points. From now on, he could receive investment capital with much lower interest rates and extremely favorable conditions. After some time, Lloyd walked to where Javier was training. Javier informed him that the Sand Tribe had already moved and settled in the eastern mountain ranges. The White Cavalry was also helping to finish the entire relocation. Lloyd was extremely excited about the absurd amount of food available, saying that it would help a lot with building muscle. Lloyd simply walked past him, commented that it was great, and asked him to take at least one day off. Javier noticed that something was wrong with Lloyd, but decided not to follow him. The Sand Tribe was now properly settled in the mountain ranges. Even if the monsters returned, they would be able to buy time. The estate would be safe whenever they called Bai Byong for a counteroffensive. Moreover, with the debt fully paid, there was nothing left to worry about. Even so, Lloyd felt something strange. He believed he would be jumping for joy after paying off the debt, but instead he felt only calm. He lay down on the bed and remembered Arcus's emotional embrace. That awakened another memory. Kim Suho, the true owner of that soul, remembered his own father. He remembered the words saying that Suho was intelligent and kind, but that someone ignorant and uneducated like him had made the boy suffer because of it. Even so, he wished that his son would have a good life. Lloyd thought of his own father, silently saying that he had managed to deal with everything in that world, and apologizing for not being able to help him in any way. That was when Lloyd began to cry uncontrollably. Javier on the other side of the door heard everything in silence and decided to step away. He thought that he hoped Lloyd could cry everything his heart needed to that night, because he deserved far more than that. A few days later, when Lloyd left the estate, everyone began to cheer him as the young master. He became extremely embarrassed, and told everyone to go look for dishes to wash or yards to sweep. Javier commented that there was nothing wrong with being a little arrogant, since those people could only smile like that because of him. Lloyd replied that he was doing everything simply to make a living and secure his money. That was when Byron appeared with worrying news. A large number of people were coming from the south. Lloyd asked if they were enemy soldiers, but Byron explained that he was not sure. According to the security soldiers, they looked like refugees. Later, Lloyd met with the group. One of the men asked if he was the lord of that state. Lloyd replied that he was only the son, and asked what they wanted. The man explained that they were subjects of Baron Certino, located to the south, and introduced himself as Nicholas, the chief of one of the villages in the region. Nicholas's father had been the village chief until recently. He stayed behind to allow everyone to escape, trying to protect the barony until the very end. Everything had happened very quickly. Lloyd asked if it was related to monsters, and Nicholas confirmed it. Creatures similar to giant beetles, about 2 meters tall, had appeared by the hundreds. Javier concluded that this was the monster domino effect, and that the affected area was much larger than they had calculated. Lloyd had already heard that all the states near the jungle had been hit. Probably only the barony of Frontera and the vice county of Lacona had not suffered major damage. It was not normal to have giant invocations, the White Cavalry, and a swordmaster all in the same territory. He realized that those refugees had nowhere to go. To the north there was the sea, to the south another country. To the west, Cremy was far too distant. The only possible place was the center, right there. Lloyd began to wonder how many more refugees would still come. 1,000, 10,000. Nicholas and the others begged for help, saying that even a piece of bread would be enough to feed their children. Javier warned that more refugees would probably arrive soon, and that the state did not have enough space or resources for everyone. Even so, Lloyd broke into a wide smile that strangely excited him. Javier asked what he was thinking in that situation. Lloyd asked him to think about it for a moment. If all those refugees entered the state, how much would tax revenue increase in the future? Javier commented that at that moment, they were just miserable people. Lloyd, however, ordered that part of the engineers be separated to cook and prepare food for everyone right there. The refugees thanked them deeply. In the end, Lloyd said that he would report everything to the Baron. Baron commented to Javier not to get so irritated. In his opinion, as long as the young master was able to read people like an open book, that state would continue to move forward. Baron truly did not know what the young master wanted to do. Even so, he suggested that it might be better to observe calmly before getting angry. Javier was not satisfied with that, but ended up agreeing. Later, Arcus asked if more refugees would still arrive. He made it clear that there were not enough funds to deal with everyone. Lloyd asked directly whether he wanted to receive receive them or not. Arcus replied that they could not simply ignore people who needed help, but also explained that with the current food stock they would not be able to support so many people for long. Lloyd found that strange and said that food was not a problem. Soon after, he showed the corpses of the monstrous locusts that had been stored to be turned into fertilizer. Technically, that was also food. Arcus questioned whether feeding people with locust was not excessive, but before he could finish the thought, he realized that the Baroness was already chewing on one of them. She commented that the taste was reminiscent of shrimp, and that there did not seem to be any problem, especially considering that the orcs also ate them. The only detail was the smell, which was not the best. She then asked Lloyd if she could take command of the kitchen. He authorized it without hesitation. Shortly afterward, the temporary camp for the refugees was ready. Lloyd ordered that the supply of ingredients be sped up. One of the guards reported that about 100 refugees were coming from the north. That was much faster than Lloyd expected, but he simply ordered the mascots to begin the work. The engineering team also went into action. Belle helped while the team of cooks was already being organized by Marvea. One of the cooks asked how they would deal with the strange smell of the insects. In response, Marvea showed an old book. It was a legendary recipe book written by a cook who had once served a dragon. They were all impressed. A legendary recipe book of that level was unbelievable. The Baroness explained that it was one of the things Lloyd had obtained after defeating the Dark Sorcerer. While watching everything, Lloyd realized that there truly was not enough space. Even if they expanded the lodgings all the way to the northern mountain, it still would not be enough. He scratched his head thoughtfully. At that moment, he heard a child crying, saying that he wanted to go back home. The mother explained that they no longer had a home, and that they needed to be grateful to the kind people who had taken them in. The child insisted that he wanted the house his father had built. That awakened a deep memory. Kim Suho remembered the house where he had lived with his parents. He remembered the day they unpacked their bags after moving. His parents smiled and said that it was his home, a smile he would never see again. It was a small, old, simple house on the outskirts of the city. Even so, it was there that he lived the happiest moments of his life. Lloyd crouched down and softly told the child not to worry. They would have a home soon, because he was there. Javier, watching from afar, felt proud of him. Then Lloyd declared that they were about to begin the greatest project they had ever undertaken. Javier asked if there really was a way to accommodate everyone there. Lloyd answered yes, and that there would be more than enough space. They would build apartments, a common type of building seen in South Korea, adapted to the current circumstances of the state. That construction model would be as efficient as possible. It would allow them to gain far more space using only a small portion of land. Administration would be simple, since everything would be concentrated in a single area. Construction costs and effort would be reduced thanks to standardization. Having units in all directions would improve thermal and structural insulation. Using his simulation mode, Lloyd began to analyze the impact of the project: population concentration, increase in purchasing power, formation of a working district, direct growth in tax revenue. It was perfect. This would be his last great job. After that, he would stop working and enjoy life. The ultimate dream of humanity: to become a rich, unemployed person, managing the state. He thought about leaving everything in Byron's hands. At that very moment, Byron felt a strange chill, without knowing why. Later, during an official meeting, Lloyd presented the new development plan for the state of Frontera. The project would be called Hive Apartments. He asked everyone to pay close attention to the documents being handed out. Javier said that he opposed the proposal. To him, the name of that construction could hide many ulterior motives. Lloyd, however, replied that it did not. He said that this was not a relevant matter for the meeting, and asked Javier to stop interrupting. He then asked why Byron looked so dejected. Bayern explained that he had been having the same dream for several days. In it, a demon forced him to work non-stop until he died of old age. Lloyd assured him that nothing like that would happen, and asked him to stay calm. After that, he began explaining the presented document. According to Lloyd, that construction was called a Tulu, an ancient model found in Fujian, a region in the east. Each generation would have a simple room and its own living space. At the center of the structure, there would be a plaza with shared facilities, such as wells, canteens, and bathrooms. He explained that the buildings would be made in a square shape, since a square was much faster to build than a circle. In addition, Lloyd highlighted an important point that was not explicit in the initial plan. If they erected a steel gate blocking access to the central plaza, the entire structure could function as a fortress. The commander was moved by the explanation and began to applaud. Then Lloyd said that he would answer all questions. Javier asked about funding, reminding everyone that it was already difficult to secure enough materials even for the tents. Lloyd asked if he was suggesting ignoring people in need because of money. Javier explained that was not what he meant, but Lloyd pressed him and asked for a direct answer, yes or no. At that moment, Arcus also commented that he was worried about the costs. Lloyd replied that he was impressed by the Baron's straightforward question and began to explain. He said that the production costs for the tents, the duel, and the continuous food supply were not something to worry about. According to him, there were already enough funds to cover all of that. He also explained that every new project starts by consuming resources, but the money would be recovered along the way. During the explanation, Javier grew more and more tense. Lloyd even teased him, but he did not admit out loud that he was afraid as well. He did not know whether the project would succeed or whether he would be able to accommodate everyone. Still, since he was the one who had started everything, he could not hesitate or show weakness. He needed to maintain the confidence a leader should have. The only person in front of whom he did not need to pretend to be strong was Javier. Even so, Javier replied that he was not the young master's emotional trash can. Lloyd broke into a wide smile, which made Javier imagine for a moment that he would like to punch him. That thought, however, remained only in his imagination. Meanwhile, at the Lacona mansion, Diego was walking through the corridors when he ran into Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd commented that it was good to see him, which made Diego, already missing a tooth, immediately afraid of being beaten. Lloyd asked if he had been expelled from the academy. Diego confirmed it and tried to mention his father, but Lloyd interrupted him, saying he did not need to fear anything. He explained that he was there to help him return to the academy, although that would depend on his father's actions. At that moment, Viscount Lacona asked whether Lloyd intended to raise the price of water. Lloyd replied that he did, and even asked whether he had used words that were too complicated. The Viscount thought angrily that that bastard had expelled his son from the academy, charged a high price for water, and now wanted to raise it even more. Even so, he smiled, believing he still had a card up his sleeve. Viscount Lacona stated that the contract clearly said the price was fixed and could not be changed. In response, Lloyd took out a magnifying glass and pointed to the fine print of the document, which stated that the price of water was subject to change according to the supplier's wishes. Furious, the Viscount called him a swindler. Lloyd asked him to calm down, reminding him that they were neighbors and had ties between them. Lloyd explained that he would not raise the price without reason. He said it would be an exchange and that the Viscount would profit from it as well. He informed him that 17 states had been destroyed by a domino effect caused by monsters, and that all the refugees had fled to that region, but that Viscount Lacona had refused every one of them. Lloyd added that he could pretend none of that had happened, and that the Queen certainly would not be disappointed to learn about it. The Viscount wondered how that could be considered profit. To him, it was clear that it was nothing more than blackmail. Lloyd explained that in his view, he truly cared about Lacona. He said that if he wrote a letter to the Queen, there was a chance Diego could return to the academy. Lacona thought carefully, and then asked what the cost of all that would be. Lloyd replied calmly, asking why he was treating the situation as if he were being extorted by a gangster. He explained that he expected only a small increase in contribution, something modest, enough to ensure that no cracks would appear in their friendship. Lacona inwardly wondered how much that demon wanted, while Javier thought the whole situation was far too disgusting. Lloyd asked Lacona not to feel pressured, and said he could calmly decide how many % he was willing to increase, assuring him that he would be grateful regardless of the amount. Nervous, Lacona began by suggesting an increase of 20%. Lloyd's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Trying to correct himself, Lacona said 30%, which made Lloyd look even more dissatisfied. Already short of breath, Lacona noticed Javier raising his hand and showing 5 fingers. Interpreting that as 50%, Lacona quickly agreed. Lloyd clenched his teeth, visibly annoyed, which left Lacona confused. That was when Javier clarified that it was not 50% but 5 times the value. Lacona protested, saying that was an absurd robbery. Lloyd replied that 5 times was unnecessary, and that 4 times would be enough. Still stunned, Lacona asked if that was really true, and without thinking any further, signed the contract. Only after Lloyd left did he realize the seriousness of the mistake he had made. Later, Javier was dejected. He felt that he had become a blackmailer. Lloyd said that he should not feel that way, stating that it would have happened regardless. Javier, however, made it clear that his duty was to protect him, but that he would never help with fraud, nor serve as a tool for his construction schemes. Lloyd replied that, in that case, he would no longer sing to help him sleep. Javier said that it had been months since he had become a swordmaster, and that he could now perfectly control his senses, no longer needing that to sleep. However, later that night, he could not fall asleep, and irritated, went to ask Lloyd to sing for him. Lloyd refused and asked whether he had ever heard of a sleep routine, explaining that when a habit is formed, the body begins to demand its repetition in order to rest. Javier replied that he already understood and told him to get straight to the point. Sometime later, Lloyd was explaining how a building roof worked while Javier was already sleeping deeply. As soon as he realized this, Lloyd began his nightly tasks. He spread several building plans across the table and activated simulation mode. He thought he was lucky to already know how to build on dolls, but acknowledged that he did not have complete knowledge to erect a multi-apartment building from scratch. In one of the simulations, one of the buildings ended up collapsing. The system asked whether he intended to try again. Lloyd answered yes, and stated that he would push that principle to the limit, believing that one learns by making mistakes. The next morning he was exhausted, but even so he ordered everyone to gather the materials and begin the work. His nights became entirely devoted to simulation mode. The following morning, Bayern reported that another 300 refugees had arrived. Lloyd ordered that they accept everyone, stating that it would work out. At night, however, he faced great difficulty calculating the exact weight of the structures, to the point that his nose began to bleed. Even so, he decided that he would not reduce the number of floors of his ambitious apartment buildings. He was so absorbed in the calculations instructions that he completely forgot to rest. Byron then explained that based on the current calculations, in 4 months all they would be able to pay for would be the soldiers' overtime. According to him, it would be necessary to reduce the scale of the plan to something more realistic, or send part of the refugees to another territory. Lloyd said not to worry about it. Immediately after that, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the royal capital Magenta, several of the Queen's soldiers pointed their crossbows at her. At the officer's command, all of them fired at the same time. That, however, was part of the Queen's own training. She drove her sword into the ground, invoked her aura, and advanced, deflecting all the bolts before any of them could touch her. The Queen assessed that her greatest improvement was in the speed at which she could manifest her aura, but even so, she found the exercise pathetic. She could not allow herself to be humiliated again, as she had been in the past. At that moment, a messenger approached and announced that someone from the barony of Frontera was requesting an audience. The one waiting was Javier. The message was direct and aggressive, suggesting that she cut her small and incompetent vassal into pieces. The Queen found that strange, wondering what Lloyd was plotting. Javier then continued reading the letter. He stated that thanks to the wise judgment of Her Majesty, the territory had been barely saved. However, just as previously reported by the White Cavalry, the refugees from 17 territories had lost their homes and were now marching toward the barony of Frontera. According to the great mindset of the Empress, known for sympathizing with the common people, Lloyd, as a loyal vassal of the great Empress Queen, judged it correct to accept and care for the poor of the kingdom. Therefore, he took upon himself the responsibility to act in accordance with what he believed to be her wishes. Javier realized that there was a great deal of grandiosity in that speech, while Lloyd reinforced that he wanted to take care of the Empress's commoners in the best possible way. However, Lloyd made it clear that he did not have enough money for that. The Queen was surprised by the audacity and thought that he was far too shameless. Even so, deep down, she had already expected that response. She had even been considering sending funds and supplies. Javier then explained that the required amount would be 3 times greater than the sum the Queen had in mind. Upon hearing that, she became furious and asked whether he had gone mad. In the letter, Lloyd explained that he was not mad. The Queen found that extremely irritating and thought that she would flick him with aura at their next meeting. Even so, she continued reading. Lloyd detailed that he planned to build multi-story residential buildings, something unprecedented in the Kingdom of Magenta. He did not intend to erect temporary housing merely to feed and shelter people, but rather to settle them there, offering them the means to work and earn their own livelihood. The problem was that he truly did not have enough money to put all of that into practice. At that moment, Alicia ordered the reading to be stopped, stating that she had already understood the message. She determined that a reply be sent to Lloyd Frontera, making it clear that even as Empress, she could not use large sums of money arbitrarily. Any expenditure of that scale required analysis by financial experts and approval from the Council of Elders. In addition, it would not be wise for Lloyd Frontera to push the situation any further. Then Javier took another letter. In it, Lloyd explained that there would be no problems with the planned buildings because they would also function as fortresses. If monsters returned or the enemy from the east attacked, those constructions would serve as a massive defense, an almost invincible shield to protect the peace of the kingdom. He also stated that after the construction of this fortress city and its consolidation, everyone who supported the plan would receive much better positions in the future. The Queen reflected carefully. She saw no issue with having a fortress city, especially since rough calculations indicated the possibility of new attacks. Moreover, it would strengthen the loyalty of her allies and increase her own power. The benefits clearly outweighed the financial investment. At the exact moment she reached that conclusion, Javier shouted, "Bingo." Confused, the Queen asked why, and Javier replied that he did not know either. It was simply written in the letter that he should say that 5 seconds later. The Queen then decided that the money would be provided and ordered them to wait, as she would persuade the remaining people involved. Javier silently read the postscript of the letter, in which Lloyd commented that it would be great if Corgitis were sent to the Frontera territory. The Queen told Javier to stop, saying that she had already understood the message. Meanwhile, in the Frontera territory, Officer Greg was coordinating the work. At first, he had been just a lazy soldier, but he had always been present in extremely dangerous missions, as well as difficult and meticulous tasks. Over time, he took on more responsibilities, gave his best, and eventually became a true man. Greg was helping the refugees with heavy labor when he ran into Emily. He asked her to rest, reminding her that she had been working since early morning. When he tried to take the blankets, she refused, and the two ended up joking around and chasing each other. A warrior orc watched the scene, clearly upset. He had brought flowers for Emily. When he told the other orcs about it, he was told that a human would never fall in love with him, because humans did not find orcs attractive. Discouraged, he dropped the flowers and walked away. Emily, noticing this, looked in his direction, and the two shared a silent and emotional moment of farewell. Shortly after, Lloyd woke up saying that he had had a very strange dream. Byron asked if he was alright. Lloyd replied that it was almost time, because payday was approaching. Byron could hardly believe what he was hearing. While Lloyd lamented that his money and his balance would soon reach zero, Byron suggested postponing the payment, but Lloyd immediately refused. He said that people worked hard and waited for that day, and that delaying payment was unacceptable. He stated that he would rather die than do that. When Lloyd closed his eyes, Byron became extremely worried and ordered a doctor to be called. At that moment, Javier entered the room announcing that he had returned with the money, and ordered that the young master be woken up immediately. Lloyd woke up at once, laughing, and activated what he called his special financial healing skill. Then he ordered the work to continue, saying that there was was still a lot of land left to excavate. Later, Byron was leading the team and reported that the Mel 101 apartment complex was already 70% complete. Everyone held firm while Lloyd used his grand simulation, causing landslides to test the resistance of the structures. The buildings did not collapse. He then generated a typhoon, and still nothing happened. Finally, he decided to carry out the final test by summoning a meteor. The system asked what exactly was being tested at that moment. When the meteor fell, causing a massive explosion, Lloyd found everything extremely entertaining. Javier, however, watched the scene in silence, convinced that Lloyd was completely insane. While reporting that Master Corgitus and another 30 dwarves had just arrived, Lloyd explained that this was the crucial moment of the project. The development of a dense apartment complex depended directly on the cementing process. An apartment was a complex structure full of details, very different from simple constructions like roads or suspension bridges. Because of that, he could not simply use a random method and hope everything would work out. What he needed most at that moment was a concrete mixer, an essential piece of equipment to mix the cement and maintain its quality. Corgitus complained that Lloyd was being far too rude. They had traveled for kilometers and had not even been offered a bowl of soup before he started giving orders. Lloyd replied that he was full of ideas on how to receive him properly and believed that nothing would be better than presenting a project first. Corgitus took the plans, analyzed them quickly, and moved on. With that, the long-awaited construction project could finally begin. Lloyd and Javier used their controlled explosions to prepare the foundation where the concrete mixer would be installed. Padong was put in charge of turning the mixer, while the orcs shaped the reinforcing bars. Lloyd poured the cement carefully, explaining that it was not possible to simply dump it in any random way. Byron wrote everything down attentively, so he would not forget. Lloyd emphasized the importance of watching the corners and the reinforcing bars, making sure that no air was trapped inside the structure. Byron also helped with the work, clearly excited by Belle's presence. After a long time of work, the base structure of one of the buildings was almost complete. Lloyd asked whether Byron could take responsibility for that building, and he answered yes, without any problem. Lloyd then thought that now that everyone had adapted to the work rhythm, new challenges were emerging. Among them were issues related to thermal insulation and heating. The heating system of the Hive apartment worked through a coal-powered steam boiler. Water was boiled in a central heating room, and the hot steam was distributed through the building via pipes. This steam spread in all directions, reaching the radiators in each apartment, which warmed the rooms. The problem was that the higher the pipes went, the greater the heat loss became. On the upper floors, there was almost no heating. Lloyd tried several simulations to solve this problem, but none of them worked. He spent the entire night studying possible solutions, until he found a keyword that made an idea emerge in his mind. He remembered when Javier had faced a dragon in an old story. That creature could only repeat simple insults toward humans, but that did not matter. No knight, no matter how strong, would be able to face a dragon head-on. Even so, Javier had endured the creature's breath without even moving. That had been possible thanks to armor made from the sap of the Alencia tree, known as the best insulator in the world. With that memory, Lloyd and Javier set out on a journey to obtain this material. After 2 days of travel, Javier asked where Lloyd intended to get the sap. Lloyd replied that it would be in the Everglow forest, where the elves lived, because the Alencia tree grew there. Upon hearing that, Javier stopped immediately and turned back. He stated that elves hated humans and were a race with whom no negotiation was possible. Lloyd thought that in the original story, it had been precisely him who befriended the elves and received the armor as a gift. He then told Javier to turn back again, stating that he would go alone. As an escort knight, Javier obeyed, but reminded him that this was a race no one had been able to contact for more than 500 years. He asked how Lloyd planned to convince them. Lloyd replied that he had not understood the question. They were not going there to negotiate. They were going there to steal. Javier felt an overwhelming urge to beat Lloyd to death at that very moment. When they finally entered the elves' forest, they were met with a breathtaking landscape. Tall, colorful trees spread in every direction, flowers covered the ground, and the air was so thick with pollen that Javier started sneezing non-stop. Lloyd asked what he was doing. Javier replied that it was a sneeze, and even asked if Lloyd was stupid. Lloyd said he knew perfectly well what a sneeze was, but asked why Javier looked like a complete idiot while sneezing. Javier claimed it was a misunderstanding, and that everything he did looked beautiful, simply because he was handsome, something Lloyd would never understand. Lloyd wondered if that idiot had really said that out loud, while even the system seemed to be laughing at the situation. He then asked whether Javier could not hold in a simple sneeze. After all, he was a swordmaster. Javier replied that it was impossible to control certain physiological phenomena. Lloyd shot back by asking whether he also could not hold in other bodily things. Javier answered that he would not do anything that caused discomfort, completely changing the subject. Lloyd became so irritated that he tried to punch Javier, but all the blows were blocked easily. Javier even seemed pleased about it. Lloyd then ordered him to hold in the sneeze next time, reminding him that they needed to reach the center of the forest, where the Alencia tree was located. However, when they raised their eyes, they were confronted by an army of elf women, all with bows aimed directly at them. Lloyd wondered how they had been discovered so quickly. One of the elves replied that no one would fail to notice such a mess. Javier immediately realized that the situation was bad, but Lloyd said it was not, claiming that everything had simply moved faster than expected. When the elves fired their arrows, Javier invoked his sword aura and blocked every projectile. Lloyd ordered them to split up according to the original plan, agreeing to meet again in 30 minutes directly at the Alencia tree. Javier asked whether Lloyd would really be fine on his own. Lloyd replied that he would, as long as Javier managed to draw the elves' attention. At that moment, the elf who seemed to be leading the group commented that the ugly man was nothing more than an insignificant squirrel and ordered them to chase the handsome one. Lloyd felt deeply hurt by that. The elves began to pursue Javier at extreme speed. Their movements were light and smooth like feathers, and they could even leap across leaves without damaging them. Javier realized that he knew very little about elves, but everything indicated that Lloyd was right once again. He had explained earlier that elves deeply loved plants, and in order not to harm them, used a special type of footwork. Attacking those elves would not be right, so the only option was to run as fast as possible. If they exploited that love for plants, they might be able to escape. When one elf tried to shoot an arrow directly at Javier's head, he hid behind a tree. That way she could only attack him from angles that would not hit the trunk. Javier began to take advantage of this, dodging the rain of arrows. Even so, he realized that if the elves truly wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. They were deliberately leading him toward a specific area of the forest. Meanwhile, Lloyd had already reached the Alencia tree. He took out his shovel, activated his mana core, and used the updated energizer, which would allow him to work without getting tired for 20 minutes. Then he began digging intensely, like a true mole. Javier kept running when he realized he could no longer see the elf captain. He was right about that. Soon he reached an open lake with no cover at all against arrows. When he was hit by another deadly rain of projectiles, he used his sword aura to create a powerful whirlpool in the water, blocking all the attacks. One of the elves commented that that human could kill all of them if he wanted to. Another, however, replied that even if he was a sword master, they still had Melika. Melika was a gigantic and extremely muscular elf. She wielded a bow larger than her own body, the dragon hunter bow. When she fired, the arrow advanced like a cannon projectile toward Javier. He barely managed to block the attack. He was dragged a long distance, having to slow the arrow down little by little until he finally got rid of it. Javier realized that Melika had torn away a large portion of his sword aura, using only brute strength and a single arrow. He remembered Lloyd's warning. If he injured even a single elf, all the elves of that world would unite to take revenge. Moreover, the assassination skills of the elf women surpassed even those of the orcs. As more elves gathered to reload the giant bow, Javier increased his aura even further. He felt it was already time to reunite with Lloyd. Ignoring the new rain of arrows, he focused only on Melika. First, he destroyed the smaller arrows coming toward him. Then he used his most powerful attack, guiding wind and water with precision, changing the trajectory of the giant arrow so that it collided with another one in midair. Meanwhile, Lloyd, using his knife, cut parts of the roots of the Alencia tree. Some elves appeared behind him, trembling with anger, demanding to know how he dared injure the roots of such precious plants. Lloyd apologized but explained that many lives depended on him at that moment. Then he crouched down, lit the torch, and threatened a mandragora inside a pot. One of the elves asked if he wanted to end up full of holes. Lloyd replied that they could shoot him if they wanted, but in the meantime he would burn the mandragora very slowly. Seeing the plant threatened, the elves immediately lowered their arcus bows in desperation. Lloyd asked if they really wanted to see that creature suffer, and ordered them to step back. The elves began to insult him, calling him a filthy villain and despicable trash. Lloyd thanked them for the compliments and told them to move aside. One of them called him a disgusting aberration, saying that was why he was not popular with girls. Lloyd stared at her in silence and almost burned the mandragora. The elves panicked and ended up cornered in the hole. One of them asked to talk now, since they had no way out. Lloyd opened his mouth wide, bit the mandragora leaf and pulled it out with his teeth. The creature begged him to kill it quickly, crying for help in desperation. Lloyd ordered the elves to climb up. As they left the hole, the mandragora kept cursing non-stop. When everything was over, Lloyd thought that he was now exposed, which would make it easier for Javier to find him. He believed Javier would arrive soon. If other elves found him first doing that, he would probably die. At that moment, Lloyd noticed that some elves were feeling unwell. One felt nauseous, another was dizzy with a headache, and the one in front complained of stomach pain. He began to reflect on the situation. The forest was strangely silent. There were no birds, rabbits, elk, or any other animals. Most likely the domino effect of the monsters had pushed all creatures to the end of the mountain range, leaving the Everglow forest located between them completely empty. The elves would never harm plants, which meant they were strictly carnivorous. Lloyd wondered how long they had been starving. At the same time, Javier realized he was less tired than the elves themselves. That was his chance. He used his mana core to propel himself with all his strength, charged toward the giant arrow, and broke through the encirclement. The elves, too exhausted, no longer had the strength to chase him. Melika was the only one who continued. Kind Melika, great Melika, decided to fight to the end. Since she could not hit Javier with the bow, she dropped the weapon, grabbed the arrow with her own hand, and went for a direct attack. Even so, Javier dodged everything. For him, there was only one person he needed to protect, his lord's son, the savior of the barony. During the escape, Javier saw an opportunity. He stepped on a leaf, using the exact same movement technique as the elves, the same ones who called him a monster. Taking advantage of this, he moved forward, leaping across several trees, until he finally spotted the Alencia tree. Then he called out for Master Lloyd. When he arrived, he found a completely unexpected scene. Lloyd was roasting meat, as if he were having a calm barbecue. He ate peacefully and commented that it looked like Javier had just fought a war. He told him to sit down and even complained that the meat was a bit overcooked. He said pork needed to be well cooked until it was crispy. The elves hesitantly each took a piece of meat. Lloyd asked what Javier was doing standing there and told him to sit down as well. Then he introduced Javier as his escort knight. Some elves asked if he was not just a servant, but Lloyd denied it. Then he introduced Moira, the tribe chief. She politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet them. Lloyd asked everyone to be more friendly, complaining that they were being very unfriendly. Javier watched everything with a heavy gaze. Moira asked if there was room for one more person, and called Melika, who was hiding behind a tree. She explained that Melika was starving, and asked if she could eat freely. Lloyd replied that they could eat everything there, even though it was not much, since that meat was only what they had brought for the trip. He commented that the elves who were still holding their arcus bows were probably already satisfied just from the smell of the meat. In truth, all of them were starving. Lloyd knew that the male elves were responsible for domestic work while waiting for the females to return from hunting, and that they must also be starving. One of the elves commented that her partner was very weak. Lloyd then asked about the younger elves. He wondered how long the elders would be able to endure that situation. He said that without anyone noticing, they would simply drop dead from hunger. Hearing this, the elves tried to hold back their tears, but they could not. That was when Lloyd proposed a deal. Moikra replied no, stating that they would never make a deal with mere humans. Lloyd questioned what she was talking about. He said that they had already made deals before, when they retreated because of the Mandragora, and that now they were there, talking and eating the meat he had prepared. He then made his offer: survival, pork in unlimited quantity, and charcoal for cooking. Lloyd thought that he would use charcoal made from trees, something the elves would not like, but concluded that it would only be a problem if they knew where the charcoal came from. For now, he explained that what they had there were just dried slices, but later they could eat hot and juicy meat. He could also provide a refrigerated place to store the meat. Moira asked what he wanted in return. Lloyd replied that he also wanted to survive. He said that if they did not accept, all the children on the human side would die of hypothermia, since they were refugees without proper shelter. He explained that he only needed the sap of the Alencia tree for 1 month, just a small amount. If they received that, no one would die. In addition, he could teach how to extract the sap without harming the tree. Lloyd also added that it would be more efficient if the elves helped with transporting the meat. He suggested dividing about 100 elves into 2 groups, one to transport supplies and another to help build houses. That way both sides would benefit. Some elves said that the chief could not accept that, claiming that humans were always liars. Moira then remembered her mother's words. She had once lived with a human named Gapelli during an exchange in the past. Her mother said that because humans had short lives, they tried to enjoy everything to the fullest, becoming greedy and often committing atrocities. Because of that, she always said that one should only trust a human if he could be considered a true friend. With that in mind, Moira refused the deal. She stated that she would only make a deal with humans who were friends. Lloyd realized that this would be a major obstacle. While thinking about it, Lloyd reflected on what friendship meant. In his previous life, he had always been alone. He was seen as unpleasant, unattractive, and poor. When he joined a traditional architecture research club, he only wanted to learn something, but he knew that everyone laughed at him behind his back. They said he was annoying, poor, and useless. Even so, Suho endured everything. He accepted the insults because he wanted to learn and use that knowledge to escape poverty. One day while eating barbecue with an acquaintance, he heard that he should not take it personally because his results were better than everyone else's, and he was truly intelligent. The one paying for the barbecue was that acquaintance, who gave him a piece of meat and told him to eat as much as he wanted. At that moment, Suho realized that the only meat he usually managed to buy was canned tuna. Seeing that simple gesture, he felt something strange. He cried while eating because he liked it. That man had been kind to him. He ate 2-3 portions. That man ended up becoming his only friend. Lloyd knew that there was nothing pure in that friendship. Deep down, he understood that he was buying it with meat. Then he pulled a huge steak from his bag. Moira wondered what kind of meat it was, since it shone in a strange way. When he cut the meat and offered it to them to eat, the elves cried with emotion. The flavor was so good that Moira ended up accepting the deal without hesitation, deciding to completely ignore the beings of the ancients and focus solely on feeding her people with that meat. It is explained that the elves of the Everglow Forest had not had any interaction with other tribes for 500 years. Even so, at that moment they signed a contract with the border humans. On the way back, Javier wondered why they had gone so far, if everything could have been resolved with a simple steak. As they walked together with the elves, everyone around them was clearly impressed. Lloyd had already made friends with the orcs and now with the elves as well. As they passed through the city, Moira was shocked to see that everywhere there were structures made of wood and plants that seemed cruel in her eyes. Lloyd explained that there were tribes that abhorred eating animals, and that races, regions, and small organizations all had different values. To him, cooperation meant giving up part of those values and committing to compromise. That was how he believed a world where everyone benefited could exist. Moira said she would keep that in her heart, but admitted that her feelings were still different. Lloyd replied that it was fine, and that she only needed time to think calmly. Meanwhile, she kept eating large pieces of steak until she admitted that she was starting to understand that point of view a little better. Meanwhile, construction of the Hive Apartments 101 and 102 continued. Before leaving for the Everglow Forest, Lloyd had one major concern. The buildings needed to be completely heated before winter arrived. arrived. This was because of the concrete freezing phenomenon. If the water inside the concrete froze when the temperature reached 0 degrees, it would only thaw long after winter ended. During that process, countless droplets of water could penetrate the concrete and cause the building to collapse. This time, however, Lloyd no longer needed to worry. Several elves were climbing the buildings and installing everything that was necessary. They worked enthusiastically, promising that afterward they would eat plenty of steak as a reward. When the first snowflake fell, apartments 101 and 102 were already finished. Walking up the stairs of the first building alongside his staff, Lloyd thought that after the initial test during winter, they would begin housing people there. The crucial point of the test was the material made from the essence of the Alencia tree, mixed with soybean oil. All the apartment radiators were painted with this mixture. The boiler on the top floor was turned on, and the result was a great success. The apartment stayed well heated. Without wasting time, Lloyd ordered everyone to prepare to begin the relocation. When Javier tried to comment on the process, Lloyd told him to be quiet, saying he was busy. He then explained that priority for the relocation would be given to families with children, then the elderly and the sick, always considering health conditions. Those who could not move immediately would be taken to the Ondol houses, so they would remain warm until the final transfer. No one would suffer from cold or hunger. Javier was quite impressed, because that was exactly what he had intended to suggest. Meanwhile, Lloyd thought that the faster people were settled, and well, the more workers he would have. Soon after, he decided that it was time to visit the Baron, since there was still a lot of work to be done during the winter. Javier thought that Lloyd was extremely irritating, and that sometimes he felt like hitting him. Even so, he realized that he could no longer hate him as before. Ever since his personality had changed, Lloyd made everyone around him trust him, whether they wanted to or not. At that moment, they were interrupted by the royal messenger, who had returned to the barony of Frontera. He opened a large scroll and read the queen's message, in which she declared that she was surprised by the initiative of the barony of Frontera in setting an example in light of recent events. As recognition for these contributions, she ordered that as soon as the royal decrees reached the region, the barony of Frontera would be promoted to a county. Lloyd had already expected it. The messenger officially congratulated the new count of Frontera. The couple was deeply moved by the news, as they had not expected something like that to happen so soon. Despite the emotion, the messenger continued explaining that the first major contribution was stopping the massive monster invasion coming from the east. The second was protecting the refugees who had lost their homes. The third was rebuilding part of the eastern region and turning it into a defensive fortress. Because of these contributions, Frontera County would now become independent from Cremo County and would officially be tasked with rebuilding the east. In addition, they would receive sponsorship and construction materials for a full 10 years. To top it off, the county would also be exempt from royal taxes for 20 years. Lloyd thought that this was an absurd level of generosity, something practically impossible for that era. Even so, the Empress was placing her trust in him. Excited, he called Javier, saying that he had been preparing something for a long time and that it was going to be interesting. While the messenger was still speaking, Arcus looked at his son, completely moved. All of this had only happened because of him. The debt had been erased, and on top of that, they now had their own county. To Arcus, Lloyd was literally a walking miracle. After that, they erected a statue of the Empress inside the county and began dancing around it to celebrate. When the messenger saw the scene, he felt a little frightened. It looked more like a strange cult than a normal celebration. Even so, he reported everything to the queen upon his return, and her reaction was basically to tell them to stop with that bizarre behavior. Sometime later, Viscount Lacona came running onto Arcus' property, throwing himself to the ground, kissing the earth, and asking if the new count was there. Arcus replied that such formality was unnecessary and commented somewhat awkwardly that he was still getting used to being called a count. The Viscount stated that no one deserved that title more than he did. Inside, Lacona thought that everyone could go to hell. Of all people, Arcus, the only one who was not supposed to become a count, had managed to do it. He had always mocked him at every banquet, and was certain that the man would lose the title sooner or later. Now, the only option was to become a sycophant, if he wanted to survive politically. Arcus then mentioned that he had received a royal order to rebuild several areas in the east. The problem was the lack of manpower. Because of that, he wanted to ask the Viscount for something. Did he have spare engineers in his territory? Lacona quickly replied that he did, and asked how many would be needed. Arcus said that if the number was too large, it could cause problems, so he asked him to send as many as he could. At that moment, Lacona realized that he was standing before a real count. Arcus also reinforced that he expected full cooperation so that the friendship between them would not be affected. The Viscount left in complete panic, so nervous that he fell off his horse before he even managed to mount it. Arcus thought that he had never done anything like that in his life. He had never threatened anyone so directly. Even so, the feeling was strangely good. Later, Byron and Lloyd were finishing the admission of the new residents for apartments 101 and 102. For leading the first major apartment construction and filling them with residents coming from the continent of Laurasia, Lloyd received a monumental construction achievement and gained 700 PR. He thought that he had already planted the seeds and that now it was time to harvest. Meanwhile, in one of the refugees' improvised houses, a man distributed the supplies to his wife and child, leaving himself without eating. He was grateful for everything the county did, but in the past he had worked hard to support his family. Now he depended on the help of others, and that made him feel useless. He did not want to continue like that. At that moment, he heard shouts in the street calling for Lloyd. Lloyd walked among the people as if he were a mayor, hugging an elderly woman, painting together with a child, and smiling as he talked to everyone. Javier, watching this, felt as if Lloyd were pulling something invisible out of the refugees. Soon after, Lloyd set up a table, spread several contracts over it, and announced that it was time to pay off debts. There were heavy labor contracts available. He made it clear that nothing was free. Javier, seeing the scene, no longer knew what was right or wrong. The same man from before approached and asked if by signing he would have guaranteed work. Lloyd confirmed and explained that he would be paid by the hours worked. From the moment he received his first salary, he would have to buy his own things, and would no longer receive free supplies. The man replied that he did not want to live at anyone's expense, and asked Lloyd to read the contract to him. Lloyd explained that it was a very capitalist contract. The man did not understand the term. Soon after, a woman appeared asking if women could also participate. Lloyd replied that he did not care about gender. This caused a line to form behind the first man, made up of people who wanted to support themselves. Lloyd explained that he had a large project underway. He would provide food and their own plots of land. The plan involved terraforming, cutting parts of the eastern mountains, and using gabions to create farming areas. However, upon returning, Lloyd realized that Belle was sick. She had overexerted herself during the apartment construction. The Bemange became so angry that it ended up kicking Lloyd in the face. In the end, he understood that he could not push Belle beyond her limits, so he decided to do something else. At night, facing the full moon once again, Lloyd tried to perform a gotcha summon. That attempt would cost 150 PR, and he thought that this might be the only way to truly help. The system practically taunted him, encouraging him to try, telling him to summon already and bet that something very good might appear. Lloyd knew that the system looked like a shameless scammer. Even so, it had always been on his side until now. Podong, Hippo, and Belle had appeared exactly when he needed them. Since he still had PR left, he decided not to worry too much. He ordered that a creature capable of helping him come out. The magic circle appeared again, making that irritating noise that sounded like an old beetle trying to start. Lloyd always found that sound unbearable. Suddenly, the circle grew too large and exploded right in his face, leaving it completely scorched. The system even commented that it had gone straight to his face. Lloyd asked if the system was not on his side. The response was cold, saying that it was merely a messenger that followed fixed rules and did not favor anyone. Lloyd then questioned whether all the previous creatures had been just coincidences. The system replied by calling him an idiot and explained that the scheme was similar to gambling, where a beginner wins at first to keep playing while thinking they will win again. Lloyd called the system a fraudulent scam. The system replied that it would not make things easy. Even so, Lloyd agreed with that villain-like logic. The next attempt cost 225 PR. When he activated it, it exploded in his face again. Of course, he tried once more. This time, a huge and violent creature appeared and ran straight at Lloyd to kill him. People panicked. He ran to Javier's room, woke him up in a rush, and showed him what was happening. Javier went outside and cut the monster in half without any difficulty. After that, Lloyd was left alone staring at the system together with his mascots. The system said that this time it had not been luck. Lloyd replied that he would still kill that bastard. At that moment, he received a secret achievement. His body and his PR had been damaged by being deceived 3 times in a row. As compensation, he could choose one summoning skill from several options. Lloyd examined the list and found almost everything useless. The options involved strange things such as summoning a skull, loving nature, becoming talkative, becoming depressive, or gaining an ability to go back and forth 50 meters twice within 10 seconds. At the end of the list, there was the option to create spider webs. Lloyd thought that if it were similar to large and durable webs, it could be extremely useful. He remembered that elastic webs are excellent, resistant to moisture, do not degrade under the sun, and can be used for many purposes. Without hesitation, he chose the creature related to spider webs and performed the summoning. The next morning, Javier woke up saying that he had had a very strange dream. Shortly after, something crossed the skies of Fonta County. It was fast, swift, and almost seemed sacred. Some thought it was an angel, but it was not. It was simply Lloyd riding his new summon, a huge bird. He flew across the county, swooped near the workers, and even struck a pose to look imposing. Lloyd had expected a spider, so he was suspicious when he saw a bird, but soon realized that it was a great benefit. Now he could fly and use that to increase work efficiency, in addition to making the people think they were being blessed, which would generate more taxes. The main ability of the new mascot, called gumming, was producing spider webs. The additional ability was spreading those webs and creating nests. Lloyd tried to destroy the webs in every possible way, but they were extremely resistant. They were perfect for construction. So he ordered Gaming to go to a plane and spread a large web network there. Lloyd even thought the bird was pretty cool, but suddenly Gaming sighed, took him to a more distant forest, threw Lloyd onto the ground, and simply sat down, clearly lazy. Lloyd realized that he still had no way to force that creature to work. The night before, when he had asked Gaming to show how it produced the webs, it had only sat there, completely unmotivated. Lloyd thought that this mascot was very different from the others. Padong approached, trying to encourage Gaming, explaining that they could build the infrastructure of a society, improve quality of life, and feel satisfaction from it. He said that it was necessary to create the right mindset and exist to bring happiness to the world. Gaming replied that he could try, but promised nothing. At first, he even seemed motivated, but soon he was sitting down again, abandoned in the forest. first. Podong jumped out of Lloyd's pocket and insisted that they work together. Gaming, after thinking for a bit, said that he saw no reason to work, since the world would develop on its own, and he could live by getting food from that idiot human. Lloyd became furious, almost lunging at the bird. Podong tried to calm him down. That was when Gaming spat a branch onto Podong's head, turned to Lloyd, and asked for a little red seed. Lloyd took a deep breath and replied that it was fine. Lloyd handed the little red seed to Gaming. He was so pissed off by the bird attitude that he tried to run after him, but Gaming tried to flee immediately. However, Podong was faster, grabbed his little leg, and shoved the bird head straight into his own mouth. He stored Gaming entirely in there like a hamster does with nuts, and then spat the bastard out as if he had just gone through medieval torture. Podong made it very clear that this could be repeated as many times as necessary. Gaming panicked and gave up immediately, assuring that he would work, that he really would, that he would, that he would. Podong looked at Lloyd with the face of a satisfied thug. Lloyd answered with the biggest thumbs up in history. In the end, the era did not matter. Punishment always worked. Then they finally began the real plan. First, the group dug and formed a gap in the terrain. Then Byung used a giant sieve to filter the sand. After that, Gaming spread the webs in a mesh pattern over everything, while Podong stayed on top, pressing down and encouraging the bird in his own way. After that, Lloyd called the white cavalry, who appeared full of enthusiasm, clutching their own legs and saying they were at the Lord's service. With their strength, they used the filtered sand to cover the web mesh, and repeated the process several times until the entire area was covered. When they finished sealing all sides, the next step was to pour stones and gravel into the gabion formed by the webs and the structure. That completed the first section of the project. Lloyd calculated that at that pace, they would finish before spring. That was perfect. If they handed that over to the refugees, they would gain a way to produce food, and at the same time increase the speed of apartment construction, because there would now be more motivated workers. That way, everything could be finished by the following year. He raised the shovel, thinking that he was finally close to gracefully ending his life as a laborer. The life of an heir who did not need to do anything was getting closer and closer. Everyone worked extremely hard. Arcus and Byron were also working themselves to exhaustion with paperwork and organization. When spring arrived, the system counted the construction of that terraformed farm and confirmed the achievement. Lloyd received 800 PR, as if the entire world were agreeing that he was the best engineer on that continent. While breathing in the scent of flowers, he also received a title, Leader of the Weary, lasting 30 years, along with 3 praise points. The effect was applied to a location for 24 hours and could increase or decrease depending on Lloyd actions. In practice, it gave an absurd bonus. Cultivation on the terraformed mountain farm increased by 300% and crop quality increased by 200%. Later, for some reason, Lloyd was playing chess against himself. Javier asked if that was fun. Lloyd said yes, that he was loving it, that it was exciting, and that anything that was not work was wonderful. Javier commented that it was the first time he had seen him playing. Lloyd explained that there was nothing else to do, because Byron was handling the leadership of the constructions, and there were still mages working heavily on the projects. Everything was going too well, but that good feeling triggered a warning. Lloyd remembered something Suho had heard from his father long ago. When everything seems to be going well, that is when you need to rethink whether it really is. So he stood up and told Javier that he would sleep later that night. He said he needed to resolve a few things before singing to him. Javier found it strange and asked what he intended to do at that hour. Lloyd replied that he was going to check if everything was really fine, because he could access the final spoiler of that arc. Lloyd knew that becoming a rich unemployed man did not come for free. It was a promise of a secure future with no stones in the path. If there was a hidden tragedy, he needed to discover it beforehand. He confirmed the final spoiler and was transferred once again to the system dream world. This time, however, he appeared in his own room, practically in the same place from which he had left. He saw his own body sleeping on the bed, and there, beside it, Javier was circulating mana through his body. But it was not normal. Lloyd realized immediately that at that rate his heart would explode. He tried to understand what was happening. Javier was crying as he did it, trying to revive Lloyd, who looked dried out from the inside, extremely thin and pale, like someone very ill. The scene was so heavy that Lloyd wondered if this was another ending where he died. The sick Lloyd tried to ask Javier to stop, saying it was useless, telling him to live and burn everything, as if he were saying goodbye while his strength faded. Javier replied that he had been the hero who protected their home and saved countless lives, and that this was how his story would be told. When Lloyd finally died in that possible future, the summons were also undone. Even after seeing all of that, Lloyd did not panic as he expected. He had already seen one of his deaths before, so he decided to stay calm and analyze things coldly. If Javier was not different from other visions, that meant the event was close. He noticed again the strangest detail. His body was too dry and too thin. It looked like dehydration or some kind of continuous drain that was consuming him from the inside. He followed Javier outside and came upon an absurd scene. There were bodies everywhere, many bodies, as if the entire county had died at once. Javier began pouring oil over them, and without hesitation set them on fire. At that moment, Lloyd finally understood why he had said to burn the bodies. It was an epidemic. The problem was that Lloyd knew nothing about diseases. In the other world, he had never been a doctor or a physician. He was an engineer. As he watched the flames, Javier said something unexpected. He called out to Master Lloyd, or to whoever was inside there. He said that he would fulfill the promise. Lloyd asked him to say something more while burning his body. Javier only replied for him to remember the void. In the next instant, Lloyd returned to reality. He stood still trying to understand. That was clearly a code. The Lloyd from the future already knew the final spoiler, and tried to warn the Lloyd of the past. Everything made sense. He kept repeating the word in his head. Void, void, epidemic, void. Then the light turned on. When he put all the pieces together, he realized that his future self was a true genius. Later, Lloyd was talking with Byron about borrowing some professionals from Fonta County. Byron warned that the cost of that kind of labor would be high. Lloyd replied that he had no alternative. At the moment, only a few people were farming and working, while soldiers and orcs handled the construction. There was not enough manpower for what he planned. He activated the effect of his title related to getting out of debt, which allowed him to take loans with low interest. He thought that thanks to that, he would not have so many problems. Even so, the idea of going into debt again was not pleasant at all. Byron asked what the big project was this time. Lloyd replied that it was probably bigger than the apartments, and that it would cover the entire county. The enemy now was not an army or monsters, but a cholera epidemic. Even knowing the name of the disease, Lloyd had no medical knowledge, but he knew that humanity does not fight diseases with medicine alone. He explained to Byron that he needed to create a proper place for human waste to flow. The solution was clear. He was going to build sewers. When the Lloyd from the future told him to remember the void, his mind went straight to Vienna, in Austria. During the Industrial Revolution, the population of Vienna grew too fast, and there was no sewage system. Waste was dumped directly into the river. Normally it would dissolve over time, but the disaster happened when the river froze. The filth did not dissolve, became solid, and ended up contaminating all the city water. That was how cholera spread. Looking at Fonta County from above, Lloyd realized that exactly the same thing was happening there. All the waste was dumped into the river. If that froze, the result would be the same as in Vienna. He sighed, thinking that he always had to work exactly when he started to relax. Even so, he decided that it did not matter if it was disease, demon, or even God. Nothing would stop his dream of becoming a rich playboy who did not need to do anything. Still, that decision made him feel weak. Another debt was appearing. It would be great if he only had to pay salaries, but adding housing, materials, and loans, other people money was starting to weigh on him. That invisible toxin called debt was corroding him from the inside. Meanwhile, life went on for the people. They worked, lived, and did what needed to be done. That same orc from before, who liked Emily, saw Greg flirting with another girl and became furious. When Greg was called back to work, the orc approached and confronted him, asking how he could act like that while being with Emily. Greg did not understand anything and asked what he was talking about. The orc got even angrier and tried to punch Greg, but was easily countered and thrown to the ground. The orc said that such a weak punch would not hurt anyone. At that moment, the soldiers of Fonta County were already able to control mana after years of training. Each of them could face 10 ordinary enemies alone. Even so, they used that strength mainly for construction. The orc stood up, ready to fight for real. When the two took fighting stances and charged at each other, Byron appeared between them at absurd speed. He asked why Greg was still there, since he had called him a long time ago, and questioned whether he was trying to slack off. Greg apologized immediately. Byron warned that he was going on a business trip, and that he needed to pack his bags. He said that he trusted him, but that he could not make mistakes right before traveling. As they walked away, Greg cast one last look at the orc. From that moment on, the two had become rivals. Later at the stable, Greg asked if they were going to Krimu's to call for reinforcements. Byron confirmed it. He said that Master Lloyd was going to build a project essential for everyone's survival. Greg replied that in that case, it might not even be necessary to call the people from Krimu. Suddenly, Lloyd, affected by that invisible flu caused by lack of money, received a message from the system. He even thought that such a disease must really exist, because he himself felt something similar. The system informed him that his achievements and praise were producing a combined effect. He had punished the traitor of the county, paid old debts, did not turn his back on the refugees, offered them housing, faced a great disaster, and emerged victorious. Because of that, the citizens and refugees of Fonta County wanted to repay everything he had done. When Lloyd noticed the commotion outside, he heard strange noises and saw a crowd gathered in front of his house. People said they would do anything for him, that they would even work for free for Master Lloyd, repeating his name without stopping. He told everyone to shut up. He said that the hardest thing to trust was when someone claimed to do something only for others. To him, it was more trustworthy when people admitted they did things for themselves. He asked if they were really saying they did not want wages, and made it very clear that he had never given anything for free to anyone, so no one should dream of working for free there. Lloyd explained that he would write contracts for everyone, and that they would deal with that mess properly. Even so, the crowd continued celebrating, shouting his name. He felt a little emotional, but also a little sad, because he knew that meant spending even more money. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Sultan received a message brought by his carrier pigeon. The spies sent to the west had returned with terrifying information. They found the western village overrun by absurd monsters. A bizarre bird made of flames that tore through the skies, a beast that shattered the land, another capable of swallowing the entire sea, a serpent that devoured mountains, and a monster whose roar echoed across the heavens. All of that was being created in that place. The most frightening part was that the village workers defeated orcs with their bare hands. The elderly were faster than the wind, and even the famous white cavalry now used shovels instead of spears. Elves and orcs worked together on construction. If even the non-combatants were like that, the spies could not even imagine how strong the army of that place was. The Sultan was genuinely frightened. Meanwhile, in the Viscounty of Lacona, Diego Lacona amused himself by torturing two wretches, forcing them to beat each other purely for entertainment. Both were already completely broken, and Diego said said he liked them that way. That was when Lloyd appeared, commenting that it looked great. Diego almost fainted from fright. Lloyd said that he always got scared when he saw Diego because he was too ugly, and asked who the two arena fighters were. Diego replied that they were servants of his house. Lloyd remarked that hierarchy really was an incredible thing, since it allowed that kind of entertainment, and said that he also wanted to take part. Diego asked if Lloyd wanted to fight. Lloyd replied that of course not, and said he would send his knight to fight instead. Diego would be on the red side, and the knight on the blue side. Javier sighed, drew his sword wrapped in aura, and said that since it was an order from the Count's son, he had no choice. Diego panicked and begged him to lower the sword. Lloyd asked why he was saying that, and whether he did not want to fight, saying that he could also pick up a sword. Diego began to beg to leave alive. Lloyd commented that Javier was far too much for him, and suggested that he fight his own servants. One of the poor wretches did not even have time to respond before taking another punch to the face, crushing his skull, and losing even more teeth. Lloyd then showed a document, saying that it was an official request to send Diego back to school. He warned that he would record everything that had happened that day. Diego begged him not to do it. Lloyd asked why he only knew how to beg and never did anything, calling him a miserable Count's son. Later, Gumming carried that message back to the capital. Lloyd told the servants to relax a little, and said for them to go to the border to speak with Bayern. From that moment on, they were residents there, so they needed to work hard. That same night, Lacona woke from a nightmare, thinking that that damned man had appeared in his dream again. He felt that it would not be a good day. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Irritated, he asked who the miserable, impertinent fool was who dared to knock there. When he grabbed the whip and opened the door, he found Lloyd, smiling, saying that he missed him very much. In the next second, Viscount Lacona was already lying on the ground, apparently dead or at least unconscious. No one knew for sure. Lloyd casually commented on whether his face really caused that much fear, while Javier replied that it was not exactly the kind of appearance people like to stare at for very long. Without wasting time, Lloyd dragged the Viscount to the veranda and explained directly that those lands extended from one point to another and that he would terraform everything to build a major project, merely informing him out of courtesy. Lacona, still in shock, asked why this was happening out of nowhere, but Lloyd pulled his mustache and made it clear that if it had to be settled the hard way, he would have no problem with that. The real reason was practical. Lloyd planned to use granite in the construction of the sewage system, since that material would not break or cause instability in the future. Soon after, he called the builders and announced that it was time to open a straight road connecting the quarry directly to the county. That was when everyone realized that the Lacona mansion stood right in the middle of the planned route. Without hesitation, Officer Gregg began ordering the mansion to be torn down, stating that an efficient road needed to be straight. In a short time, Lacona found himself without a home. Lloyd told him not to worry, because they would build another mansion later, move the workers to the new residence, and even assign an escort if necessary. Later on, the one who took care of the Lacona father and son was Melika, the muscular elf with an intimidating appearance. She asked if they needed anything, but the two of them, completely terrified, quickly replied that they did not need anything at all. Returning to the main plan, the granite transport road and the supervision of the quarry would fall under Bayern's responsibility. He was no longer just a veteran, but a true master of construction, with design understanding at level 85, execution at level 90, and experience in dozens of administrative and workforce management tasks. Even the leveling of the mountains would not be a problem. Babog uprooted trees with ease, while the orcs made use of every possible resource. In addition, some small monsters were being directly overseen by Bayern and also helped with the work. Putumim and Putumalg worked alongside the elves, who were put in charge of building the apartments. They were able to repeat the process endlessly, thanks to their exceptional perception and absurd physical strength. And of course, everyone was doing all of this in exchange for steak. The biggest problem was dealing with the mud and sludge from the sewers. Lloyd thought that perhaps the best solution would be to burn everything with intense heat, as in modern methods. He considered that Javier himself and Belle could handle it, but it still seemed like a somewhat insane idea. Then came the important question: where could they find someone who could work day and night without pay, dealing with extreme heat inside the sewers every day? That was when Lloyd had an idea. He knew exactly someone like that. He went to Corgaitis, who found the request strange, upon hearing that Lloyd wanted an armor made of sap from the tree of Halencia. Corgaitis asked if it was meant to capture a dragon, and Lloyd answered yes, without any beating around the bush. When Corgaitis asked who would wear the armor, Lloyd said it would be Javier, who was clearly not happy with that information. Meanwhile, deep in the eastern mountains, a dragon was deeply depressed. His name was Solidas. He had mountains of precious stones, but he could not refine any of them. All he wanted was to get married, but his hands were terrible at making jewelry. He needed to create beautiful and delicious jewels to eat and also to give to his hatchlings. Only then would he be recognized as a competent male dragon. In the past, this was easy. He just had to raid human castles and kidnap dwarves to work for him. But everything changed when the being known as the Dragon King married a human human and decreed the draconic commandments, forbidding dragons from raiding and attacking other races. Now Solitas felt wronged, bound by rules, while others had already accumulated tons of jewels before the ban. That was when a knight appeared, saying that he could completely sympathize with his situation. Solitas found it strange and asked how that human had gotten past his traps. The knight was Lloyd, who explained that they had disabled everything because they wanted to talk to a dragon as grand as him. He then confirmed whether he was truly Solitas, and said that he had a proposal. The response came in the form of fire. Solitas spat flames in their direction, accusing humans of being responsible for him not being able to get married. Lloyd and Javier simply lowered the visors of their helmets, and Lloyd commented that he had already expected him to be a bit hot-headed. Javier asked what the real plan was, and Lloyd replied that he had already said it. They were going to defeat the dragon. Javier shot back that this was the result, not the plan, telling Lloyd to stop fooling around and explain what he actually had to do. Lloyd summarized by saying that the plan was simple. First Javier fights, then Javier defeats the dragon, and that is it. Without giving any more time for discussion, Lloyd pushed Javier forward, telling him to go already. Solitas realized that the knight was still fine even after the dragon breath, and concluded that there was something special about that armor. Annoyed, he decided to crush him with brute force. When Solitas lunged with his claws, Lloyd asked if Javier could handle it. Already completely out of patience, Javier activated his sword aura, dodged the attack, and began to retreat. The dragon grew more and more furious, while Javier wondered if he could really win. Lloyd, on the other hand, was calm. This was expected. In the original story, even with great difficulty, Javier had defeated Solitas, but now the situation was different. Back then, Javier only had the strength of a newly awakened swordmaster. Now he was much stronger. In the next moment, Javier used his air-stepping technique to launch himself toward the dragon. Solitas was shocked to realize that the human had just stepped on the air itself. Javier realized that this way he could use mana explosions to move faster in the air. Lloyd, in turn, understood exactly what was happening, and concluded that Javier was applying what he had learned from the elves' footwork, creating footholds made of mana in midair. To Lloyd, this confirmed only one thing: a protagonist really is a protagonist. Thus, Javier began to leap through the air again and again, advancing little by little toward Solitas' head, while thinking that even though he was a young dragon, he still belonged to the strongest species on the land. When he got close enough, he concentrated an enormous amount of power into his aura and released a direct explosion. The attack was simple and precise, opening only a small hole in Solitas' chest, but that was already more than enough to make him roar in pain. Energized, Javier kept provoking him, ready to continue. Solitas, however, asked for a second to breathe, clearly shaken. Lloyd watched everything and wondered how a dragon could end up feeling fear toward a human. To him, the situation was like someone sleeping peacefully in their room, when all of a sudden, an aggressive flea or tick appears looking for a fight. The insecticide does not work. The creature starts flying everywhere, and the final blow comes like a painful sting to the chest. Anyone would be desperate being chased by something like that. Now Javier was exactly that flea to Solitas, and the dragon was genuinely terrified. He said that he had something very important to say, trying to buy time. Javier stopped for a moment, and was almost crushed by the dragon's claw, but managed to dodge at the last second, and still landed another aura explosion on his back. Solitas began to take several of these blows in succession, complaining non-stop in pain. Meanwhile, Lloyd was lying down, watching everything calmly, certain that things were going exactly as planned. To him, it was already obvious what the dragon's next move would be. Solitas released a huge cloud of smoke, trying to drive away the nuisance. It was like when insecticide does not work, and the only solution is to run out of the house. He then returned to his human form, and tried to hide behind a rock to use teleportation. The moment he did that, he was struck by a lightning bolt straight to the head. Solitas remembered too late that he himself had installed a teleport detection trap in that area, and realized that he had been completely stupid. At that moment, Lloyd formally introduced himself, saying that he was Lloyd Frontera, the eldest son of Count Frontera, speaking respectfully to the wise dragon Solitas. The dragon, confused and irritated, replied that at that moment he was not even in dragon form. Desperate, Solitas asked where he was and where the exit was, but ended up taking a heavy aura blow to the back, delivered by Javier. Lloyd commented that normally a human would have been split in half by that, but that he could endure it because he was a dragon. Tired, Solitas asked why they had come there and why they were doing all of that to him. Lloyd replied that he had made it clear from the beginning. He had come with a great proposal. Solitas questioned why they had not talked like civilized people from the start, and Lloyd reminded him that the dragon had tried to kill them as soon as they arrived. Finally, Solitas asked what the proposal was, and Lloyd felt that he was finally making progress. In the original story, Solitas had a serious anger problem, to the point that it was impossible to negotiate with him without first using extreme methods. That anger always diminished when he encountered someone much stronger. Now Lloyd had managed to calm him down, but he still needed to deal with the wounded pride of a dragon. Suddenly, Lloyd began to scold Javier, calling him reckless, and saying that he had no limits to his own stupidity. He said that Javier had dared to raise his sword against a wise dragon, and that he should be grateful for Solitas' magnanimity, or they would all have been burned to death already. He ordered Javier to leave immediately, and kneel to ask for forgiveness. business. Even confused, Javier obeyed. With the situation under control, Lloyd politely asked the wise dragon Solidas to sit on a rock. He himself bowed in respect and said that he would like to ask a simple question. He asked whether Solidas wanted to get married. Solidas was shocked and asked how he knew that. Lloyd continued, asking if the problem was that he could not refine jewels. The dragon, even more surprised, asked how Lloyd knew all of that and how he had found him. Then Lloyd said that he could arrange a wife for him within 10 years. Solidas was left speechless, trying to confirm whether that was serious. Lloyd provoked him even more, asking if he did not feel excited just imagining a female dragon, exchanging affectionate telepathic messages, sending gifts, and forming hearts with shadows under the moon in a starry sky. In the end, he said that Solidas only had to sign the contract. Still suspicious, Solidas asked if that really meant he would have a wife. Lloyd replied that yes, he just needed to sign at the end. When the dragon signed, Lloyd stood up with a completely different expression, holding the contract, and calmly reminded him that there was a draconic commandment, stating that dragons who broke contracts with humans would be killed by the breath of the Dragon King. At that instant, Solidas felt purely by instinct that he had just signed a contract with a true demon. Later, when Lloyd returned to the territory, people commented that he always came back from his trips bringing something more absurd than before. This time, everyone thought he had captured a dragon, but what they saw was only an exhausted young dragon. For Lloyd, however, it was an absolute victory. He had finally conquered his dragon, thus he took Solidas to Corgadus and officially introduced him as the dragon. It was easy to see that Solida's body was still releasing smoke because of draconic breath. Corgadus looked at him and asked whether it was true that he was bad at craftsmanship. Lloyd explained that according to the contract, Corgadus only needed to teach Solidas how to make jewelry, while Solidas would be responsible for incinerating all the sludge from the waste facilities once a day. Upon hearing that, Solidas was stunned, thinking that he was a legendary dragon, and now would have to clean human feces. Lloyd replied bluntly that he knew how hard that was to accept. After all, no one likes to admit they need to clean human shit. That was exactly why he had applied extra pressure when signing the contract, because otherwise Solidas would never have accepted it. And without learning how to make jewelry, it would be practically impossible for him to get married. Pride was important, but if it stood in the way of the final goal, it was worth nothing. After taking a deep breath, Solidas accepted the situation and went to the dwarf, calling Corgadus teacher, and saying that he would now be under his care. Corgadus commented that he had never imagined that a small dwarf like him would have a majestic dragon as a student. Solidas replied that dragons were the strongest in raw power, but dwarves were unbeatable when it came to craftsmanship and forging, and asked him to fix his defective hands. Lloyd watched everything, thinking that as foolish as Solidas was, he was still a dragon, and adapted quickly to situations. Canaltus said that he would not reject him, but warned that he could be quite harsh in training. Solidas replied that it was fine. He had already made up his mind. Then Canaltus told him to stop stalling, grab the materials immediately, and start working. Without arguing, Solidas ran off. For Lloyd, the result of that contract was clearly advantageous for everyone. Solidas traded his pride for the highest level of jewelry training in the world. Corgadus fulfilled the dream of being the first to boss around a dragon as an apprentice, and Lloyd had seen so many situations where absurdly disadvantageous contracts were presented to him, saying that he had no choice but to sign. That was not a contract, it was violence. A real contract was one where both sides gained, even if it was even better when he gained more than the other side. The system informed him that he had managed to turn yet another tragic fate into something positive. In the original story, the fire dragon Solidas would have lost his horns in the fight against Javier, suffered fatal injuries, and died alone in his lair. If it were not for Lloyd, the Frontera couple would also have ceased to exist in that world. Now the Count, free of debt, could finally focus on what he had never had the chance to do before. Julian, who should have died in foreign lands, was now recognized as the best student at the academy. It was impossible to count how many lives Lloyd had saved. He even asked the system whether he could not receive money for it, but the system replied that no, he needed to earn his own money. At the moment, Lloyd was not even worried about money. What he needed was skill, because they were about to begin the construction of a massive sewage system. The biggest problem was the range of his estimation skill. The project needed to cover the entire county, and gathering information from each area to connect them was extremely labor-intensive. Even after increasing his level somewhat through several projects, he was stuck at level 6, able to analyze at most 729,000 square meters at once. He knew that the basics of business were to save where possible, but never to skimp on what truly mattered. Because of that, he decided to invest heavily and increase his design skill, finally reaching advanced design. Now he could analyze 3,375,000 square meters at once. For him, spending 1,200 relationship points had been completely worth it, especially since it unlocked a new exclusive skill called Construction Guide. The system asked him to call up the 3D diagram he had saved, so Lloyd activated the Construction Guide. A gigantic hologram appeared in front of him, visible not only to him but to everyone involved in the project. No one else needed to understand engineering anymore. They just had to follow the hologram and execute. Lloyd estimated that this reduced at least half of his workload. He decided to test it immediately. That night, Lloyd placed the hologram on the ground and told Javier to begin excavating at that specific point, saying he would explain the details later since Javier understood enough just by looking. Then he told him to follow only the green lights of the hologram. Javier asked whether he could dig outside the illuminated area, and the moment he tried, the hologram changed to red. A huge red hologram of Lloyd appeared immediately. Aggressive aggressively telling him to do a good job. Javier commented that it was extremely irritating. Lloyd corrected his choice of words, saying that Javier was being careless with his vocabulary, since the word did not mean what he thought it meant. Even so, Javier admitted that the system was useful, because no one would get confused during the work. After all, no one wanted to see that ugly face at giant size. Lloyd complained that he had already told him to stop saying things that hurt his feelings. The conversation shifted when Javier asked whether Lloyd had always been a genius at magical illusions, or if that was a tool stolen from some dark mage. Lloyd realized that inventing an excuse on the spot would be difficult, and asked which story Javier would find more plausible. Javier replied that the second option sounded more convincing, and even suggested that he use some kind of necklace as an alibi. Lloyd agreed and said he would do that, and Javier stated that he would stick to that version of the story. Even without explaining everything, Lloyd made it clear that there were things he could not explain right now. When Javier asked if there was anything more important, Lloyd replied that curiosity did not matter at that moment. What truly mattered was saving the entire county. They would sort out the rest later. Lloyd smiled and assured him that he would do it. Soon after, Byron began commanding the engineers, and ordered everyone to shout the motto before starting the project. Everyone raised their shovels and shouted that safety came first, and that no one would get hurt. Lloyd thought they were getting crazier by the minute, and wondered who had done this to them. Javier simply looked at him in silence, making everything perfectly clear. The plan was simple. All waste and refuse from the region would be carried through the smaller sewers into the main pipeline. Podong alone could dig the smaller channels, but he did not have enough strength to open the main tunnel. Because of that, Bell encouraged Byung to take on that task, even though his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Whenever an engineer made a mistake and dug outside the hologram, a huge Lloyd would appear to scold them. Instead of being frightened, the workers found it amazing and had fun with it. Lloyd did not understand why they were laughing, since that was meant to instruct them, not entertain them, and he asked Javier why everyone was acting like lunatics. Javier answered only with a look that explained everything without words. After a major storm during the spring rains, the construction of the smaller sewers advanced rapidly over the course of 3 months. The main sewer also progressed at a fast pace, causing the project to extend quickly to the north. When the rain stopped and the weather cleared, Lloyd ordered the main sewer to pass through a more remote field, where a sludge treatment unit would also be built. Byron commented that the area was close to Mastodonte territory. Lloyd replied that as long as Byung was nearby, they would not approach carelessly, but they still needed to be careful. He ordered everyone to avoid provoking the Mastodontes and to move with caution and silence. Even so, no Mastodonte appeared. Perhaps it was because of Byung, or perhaps not. While the work continued, with Lloyd having an absurd amount of fun with it, Byung approached and warned that he had found something strange. Lloyd went to check and saw everyone gathered around a large crater. Inside it lay the corpse of a Mastodonte, one of those that had come with a horde of monsters. The body had not completely decomposed, which indicated that the death was recent. It seemed that someone had killed and buried the Mastodonte there. Byung also sensed a strange smell in the air. Lloyd ordered them to dig more at that spot. After some time, several other Mastodonte bodies began to surface. That did not exist in the original story. The novel only mentioned the habits of the species, nothing about something like this. The only thing that resembled the situation was a specific event, the chapter of the Nameron barrier. In that chapter, Javier had mastered the explosion, and a dark magic had appeared. The moment Lloyd made that connection, the corpses began to glow. He immediately understood what was happening and ordered everyone to move away. It was a corpse explosion spell. The detonation was gigantic and catastrophic, with flames surging toward the workers. Lloyd dropped his shovel and tried to react using his mana, but Byung stepped in front first, protecting everyone from the massive explosion. While learning craftsmanship with Corgitus, Solitus felt a wave of dark magic sweep across the region. To him, it had a familiar smell. It was clearly a corpse explosion, and on top of that, from a large creature bigger than a human. He thought that the swindler was in trouble, but decided it was none of his business. He also saw Javier immediately mobilizing toward the location, and concluded that with that night nearby, everything would probably be fine. On the other side, after the explosion, Byung fell unconscious. The engineers panicked, asking what the hell that had been. In the middle of the smoke, the worst was revealed. An army of undead mastodonts began to emerge. These were not the same ones that had exploded. They had been buried even deeper, and now they had awakened en masse, hungry and aggressive. The herd advanced like an avalanche, chasing the subordinates and Lloyd himself. The white cavalry appeared to face the monsters, but Lloyd shouted for them to retreat, because fighting there would be a disaster. Valalardi reinforced the order, telling everyone to ignore them and run. Lloyd realized that he did not know the terrain well, nor the behavior of the mastodontes in that situation, so he needed to improvise a quick strategy without relying on brute force. He asked Byron exactly where they were, and received the answer that they were in the field. Then Lloyd ordered Podong to delay the mastodontes immediately. Podong, in his giant form, began knocking some of them down with punches, and even used martial arts techniques that he clearly should not know. Lloyd even wondered what that creature had been watching, but he did not have time for that. Even delaying a few, Podong alone would not be able to hold back the horde, and he was already starting to be swallowed by sheer numbers. That was when Lloyd resorted to the dirtiest and most effective thing possible. He advanced to the edge of the valley near the field, and appeared holding a mastodon calf, one of the ones Byron had been taking care of, gripping the little creature and threatening it with his shovel. He made it very clear that he had a calf in his hands, and that if the herd took one more step, he would turn the baby into ham. The calf was terrified, and that immediately drew the attention of all the undead mastodontes. Lloyd provoked them even more, saying they looked irritated and that they had better retreat before he skinned the poor thing. The entire horde turned toward him at the same time, as if a single mind had chosen a new target. Lloyd realized that the bait had worked. He lifted the calf onto his back and praised the little creature's performance as if it were a professional actor, then ran off with it on his shoulders. He remembered a single useful tip from the original story. Mastodontes looked monstrous, but their behavior was very clear. They always fought for their offspring. Back when Byron was caring for the calves, the adults constantly appeared just to observe and check if they were all right. Now, even as undead, that instinct still reacted. Running alongside Podong, Lloyd ordered everyone to follow through the valley and then hide in the forest. Then he climbed onto Podong and shot ahead, drawing the entire horde of undead mastodontes after them. The engineers saw once again their master putting himself forward as the target to save everyone. Meanwhile, Goman was in the forest, being useless as always, until Javier appeared, grabbed him and asked if he still had the red sunflower seeds that Lloyd had given him. Right after that, he asked how long it would take for someone to reach the north, about 10 kilometers away. It was a blunt, urgent question, full of intent. During the pursuit, Podong began to grow exhausted. The mastodontes were getting closer and closer. To try to gain space, he blew one of them apart with a mana explosion, but there were so many that they simply pushed through the cloud of smoke without stopping, as if the explosion meant nothing. Lloyd even considered releasing everything at once and throwing the attack into the mountain, but he realized that would cause a collapse, destroy the terrain, delay the entire project, and possibly kill allies as well. The problem was that the run ended in a dead end. They were cornered. Lloyd used his scanner and realized that Podong would not be able to climb the escape route because of his weight. Panic set in, but he forced himself to breathe and remember his own abilities. He did not have time to hesitate. He needed to change the plan on the spot. He climbed down from Podong and ordered him to press as close as possible to the valley wall, protecting the mastodonte baby. Lloyd spun the shovel, feeling that chill in his stomach because he knew what he was about to do. It was dangerous and brought him close to a near-death state, especially after what had already happened when he used the shock in the mountains. But now he had no choice. This was the key to resolving the situation. He activated all his mana circles and released the maximum discharge, but instead of firing at the mastodontes, he launched the power upward, as if opening space, buying time, and preparing the environment. Then he dropped the shovel, and almost out of mana, triggered the overload. His body began to siphon mana from everything around him. It was not just ordinary mana. He was absorbing the dark magic within the bodies of the undead mastodont, and also drawing energy from the surrounding mountains. He concentrated it into a single point, in the palm of his hand, ignoring the valley, ignoring Podong, ignoring everything except ripping the power directly out of the horde that surrounded them. He drew energy from the undead just as he had done before, when he absorbed the Empress's power and drained the entire environment using overload. The memory came together with the sensation of something inside him expanding. His mana heart leveled up at that very moment, as if responding to the danger and the absurd amount of energy. In the middle of that pressure, he remembered what he had planned before, that Javier would become the bait for impossible situations. But even as he remembered it, he already knew the answer. Javier would never accept that easily, and the first thing he would say would be no, of course not. Lloyd made it clear that this was not a question, it was an order. He knew that if he used overload to force mana into his body, he would level up. It was more than time to siphon the mana from that walking lunchbox called Javier, so he did exactly what he had done before. He discharged all his mana through the shovel, collapsed hard onto the ground, and activated overload to absorb the surrounding mana. The environment began to crumble little by little, but he focused everything on pulling Javier's mana, and it was working. For a moment, Lloyd thought he was going to drain everything, but he ended up coughing up a lot of blood. The system warned that that type of mana was not compatible with an insignificant body like his. Right after that, he collapsed again. Even so, Javier appeared with a wide grin on his face, clearly calm, while Lloyd thought that the author of that work had definitely written the protagonist wrong. Still, despite the negative experience, he managed to confirm something important. He could now choose the target of the overload. That was exactly what he did with the mastodontes. The system warned that he had exceeded the amount of mana he could absorb. His mana heart was forcibly expanded. Once again, Lloyd spat blood. The dark magic was destroying him from the inside, but it was different from poison. Even with the mana circle spinning far too fast, and the mana heart being damaged, he did not stop. He kept pulling in mana, draining everything. He absorbed the mana of the entire army, until there was absolutely nothing left. In the end, his mana heart evolved in level. Now Lloyd had become an intermediate sword specialist, with a 600% increase in physical capacity. Facing the dying mastodontes, he was extremely irritated. He ordered them all to kneel. This was only possible because he had awakened a new ability, a direct result of the dark magic in his body, the domination of the undead. One by one, the mastodontas knelt down and began to revere him. Pudong was completely stunned by the scene. Lloyd then handed over a blue sunflower seed, and said that it was already time to go home. The system informed him that from that moment on he was capable of dominating any undead with less mana than him. With that, Lloyd simply walked over the mastodoncies, who now faithfully obeyed his orders. But as always, there was an important detail. The domination ability only worked while he was facing the undead. The moment Lloyd turned around, he realized that the mastodonties in the back were already slowly breaking free from the control. The system informed him that he was controlling 308 undead and that the remaining control time was 40 seconds. It was only enough time to run very fast. Lloyd bolted, fleeing from the mastodontes that were beginning to regain consciousness. At the last moment, he ended up completely surrounded and on the verge of being devoured. That was when a web appeared, pulling Lloyd, the mastodonte calf, and Pudong upward, high into the air. It was Javier who had appeared, together with Gaming. The knight released his sword aura and announced that the time had come. Even tired and lazy, Gaming obeyed. The bird swooped down over the undead, opening space for Javier to strike the canyon walls. Large blocks of stone fell, burying the undead below. They exploded into one another, creating a chain reaction that ran through the entire canyon. In the end, everyone was safe. Lloyd thanked him for saving him, but Javier questioned how he could still smile after all that. He reminded him that he was the escort knight and needed to stay by Lloyd's side. Yet even so, the young master kept throwing himself into dangerous situations. Lloyd tried to downplay it, saying that Javier did not need to be angry, but Javier stated that he had seen everything from above. Lloyd had used himself as bait while evacuating the workers. He tried to deny it, but Javier made it clear that he wanted Lloyd to pay more attention to himself. If Javier had not arrived in time, the apartment, the sewers, and the entire structure would have collapsed. The villagers' lives would have been at risk. Countless lives rested on Lloyd's shoulders, and if he died, all of it would fall apart. Lloyd argued back, saying that if he had done nothing, the undead would have massacred everyone. Javier replied that even so, he could have adopted a more defensive strategy together with the white cavalry. Lloyd said that this was just presumption, and that no one could guarantee there would be no casualties. He stated that he was working hard, that he was the most important person in the county, and that all of this was his responsibility. The people were also his. If he did not protect everyone, no one would. When Javier asked if he would continue putting himself in danger, Lloyd answered yes, and that he would even do it while making more money in the process. In the end, Javier sighed, calmed down, and said that regardless of that, he would continue by Lloyd's side. The system then informed that for the first time, Javier's affinity had increased. The affection points between Lloyd and Javier increased significantly. He was no longer just an ordinary bodyguard. Now Javier truly respected Lloyd, to the point of stating that he would be willing to die in the young master's place. Lloyd immediately made it clear that this was not necessary, which left Javier confused by the reaction. Soon after, Lloyd changed the subject and asked who could be behind the mastodonte incident. Javier suggested that it might be retaliation from Asura, but Lloyd dismissed that possibility. He knew Esfahan well from the novel's information, and knew that they did not have a necromancer, insane enough for something of that level. For Lloyd, the work needed to be temporarily halted to investigate. He began thinking about the Namoran wall, and suspected that the incident was connected to them. He already had a clear hunch. What was missing now was only concrete proof to hold those responsible accountable for the damage caused. The project was officially frozen, but that did not mean the engineers would stand idle. Lloyd already had other plans for them, and they continued digging discreetly. Javier commented that it felt like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Lloyd agreed, but emphasized that it was still necessary to try. They began searching for more mastodonte bodies, especially those that might be infected with dark magic. Lloyd had a strong feeling that there was something more hidden there. That was when a subordinate approached, informing them that Count Krimu had arrived from the west. Lloyd found the sudden visit strange, and wanted to know the reason. Later, during a meeting with the Baron and the Baroness, Count Krimu finally got straight to the point. He asked Lloyd to accept a marriage. Lloyd immediately replied that the Count was not his type. Count Krimu, unfazed, explained that he was not Lloyd's type either, since the request was for him to marry his daughter. Lloyd found everything very sudden, but Count Krimu made it clear that he did not like beating around the bush. He said that he had thought a lot since Lloyd's last visit, and could not imagine anyone better to become his son-in-law. In addition, Lloyd had become far too famous, which would certainly attract numerous nobles interested in alliances with the Frontera family. Because of that, he decided to act quickly, and asked if there was any date available. Lloyd asked him to slow down and explained that no one had asked for his hand in marriage yet. At that moment, Arcus suddenly stood up and threw several letters onto the table. All of them were marriage proposals, officially sent by the houses of lords of the kingdom. He explained that he had kept everything to show later, since he had been too busy. Count Krimu complained, saying that those lords were all insincere, and that they should have come personally, as he had. He also stated that the ceremony could easily take place in the frontier region. Lloyd asked the Count to slow down. He said that he was grateful for the consideration, but apologized for not being able to agree to it. Count Krimu, in turn, argued that Lloyd was a 27-year-old bachelor, an age at which people begin to wonder if there is some serious flaw when someone is still unmarried. Javier had to restrain himself greatly from laughing. Lloyd questioned what was so funny, while Count Crimo asked if Lloyd thought his family was unworthy. Lloyd explained that it was not that, but pointed out that the person beside him did not seem enthusiastic about the situation at all. The young woman then introduced herself as Christine, the eldest daughter of Count Crimo. She stated that she would do anything for the good and stability of the family, even sacrifice her own body. That left Lloyd deeply saddened. To him, it felt as if the girl was about to marry the devil himself. Javier had to use his mana heart to hold back his laughter, while Lloyd asked him to stop that. That was when Arcus asked to speak. He explained that although doing something for the family was important, the feelings of the people directly involved also needed to be considered. Spending eternity beside someone without love was simply impossible. For the sake of Christine's happiness, he asked Count Cremo to respect the wishes of both of them. The words moved Christine. Count Cremo then embraced her and said that perhaps he had been too harsh because of the family's status. He stated that he loved her and that they could abandon that idea for now. Before leaving, Count Crombo declared that the Frontera family had always impressed him and that he had learned a great lesson that day, that everyone should live with love. Arcus and the Baroness were satisfied with the outcome. Lloyd, however, remained alone, reflecting that apparently only he would not have a happy ending, something that even his own parents seemed to agree with. Javier continued holding back his laughter, and Lloyd thought that deep down he was grateful that he had not laughed in his face. In the end, Lloyd returned all the political marriage letters, rejecting every single one of them. He knew that this would bring political risks, but he was not willing to kidnap a bride for himself. One of the subordinates ended up reporting all of this directly to the Empress. It seemed that the Frontera family had rejected all marriage proposals. Alicia commented that she had already expected that. Even if the family accepted some proposal, the lady would probably reject it afterward. She thought that Lloyd Frontera was just like a potato after all, and had to hold back her laughter for a moment. Then she asked for potatoes to be prepared for dinner that night. Even so, she concluded that she needed to keep an eye on whom the Frontera family would eventually choose, since they were currently the most powerful family in the region. Soon after, Alicia asked about the letter sent to Esfahan. The messenger reported that those shameless weasels insisted that they had nothing to do with the monster Domino. Instead of apologizing, they were making a scene, which was a clear provocation against the Kingdom of Magenta. The Empress thought that that old and disgusting South would only act when she raised her sword against it. She decided that a delegation would be sent to Esfahan soon, and ordered that all exchanges of letters be restricted until that happened. She also considered putting a potato in the middle of that delegation. During the family lunch, Byron placed a rotten goat skull on the table. Arcus almost vomited on the spot. Byron explained that it had been found in the incident to the north, and that they believed it was directly linked to the case, especially because of the malicious inscription on the skull, something clearly related to dark magic. As soon as he saw the object, Lloyd recognized the symbol. That illustration had already appeared in the novel. It was the same symbol the Empress had used when she became evil. At that moment, Lloyd realized that he had learned something about the novel that had never been mentioned before. The Empress becoming evil, the Namaran barrier incident, everything was connected. The Baroness asked why Lloyd was going out to work again when he had barely rested lately. Arcus wanted to know where his son was going. Lloyd explained that he was going to Namaran since he had matters to resolve there. He was certain of his suspicions and needed to find more evidence. Sometime later, about 10 kilometers north of the monumental county of Frontera, stood the sludge disposal plant. Giant Podong opened the lid and Solidas began to work. He gathered all the feces into a single point, transformed into a huge dragon, and began incineration. Lloyd thought that one day the whole world would know of his existence. Solidas, the great feces incinerator. Solidas cursed at Lloyd and made it very clear that he did not want anyone to know about that crap. Lloyd even asked whether it would not be cool to call him the annihilator of crap. In response, the system informed Lloyd that he had built the first collective waste system on the continent of Laurasia. Because of this, the concept of public health was beginning to be established. He received a new title called I Should Have Given Red or Blue Tissue. From that point on, external diseases were completely blocked in the county, and internal infectious diseases had a 0% chance of occurring. Lloyd could finally live a somewhat more peaceful life. Later, Javier asked when he planned to travel to Nemaron. Lloyd replied that he wanted to leave as soon as possible, but he thought that traveling without a concrete plan and without results would just be a waste of money. That was when, as they approached the Great Frontera mansion, they saw several carriages lined up, with a very intimidating presence. When he entered his father's office, Lloyd listened to the explanation. Count Frontera said that after the marriage proposals had been rejected, all the lords sent their daughters to the county. They believed Lloyd would change his mind once he saw them in person. Since he could not prevent this, the Count arranged accommodations for everyone, and organized numbered letters to decide the order of the visits. Lloyd asked whether his father was not too excited about the situation. The Count replied that he was not, explaining that Lloyd should only marry someone he truly loved. Even so, he admitted that he was already at the age of wanting grandchildren, and that the entire continent was wondering what was wrong with his son. Still, he decided to let things take their natural course. The system then joked, informing Lloyd that he had gained a new title, Eunuch Frontera. With no alternative, Lloyd went to the reception room to meet the potential brides. There were many ladies standing in line, but he knew that in truth it was not them. It was their fathers, a group of desperate old men eager to affiliate themselves with the Frontera family. Lady number 1 entered completely impressed, and said that she really wanted to marry Lloyd, but she questioned why the servant was sitting while he remained standing. Lloyd explained that he he was Lloyd, not the man behind him. The lady made an ugly face. Lloyd simply said goodbye and ended the visit immediately. The second lady entered right after the first slammed the door. She repeated exactly the same thing, was completely impressed by Javier, and when he explained that Lloyd was the other one, she made an ugly face and left at once. Javier commented that it was kind of annoying. Lloyd apologized, saying it was only because he was very good at understanding people's reality. When the third lady entered, Lloyd greeted her politely and recognized her at the same instant. That woman appeared in the illustration of Blood and Iron Knight. She was Siluria Namoran, the eldest daughter of Count Namoran. Lloyd knew very well who she was. She was a key character in the story, and extremely important. In the novel, everyone believed that Siluria would end up with Javier, but she ended up sacrificing herself to protect the people of Namoran. This left the readers outraged. Many commented that it was far too cruel, and the novel became famous precisely because the protagonist always ended up sad and alone, unlike other stories. Siluria explained that she knew the visit might sound disrespectful, but she was there at her father's insistence. She commented that Lloyd was much better than people said, at least physically. Lloyd replied that he was Lloyd, not the person behind him. Siluria said she knew that and remarked that the man behind him was the renowned swordsman Sir Azrahan. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised to hear that. She then commented that it seemed they were having problems involving matrimony, and that Lloyd must be far too busy to think about marriage. She said that just on the way there, she had seen constructions that had never existed before, clean streets, and a completely different county. To her, it was obvious that Mr. Lloyd was busy supervising all of this. For that reason, she stood up, saying she did not want to take any more of his time. Lloyd, however, asked her to stay a little longer. He asked whether Namoran was facing difficulties, such as a sudden increase in population. Siluria was surprised and asked how he knew. She explained that about 400 refugees had arrived in the city after losing their homes to monster attacks. As far as she knew, someone had brought all of them there. At that moment, Lloyd confirmed his suspicions. Namoran's barrier was a spell created to drain the life of the people inside the city. The refugees served exactly to complete the number required to activate the magic. He thought everything would end in his county, but no. If the plan of the Black Mage Canavard followed the course of the novel, thousands of people would die in Namoran, and the Death Knight would be summoned. Not even a high-level swordsman like Javier would be able to defeat that thing. That existence was equivalent to an evil god. This was far greater than Lloyd had imagined. He was not dealing with a single isolated incident, but with the possible annihilation of an entire state. Later, Lloyd began preparing for the journey, putting everything into his backpack, including the shovel. Javier appeared carrying a basket full of letters. He explained that they were the letters the ladies had left, and said he would place them in the room before preparing himself. Then he asked whether Lloyd had not received a single love letter. Lloyd remained silent. Javier then placed the basket on the ground and handed him a letter, saying it was out of pity. Lloyd showed a small smile and asked why he would give him something that already belonged to him. Then he told Javier to hurry up, saying that Lady Siluria was waiting. Javier felt frustrated for not having managed to provoke Lloyd. During the conversation with Siluria, Lloyd explained what he worked on, talking about civil engineering and how he intended to protect Namoran. He began to explain everything in detail, but Siluria interrupted, asking how he knew the county's circumstances so well. Lloyd replied that he had made assumptions based on the information he possessed, explaining that Namoran was built on steep terrain, which naturally led to gradual erosion on both sides of the city. Siluria said she was glad to have met him. Even if the marriage did not happen as her father wanted, she would already be satisfied if they could solve Namoran's problems. Lloyd thought that was perfect. He could investigate Canavard and still make money with construction projects. To him, that was proof that whoever strikes first wins. When they arrived in Namoran, Siluria made a point of presenting the city. Among the people there, she introduced Canavard, a man who claimed to be using his own money to take care of the 400 refugees, providing food and shelter. Lloyd immediately recognized the symbol on his clothes, the same one engraved on the goat skull. He confirmed on the spot that this was the hypocritical bastard behind everything. Later, Count Namoran received them personally, saying that the visitors must be exhausted from the long journey. Naturally, he addressed Javier directly, assuming that he was Lloyd. Count Namoran then asked when a good date for the wedding would be. Siluria immediately corrected him, explaining that the man was Lloyd's bodyguard, Sir Javier, and that Lloyd was the other one. Even so, the Count insisted, saying that the person on the left radiated nobility, while the one on the right seemed to be lacking in many aspects. Siluria became irritated and scolded her father, saying that he was being extremely rude. She questioned how a Count could fail to recognize a person's true essence. She explained that Lloyd might seem simple at first glance, but he was wise and extremely capable. He was not there for matrimonial matters, but to help resolve the county's landslide problem. Count Namoran replied that this was a relief, since he would feel embarrassed seeing his own son-in-law in person. Saunture said that those words were still rude, and asked whether her father had any idea how much someone suffered when treated that way. Javier grew tense, because Lloyd still had not reacted to any of the provocations. He merely tightened his mouth slightly slightly, which left Javier strangely satisfied when he realized that it bothered him. The Count then asked whether Lloyd was truly capable of stabilizing the slopes. Siluria answered firmly that he was, stating that he was more than capable. She said that by providing labor and materials, Lloyd would only need to supervise the work. As the Count and Siluria walked away, Javier almost wet himself laughing. Count Namoran commented that if Lloyd was truly that skilled, then it was indeed interesting. He then asked Mr. Lloyd to explain the construction details, without realizing that at that moment, Lloyd was practically strangling Javier with the shovel. Later in the room, Lloyd told Javier that he had also seen the man with the strange symbol on his arm. Javier confirmed it, saying it was a goat's head. Lloyd ordered Canavard to be closely monitored. If they could prove his connection to dark magic and warn Namoran about what had happened in Fonta County, they could prevent a greater tragedy. Javier responded with a wide grin, which made Lloyd question why he seemed so happy in the face of something so serious. Javier explained that he was just remembering the things the Count had said earlier. Without thinking twice, Lloyd went after him again. The next morning, while walking through the city, Lloyd saw a vendor advertising a big promotion. All the clothes displayed Canavard's symbol, the demonic beast. Lloyd realized that he was already spreading his influence, which made the situation even more complicated. Javier commented that, at least on the surface, Canavard seemed to be genuinely helping the refugees, but he still thought it was important to investigate where he was staying. They discovered that the place was protected by a lock, imbued with an absurd amount of magic. It would not be easy to destroy it. Javier became worried about being discovered, and decided to leave the lock intact for the time being. The pattern on the clothes, according to him, represented a wandering minstrel. As Cantanavard was becoming popular, large cities had begun selling clothes with that strange symbol. Lloyd realized that he needed to find a wandering minstrel. The problem was time. If Namoran's barrier were activated while he was investigating, everything would be over, and he would also be caught by the spell. The novel did not mention details about the barrier magic, which made it even harder to interrupt it. He knew that if he left Javier to handle everything alone, as happened in the novel, Siluria would end up dying. Lloyd did not want to allow someone he knew to meet that fate. The term Grand Master appeared in the story, referring to an existence above a sword master, someone capable of destroying the Infernal Knight's barrier in an instant. The problem was that Lloyd did not know the theory behind that power, and had no way to train Javier to reach that level. They were completely cornered. Javier suggested that it would be better to investigate Canavard more deeply, since that powerful lock indicated that he was hiding something important. Lloyd asked what he would do if he were caught. Javier replied that he had a way to get in, and asked Lloyd to trust him. Meanwhile, Lloyd began planning the containment of the slopes. Anchors would be essential to prevent landslides, and the plan was to drive them deep into the ground to make the terrain more rigid. For that, he would need a wedge bolt. The problem was that there was not enough technology to produce a precise spiral. He then sent a letter by carrier pigeon, imagining it would take time to arrive. The diagram was sent to Master Cord of the first ones, while Lloyd continued analyzing the terrain. Walking through the streets, he heard some men commenting about a beautiful lady who was at the distribution center, openly talking about her body. Lloyd found it strange how they spoke about it so naturally in public. He wondered whether that maiden at Canavard's distribution center was not something that appeared in the novel. Perhaps it was a new variable. He followed the line, watching carefully, until he noticed something absurd. The supposed maiden was in fact Javier, completely disguised as a woman. Javier was absurdly muscular in the disguise. Lloyd thought that woman really had an impressive body. When Javier looked at the crowd, he saw Lloyd's completely expressionless face staring at the scene. Lloyd began making hand signals, making it clear that he respected Javier's fetishes. Javier replied with hand signals, almost throwing soup into someone's face in the line, making it very clear that it was not a fetish at all. It was part of the disguise for the investigation. Lloyd simply replied that he was watching, just like that investigator meme from Dexter. He was watching. That made Javier extremely nervous. Meanwhile, Katanavard was talking with one of his subordinates. He asked if everything was ready. The man replied that it was, that they had finished everything the night before. Javier continued observing every movement from afar. At the same time, Lloyd, with his shovel and small backpack, was analyzing Namoran's terrain. He started by climbing the mountain to check the predicted landslide line. Using his schematics and design ability, he noticed something strange in the soil. There was a skull buried there, and it did not seem to have been there for long. That was already strange, but it became even worse when he realized it was not just one. There was an entire row of skulls buried at perfectly regular intervals, all about 50 centimeters deep. Lloyd immediately understood what that meant and began digging them all up. Meanwhile, Cantanavard praised his subordinates, saying they had done an excellent job and that the grand plan would begin on the scheduled date. When Lloyd finished digging up the skulls, he clearly noticed traces of dark magic in them. That was what sustained Namoran's barrier. That meant Canavard's plans were finished. Lloyd absorbed and purified the dark magic from the first skull. The moment he removed it from the ground, a crystal fell from inside it. The skull was merely a container. The true core of the magic was that jewel. He analyzed the item and realized its estimated value was 500 million. That was equivalent to Sir Byron's annual salary condensed into a single jewel. Lloyd immediately became curious and wondered whether the other skulls also hid the same type of crystal. Then he started digging, not to save the city, but to take the jewels. He had literally won the lottery. He was digging up money. The system asked whether he was not there because of the barrier. Lloyd replied mentally that the barrier could wait. That was money, and a lot of money. In total, he found 30 crystals, 30 years of Byron's pay, 30 years of forced labor, if he wanted. That was extremely satisfying. Meanwhile, back in Fonta County, Byron coughed and felt an inexplicable chill. Lloyd thought it felt so good that he wished it would happen every day. He decided that it might even be fair to increase Byron's salary a little, making him work only another 20 years. But then Lloyd noticed something strange. One of the skeletons seemed nervous. He wondered whether that skull had died of natural causes or if it had been murdered. The skull was clearly reacting in a strange way. Lloyd sincerely thanked the skull for its service. He said he would like to bless it and promised to take it to a worthy place, full of sunlight, where it would rest in peace alongside the others. The skull somehow seemed to be moved by that. Later, Javier tried to explain why he was dressed that way, but Lloyd made it clear that no explanation was necessary. He said he understood perfectly that every human had their own preferences, and that this was normal. Javier, however, explained that the entire city already knew he was a knight from another land, so he needed a disguise to investigate without drawing suspicion. Even so, Lloyd kept saying that everything was fine, that he had already understood everything, and even joked by asking when Javier had discovered that supposed preference. This irritated Javier, who insisted that it was nothing like that, while Lloyd pretended to be offended, saying that it sounded prejudiced. In the end, Javier was officially accepted into the investigation mission. He began working at the distribution point, and during his duties discovered that beneath the mansion there was another door leading to the underground. At first glance, observing Cantanavard, he seemed extremely kind and diligent, to the point that Javier almost thought he was wrong to suspect him. However, upon realizing that something was being hidden underground, protected by several layers of doors, it became clear that Lloyd's instincts were right once again. The idea was to find evidence at any cost, and Lloyd, from afar, continued to insist that Javier should trust himself more and even take pride in his disguise, something he continued to deny. Meanwhile, Cantanavard showed shock upon discovering that all the Noctanium had disappeared. His subordinates reported that someone had taken every single skull. He began to wonder who could know his plans, since if they knew everything, they would have gone after him directly. One of the elders involved in the scheme asked what he intended to do, reminding him that everyone was only there because Cantanavard had guaranteed that nothing would go wrong, and that enormous amounts of money had already been invested. Even so, Cantanavard asked for calm and stated that there was still a plan. According to him, the Noctanium was only an emergency measure, and if everyone cooperated as before, the descent of the Knight of Hell would certainly happen. The next morning, Javier, still wearing his completely indecipherable disguise, deliberately poured an entire bucket of water over himself. An extremely muscular maid became concerned and insisted that he change his clothes, since several men were staring. In fact, the looks did not stop, impressed by the body the disguise presented. As soon as Javier gained access to Cantanavard's mansion, he changed into his usual clothes, which greatly eased his movement around the place. Carefully controlling his mana to completely hide his presence, Javier slipped past the servants and reached the door that led to the underground. He still did not know how to open that door, but realized he would not even need to try, because Cantanavard himself appeared and used a magic circle to release the lock. That lock was different from the main gate, and could only be opened by a specific sequence of mana. At the same time, Lloyd analyzed all the Noctamium he had collected, without knowing exactly what it was used for. He began to wonder if that amount was really everything, and whether there was not more material buried elsewhere, which could activate the Namoran barrier in the same way. He could not allow that and decided he needed to find more of that resource. Back in the underground, Javier followed Canavard closely, and as soon as he left, repeated the mana sequence on the lock and managed to enter. Inside, he found a huge corridor completely shrouded in darkness. At the far end, a creature appeared that revealed itself to be an extremely powerful undead. Not even Javier's aura-reinforced punches were able to cause damage, and the creature struck back with a brutal impact. It became clear that this was far beyond a common undead, and worse, it was not just one, but a true army. With no alternative, Javier drew his daggers, imbuing them with aura, certain that his suspicions about Cantanavard had been confirmed. In the midst of the fight, an employee ended up witnessing the situation and quickly closed the door while trying to flee. Realizing that words would solve nothing, Javier began to destroy all the undead, reducing them to pieces. In the end, he forced the door open, knocking down the employee as well, who immediately surrendered. Without wasting time, Javier immobilized the man by breaking his leg, and made it clear that if there was any hesitation in answering, the other would meet the same fate. He demanded to know exactly what Cantanavard was plotting in that place. The man explained that he did not know the details, that he only followed orders as a hired mortuary agent. He stated that he merely placed the bodies brought by Lord Cantanavard into a chemical process. When questioned about the origin of the bodies, he revealed that they came from the exchange post, sent as the corpses of refugees who had died from disease. Then Javier remembered the conversation Cantanavard had with a woman, when he promised that her husband would be fine and would be transferred to another post where he would receive treatment. At that moment, everything made sense. Javier realized that the bastard was killing the sick, turning the bodies into the jeweled skulls Lloyd had discovered and into the undead that he himself had just destroyed. He asked the employee whether he did not find it strange that the exchange post kept sending bodies to that place. When the man did not answer, Javier concluded that he was also an accomplice. Without hesitation, he broke the man's other leg, but still spared his life. Soon after, Javier ran time from there, knowing that before long they would discover that someone had found the underground chamber. He needed to warn Master Lloyd immediately, but when he arrived, he found the room empty. With no time to lose, Javier grabbed his sword and decided that he would attack Cantanavard alone. He moved through the city, jumping across rooftops while hunting the man, certain that the exchange post was the true evil base of the plan. When he arrived, he burst in, destroying everything, but found the hall completely empty. This was strange, since the place was usually always full. The absolute silence could only mean one thing: the plan had already begun. At the exact moment this thought crossed his mind, a massive storm struck Namoran. The entire city trembled, and Javier felt his strength being drained. Before a gigantic concentration of black clouds and dark magic, the barrier of Namoran formed. The aura of his sword began to fade, while the mana of every living being in the city was mercilessly drained. Javier immediately thought of Lloyd, certain that his master was also in danger. At the same time, Siluria realized what was happening to her people. Even without fully understanding the situation, she knew she had to act to protect them. She believed she would be fine thanks to the necklace she possessed. Meanwhile, a mercenary black mage helped sustain the barrier of Namoran, confident that the Noctanian and the spell provided by Canavard were extremely effective. To him, the descent of the Infernal Night was inevitable, and the world would soon be theirs. That was when Lloyd appeared, staring directly at the mage. The problem was that the mage could not lose concentration on the spell. Lloyd made a casual remark, noting that there were more than 30 people dressed the same way around them, and mockingly asked whether that was some kind of ritual to make it rain. The mage did not respond. Lloyd pressed on, provoking him, asking if he was being ignored and treated as if he were invisible. Inside, the mage trembled with fear, unable to understand how a human could be so disturbing. The mage even thought that the Infernal Night had already descended, but he knew he could not move for even a second or the spell would fail. Lloyd then pretended to accept the situation and picked up his shovel, calmly asking how long the mage could keep pretending that he did not exist. In the next instant, he struck the mage directly in the face with the shovel. The blow was ignored, the shovel bent, and even while bleeding, the mage remained standing, thanks to the steel protection spell placed by Canavard. This only made Lloyd even more irritated. He used a burst of mana that, although it did not cause the expected damage, knocked several teeth out of the mage. Lloyd commented that he seemed confident, but must be in a great deal of pain. Even though the situation was urgent and unplanned, Lloyd remained calm. He tried to approach the mage's necklace, but was repelled by the magic, and then concluded that the enemy truly could not move his body without compromising the barrier. Even so, he decided to test it. Meanwhile, in the city hall of Namara, everyone was lying on the ground, being treated like worms by Canavard, who walked over them without any mercy. He approached the statue of the fallen angel, cut his own finger, and used the blood in the ritual, declaring that the statue would be the portal for the descent of the Infernal Night. Back at the barrier, Lloyd began digging the ground beneath the black mage, leaving him on the verge of falling. Completely terrified, the mage felt Lloyd approach and lightly blow into his ear. That was enough to make him lose his balance. The dark magic necklace exploded, draining all the life from the mage's body. Lloyd picked up the necklace and commented that it was an extremely complex spell, designed to punish the user if he moved. When the mage fell, a large breach opened in the barrier of Namara, something Canavard felt immediately. Even so, Lloyd continued knocking down the black mages one by one. Quintana's, now desperate, realized that he needed to finish the summoning as quickly as possible, and continued chanting the spell without stopping. That was when Siluria appeared, demanding to know what the hell he was trying to do. Quintana's noticed that she was resisting the barrier thanks to the necklace, but believed that it would not be enough against a concentrated fireball. What he did not expect was for Siluria to catch the fireball and return it with even greater power, using the punishment of the god of fire. Quintana's managed to defend himself, shocked as he wondered how someone so young could master magic of that level. The explosion was enormous, and he ended up on his knees on the ground. Even so, when Siluria approached, he continued chanting the spell with a smile on his face, ordering the Infernal Night to descend upon that world. At the instant the statue cracked and the portal began to open, Katana's Veerd seized the opportunity and stabbed Siluria, but Javier appeared at the last second and cut off Katanavard's hand using the aura of his sword. Even wounded, Katanavard still tried to defend himself with his other arm, but it too was shattered by the brutal impact. Even so, the statue of the fallen god continued to function as the catalyst for that enormous evil spell. When part of the chamber's rubble began to fall onto the citizens, Siluria raised the shield of the god of earth and protected them. Soon after, Javier stood face to face with Katanav, who declared with contempt that everything was already over. To him, everyone there was a worm, destined to die by the hands of the Infernal Night. At that same moment, a gigantic creature appeared behind them. However, it was an incomplete beast, without both legs. Confused, Kantanavard wondered where the knight's horse was, and why that thing had no legs, coming to the conclusion that the barrier did not have enough mana to complete the summoning. Even so, Javier understood that it was still the Infernal Night, even in an imperfect form, and he had no certainty that he could defeat it. The Infernal Night then asked what his summoner desired. Canavard replied that the silver-haired man had dared to point a sword at him. In the next instant, the first strike of the Immortal Knight pierced through Javier, reverberating through all his bones. Not even bodily reinforcement was enough to withstand it. Then the knight teleported behind him and tried to land another blow, but Siluria interfered with a wind dagger, creating the opening Javier needed to evade. The knight turned against Siluria, but but now it was a 2-against-1 fight, and he could not lower his guard against Javier. Taking advantage of that, Javier focused his aura and delivered a powerful strike that tore off the Infernal Knight's head, reducing his body to dust. Kandavard, in shock, stated that this was impossible, questioning how he could have died so easily. Without wasting time, Javier placed his sword against Kantanavard's neck and told Siluria that he had only won thanks to her help, asking her to evacuate all the citizens to a safe place. While the evacuation took place, Javier warned Kantanavard that they would talk about the details later, but that regardless of the reason, he would not escape execution. Kantanavard, however, merely smiled and said that Javier understood nothing about hell or about what an infernal existence meant. That was when Javier realized something was wrong. When he looked back, he saw that the Infernal Knight was standing again, regenerated from the shadows. Kantanavard explained that it did not matter how many times he was cut down, because the great Infernal Knight was immortal. The knight himself then spoke, admitting that he had not expected to find someone so strong, and apologized for underestimating his opponent. In respect for the duel, he introduced himself as Ziorexius, the first captain of the Legion and commander of Hell. According to him, they would now decide who the winner of that duel would be. Javier also introduced himself as the Knight of the Frontiers, even as he felt immense fear. Both activated their sword auras and began exchanging absurdly powerful blows. Ziorexius admitted that Javier was impressive and said that the fight was extremely enjoyable. Ziorexius's next attack knocked Javier down, even as he defended with sword and dagger at the same time. The difference in power was overwhelming. While dodging, Javier realized that this was not an ordinary sword technique. He could barely follow the demon's movements. Trying to create an opening, he threw his dagger, but Ziorexius caught it in midair without difficulty. Seizing the moment, Javier charged forward, thinking that the Infernal Knight was still without legs and that on the ground there might be a chance. He leapt to avoid the next blow with a speed so absurd it looked like teleportation. Javier already anticipated where the next attack would come from, and defended from below, counterattacking straight at Ziorexius' head. However, before he could complete the strike, his leg was grabbed. He was slammed into the ground like a doll, not just once, but several times. Ziorexius continued crushing Javier's body against the ground, saying that it had been a fun duel and that he would remember him. He added that they could fight again in hell if Javier wished. The final attack, however, was interrupted when someone shouted for the Skullhead to stop. It was Lloyd, who appeared with his shovel pressed against Canavard's neck. He commented that as far as he knew, the Infernal Knight would return to hell if the summoner died. Canavard threatened him, ordering Lloyd to step away from his knight by the count of 3, or he would tear his head off. Ziorexius, confused, wondered who that man was, thinking he had never seen a human with such a terrifyingly ugly face. He realized that Lloyd was not bluffing. There was something clearly otherworldly emanating from that man, something even Ziorexius could feel. Because of that, the Infernal Knight asked who he was and whether he also came from hell, since his face seemed to confirm that suspicion. Lloyd began counting to 1, and Ziorexius tried to stop the strike by firing infernal energy directly at Canavard, tearing a piece of his body away. Even so, Ziorexius stated that as long as Canavard was still breathing, everything was fine, and that even if he died, he would remain there for another 40 minutes. Lloyd realized that this strategy had failed, and thought that the situation had now truly become bad. Even so, Javier took advantage of the small opening that had been created. Still, the Infernal Knight counterattacked, hurling Javier away with crushing force. Lloyd then ordered Javier to fight him, but to stay on the ground for now. It was a direct order. As expected, Javier stood up immediately afterward. He realized that Lloyd was there, and that changed everything. Now he believed he could win. Lloyd told Javier to look at him, but at that moment his mana explosion was deflected by Ziorexius's armor, and the knight advanced immediately toward Javier. Without thinking twice, Lloyd threw himself onto the Infernal Knight, grabbing his armor. Ziorexius called him a fool, and explained that touching an infernal being would cause mana fused with darkness to contaminate his mana heart. Lloyd replied dismissively, saying that it was only frightening in theory, since he had already purified that kind of mana hundreds of times. That surprised Ziorexius, even more so when the system informed that the absorbed infernal mana had actually strengthened Lloyd's mana heart. He was not as strong as an infernal knight, but now he definitely could no longer be ignored. Lloyd activated his special human seal, and even Ziorexius began to have trouble shaking him off. Lloyd kept clinging to the armor, running over it like a demonic flea, while the enemy shouted in irritation. Amid the chaos, Lloyd applied a wrestling move, dodged the knight's sword, and even laughed in his face. He asked whether Ziorexius was not forgetting something, since Javier was already ready to finish it. Before the infernal knight could react, Lloyd restrained both his legs and arms at the same time. Taking advantage of the opening, Javier cut Ziorexius in half with his sword aura, and not just once. Even so, Ziorexius continued teleporting to avoid the strikes, confused about how Lloyd was still able to stay stuck to him. Lloyd taunted him, asking why he kept using armor and a sword, since it made no sense to keep them. Meanwhile, Javier followed every teleport, always right on the enemy. Lloyd began to worry, because Javier was clearly faster than before, and still could not finish the infernal knight. On top of that, Lloyd was already near his limit, trying to purify all that demonic mana. That was when the system requested the activation of Contract Clause 37, Paragraph 1, and the request was approved. From that moment on, the system could advise advise Lloyd directly. The guidance was simple and completely absurd. He should sing. If he sang, he could win. Lloyd wondered what the hell that was, but seeing Javier still keeping up with every teleport of Xeroxius, he decided to follow the advice. He had nothing to lose. Lloyd began to sing in the most off-key way possible. The sound reverberated through the demonic being's body like agonizing torture. Xeroxius quickly realized that it was not a magical song. The problem was that the bastard simply did not know how to sing. Even so, the effect was devastating to demonic ears. Lloyd realized it was working and remembered that demons really were weak against chanting. He then shouted for Javier to attack at that moment, while Javier himself was already almost going deaf. While singing, Lloyd remembered the reason he had always been forbidden to sing. In his past life, even his parents, who had always been kind, asked him never to sing in front of anyone. During a practical singing class, he only managed to sing a single note, and the music teacher threw a piano at him. In the army, when he joined a church group that handed out chocolate pies and sang hymns, the pastor thought he was possessed by a demon and threw holy water on him. They said there were no useless abilities in that world, and at that moment Lloyd was using exactly his most cursed blessing. While the Xeroxius screamed, calling Lloyd a demon and telling him to die, Javier covered his ears and took advantage of the perfect opening. Lloyd still knocked down the Xeroxius with one more blow before stepping away from the infernal knight and shouting a completely off-key hallelujah. In that instant, Javier finally drove his sword into the enemy's chest, causing a colossal explosion of mana that at last reduced Xeroxius to dust. When Xeroxius finally vanished, Lloyd approached Javier and asked whether he was not going to say some kind of cool one-liner after a victory like that. Javier immediately killed the mood and said it was not over yet, telling Lloyd to look carefully at the mana around them. And indeed, a whirlpool of mana began to gather into a single point, spinning and compressing until it formed a ghostly being, as if the infernal presence were trying to return. Javier instinctively stepped in front of Lloyd, ready to protect him, but Lloyd said it was fine, and that it would not survive. Javier asked if he was being serious, and Lloyd shot back with a provocation, asking if he wanted to make a bet. To Lloyd, that thing was already dead. It just had not fallen yet. Then Lloyd pulled out his shovel and made an absurd bet. If that bastard survived, he would become Javier's subordinate for an entire year, but if it died for good, Javier would have to dress up as Miss Javiella again. Javier agreed, but still told Lloyd to stop walking toward that mana. Lloyd replied that a bet made was a bet paid, and kept moving forward. Without wasting time, Lloyd used 3 consecutive explosions, forcibly destroying his own mana to activate an overload, sucking in what remained of the infernal energy from the night. The entity tried to mock him, saying he was a fool, and that there was no way he could endure all that demonic mana, and it was not a bluff. Lloyd spat real blood, as if his body were being torn apart from the inside, but that was the only solution he had at that moment. Even on the verge of collapse, Lloyd kept pushing, challenging hell head-on and swearing that he would win in the end. The entity taunted him back, as if it could feel that Lloyd was losing, and for a moment it seemed he would actually succumb. But then Javier and Siluria arrived to hold the line. Siluria used the Blessing of Life, Javier focused more mana to stabilize him, and Lloyd, with blood in his mouth and hatred in his eyes, declared that the victory was his. In the end, Lloyd managed to absorb all the demonic mana, and declared that the exorcism was complete. In the very next second, he collapsed flat on the ground, as if his body had shut down. Javier told Siluria not to worry, because Lloyd always did that, like it was some kind of victory ceremony. Siluria did not buy it, asking how he could say that when he was Lloyd's escort guard. Javier tried to keep his composure but let slip that he was worried too. At that moment, the system announced that Lloyd had defeated the commander of Hell, and the reaction was absurd, with the king impressed by the feat and even the king of Hell showing interest in him. After that, Katanas was arrested and taken to prison by the knights sent by the kingdom. Since Lloyd and Javier had already resolved most of the chaos, the queen only had to clean up the rest. Even so, the most important problem still remained, because the construction had not progressed. Because of that cursed barrier, all the workers had lost their strength, and Lloyd still needed to come out of this with money in his pocket. After being unconscious for several days, Lloyd finally woke up and realized he had gained new and dangerous abilities. The Mana Heart and Undead Domination abilities had merged and evolved into a single skill, thanks to the massive absorption of demonic mana. The strangest part was that several limitations and requirements of undead techniques had simply been deleted. In practice, this meant something wonderful and completely wrong. He could turn undead into free labor. The system also informed him that he had gained a new commendation, the disgusting singer possessed by demons, which only confirmed that reality had become a joke. Even so, at the moment, Lloyd was still wondering how he would even get undead, since he did not really know how to create one. He even thought that maybe it was useless. But before he could reach any conclusion, someone knocked on the door and solved the problem in the most terrifying way possible. When he opened it, there were several headless undead standing there, all upright, motionless, as if waiting for orders. Lloyd asked who exactly they were. One of the skeletons twisted and formed a head made of ectoplasm, crooked and disgusting. Lloyd told him him to wait a minute until he formed properly, because like that it looked awful. Then the undead explained that they were ghosts who had lost their bodies because of the infernal sorcerer. They had been wandering aimlessly until they felt a power that gave them physical form again, and that was why they had come there. Lloyd, with that stylish anime look, pointed at himself as if asking whether it had been him, and the ghost confirmed that it was. Thanks to Lloyd, all of them had gained new bodies. On top of that, he was the one who had calmed the vengeful spirits, since he clearly remembered praying for all those skulls and burying them with dignity. Using signboards, the ghost explained that they had no memories and no goals at all. If they kept wandering around, they would eventually be lost and exorcised sooner or later. Even so, the spirits bowed to Lloyd and politely asked for a chance to repay the help they had received. He thought about it calmly and asked whether, if he asked them to do some work, it would be necessary to pay a salary. The skeleton replied that it would not, since they were spirits and did not need money. Then Lloyd asked whether they needed to eat, and the answer was also no, since they did not even have digestive systems. Finally, he asked about housing, and the skeleton replied that a coffin with 10 cubic meters would be enough. Hearing that, Lloyd decided on the spot that all of them would become part of the workforce of Fonta County, officially forming the Skeleton Worker Squad. For the first time, he finally had completely free labor. When Javier woke up, he saw Lloyd celebrating together with several spirits, and without thinking much about it, went back to sleep, believing it was all just a dream. Honestly, he no longer cared about any of the crazy things Lloyd did. In any case, the work skills of the Ghost Skeleton Squad were truly impressive. They did not get tired, did not sleep, did not eat, and best of all for Lloyd, they did not demand a salary. As for the Count of Namoran, after recovering a bit of his energy, he ended up fainting when he saw that army of skeletons. Lloyd explained that they were just worker spirits, and proudly claimed that he was a genius summoner, even mentioning his super flashy and exaggerated anime gaze. The Count ended up agreeing, saying that he truly was a rare and extremely talented summoner. Even so, Lloyd questioned why Siluria could be considered a genius mage, and he could not. The Count immediately apologized for the comparison. As time passed, winter arrived, snow began to fall, and the completed anchors were finally delivered. The stabilization work on the Namoran slope entered its final phase. While Javier, enjoying the snow, remembered the moment he touched Siluria's hand and felt her draw even closer. Shortly after, Javier commented that the construction was progressing smoothly, and that if a report was needed they could just speak with Master Lloyd. Siluria, however, explained that she was not there for that, but for him. She praised Javier's method of using mana, saying that her own magic had stopped evolving some time ago, while he could control mana freely. She believed that if she learned that method she could improve. Javier agreed to teach her without any problem. When Lloyd noticed the two of them growing closer, he ended up remembering the terrible scene of Siluria's death in the novel. After that event, Javier had been exiled from Namoran, becoming a loner destined to have no companions and to die alone. However, at that moment he looked genuinely happy, and Lloyd was happy just to see him like that. With everything finally finished, Lloyd explained that as long as the anchors were maintained from time to time, the slope would remain stable. The payment for the construction was made several times, exactly as promised, and the Count thanked him from the bottom of his heart on behalf of Namoran. Lloyd replied that it was nothing special, and that it was not even close to enough, stating that the true benefactor of that land was the Count himself. Even so, everyone celebrated in the name of young Master Lloyd. He was proud, but even more excited about having earned a massive amount of money. Then the Count suggested one last thing, and asked whether he would like to become his son-in-law and inherit Namoran. Lloyd thought about responding rudely, saying that he would be king of his own territory, but ended up refusing politely. He explained that he was already the heir of the Frontera family, and that Namoran had an incredible heiress, destined to become the greatest mage on the continent. After that, he said his goodbyes. The Count declared that he would never forget Julia for the rest of his life. Javier and Siluria said farewell with nothing more than a look filled with warmth. Lloyd even commented that Javier could stay there, earning a great salary and having a promising future. Javier replied that Lloyd could only have gone insane after absorbing poison snow, since he was a knight of the Frontera family for the rest of his life. Lloyd tried to argue that it could be considered an order, but Javier stated that if he could not carry out an order, then he should be executed. Faced with that stubbornness, Lloyd could do nothing but accept it and continue on his journey. When Lloyd finally returned, the Baron and Baroness were completely shocked. He explained that the skeleton army were just his worker spirits, but Arcus said he was not surprised at all. To him, the most shocking thing was Javier, who had lost a bet and was wearing women's clothes. Arcus believed that Javier must have accepted that stupid bet while he was not in his right mind. Without thinking much, Arcus stepped forward and hugged Javier, saying that it must have been hard to stay in the closet for so long and that it was fine, since there was nothing wrong with it, it just made him different. Javier tried to explain that it was not like that at all, but Lloyd was already laughing uncontrollably. In the end, Lloyd realized that he was genuinely happy, not only because of that absurd situation, but because he had returned home in peace, carrying an absurd amount of money that would allow him to do absolutely nothing but play for the rest of his life. At last, he could rest and do nothing else. Except no, of course not. At that exact moment, the royal messenger returned. He informed them that Lloyd Frontera had been summoned to take part in a special special expedition that would depart immediately for Asfahan. Lloyd did not understand anything and wondered why he of all people had been chosen. The messenger simply replied that it was a direct order and that he had to leave without delay. Before he could properly complain, Lloyd was grabbed by the knights and practically dragged to the carriage. Meanwhile, all he could think was that everything was a complete disaster and that the whole world could go to hell. Later, already during the journey, Lloyd was clearly dejected, quietly crying. Javier tried to comfort him, saying that he looked even uglier when he cried. That only made things worse, since Lloyd could not understand how anyone expected him not to cry in a situation like that. Count Ventura, the captain of the escort heading to Asfahan, noticed his state and asked why he was so desperate, considering that he had received an honorable mission directly from the queen. Lloyd replied that he felt extremely honored, so much so that the tears simply would not stop falling. Inside, however, all he could think about was why the queen had done this to him. To make matters worse, Count Ventura himself did not seem even slightly pleased with Lloyd's presence in the expedition. In fact, the Count had questioned the queen herself about why Lloyd Frontera had been chosen for that mission. He acknowledged that Lloyd had contributed greatly after the damage caused by the monsters, but he did not believe that made him a good diplomatic officer. The queen replied that she was not sending Lloyd as a diplomat and assured him that the moment Lloyd received the order from the emissary, he would cry and throw a tantrum, because his dream was to live a carefree life while Quieta and the kingdom were being destroyed. According to the report she received about the Namoran incident, officially it was the Knights of Namoran who defeated the Knight of Hell, while Lloyd and his escort knight merely gathered information and provided support. The queen knew that this was a convenient lie. Even if the summoning had been incomplete, that creature was not something ordinary knights could defeat. To her, it was clear that Lloyd and Javier were the true ones responsible, but they had asked the Count of Namoran to keep their involvement secret. The Count probably wrote only a single line in the report because he simply could not do more than that. That was exactly the kind of man Lloyd was. He did not care about success or fame. He only wanted to eat well and spend his time playing without worries. The queen stated that this was precisely why she trusted him. Lloyd held grudges easily, was materialistic, and constantly petty. Count Ventura even wondered whether that was meant to be praise or an insult. The queen went on to say that even if Lloyd looked like he was on the verge of death, it was better to leave him that way. Sooner or later, after weighing the pros and cons, he would end up realizing that Samarkand offered exactly something he wanted. Until that moment, however, all the Count could see was a crying baby, which only confirmed the queen's assessment. Even so, Ventura could not bring himself to like Lloyd, someone who desired only money and completely ignored honor. Meanwhile, the great sultan had already been informed that the delegation from Magentano was approaching and ordered that they be given exactly the treatment they deserved. When the delegation finally arrived, everyone was taken to a miserable place, practically a slum. The Count questioned whether those really were the accommodations meant for them. A subordinate replied that there was no mistake at all. They were simply following direct orders from the all-powerful Samarkand. The Viscount demanded to see Samarkand immediately, but he was ignored. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained extremely dejected. When it became clear that the great sultan would not be coming, the Viscount asked how long they would be staying there. The answer was vague, something around 6 months. The Count was outraged, saying that it made no sense at all. That was when the subordinate showed a necklace with a golden piece at the end, explaining that it was called a Patashires. He said that if they were not satisfied with the accommodations, they could use the Patashires to find a better place. Anyone who possessed that object in Asfahan could receive blessings and favors from the all-powerful sultan. The Viscount asked whether that meant they were being treated like beggars. The man replied that no, saying that it was actually a great honor. Then he dropped the Patashires on the ground, stating that they could be blessed right there. That was too much for Ventura, who exploded in rage, saying that they were going too far by insulting their kingdom in such a way, which basically amounted to a declaration of war. The royal messenger asked what the orders were. Ventura told him to immediately send a letter to the kingdom, requesting the dispatch of a large delegation and warning neighboring countries to apply political pressure to the region. The messenger, somewhat worried, commented that he had not seen young Master Lloyd Frontera for some time. Ventura told him not to worry about that brat, since there were more important matters at hand. That was when the messenger asked where the Patashires was, the one that had been left on the ground. Meanwhile, in the city, a beggar woman was trying to survive by selling torches that almost no one bought. She did not even know whether she would have a place to sleep that night. That was when Lloyd appeared and asked whether she happened to need a place to stay for the night. He said he could take care of it. Sometime later, Lloyd took the beggar woman to an extremely luxurious place. She was frightened and said that it was the most expensive inn in the capital, stating that she could not accept something like that from someone she had just met. Lloyd, however, explained that she was mistaken about one very important thing. That inn was not just expensive. The inn was his. He had just bought it. Then Lloyd asked the beggar woman to sign right there on the spot. She asked who he was, and he replied only that he was someone blessed by the all-powerful Samarkand. Right after that, Lloyd went into the restaurant and began using the Patashires to eat for free, pay everyone's bill, and publicly prove the incredible blessing granted by the all-powerful Samarkand. The next morning, he bought the most expensive silk in the world, using the Patashires. After that, he bought a sailing ship just for himself, once again using the Patashires. Then Then he went on a buying spree, purchasing perfumes, condiments, and all kinds of valuable goods, sending everything directly to the territories of Cremo and Frontera. Shopkeepers and merchants went completely crazy over Lloyd, and he simply told everyone to form a line, saying that the grace of Samarkand would reach them all. As expected, later on the Sultan ordered him to be captured. As soon as Lloyd was brought before him, the Sultan asked whether he was the man who had spent almost an entire year of the palace budget. Lloyd introduced himself calmly, saying he was the son of Arcus, from the territory of Frontera, and paid his respects to the great and all-powerful Samarkand, stating that it was an honor to meet him. The Sultan thought that this was the same man who had defeated the domino effect monster, and considered the possibility that Lloyd had done all of this on purpose just to meet him. Lloyd, on the other hand, was there with a clear goal to end that potential war as quickly as possible, since Frontera could easily turn into a battlefield. The Sultan considered the opposite side. If a war began, the first person they would face would be Lloyd Frontera. To destroy the territory of Frontera, it would be necessary to mobilize the entire army of the kingdom, and even then there was no guarantee of victory. On top of that, he did not know what kind of secret operations might be happening behind the scenes. For a moment, he considered killing Lloyd on the spot. However, when he analyzed Javier's energy, he realized that he was not an ordinary swordsman. To kill that swordmaster, the entire capital could be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Lloyd was fully aware that the Sultan was being forced to think carefully. Talking alone would not be enough. He would have to make a choice. The Sultan grew irritated internally, wondering how that demon dared to challenge him, the great and all-powerful Samarkand. Still, in the end, he merely sighed and ordered that Lloyd be allowed to leave. At that moment, Lloyd realized that he had secured his first victory. Samarkand then asked whether Lloyd had liked the Padashers, and whether it had made him feel good. Lloyd pressed his head to the ground in a deep bow, stating that yes, he had truly loved it. The Sultan became even more unsettled, as he could not tell whether that attitude was sincere or merely provocation. Inside, Lloyd knew that he was being completely sincere. To him, it was like the CEO of a large Korean company handing an unlimited corporate card to an employee. In Lloyd's view, money had always been the best thing in the world. If money could not buy happiness, it was simply because there was not enough money. The Sultan then wondered whether Lloyd was not afraid of the suspicions he was raising. He had accepted the role of leading a national escort, and now was bowing in such a manner. Lloyd made it clear that he felt no fear at all. Samarkand wondered how someone could be so arrogant, and Lloyd explained that the money had been given by the kingdom of Magentano, and was far more than any favor granted by the Sultan. The Sultan asked whether that meant Lloyd could betray his kingdom if he were given enough money. Lloyd confirmed bluntly that yes, exactly that. Samarkand began trembling, unable to believe what he was hearing, thinking that the man was simply insane. Even so, Lloyd added that if he served the Sultan only because he had given in to the temptation of money, then the Sultan himself should question Lloyd's loyalty. Faced with that logic, Samarkand decided to listen to what Lloyd had to say, recognizing that this kind of courage was something his empire needed. At that moment, Lloyd realized that he had achieved his second victory. Then Lloyd directly asked the great Samarkand whether he truly desired a war. Perhaps it was merely the wish to silence foreign enemies, especially after the drought had caused an unstable increase in the region's power. That surprised the Sultan. Lloyd then stated that if that was the problem, he could put an end to the drought, and also guarantee that the Sultan would speak directly with the delegation from Magentano. The Sultan became genuinely interested and ordered Lloyd to explain in more detail. Later, Lloyd was already celebrating his third victory internally, and commented to Javier whether he had seen the Sultan's expression when signing the contract. He had been sweating. Javier admitted that the amount was unbelievable, and said that Lloyd would go down in history as the first person to pressure a Sultan in that way. Lloyd corrected him, saying that it could not even be called pressure since it was far cheaper than a war. The regions of Asfahan were becoming miserable because of the drought, and Samarkand was not actively helping. Eventually, that entire territory would end up rebelling against the Sultan. Lloyd already knew that the order of events in that world, specifically at this point, was completely different from the original novel. If a war started before the rebellion, the losses would be enormous. For that reason, the best choice was to block the danger before it became uncontrollable. That night, the Sultan had a private conversation with his daughter, Sarajard, and entrusted her with a special mission. A young man named Lloyd Frontera would depart for Kandahar, and she was to act as his escort. In addition, the Sultan ordered her to win that man over, no matter how. Sarajard accepted the mission without hesitation. The next morning, she officially presented herself as Lloyd's escort. He was surprised and questioned whether that was really necessary, considering that he already had Javier as his escort knight. Even so, Sarajard insisted. Lloyd also did not have much willpower to argue, but something began to bother him. He thought it over and realized who she really was. Sarajard, the princess of Asfahan. It made no sense at all. Why would a princess be going to a construction site of all places? Suddenly, it seemed that Sarajard had noticed something. She struck a charming pose, overly elaborate and completely sudden, clearly trying to seduce Lloyd and give the impression that she would be under his care. It came out of nowhere, and Lloyd was confused, wondering where that performance had come from. The problem was that her eyes told another story. Despite the smile and the seductive posture, her gaze made it clear that she looked as if she wanted to kill him at any moment. That was when Lloyd finally understood. This was not real romance. It was a distorted message, a forced attempt to create something that looked like love. Even so, he wondered whether Sarajard truly felt anything for him. The answer came quickly in his own mind. It was not she who loved him, it was the Sultan. The Sultan was trying to make him his son-in-law, at any cost. In the end, Lloyd could only reach one simple and bitter conclusion. It is always the old men who send love letters. The secret to solving the drought in the desert was the Qanat, a system of underground waterways used long ago by the Persian kingdom. The desert was far too hot for any water to flow on the surface. If that happened, the water would evaporate before even reaching the city. For this reason, the only solution was to dig underground tunnels. About 10 kilometers from the city, there was a source of potable water formed by perpetual snow, and that was the water that would be used in the project. Later, already in Kantara, Lloyd finally managed to rest a little after the long journey. He really wanted to spend the entire day relaxing, but that was impossible. Wherever he lay down, Sarajard appeared right behind him, maintaining that strange pose she believed worked as seduction. The problem was her gaze. Lloyd was absolutely certain that if he closed his eyes for a single second, she would be able to slit his throat without hesitation, and then remove his intestines afterward. Because of that, he decided to try talking and asked for a moment so that both of them could feel comfortable enough to act normally. Even so, he made it clear that he had a constant feeling that she wanted to kill him at any moment. Sarajard, gripping her sword tightly, made it clear that this was simply her normal posture. Lloyd reflected that she was the youngest among the 4 desert princesses, the most cherished daughter of Samarkand. Even at a young age, she had already achieved the title of sword specialist. In addition, the princesses never appeared in public, so no one outside the palace knew what they were really like. For that reason, Lloyd decided to pretend he did not know her identity, and concluded that he needed to make her give up on that strange attempt at seduction somehow. He then asked whether she did not need to rest at night. Sarajard explained that she had been sent by Samarkand as an escort, and that she was supposed to protect him day and night. Lloyd replied that he did not need another guard, and pointed to Javier, who was standing there watching everything. He explained that Javier was the official guard, a sword master at the highest level, far stronger than her. According to him, Javier could easily deal with 10 people like Sarajard, maybe even 50. He made it very clear, with a provocative expression, that her presence was unnecessary. The provocation worked far too well. Furious, Sarajard drew her sword. Lloyd, without any fear, began to mock the situation, pretending to be terrified, and even exposed his own neck, saying that she could cut right there and then report everything to Samarkand, explaining that she had killed the person she was supposed to protect. The situation got out of control when Sarajard lost her patience and punched him straight in the face. Lloyd complained that she was beating the person she was supposed to protect, and even asked why Javier was not helping. The answer was simple. Javier was laughing at the scene. Completely offended, Sarajard cursed Lloyd, called him miserable trash, left the room and slammed the door shut. With his face swollen, Lloyd concluded that the mission had been a success. Javier, still laughing, teased him by saying that maybe he liked being hit by a beautiful woman, which sounded like a strange fetish. Lloyd replied irritably that it was part of the plan, and asked why he had not helped. Javier apologized, saying that he thought Lloyd was enjoying the situation. Lloyd explained that he knew Sarajard was trying to seduce him, but there were reasons for provoking her so much. First, he hated extreme temperatures, both heat and cold, and did not want to be tied to Asfahan and end up having to live in that desert. Second, he intended to make her give up on that mission. In addition, judging by the kind of person she was, there were things far more important to her than flirting with him. That night, Sarajard spent her time training with the sword non-stop, using the training to vent all her anger. The next morning, as expected, she tried to follow Lloyd again as he went to the construction project site in the city. He made it clear that agility was essential, and that he would not stay there babysitting any amateur. Sarajard assured him that she would not get in the way, and insisted on accompanying him. Lloyd replied that it was not as simple as she thought, since she was not a sword master. Irritated, Sarajard lunged again, trying to land another punch on his face. Before that could happen, Lloyd calmly began to explain everything he was going to do. He talked about creating a rigid and resistant structure to reduce dimensions, strength comparisons, high capacity for understanding, and the need for great physical strength to improve grip and reduce impacts. The explanation was long, technical, and extremely detailed. Sarajard began to wonder if that was some kind of magic. As he continued talking without stopping, she felt a heavy drowsiness fall over her body. She realized too late that it was an extremely powerful sleep magic, and ended up falling asleep right there. When Lloyd turned around, he noticed that Javier had also fallen asleep, just like the night before. Without wasting time, they headed to the center of the city. There, several poor people affected by the drought looked at Lloyd with hostility. He explained to Javier that this was normal, since they probably thought they were just 2 people from the capital, concerned only with themselves, living well without caring about the suffering of others. Lloyd made it clear that the construction project was enormous, and that at some point they would need the cooperation of the local people. However, at that moment, this would be useless, and not worth worrying about yet. Gaining their cooperation would be easy later. Instead, he simply shouted loudly, calling his entire team. The summons emerged from within his garments, one after another. He ordered Javier, Bell, and Podong to create a water source in the center of the city, while Cumming and Hippo would head to the ice caps 40 kilometers to the east to begin the next stage of the plan. The plan began, and everything happened quickly quickly and efficiently. Hippo went to the mountains, collected the snow, and returned without delay. When he arrived, the fountain was already ready. He spat all the water out right there, already at night. The people were completely shocked and moved to finally see water before their own eyes. After so long a drought, before anyone could approach to drink that clean, sweet water, Lloyd made sure to draw everyone's attention. He asked if they were happy, and made it very clear that this had been done by him. In his mind, if you do something good, you need to make it clear who was responsible. Lloyd announced that the water had come from the distant mountains, thanks to him, and introduced himself loudly and clearly as Lloyd Frontera, asking everyone to remember that name. The reaction was not exactly what he expected. Some people began throwing stones, calling him a lackey of the capital, and accusing him of stealing their money just to show off. While dodging the stones, Lloyd still provoked them, saying that all that energy to complain was also thanks to the water he had brought. That situation could not be resolved all at once. There were many suspicious and stubborn people, some who even refused to touch the water. Over time, however, that began to change. Little by little and without stopping, more people began to approach the fountain. Those who came to fetch water every day were forced to listen to Lloyd endlessly repeating that it was he who replenished everything daily. He continued this until he was certain that all the people, regardless of age, would be on his side. Lloyd applied pressure and spread his propaganda throughout the city. Meanwhile, families who had not drunk clean water for a long time were finally able to quench their thirst, as if they were living in a dream. Before long, the situation became almost frightening. The parents of a child panicked when they looked out the window and saw Lloyd staring at them, repeating that the water was his. When they went to the well, they heard the same thing. When they washed their faces, again the same idea. People began to associate everything with his image. When they looked at the reflection in the water, it seemed like they saw Lloyd himself. Even those who had previously refused to drink were now looking healthy, with clean hair, clean bodies, and smiling just like him. Soon a crowd formed, shouting in unison that the water belonged to Lloyd. Javier asked whether that did not look like some kind of mass hypnosis. Lloyd explained that it was just an effect of continuous impression. Water was something good. Water came from him, and as a result, he also came to be seen as something good. With that, the initial work was completed. Lloyd set up a small counter and spread out contracts, telling everyone to get ready. He was looking for men to work on the construction of an underground waterway. One of the residents approached and asked whether food would be provided. Lloyd told him not to worry, because the food would come from all over the country. He still had access to the Padishires, and stated that everything would be provided by the all-powerful Samarkand. When the usage history of the Padishires reached the Sultan, he saw the massive bill and became extremely angry. Later, Lloyd was flying over the desert, searching for something specific with his special vision. If he could not see it, that meant it was buried more than 5 meters below the ground. No matter how many people were mobilized, digging 35 kilometers for a waterway was something absurd. What he was really looking for was the underground route used by a rebel organization. 100 years ago, religious people had dug a tunnel to hide and flee oppression, and now that same tunnel was being used by the rebels. There was only one way to find that hidden path. Meanwhile, Surajard advanced toward Javier, demanding that he move aside. Javier apologized and explained that the young master had asked to be alone that night. Surajard insisted that rebel forces were organizing, and that it was dangerous to leave him without an escort. Javier even agreed about the risk, but stated that everything would be fine. At that exact moment, people were invading Lloyd's room. Surajard reinforced that escort knights existed precisely for unexpected and dangerous situations. Javier held his position and said that he would be fine, and if he said he would be fine, then he would be. Irritated, Surajard called him stubborn and advanced, increasing her speed and clearing a path with her skills. Javier easily blocked the first strike, praising her technique and saying that few people could understand that level of skill. Even so, Surajard continued attacking without success. Javier asked her not to increase her mana strength, explaining that the human body could not endure more mana than it could contain. He blocked every attack with ease, without even needing to move. While defending himself, Javier explained that a swordmaster rapidly vibrates mana particles, and that the energy generated by the collisions between those particles was the true key to that level. Surajard said she was not willing to receive lessons at that moment. Javier replied that it came from the young master himself. If she wanted to become a true swordmaster, it was better to try to learn. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the intruders were kidnapping Lloyd Agua. One of them asked what he was doing in that city, not realizing they had just laid hands on the most inconvenient person possible. Even with a sack over his head, Lloyd let out a muffled laugh. When they removed the sack, his gaze was so heavy that the man in front of him became absolutely certain of one thing: they really had kidnapped Lloyd. At the same time, however, the feeling was strange, almost as if the opposite had happened. Before any threat could be made, Lloyd said he needed to explain what he was doing there. He said it might be better to start by telling how he had arrived at that place. Then he casually remarked that his wrists were hurting a little, and asked if they could untie him. The leader told him not to try anything stupid. Lloyd assured him that he would not even think about it. They were an elite force, rebels rising against the Sultan himself. If someone like him tried to fight there, he would not stand a chance. The leader found Lloyd's calm strange, even knowing they were rebels, and asked if he had already been expecting this. Lloyd replied that he was there by Samarkand's orders, and because of that he was sure they would appear. Inside, he thought that he knew exactly how this would end. Therms would rebel and die during the uprising, and the flames of the incident would cause the entire province of Asfahan to join the Great Revolt. Faced with this, Therms ordered them to untie Lloyd, warning that if he did anything suspicious, they could kill him without thinking thinking twice. As soon as he was freed, Lloyd thanked him with sarcasm, calling Therms kind. Therms thought that even if Lloyd worked for Samarkand, he still owed that man something, at least a small kindness. He remembered his own daughter, who had been very sick due to dehydration. The water had returned to the city, and with it, his daughter had survived. When Lloyd stood up, Therms warned him once again not to do anything unnecessary. Lloyd made such a strange face that Therms reacted with an immediate attack. However, Lloyd interrupted everything, assumed an exaggeratedly dramatic pose, and began to tell his story. He said that this had happened 2 years and 6 months ago, in the borderlands, in the eastern corner of the kingdom of Magentano. The territory was on the verge of collapse because of a massive loan. It felt as if the sky had fallen, and the earth was splitting apart. It was frightening. Everything seemed dark and without a way out, but a frontier could not simply give up, so he began building houses with heaters. The territory started weak, almost dead, but the final result was impressive. He said that he encountered a subterranean ant beast, together with his knight, Javier. The ants began to appear non-stop, more and more. Suddenly an explosion blocked the main passage. Even so, he continued digging desperately with his own shovel, because he wanted to live one more day. Later he met Count Crumo, and together they faced the attack of a giant lobster, enormous and terrifying. While all of this was happening, Javier fought with his sword against Kyle. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and Javier's legs were cut. Even so, he awakened right there as a sword master. As Lloyd spoke, Therms, already more relaxed, began eating as if he were watching a show and wondered what kind of person that man was. He ended up asking directly what Lloyd really wanted there. One of the rebels complained that Therms had ruined the mood, saying he wanted to hear the end of the story. Lloyd continued, telling how 10,000 giant locusts, the size of dogs, appeared in the sky, bringing total disaster. Then, in the middle of the chaos, Captain Frontera appeared. Suddenly, the story jumped to another scene. Lloyd said that the next morning, he was already taking Therms to the royal capital. Therms was confused and asked what had happened along the way, complaining that there was missing context. Lloyd said he would then start everything from the beginning, but Therms asked him to stop right there. That was when Lloyd finally explained the real reason. To complete his work, he needed the underground tunnels used by the rebels. With them, he would build the waterway. In exchange, he would offer Therms an isolated and safe place where he and his people would be protected. Therms confirmed that he had understood correctly. Lloyd asked him to trust him. All the rebels and their families would receive asylum permits. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Kantanavard was undergoing a harsh interrogation. With great reluctance, he revealed a name before spitting blood: Targa. The queen said that was enough for that day, and ordered them to investigate that name. At that moment, a messenger announced that Lloyd Frontera was waiting for an audience. The queen found it strange, since he was supposed to be in Asfahan. Later, after the conversation, the queen agreed. Thermans, his companions, and their families could write asylum letters. Lloyd thanked her deeply. Thermans still wondered if it had really been that easy. He could hardly believe that Lloyd had managed to speak to the queen personally to secure that. The queen commented that he had used an unexpected method, but she was satisfied that he had followed orders correctly. She stated that those who were capable should work until everything burned, down to the last grain of dust, and then work even more. Only then could that person finally live in peace. Before ending the meeting, she mentioned that there had been progress in Katanavard's interrogation and that, sooner or later, she would need Lloyd's cooperation again. Lloyd replied that yes, your majesty, he would do his best. The queen then asked why he looked so sad. He said it was not sadness, just exhaustion, after a long journey. Alicia commented that he had come from very far away in a short time, and teased him, saying that he must really have wanted to see her. Lloyd became visibly nervous. She continued, calling him petty and greedy, saying that he pretended to be indifferent even when he missed her and only showed up when he needed something. Lloyd thought that for a lazy man like him, the greatest obstacle in life was precisely that queen. Meanwhile, Sarajard was still trying to force her way through the door. Javier was already exhausted. At some point, Sarajard ended up falling asleep while sitting, but as soon as she woke up, she said she had rested enough and attacked again. Javier blocked once more and wondered how long he would have to keep doing that, and where that idiot Lloyd had gotten himself into. Suddenly, he felt something different in her blade. The power was still unstable, but it was clear that Sarajard was very close to becoming a sword master. In the next attack, Javier could not react because Lloyd forcefully opened the door and ended up crushing him against the wall. The sword passed scraping by, almost piercing Javier's head and Lloyd's neck at the same time. The strike destroyed Lloyd's clothes, leaving him practically in his underwear. Javier complained that they had almost died. Sarajard, realizing it was Lloyd, asked what he was doing after running away from her. Before the confusion could escalate, Lloyd activated his supreme sleep spell, which consisted of explaining in detail the entire engineering plan for the underground tunnels. Shortly after, Sarajard fell asleep. Lloyd apologized, saying he had gotten carried away explaining the details. He told Javier that construction would begin soon, but then noticed that he too was asleep, and sleeping deeply. Lloyd then decided they would start the next day. The first stage was to walk through the entire labyrinth of underground tunnels to measure everything precisely. The second stage would be to confirm which points needed to be opened or blocked to correctly direct the flow of water. The third stage consisted of, during the day, blocking all the wrong paths, and at night, letting Javier control the explosions to open the correct routes. Lloyd wanted to speed everything up as much as possible, but he knew that if they were not careful, the entire tunnel system could collapse. Finally, the fourth stage arrived. Lloyd called in some hooded acquaintances to help with the construction and said they had arrived at just the right time. Terneem asked who those figures were. Lloyd explained that when he had been in Magentano, he had sent a letter home asking for workers, headless workers. Then he gave his orders. Lloyd explained that there was an enormous amount of water on the other side of those walls, and asked what would happen if they struck it one more time. One of the skeletons raised a sign, explaining that they would be instantly swept away by the pressure of the water. Lloyd confirmed that this was exactly the case. He explained that the ancient peoples did not just risk their lives to build the Connaughts, they literally threw their lives away so that they could exist. Among the workers there was an older man. He would be responsible for opening the final water path, giving up his existence so that the others could live. That old man struck the wall, and the water hit him violently, dragging his remains away, and allowing the water to flow through the underground tunnels. Lloyd said that there was no sacrifice more beautiful or more noble than that, and declared that this honor would belong to Thords. However, Thords, who had been carried inside in a sack, was very much alive. When he saw Lloyd, he began to sweat in fear. Lloyd thanked him emotionally, saying that he would never forget it. Thords panicked and ran away, shouting that Lloyd had ghosts in his head, and asking why he needed to do that. Lloyd replied that he was very insensitive, and asked if he wanted the dead to die again. Thords shot back that he also had a swordmaster. Lloyd replied that he only had one change of clothes, and that if he did that, he would get completely soaked. At that moment, even the system indicated that even the devil himself was suspicious of him. In fact, the king of hell, Helkaros, was watching everything from afar. After much discussion, the leader of the skeleton worker squad, known as High Collar, took on the final task. Lloyd still wanted it to be Thords, but there was no way. When High Collar was hit by the pressure of the water, his body was completely shattered. Even so, the water began to run through the underground channels. At last, the people came to have direct water from a true spring. One of the children ran up to Lloyd with a basin full of water and offered him some. It was the water he had created. Lloyd thanked her sincerely, but the child asked why he was walking around without pants. Lloyd, wearing only underwear and a cape, replied that he did not want to spend money buying clothes. With the opening of the main water path in Kandara, the tunnels also connected to the small villages and hamlets around it, allowing the water to finally reach the entire region. And so, the great journey of Lloyd and that place finally came to an end. With everything resolved, he received a new title granted by the system, something that perfectly matched his current image. High-ranking people who only wear underwear. The effect of the title guaranteed 100% resistance to dehydration in regions of high temperatures. Lloyd thought that was a bit excessive, as if he would spend his entire life dealing with deserts. For him, the work was already finished. Now he just wanted to rest. That was when Thermos approached. He knelt respectfully and said that Lloyd had saved countless lives. He had stopped a war, ended the drought, and made the safe exile of all of them possible. Thermos declared that he and his companions wished to swear loyalty to the Frontera family until death. Lloyd replied that there was no need to go that far. He said that eternal loyalty was not necessary. Working hard for the region was already more than enough for him. Internally, Lloyd thought that everything he had done was simply what was most advantageous for himself. Even so, hearing those words of gratitude made his conscience feel a little heavy. The system notified him that his favorability had increased. Therms and his companions expressed genuine respect and gratitude. As a reward, Lloyd received 50 PR. From that moment on, Therms would also feel greater goodwill toward the people of Fonta County. Lloyd thought that was great. With that reward, he finally stopped feeling guilty about anything. A child tugged at his father and said that man was making a strange face. The father replied that yes, he was strange, but he was also a good person. Therms and his group then departed for the frontier territory, guided by the skeletons. Everything seemed to have been resolved peacefully. Later, however, in the capital of Asfahan, Semerkhan called Lloyd for a direct conversation. He asked Lloyd to become his man. Lloyd apologized and replied that he preferred skinny women. Semerkhan fell silent for a moment and said that perhaps Lloyd had not understood, or was pretending not to understand. He must have already realized that Surajard was his daughter, and he asked whether she was not Lloyd's type. Lloyd replied that he believed her opinion was the most important. Semerkhan then perfectly recalled his daughter's own words. She said she did not want to, that she hated Lloyd, hated his face, and hated anything he did. She would rather tear off her own head than be with him. Semerkhan cleared his throat and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. He said that Lloyd had fulfilled his promise, so now it was his turn to fulfill his. He would meet with the delegation from Magentano and listen to what they had to say. Lloyd thought that he had spent all that time just to reach that point. As he withdrew, Semerkhan reflected that he always ended up getting what he wanted. One way or another, Lloyd would end up becoming part of his kingdom. At the meeting with the Magentano delegation, Count Ventura realized that Lloyd had truly achieved results. He decided not to waste that opportunity. Semerkhan apologized for the mistakes made and for the great losses suffered by Magentano. Ventura was surprised. The great and arrogant Semerkhan was apologizing. The Sultan continued, stating that he would compensate all the damage caused by the monster's domino effect. He said he would take special measures to prevent anything similar from happening again in the future, and that he would keep Magentano informed of all progress. If a similar incident occurred again, he promised to double the compensation compensation. Ventura thought that this was not something to celebrate without caution. He needed to ask for something in return. On behalf of the queen, he expressed his gratitude for Samarkand's generous decision. Then came the request. Samarkand wanted Lloyd Frontera. When Ventura conveyed this to Lloyd, he was clearly not pleased. Even so, Ventura said he was certain that the queen would be happy. They had secured many benefits thanks to the negotiation. He assured Lloyd that things would turn out well for him. Lloyd replied that there was no need for apologies. Ventura had done an excellent job. For him, everything was perfect. Meanwhile, the great Samarkand thought about what he would ask of Lloyd first. Perhaps start with road maintenance. Expand the water routes even further. Sanitary facilities were also urgent, and of course the castle needed to be expanded. Then a subordinate appeared, warning that Lloyd had left, saying he was going to get rid of sandworms near the city. Samarkand took a few seconds to understand what he had just heard, thinking he had misheard. When he realized it was serious, all he could do was wonder mentally how that had been possible. There was Lloyd, right in the middle of the desert, facing a fearsome predator, the famous sandworm. The problem was that it was tiny, a creature that normally fed only on insects and cactus thorns, something that would never justify that absurd scene. Even so, Lloyd used a gigantic mana explosion. He launched Podung, who went around kicking, punching, and pummeling the ground, destroying everything even minimally alive near the worm. Then Lloyd said it was time to finish it quickly, and called Javier. The knight activated his sword aura right in the middle of the desert, while the worm was still technically alive. Dissatisfied, Lloyd kept blowing up everything around him, saying he was doing it in Samarkand's name. When the Sultan himself saw that scene with his own eyes, Lloyd simply raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. That was the limit. Samarkand immediately ordered that they take that damned madman away. That very night, the old man's hair was already visibly whiter from so much stress. He realized that if he kept that man by his side, the entire country could easily turn into a battlefield. At the same time, he could not accept canceling the agreement because of a change of heart. The problem was how to cover the enormous losses caused while Lloyd was using the Padishires. Since all of that had begun, he had been losing tons of money. Then a guard appeared saying there was yet another problem. They had taken the Padishires and simply left. The old man no longer even had the strength to react. Soon after, a messenger arrived with even worse news. Miss Sarajard had run away. She left only a letter saying that she had important things to do with him and asked that they not go after her. It was at that moment that Samarkand collapsed face first onto the table. He did not have a heart attack. He was crying. He thought about that damned Lloyd Frontera and everything that man had caused. The next morning, Fonta County was surprisingly peaceful. Arcus found it a bit strange to hear Babonga instead of Cock-a-doodle-doo, but he decided that everything was fine. It was still a great place to live. Suddenly, Emily appeared carrying a letter from Master Julian. In the letter, he informed his parents that he had graduated as the second best in his class, with one of the highest scores. He had also received the honor of being able to work in the capital. He intended to return home and stay there until he received the official appointment letter. Both of them were extremely moved by the news. In the same letter, Julian asked whether his brother was also returning, and said that he would try to become a reliable son, as expected of him. Arcus proudly stated that Lloyd was already a reliable son, and that they were very proud of both of them. Later, Byron appeared to inform them that the items young Master Lloyd had sent from Asfahan had arrived. When they opened them, they found many and many treasure chests, filled with gold and beautiful jewels of every kind. Marvea commented that all of that could be sold for a great price. Arcus confirmed that yes, everything could be sold for a very high value, although he thought Marvea had been a little strange lately. Even so, he continued to love her. He felt like a very happy man. The county was now full of good people. The orcs, surprisingly, were very polite. However, one of them still had an old grudge against Greg. Out of nowhere, the two started a commotion that looked like a shoving fight, leaving everyone startled, but it was not a fight at all. The red-haired orc simply threw down a breakdance move and challenged Greg to a showdown. Greg accepted immediately, joined the knights, and answered with a free step flowing into a headspin. The orcs decided to go with something more modern, and pulled out a stylish tap dance. The count and countess did not understand absolutely anything that was happening, but happily let the two continue their dance competition. Arcus thought they were strange, but after all, they were orcs. It was fine. The county was full of living organisms in general, until he noticed the skeletons, who technically were not even alive. At that point, he lost his composure a bit. He thought the county was far too full of organic material. Even so, as long as the country remained peaceful, he was happy. Later, he saw the solids burning manure. He found it strange, but accepted it. He also saw the morning prayers in the name of the shovel, which was even stranger. Even Therms and his people were praying for him. In the end, Arcus thought that there was no happier count than him in that world. That was until Lloyd returned. He came back wearing only underwear. Arcus concluded that his son was stranger than everyone else in that county. Even so, he hugged him tightly, happy to have him back. He dreamed of the day when Lloyd would call him father, and not count. Then he asked why his son was dressed like that, or rather, why he was not wearing anything at all. The answer was simple. Lloyd said it was because he had too many clothes at home. Meanwhile, Ventura reported everything to the queen. He explained that the negotiations mentioned with Amostra in the documents had been accepted and that they had also received a magical fingerprint from Samarkand himself. The queen admitted that it was unexpected and asked whether Ventura had led the negotiation. He replied that, theoretically, yes. She then asked whether that was what Lloyd Frontera had told him to say, and finally asked what he thought was truly necessary for people to have a comfortable life. Ventura replied that a powerful throne and balanced diplomacy were essential. The queen commented that in the end it was enough to work only with those who were truly competent and grind the bones of the rest until they turned to dust. Ventura agreed, saying that it was a reasonable statement for a majesty, while silently thinking that he felt very sorry for Lloyd. Not even the queen imagined that the negotiations would have been so successful. After all, Esfahan was still a long-standing enemy of Magentano, but now they needed to build a relationship based on trust. The big question was what exactly would be necessary to keep them satisfied. Meanwhile, hidden away, Sarajard had already arrived in Frontera territory. She believed that this was where Lloyd Frontera was, and now she would finally meet him. She went straight to Count Arcus, who asked who exactly she was. Sarajard introduced herself, saying that she came from Ingo Asfahan in the east, and that she was the daughter of Tisa Markham. Arcus asked what she was doing there. She replied that she was there because of Lloyd Frontera. Immediately, Arcus wanted to know what his son had done to make someone come from so far away in search of him. Sarajard explained, in a straightforward manner, that unfortunately she could only sleep when he was nearby. At that moment, all Arcus could think was, for the love of God, what had that son done this time? Meanwhile, Lloyd woke up in an extremely strange place. He was at the edge of a dark cliff when he saw a fire titan forming in front of him, calling him by the name Kim Suho. He realized that it could only be a dream, although everything felt far too real. Kim Suho himself asked who he was. The entity replied that he was the one who saw the essence of all things, the ruler of the fire of hell, the king of hell, Helkaros. Suho remarked that he seemed quite powerful, and thought that all of this could only be the fault of that cursed system that kept provoking him. Helkaros asked whether he was not afraid in his presence, and whether he truly believed that this was only a dream. Suho replied that, dream or not, he did not think Helkaros was there to harm him, because if that were the case, he would have already done so. Helkaros descended from the Fire Titan, saying that he liked him very much, stating that he fit perfectly with Hell. Suho asked whether that was a compliment, since his dream was simply to live in a small city, drinking calmly and having lots of money. Helkaros replied that it was precisely because of those trivial dreams that he had become someone so horrific that even demonic knights feared him. He said that he could produce sounds more terrible than the screams of purgatory, and that, if he wished, he could even make souls trapped in hell beg to die again. Suho was confused, wondering why that being was being so malevolent. He saw himself as a normal person, not someone that bad. If anyone heard that, they would think he was a great demon king, when in truth he was just an ordinary guy. Helkaros then asked whether he would accept going to hell with him, and using his talent freely. At that moment, Suho was bound by twisted and repulsive roots. Before he could be completely restrained, the system appeared, saying not to scare him so much. Helkaros asked whether that was not too scandalous, and the system replied that it could do worse, if it wanted to. After considering it, Helkaros agreed to play within the rules, and disappeared along with the flames. That was how Lloyd finally woke up, believing that all of it had been just a dream. Soon after, Javier knocked on the door, informing him that there was a guest who had come from very far away. Lloyd said that he had already been expecting her. Javier asked whether he did not even want to know who it was, and Lloyd replied that he already knew Sarajard would come, since she already knew his lullaby, and it was very hard to sleep without it. Javier knew that very well. When Lloyd met with Sarajard, he asked whether she wanted the song to be recorded in a magic crystal. She confirmed that that was exactly why she was there. Upon realizing the true reason for the visit, Arcus felt a bit more at ease, although he also felt happy and sad at the same time. Lloyd asked whether she had come empty-handed, without offering anything in return. Sarajard replied that she would pay. Lloyd said that he already had too much money, so she asked what he wanted. That was when he placed a contract on the table. If she signed it, she would receive exactly what she wanted. Javier, trembling with fear, wondered whether Lloyd had prepared that contract in advance. Sarajard read the terms and saw that she would have to serve Fonta County for 5 years, and that the lullaby would only be delivered after that period. She said that it was ridiculous. Lloyd replied that if she did not want to, she simply did not have to sign it. After all, it was she who needed it, not him. He also said that she could even become a swordmaster if she slept well and trained hard, but that was not his problem. Javier wondered how Lloyd managed to calculate everything with such coldness. To him, it seemed like something a demon would do. The system commented that this was exactly why a demon had appeared in his dream. Lloyd was confused and wondered what they were talking about. After all, he only gave money, helped people sleep, paid wages, and invested in improvements for everyone. Lloyd had accepted refugees. In practice, he was almost an angel. The system tried to say something, laughing and hinting that he was far too handsome to be so kind. But in the end, it said nothing of substance. Sarijard asked whether all of this had been part of his plan from the beginning. Lloyd replied that he was not hearing anything, absolutely nothing. That was when he took a punch right in the middle of the teeth to make him pay attention. Irritated, Sarijard left, calling him trash. She grabbed her backpack and departed, thinking about that despicable and disloyal man. Even so, she knew she needed to become a swordmaster. Only then would her father truly acknowledge her. But as she left the territory, she realized that she was completely lost. She tried to find a trail and along the way, ended up encountering something unexpected and dazzling. Julian Frontera. She wondered who he might be. At first glance, he seemed fragile, almost weak, like a herbivore that could be devoured at any moment. Suddenly, Julian stood up to help. Some knights passing through the area were having trouble because a large rock had blocked the road. Julian went to help without hesitation. One of the knights tried to stop him, saying that they could not let someone so important do such dirty work. Julian replied that there were moments when the situation mattered more than getting dirty or not, and that he could not allow others to have trouble because of him. The knight insisted that it was their duty to escort him. After all, he was an extremely talented academic, and asked him to rest. Even so, Julian removed the upper part of his clothes, revealing a remarkably muscular body for someone of his stature. That left Sarijard visibly impressed. With strength, Julian and the knights began to push the rock out of the way. Sarijard thought that if he was returning from the capital, then he must be Lloyd's younger brother, but he was completely different from that trash. After trying for a while, Julian realized it would not work that way, and suggested digging around the rock with a shovel. After all, as an old Frontera saying went, there was nothing a good shovel could not solve. It was at that moment that Sarijard approached and commented that the idea was good, but without help it could take an entire day. When Julian looked at her, he saw someone majestic, beautiful, and exuberant. Sarijard thought that if she helped there, she might gain some advantage in a future negotiation with Lloyd. With a simple swing of her sword, she cut the rock into several perfectly cubic fragments. Julian thanked her and asked who she was. She introduced herself elegantly as Sarijard of Asfahan, saying that she was currently staying in the lands of Frontera. At that moment, Kuga, the orc who liked Emily, passed nearby. He avoided looking Sarijard in the eyes, and avoided any conversation. He remembered when he had asked Emily whether she loved Greg, and she replied that she did, that he was the most important person in her life. Kuga also remembered his own mistakes, having flirted with other women, and the laughter he had heard. He concluded that this love would never work, and that it was not worth hurting himself over it, so he left. Emily, on the other hand, was clearly sad. Greg noticed and asked what had happened, wondering whether she was going to keep drowning in sighs. Emily asked her brother whether a human woman who loved an orc would be seen as strange. Greg began to answer in an exaggerated way, talking about how that could cause problems with families, until he realized what it was really about. He remembered Kuga's behavior, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Arcus Frontera was crying at the table, saying that he could barely hold back his tears. He could not believe how much his sons had grown. He cried while eating with the family and with Sarijard. Lloyd commented that the count must be a little drunk. Sarijard, in fact, understood that feeling perfectly. Arcus's eldest son was an excellent diplomat. The youngest was a talented academic. That made Sarijard think of her own father, who had never shown pride in her, nor in any of his other daughters. Julian commented that when he finally received his official appointment in the capital, he would work even harder to become someone his father could be proud of. Arcus asked what he was talking about, saying that he was already extremely happy and that his sons could always return home whenever they wanted. To him, there was nothing better than having them by his side. Hearing that, Sarijard became emotional and let a tear fall. Unable to control herself, she stood up and left the table first. Lloyd asked how they were supposed to negotiate like that, but she told him to forget about it. Julian looked visibly worried when he saw her like that. Lloyd found his brother's expression strange. Later, Sarijard left, drowning in tears. Lloyd watched everything through the window, almost like a stalker. He saw Julian approach her to talk, and realized that little by little, she began to calm down. She gave a huge smile, one of those wide-open smiles, as if she had found unexpected good fortune. Julian came closer and asked why she was leaving right now, wondering whether she was leaving the state. Sarijard explained that she was not, that she was just thinking about going for a walk to clear her head. Julian confessed that he had really been worried for a moment. Seeing all that luggage, he thought she was leaving for good. Sarijard explained that they were just meal packages. He commented that eating so many snacks late at night could interfere with her sleep. She tried to explain, saying that she would eat only most of it, that is, that most of it was tools, and ended up getting tangled in her words. Even so, Julian said that he was relieved. He commented that during dinner it had seemed like something was wrong, and that was why he had been worried about her. Sarijard said that she was fine now. Deep down, she thought that maybe it would be better to stay there for a few more days. Meanwhile, Lloyd was extremely happy. He thought that interaction was simply wonderful. That was when Javier appeared behind him and got startled, complaining that Lloyd was scaring people with that strange face. Javier commented that it was already time for the lullaby, but since Lloyd did not show up, he decided to go after him. He also asked why Lloyd was making such a frightening face while watching such a beautiful couple. Lloyd asked how he knew the two were in love. Javier replied that he did not need to observe closely to know. After all, he had seen many people fall in love, especially women, who always looked at him that way. He then apologized, saying that Lloyd had never gone through something like that. Lloyd thought Javier was simply detestable. Even so, Javier immediately warned him that no matter how jealous Lloyd was, he would not let anyone interfere with Master Julian's love. Lloyd asked whether he really seemed like such a horrible person. The system replied that yes, that was exactly something he would do. Lloyd denied it at once, and said that on the contrary, he was going to help complete Julian's love. From that moment on, he officially declared himself a Cupid. He remembered when he had spoken with the Queen. Thanks to the skills and the information shown by the messenger of the future, he had made many enemies. The Queen had said that at that pace he would end up being exploited to death. Thinking about that, Lloyd believed he had found the solution. Julian and Sarajard. The next morning, in the capital of Fonta County, Greg went to Kuga to talk. Kuga replied that he did not want to fight, and that he did not want any dispute. Greg asked who had said he would let that happen, and without warning, threw a paper airplane at Kuga's forehead. On the paper there was a location and a time marked for that night. Greg made it clear that he did not like vague conclusions. Kuga replied that an orc warrior never ran from a fight. Greg shot back, asking whether he had not done exactly that. A little earlier, faced with that, Kuga changed his mind. Meanwhile, Julian could not stop thinking about her. He thought only about her, about hair softer than silk, eyes that looked like pearls, and sadness hidden in the heart, disguised by strength. Lloyd commented that this was what people called love. Julian asked whether he was reading his mind. Lloyd replied that he had simply felt that it was so, and asked whether there was anything wrong with him, calling him a sweet and precious brother. Julian asked him to never use those words again. Lloyd then said that he would record the melody and deliver it to Miss Sarajard the next day. After that, she would probably return to her own country. That idea made everything feel strange. Lloyd left through the door, muttering disconnected things, as if he were foreseeing trouble, while the city tried to resolve a mess started by love. In the Frontera mansion, Lloyd continued provoking someone with that same love. When he approached Sarajard, her first reaction was to punch him in the face. Lloyd commented that he had not even said anything. She apologized, saying it had just been a reflex. Lloyd remarked that Julian was truly intelligent and would probably be appointed very soon, perhaps even the next day. That meant he would leave the county. The idea clearly made both of them uncomfortable. Neither of them wanted to move away or stop seeing each other. In the middle of all that, Lloyd kept pushing the situation. Kuga also felt that something important was approaching. Julian thought that if he did not confess his feelings now, he might regret it for the rest of his life. At the exact moment Emily found Kuga, humans and orcs rushed in at the same time. At the same time, the Count and Countess of Frontera found Sarajard at the mansion door. While humans and orcs pressured Kuga and Emily, Greg declared that this would be their first day as a couple. At that very moment, Sarajard asked for the blessing to stay with the youngest son of the family. Lloyd thought that at last everything was working out. At that point, not even the Queen would be able to do whatever she wanted with him. And ironically, while he was thinking that, the Queen herself was in full action, invading the territory of the former castle of the Black Mage Targa, attacking with full force alongside her army. The arrows managed to pierce the barrier of black magic, blasting the castle in several places at the same time. The knights broke through the front lines and advanced, eliminating the black mages without mercy. However, deep within the castle, something far worse awaited them. A massive creature rested there, a putrid and grotesque beast, formed entirely of malevolent magic. The creature advanced violently against the knights, knocking them all down with ease. Faced with this, the Queen ordered an immediate evacuation of the castle. She would stay behind to deal with it alone. The squads retreated and remained outside while she advanced. The Queen infused her sword with mana and attacked the creature head-on. Even wounded, the beast remained standing and counterattacked, releasing a dense cloud of repulsive poison. The Queen realized that this functioned as an advanced form of sorcery, but decided it did not matter. She had trained her own body to withstand that kind of poison. In the end, the creature was defeated. When she opened the massive inner doors of the castle, the Queen came face to face with the skull of a dragon. Soon after, she found the true owner of that place, the Black Mage Targa. He simply accepted his own death without resistance, allowing himself to be executed by the Queen's hands. She cut off his head without hesitation. However, right after the strike, she felt something intense course through her body. Part of it had been corrupted by black magic. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Sarajard and Julian were getting married. Everything had happened far too quickly. Arcus Frontera could no longer stop crying from emotion. The entire county was celebrating, filled with happiness. Lloyd, in particular, was happy to an excessive degree. Javier asked whether the young master did not want to go home, saying that at this rate he would end up ruining such a joyful celebration. Lloyd replied that he was only expressing how happy he was. Javier commented that he honestly did not understand how all of that helped. For him, the important thing was that now the Queen could no longer use him as a slave. Lloyd asked him to think more carefully. Now he was someone important important in 2 countries. In addition to being a citizen of Magentano, he was also part of Samarkand's family. Javier asked whether Samarkand did not hate him. Lloyd replied that the Sultan was not an idiot. He had already understood that when Lloyd started acting in that absurd way with the sandworm, that meant Samarkand still wanted to keep him by his side. If the queen tried to use him as a slave, he would simply take refuge with Samarkand. Javier said that now he understood everything, but asked, almost begging for them to go home already. Lloyd thought that even though he still could not challenge the queen directly, he had already gained enough power to use his relationship with Samarkand in an extremely effective way. Meanwhile, the Sultan himself watched everything with a tear running down his face. Lloyd wished happiness to the 2 of them and thought that Sarajard could finally live in a place where there was no struggle for succession, nor a father pressuring her for her entire life, a place where she could simply live. In the middle of the celebration, Emily began shouting for them to throw the bouquet. With all her strength, Sarajard hurled the bouquet like a comet. It crossed the entire courtyard, and the one who ended up catching it was a dragon. Lloyd remembered that in the original story, Sarajard would die protecting Samarkand during a rebellion, but now she was alive, well and happy. That feeling was wonderful, even if it did not earn him any money. The system commented that he had saved yet another person from an unfortunate death. Lloyd replied that he already knew that, and that the system was just stating the obvious. Even so, the system began counting the fates he had saved. 1, 2, 3, 16, 239, 4,753,000. In total, there were 23,513,442 fates saved. Lloyd asked why those numbers were so absurdly high. The system explained that because he had saved more than 20,000 people, he would receive an additional praise point bonus. If he accumulated 50,000, he could receive a new final spoiler, and also the right to use the power of the strongest in the world. That definitely caught Lloyd's attention. This ability would allow him to use the power of the highest rank for 30 seconds. He thought that was far too short, and wondered what anyone could possibly do in just 30 seconds. Besides, he was not the strongest in the world. He merely held the highest rank, and even then he strongly doubted that it would actually work. If he had to fight something truly powerful, he was certain he would lose. The system also made it clear that in order to use that ability, he would have to renounce all support from the messenger. That meant losing all abilities, summons, and even the final spoiler. Lloyd thought that was a terrible idea, and decided to forget that crap entirely, because it made absolutely no sense to use such an ability. At that moment, Count Ventura approached and said that thanks to Lloyd, Asfahan and Magentano had recently managed to reach a peace treaty. He explained that they were no longer just allies, but brother nations. Lloyd replied that he had not done all that much, that he had only facilitated the negotiations, and that the one who truly sealed everything was his brother, who ended up getting married. Even so, Ventura apologized for having underestimated Lloyd before, and said that he was a true hero in that place. Lloyd replied calmly, saying that it was nothing like that, and that Ventura could underestimate him as much as he wanted. He knew he was materialistic, snobbish, and made no effort to appear nice, or stay in the spotlight. Count Ventura warned that it was useless to try to hide, because the queen already knew everything that had happened. Lloyd thought that of course she already knew. Then Ventura explained that the real reason he had been sent was that the queen wanted to summon him to the capital. Right away, Lloyd thought that this was the perfect time to pretend he was sick. He began coughing in an exaggerated way, putting on a ridiculous act, saying that he needed to recover in Asfahan, but Ventura replied that the queen needed to meet him no matter what. Lloyd remembered what the queen had said personally, that he only sought her out when he needed her, but pretended to be ignorant and foolish when she was the one who wanted to meet him. He found that extremely petty. Even so, he ended up going to the capital with Javier, still wearing a sour expression. When he arrived, he kept that expression, but when he met the queen in person, she said that he had no idea how happy she was to see him there. She commented that if he had ignored the summons, she might have already advanced against his county out of pure heartbreak. She even teased him, asking whether he would run off to Isfahan if she did that, saying that just imagining it made her heartache. She made it clear that they should not cross any lines. Lloyd replied that he would never dare to ignore the summons of his queen, and asked what her orders were. Internally, he thought that perhaps she would go easy on him for now, and that if he played his cards right and tried to negotiate, he might be able to escape a fate of exploited labor. The queen said that she had something to show him, and asked him to follow her. Later, Lloyd found himself facing something absurd, the complete skeleton of a dragon. The queen explained that it had been discovered while they were subjugating dark mages, who seemed to be trying to use the bones in some kind of ritual. Lloyd remembered that this was mentioned in the novel, and thought that many magical artifacts could be made from dragon bones. The queen continued, saying that if they used those bones, they could show the world just how strong the kingdom of Magentano was. She then asked Lloyd to build a garden behind the castle, where a statue made from the dragon's bones would be placed. The defeat of a dragon by the kingdom would become the new symbol of Magentano. Lloyd thought that this was the moment for Kim Soo-ho to use his social skills. He gave an exaggerated expression of gratitude, saying that he was deeply honored to receive such a monumental task, and that it was a great honor to serve his queen. As proof of his gratitude, he said that he would not even charge for the construction. The queen asked what he wanted in return. Lloyd requested, as a reward, immunity from labor for 10 years. Her reaction was immediate and full of shock. Lloyd instantly realized that he was walking on a tightrope over a hungry lion, so he quickly corrected himself, himself, saying that if that was too much, he would accept just the dragon's tail. The matter was settled with a precise punch to his head, leaving a nice bump. The queen commented that after hitting him she was feeling generous, and allowed him to keep the tailbone, asking only that he replace it with something else. Lloyd bowed exaggeratedly, sticking his butt out, thanking her repeatedly and saying that she could hit him as many times as she wanted, even step on him if she felt like it. The queen ordered him to leave immediately, calling him disgusting. Lloyd left thinking that everything had gone wonderfully. In the end, he had secured an incredible reward and would not be exploited with labor. Even so, he made it clear to himself that he did not want to work. He wanted to make money without working. That was when someone appeared asking if he was Lloyd. The man introduced himself as a garden design specialist, a viscount from the north, saying that he wanted to discuss the project. When he sat across from Lloyd, he was surprised to realize that Lloyd looked like nothing more than a child. The man thought about how he had been born a commoner and had worked for more than 30 years, slowly refining his skills and his reputation. The quality of his work was completely different, especially when compared to that of a noble who had been born noble. Even so, he said that he would work together with Lloyd on that project. Lloyd was confused and questioned it. He said that he was just a child who had gotten lucky, that he did not have much knowledge or experience, and asked how someone so experienced could even consider working with him. The man replied that it was simple. He just wanted to learn by working at his side. Lloyd said that it would be an honor to work with him, and the Nord was extremely pleased by that. The next day, the Nord practically did everything by himself. He was clearly trying to prove his own worth, and ended up completing almost all the work without any help. He was completely exhausted, with huge dark circles under his eyes, and said that he would begin the topography that very day. After that, he told Lloyd to leave, calling him a boy. Lloyd replied that he understood, and that he would keep that in mind. The Nord left while praising him, saying that he was a genius. As soon as he was alone, Lloyd threw himself into a hammock and began to relax peacefully. He thought that one had to stay alert to find free opportunities. All of that was possible thanks to the hard work of a competent person like the Viscount, while he himself did not need to do a damn thing. But the little dragon fossil did not stay quiet. It had not given up on killing Alicia Magentano and was determined to take revenge on her, no matter what. The next morning, the Viscount and the Nord asked Lloyd to imagine a peaceful scene, a state of nature filled with order and beauty. The Viscount commented that humans had always idolized the power of the gods because they had the ability to create things out of nothing. That was practically the art of creation, something very close to being a god. As he explained this, he observed the garden being built and seemed genuinely fascinated by his own work. Lloyd thought that the man truly loved what he did and decided that he would take even more advantage of that. While Nord went off to deal with more construction matters, Lloyd thought he was not going to stand around doing nothing, so he called his boys over. Byung showed up as well, saying that now they were going to play. Out of nowhere, they started fooling around as if it were a Pokemon battle. Podong attacked, Byung shouted, and everything turned into complete chaos. Lloyd even pretended to try to capture Byung with a fake Pokeball, but ended up being defeated. Even so, he found it all incredibly fun and thought about how great it was to make money without working. Suddenly, Javier appeared completely frantic, warning him that the queen was there. Lloyd panicked, pulled a table over, scattered a bunch of papers on top, and pretended he was having a very hard time working. At the same moment, he stood up and bowed to the queen, showing respect to the rightful owner of those lands. The queen commented that it looked far too fake, but made it clear that she was just joking and that she knew perfectly well what he had been doing. She asked whether he thought Viscount Nord was an idiot, explaining that someone might rise from commoner to Viscount, but that was not something achieved through hard work alone. Lloyd began to wonder whether Nord had said something about him. Nord really had submitted a report to the queen. He explained that the dragon statue made of bones should be built before the central statue of the garden, and that a boat would also be built to appreciate the full splendor of the work. He presented several ideas, but pointed out a serious problem. Because of the difference in water level between the starting point and the end, the speed of the boat would be far too fast, and he still had no solution for it. That was when Lloyd Frontera proposed an idea. He suggested creating a stop before the starting point and installing a valve gate at the end of that stop. When the boat entered, the rear valve would be closed. The water level would be adjusted by removing part of it, and once the levels were equal, the valve would be opened, allowing the boat to proceed at a safe and perfect speed. In addition to that issue, several others were also solved with his help. Whenever this happened, Lloyd would say that he was just an ignorant fool thinking out loud, that it might not even be feasible, and that he did not have enough wisdom to be certain of anything. Even so, Nord acknowledged that he had solved everything using advanced knowledge, but still gave all the credit to himself. He said that Lloyd had given up his own desires, chosen to play while making money, and still made the effort to help with the construction. To Nord, he was a true model of a competent person. Lloyd began to wonder what excuse he should come up with now, and whether he would end up being labeled a traitor. The queen ordered him to lift his head and lower his butt before she kicked him. Then she said that she was very satisfied with his work and ordered him to continue doing a good job. After she left, Lloyd commented to Javier that it seemed like she had not noticed his fooling around. Javier replied that Lloyd truly had no awareness at all. The following year passed. Winter covered everything in snow, and the construction of the garden continued without stopping. Lloyd also did not rest as much as he wanted, since he did not know when he would have have another chance to fool around like that. When spring arrived, the garden was finally completed, with a magnificent centerpiece. As expected, a grand inauguration celebration was held. While the queen observed everything from atop her throne, people commented that she had an extraordinary presence. Some said that the kingdom of Magentano was the most powerful country in the world, and that others should maintain friendly relations with it. Lloyd knew exactly why she had wanted such a grand garden. It was to show that Magentano overflowed with materials and public wealth. He imagined that neighboring countries would now bow before her. Suddenly he noticed that Javier was not eating anything and asked why. Javier replied that there was something there he did not like, and commented that he thought Master Lloyd was truly unlucky. Lloyd got irritated and asked whether he wanted to pick a fight out of nowhere or if he was just being an idiot. But Javier asked whether he remembered Cremo and the suspension bridge. Every time there was a banquet after Lloyd did something important, a major incident happened. If something happened again, it would only confirm that he was truly unlucky. Lloyd replied that Javier was talking as if something was actually going to happen. At that moment, the dragon's skull fell onto the garden, leaving everyone in shock. Lloyd thought it made no sense at all, because he had tested everything using the simulation skill and there was absolutely no chance that the head would fall. Even so, Javier told Lloyd to get ready to run. Lloyd was confused, asking why he was saying that, thinking all that fear was exaggerated, but something was clearly wrong. Suddenly, dark magic began to rise from the dragon's bones. It was such an absurd magic that it formed a gigantic storm covering the entire kingdom of Magentano. The truth quickly came to light. A dark mage had transferred his soul into those bones before the queen cut off his head. Now he had fully returned. The first thing the monster did was destroy the statue and turn toward the guests. The dragon's muscles and flesh were made entirely of dark magic. The queen shouted for everyone to flee if they did not want to die. That creature contained enough mana to cover the entire sky. Only sword masters or someone close to that level would have any chance of fighting it. The queen invoked the mana of her blade, but she was thrown back along with several others in the same instant. The dark mage was still not fully accustomed to that body, so his movements were not very fast. Even so, that did not matter, because to him humans were like ants. After another roar, even more power was released, and wings began to form on his back. The queen realized that she could not defeat that monster with brute force alone and called for Lloyd Frontera, seeking another solution. However, Lloyd was the first one to start running without looking back. The queen did not like that at all, but thought that if it were at least Javier, it would make more sense. Javier was running alongside Lloyd, dodging everything that appeared ahead: food tables, bushes, and whatever else was in the way. In the middle of the run, Javier warned that if they kept running like that, they would not get paid. Lloyd asked whether money was the only thing he thought about, reminding him that they were about to die. Javier then stopped in the middle of the path and said that if they let something like that live, their county would suffer in the future. He needed to protect his pot of honey, no matter the cost. Lloyd replied that that thing had more mana than everyone there combined, and told him to give up and keep running. At that moment, Javier realized that he no longer had control over his own legs from sheer fear. Even so, he told Lloyd to keep running, saying that he would stay there to hold that thing back, even if it cost him his life. The dragon's next energy blast destroyed everything ahead and almost killed the queen. Javier then released his aura blade and struck the dragon's skull, causing the blast to lose control. From that point on, he began to evade every subsequent attack, even if the strikes were not precise. He knew he could not be hit by any of them. He kept dodging and deflecting attacks, but realized that his counterattacks caused no damage at all. Meanwhile, the dark mage continued to adapt more and more to that body. In a short time, the dragon took flight and began firing attacks across the entire territory. Even so, Lloyd had not given up. He used Bai Bilong, throwing him into the air as if declaring that he chose him. Lloyd began flying over the dragon, and at the moment he hurled Bai Bilong, he grew to an absurd size and smashed the dragon into the ground with overwhelming force. In addition, Lloyd managed to save Javier and the queen in the process. After that, Bai Bilong returned to his small size and ran away. The dragon was confused, trying to understand what that thing had been. But Lloyd's attack was not over yet. He announced that now it was Goming's turn. The problem was that Juming, in his own language, complained that everyone was watching. Potom told him to man up. Filled with embarrassment, Juming ended up defecating on top of the dragon, which obviously made the creature even more furious. The queen asked whether that was part of the plan. Lloyd apologized, saying that in that situation it was all or nothing. As they crossed through the clouds, he explained that he intended to hand that dragon over to someone truly strong, the Dragon King himself. Lloyd knew that the Dragon King was mentioned in the novel Knight of Blood and Iron, a kind and benevolent dragon who defended order between dragons and humans. A dragon of that level would never stand by while a zombie lizard caused destruction everywhere. He also remembered that this king lived in a region called Capella, and asked the queen if she knew where that place was. The queen replied that it would take at least one day to get there, even at that speed, and asked why he wanted to know. Before Lloyd could answer, they were almost devoured, but Gom Gemming managed to dodge at the last instant. Lloyd wondered how that creature could be so fast despite its size, and thought about whether they would really have to fly for an entire day with that thing on their tail. Javier asked whether they would be able to resolve everything in Gopale. Lloyd replied with complete certainty that they would. At that moment, Javier released another aura explosion toward the dragon. He did not expect to cause real damage, but ended up piercing the creature creature's wing, making it lose speed. Lloyd praised Javier, saying that it was great, and that he should keep it up. The dragon, on the other hand, felt offended and thought about how those humans dared to use such insignificant tricks against him. In the middle of the escape and chaos, Lloyd asked Alicia to lend him her sword. She froze immediately, irritated that he called her just Alicia, but Lloyd cut the argument short, saying that there was no time and that he needed the sword now. She was still somewhat shocked by the urgency and ended up handing it over. With the sword in hand, Lloyd realized that they needed to force the dragon to follow a trajectory where it would have no way to escape. He began preparing a mana explosion and noticed that the dragon was already adjusting to dodge. Even so, Lloyd and Javier struck its wings in succession, but in a way that did not cause as much damage as he had hoped. Lloyd was left with the horrible feeling that the creature was growing stronger. That was when the queen grabbed Lloyd forcefully, and he fell face first into Gumming's saddle. She ordered him to help lift the upper part of the creature. As they lifted Gumming as if he were a weapon, Lloyd still tried to ask what they were doing, but there was no time. He saw the dragon's massive mouth coming toward them, almost devouring everyone. The queen told him to obey without questioning and to shout. She ordered him to release a mana explosion through his scream, and to be sure, even slapped his butt. The result was immediate. The scream combined with the explosion paralyzed the dragon and left the creature completely stunned. They pulled away and gained distance, while the dragon remained frozen in disbelief. The queen celebrated, saying that this was it, that Lloyd had done it, and that his face was incredibly useful at that moment. Lloyd, overwhelmed by emotion and desperation, even had manly tears in his eyes because it had worked in a ridiculous way. The dragon recognized Lloyd. He remembered that human who had cured the poisoning of the Queen of Magentano, repelled an army of mastodons, and defeated the Knight of Hell. That truly frightened the dark mage inside the dragon, because his first thought was that no one on Earth should have such a demonic face. Even frightened, the dragon steadied himself and decided that he would get his revenge by killing that bastard as well. The problem was that the queen kept slapping Lloyd's butt to make him keep screaming, and the dragon could barely even look because he ended up covering his own eyes while trying to fly toward them, practically blind. Javier then told the queen to cover her ears with mana and asked Lloyd to use his infernal screams without stopping. Lloyd complained, saying that he was just singing, but even so, he began to sing a demon song. The dragon covered its eyes and ears at the same time, showing persistence and proving that the method was truly bothering him. However, the queen warned that it would not work forever. Lloyd felt a chill in his stomach and realized that he had been wrong. The plan to take the dragon to the Dragon King had turned into a complete failure. If they could not hand the problem over to someone stronger, then there was no choice left. They would have to defeat that thing right there. He began to wonder whether that creature had some kind of weakness, until he remembered the detail of what the queen had ordered earlier. She had told him to take the tailbone and replace it with something else. That sparked an idea. If he had managed to tamper with that part, then perhaps the monster had a vulnerable point there. Meanwhile, the dark mage was feeling more and more powerful inside that body. He was shedding what remained of his humanity and turning into a beast. The dragon crossed the skies even faster, trying to regain full control of the fight. Lloyd told Gumming to use the spider web. The web wrapped around the dragon for a moment, and the monster mocked it, thinking it was useless. But suddenly, he realized that they had vanished from his field of vision. The move was simple and dirty. Gumming had climbed on top of the dragon, and Javier descended from above like a lightning bolt, his sword aura blazing. At the same moment, Lloyd shouted for him to aim at the fourth bone of the tail. The strike landed with force, and that part cracked. The reason became clear immediately. That was not even a real bone. It was a fake bone made of granite by Lloyd. He knew that a single crack would not bring the dragon down, but he was not alone. He had two sword masters at his side, and that changed everything. The queen, irritated, even reminded him that he had said it was made of whalebone. Lloyd apologized, saying that it was a rational economy of material and effort. The queen did not want to hear it, and personally split the granite in half, tearing off the dragon's tail completely. At that moment, a flash crossed Lloyd's mind, a memory from another day. One of those moments when he had been relaxing after returning from a situation that had left him stripped of even his clothes. He remembered Javier complaining, asking whether he was not going to wear something decent with that face, and saying that his clothes were a synergy of displeasure. Lloyd remembered telling him to stop insulting his face, because it was more irritating when it came from Javier, and Javier replying that he would be careful. The memory continued, pulling in another conversation. Javier had asked when Lloyd would start addressing the Count and Countess as father and mother. Lloyd had been caught off guard. Javier said that even he wished he could call someone that, but was not qualified, and that Lloyd could do it and still insisted on calling them by their titles. Lloyd had thought that they were not his real parents, and that calling them that would be deceiving. Javier had apologized, saying that he got emotional when he heard the words mother and father, and wished the young master a good rest. Lloyd remembered that Javier had lost his own parents, and in that memory, he had even asked whether Javier remembered what they were like. Javier had found it strange, asking if Lloyd was genuinely curious, and Lloyd had answered that yes, of course, why would he not be? Back in the present, the dragon without its tail lost its balance and began to fall face first into the ground, carving a trail of destruction as its enormous body scraped along. Before it could recover, another absurd impact followed. A giant podong fell right on top of its skull. Everyone acted quickly. Lloyd had already used his maximum explosion, but this time upward. As if reversing the flow, Javier poured all of his power directly into the dragon's head, and in the opposite direction, Lloyd used overload to absorb all of that released power, draining the monster's mana while Javier crushed it from the outside. That caused Lloyd's mana heart to level up. His ability to purify poison mana from undead grew explosively. Right after that, the queen attacked as well, striking the dragon's skull with such force that the creature finally crashed down completely, unable to get back up. Lloyd felt that it was working and that they truly could defeat it. Then the system announced that a new skill option had appeared. Half human, half dragon. Lloyd had absorbed too much dragon mana, and it began to mix with his mana heart, adding dragon-like qualities. Because of that, dragons might start taking an interest in him. And in the middle of that maximum effort, with everyone releasing power at the same time, Lloyd still found himself remembering that old conversation again, and wondering whether it was really that strange for him to want to know about Javier's life. Javier replied that it was, because Lloyd really did not seem like the type of person who took an interest in other people's lives. Lloyd admitted that, to be honest, even he did not know why he was curious. It was not as if they were truly friends. While Lloyd was draining all that draconic mana, the dragon's tail, which was still falling, turned against him. If it hit, it would crush him without any chance of survival. At the last moment, Javier stepped in front of him and protected him. Being severely injured by that absurdly hard dragon bone, he was thrown far away and fell straight into the lake. The dragon stood up once again, reconnected its tail to its own body, and stomped on Lloyd, who this time was saved by the queen. Lloyd was completely shaken when he saw Javier in that condition. Alicia then shouted for him to come back to his senses, saying that he needed to find a way to solve this like he always did. Without him, the kingdom would fall. He had to save Javier, just as he had saved her. But Lloyd thought that he did not know how to do that. Javier's mana had disappeared completely in an instant. He could not heal someone in that state. The dragon began to approach again. Javier was sinking into the lake, unable to gather mana. Everything seemed lost. Alicia, desperate, pulled Lloyd to flee from the dragon. It was at that moment that Lloyd deeply regretted not having spent his points to see the final spoiler. He should have accumulated an absurd amount of points for that. He needed to save Javier. He had to save him, and he would. Lloyd asked Her Majesty to get off him, without explaining anything. Then he jumped straight into the lake and dove in to save his friend. He reached out and with great difficulty, managed to grab Javier. Now Javier needed to absorb his mana using his technique. While the two of them were underwater, Lloyd's mascots were delaying the dragon, hitting its head and making its attacks miss. Javier, while absorbing Lloyd's mana, realized that something was wrong. That did not feel like ordinary mana. It was something supernatural, completely different. Gelming kept defecating on top of the dragon, dying of embarrassment. When the enormous creature turned toward him, that was when he actually soiled himself for real. Javier could not control that strange mana. Bell was thrown to save Gelming, releasing a cloud of volcanic smoke, which opened an opening for the queen to attack the wounded point on the dragon's skull. But at that exact moment, the queen was struck by the corruption of black magic which invaded her body, and she fell. Javier, still underwater, apologized. He realized that that being only had the appearance of Master Lloyd. His mana was not something that could be easily understood. He apologized for not being able to remain by his side. When Javier opened his eyes, he saw Lloyd ugly as hell, holding his breath to avoid drowning. Lloyd even managed to scream underwater. The system then informed that Javier, after seeing that demonic face, managed to understand what that mana outside causality was. Meanwhile, the queen had been knocked down. Gelming managed to grab her at the last moment, but soon fell after that, completely exhausted. The mascots were together but defenseless. The dragon began to prepare its supreme attack to annihilate everyone there. That was when the system announced that Javier was controlling that mana and ignoring parts of causality. Every cell in his body began to function like a mana heart. He released so much power that celestial wings formed on his back. Javier appeared in front of everyone, holding Lloyd in his arms, completely wrecked and ugly as hell. The dragon wondered what that had been, because it had not even seen Javier approach. He had simply appeared out of nowhere. Javier placed Lloyd on the ground, and with simple swings of his sword, turned the dragon into dust. Lloyd thought that he had done it. Javier had become the most powerful human mentioned in Knight of Blood and Iron, reaching the rank of Grandmaster of the Sword. Lloyd went up to him and said that from now on, Javier would be responsible for all cutting tasks. Javier looked at him with a face that thought it was absurd, but ended up smiling, because Lloyd had returned to being himself. All the mascots hugged Lloyd, truly relieved. When the queen approached, still alive, Lloyd immediately bowed to her. The system then updated the number of destinies saved to 31,145,782. Lloyd asked whether that dragon alone would have killed more than 10 million people. The system replied that not exactly. The number of direct deaths would be lower, but it explained that saved lives generated chain consequences. One person saved could create a business, generate jobs, support families, allow a child to grow up, become an adult, save another person, perhaps become a doctor, or create an incredible medicine. All of those possibilities were taken into account. Lloyd commented that if he could convert those points into gold, he would be a very happy person. The system told him to forget about that. Drop it. That was when Javier warned them of something important. He had heard that dragon bones did not die that easily. They would need to do something about it. In fact, the remains had already begun to move. Javier asked if he should cut some more. Lloyd answered no. He explained that he now had undead domination level 2 and told him to let the dragon live. He even laughed to himself because he could could make very good use of that. One of the new things he could control with that ability was precisely dragon bones. After some time, the dragon really began to regenerate. Lloyd focused, and the system warned that there was still a parasitic soul attached to the dragon's bones, something that was rejecting undead domination. The system asked whether he wanted to purge that soul. Lloyd replied that of course he did. In the next instant, Lloyd's mind was transferred into the dragon's skeleton. To take full control, he needed to defeat Targa, the king of black magic. That was when Lloyd understood everything. That bastard had transferred his own soul into the dragon's body. When he looked ahead, he saw Targa there. Targa began to speak, saying that he had been possessed by cursed mana since he was born. He said that people discriminated against him and his family, that he was bullied all the time. He said that his own mother had called him a demon, said that he had ruined her life and that he had been the greatest regret of her existence. Even so, he still said that he loved his mother. Lloyd listened to all of that and replied without the slightest patience, asking who cared about that crap. Then he threw a punch straight into the black mage's mouth. The blow purified Targa instantly, destroying the parasitic soul for good. That presence disappeared completely from the dragon's body. With that, the bone dragon came fully under Lloyd's undead domination. The system then told him to say hello, because the dragon had received a new ego. The first words Lloyd said now would define the type of relationship between the two of them. Without thinking much, Lloyd said that he was its daddy. For a second, the dragon began to gather an absurd amount of power. Javier and the queen moved immediately to protect Lloyd, and he even thought that he had done something stupid. But instead of attacking, the dragon fired that power upward, creating fireworks in the sky in the shape of a heart. It was simply very happy to see its daddy. Lloyd approached and patted the dragon, saying that he was going to give it a name. He stated that it was not just a zombie or a cursed existence. It was a proud dragon, so he decided to call it Yong Yong. The queen, Javier, and even the system all thought at the same time that it was a stupid name. Lloyd told everyone to shut up. He said that he could not help it. He had studied natural sciences, but now he had a precious little baby. With just 1 second, that dear Yong Yong would already be capable of splitting an entire mountain, his greatest heavy machine. When the queen finally analyzed the situation calmly, she noticed something curious. She was surrounded by Javier Azrahan. Later on in hell, there was a small and miserable spirit desperately trying to escape from something. 2 demons quickly caught up to it, surrounding it and enjoying the situation, certain that the little soul had nowhere left to run. To them, anyone trying to flee hell was a direct affront to the rules, and the idea of devouring it felt obvious and inevitable. However, something caught their attention. The spirit showed no fear of them, even though it was about to be eaten. Its terror came from another direction, from something far worse that had not yet appeared. That was when Lloyd approached, demanding an answer to a simple question. The spirit, confused and terrified, even wondered how someone could be as ugly as him. One of the demons tried to act arrogantly, telling Lloyd to leave, and saying that no matter how much noise he made, he was still just an ordinary human. The response came in the form of a direct punch to the face, so strong that the demon fell to the ground with his mouth twisted and his jaw dislocated. The other demon was outraged and demanded that Lloyd apologize, complaining about the condition of his friend. At that moment, Javier stepped in, ironically asking whether he was really that worried about his companion and calling it the behavior of a kind-hearted demon. Those words began to shake the second demon, who grew confused and asked what they knew about him, insisting that he had a cold and cruel heart. Javier casually disagreed, saying that he actually seemed like a very kind-hearted demon, probably raised with a lot of love by his mother. That completely broke the demon. Javier continued, suggesting that his mother must have told him to care about others, to be a good demon, someone gentle in his own way. He even said that she must have hugged him every day, telling him that he was a lovable child, someone with feelings who should protect them. Every word hit deeply, increasing the demon's confusion and confidence at the same time, as if it were an unexpected blessing. When Javier asked whether his mother had really never said any of that, the demon ended up admitting that she had not. Javier then said that he hoped he would be very good to his own mother. Even Lloyd was shocked by the level of emotional destruction taking place. Desperate, the demon began screaming for them to stop, calling Javier cruel and evil. Lloyd replied that Javier had gone a bit too far, commenting that he was absurdly talented at destroying a demon from the inside, and that there was a certain limit that did not need to be crossed. Even so, when the injured demon tried to get up, Lloyd delivered another precise blow to his jaw. While one was being beaten without mercy, the other was already crying. After some time, completely defeated, the battered demon promised to answer any question. He eventually realized that Lloyd acted unpredictably, as if none of this was a big deal, and somehow that made him respect him a little. Lloyd then asked whether the object they were carrying was a cell phone. The demon explained that it was not, and that it was called a spirit phone. He also made it clear that it had no search function, and that finding information in hell was almost impossible. Even when something was found, about 40% of it was a lie. Lloyd honestly commented that if 40% was true, it was already much better than in the human world. The demon, surprised, asked how he had noticed the lie. Lloyd answered bluntly that demons were naturally full of lies. In his second question, Lloyd asked where the Demon King's castle was. Sometime later, they were already flying over hell, riding on Goming, while the demon pointed out that the castle was to the west. When he noticed they were heading east, he asked why. Lloyd replied that it was precisely because he was lying, calling him an idiot without any shame. Curiously, the demon was very happy with the insult. Lloyd ordered him to tell everything he knew about the King of Hell and Hell itself, allowing him to keep being insulted until they reached their destination. The demon found that extremely tempting. Still, he ended up asking what the human's true goal was, and how he could remain fine amid the absurdly hot flames of hell. Lloyd cut off his curiosity immediately, saying that his insolence would not be tolerated and that the one asking questions there was him. He explained that he was not dying, only because of a special title that granted him 100% resistance to dehydration and heat in areas of extremely high temperatures. When Lloyd spotted an enormous skull covered in lava in the landscape, he asked whether that was the Demon King's castle. The demon replied that it was not. Even so, Lloyd said they had already arrived and landed with Javier, making it clear that it was time to face the King of Hell. The demon still tried to call out to the great singer, reminding him that he had said he would scold him if they ever made it that far. Lloyd simply told him to get lost, calling him an idiot once again. For some reason, that made the demon extremely happy. The small demon with a mohawk even waved goodbye to Javier, showing that they had formed a strange friendship. Without asking permission and without warning anyone, Lloyd and Javier walked straight into the Demon King's castle. The staff were confused when they saw two strangers walking through hell without any guide and with so much confidence. When Lloyd turned his face with his naturally frightening expression, the demons immediately lowered their heads in terror. Lloyd commented that hell was a surprisingly easy place to deal with. Javier, more cautious, warned that they still did not know what might appear. At that moment, the captain of the guard of the King of Hell's office appeared, Brigade General Heleximus, ready to defeat the intruders. He was completely beaten by Javier without the slightest difficulty. With the path clear, Lloyd finally reached the office of the King of Hell and came face to face with the same man he had seen in his supposed dream. It was the very same man Lloyd had seen emerging from the flames. As soon as he recognized him, Lloyd introduced himself directly as Lloyd Frontera, a human who had come to pay his respects to the King of Hell. Helkaros replied that he was far too busy at the moment to deal with visitors. Unshaken, Lloyd suggested that perhaps he would like to take a little break from work. Helkaros stopped writing immediately and looked at Lloyd with interest. Lloyd then explained that he could help him with exactly that, because he had learned some interesting things through the spirit phone. According to what he had discovered, the current King of Hell had been working for 670,000 years without a single break. The previous King of Hell had worked for 3.5 billion years non-stop, fell into depression, and ended up taking his own life. The current King of Hell knew this very well, and also knew that he was destined to follow the exact same path. Helkaros asked how a human intended to allow him to have a life in which he could rest. Lloyd replied that this was precisely his secret line of work. Even so, the King of Hell questioned whether he was really daring to negotiate with him. He already thought Lloyd was a bit crazy, but this seemed to go beyond any acceptable limit. Lloyd answered that he was free to execute him right there if he did not like the proposal. In that case, he could continue working for the next 3.5 billion years without any rest. Even Javier became tense, because there was no guarantee that he could protect Lloyd against the King of Hell, a being of completely incomprehensible power. Even so, Lloyd was confident in the information he had gathered. The spirit phone was full of content speaking badly about the King of Hell, claiming that he ignored laws and made arbitrary judgments. However, there was no concrete proof of that. On the contrary, the King of Hell was known for enforcing the laws with absolute rigor. Lloyd was betting that he was an extremely honest and above-average official. At that moment, Helkaros called Lloyd by the name Kim Suho, which immediately caught Javier's attention. The King of Hell then asked what exactly he wanted. Lloyd realized that he had the advantage in that negotiation, because whoever was less prepared would lose. He explained that Helkaros was holding a soul there, the soul of Enticus, and that he wanted it to be released. When Helkaros snapped his fingers, the small soul of the little dragon appeared, trapped inside a sphere. He explained that he kept it only for entertainment, without any real value, but now he wanted to know what Lloyd would offer in return. Lloyd proposed something simple and absurd at the same time, the construction of an expressway. He explained that the King of Hell's biggest problem was not just the absurd workload, but logistics. After being judged, souls needed to be escorted to the reincarnation gate. Demons did this using carts, but the terrain of hell was terrible. The routes changed all the time, and the demons were too stupid to find new paths on their own. In the end, the King of Hell had to update all the routes in real time, and that was the real reason he could never finish the job. If Lloyd built an expressway for the transport of souls, the workload of the King of Hell would be reduced in an absurd way. In exchange for nothing more than the release of Enticus, he could finally complete his duties and enjoy a sweet and relaxing moment. Helkaros adjusted his glasses and said that he would write a contract, authorizing Lloyd to proceed with the idea. Lloyd thought it had worked. However, the King of Hell made it clear that he had already spent a full minute talking to him. If the reincarnation of microorganisms and bacteria were delayed, it could cause a mass extinction of all life. He had no time to plan manpower or materials. The demons willing to work were already busy transporting souls, and Lloyd could do whatever he wanted with the idiots that were left. Lloyd told him not to worry, saying that he was a specialist in distributing tasks. All it would take was an announcement on the spirit phone and everything would be resolved. Shortly after, he and Javier were teleported to one of the floating islands. Lloyd commented on how impressive the King of Hell's power was, since he had teleported both of them just by snapping his fingers. They appeared in front of the reincarnation gate, which looked like a massive black hole. Lloyd knew that if he got too close to it, he would be finished. At that moment, Javier asked whether his real name was Kim Suho. Lloyd replied that the name did not matter, and asked if he wanted to know what the plan was. He explained that they would do exactly what he had told the King of Hell. They would build a road made of iron. Javier questioned whether ordinary iron could withstand the temperature of the lava. Lloyd, with the full confidence of the greatest engineer in that world, replied that he only suggested things when he was certain they were possible. Then the spirit phone announcement spread throughout all of Hell. There would be a show by the great singer of Hell, Lloyd Frontera. The location would be the end of Hell, and the time would be 5 hours after the announcement. The demons were completely excited, eager to finally meet the legendary singer of infernal rumors. At the same time, they made it very clear that if he ruined everything, they would drag him into the depths. When everyone gathered, they began demanding that he sing, shouting and pressing him. Lloyd cleared his throat, adjusted his voice, looked at the crowd, and declared that he was not going to sing. The demons became furious, asking how that could be possible after coming all that way just to hear him sing. Lloyd replied bluntly that he was not feeling comfortable with it and called all of them little pieces of shit. The crowd became completely enraged, cursing Lloyd and saying that he was a bastard. Everyone was furious, with a real desire to kill him right there. That was when Lloyd commented to Javier that now it was his turn to act. Javier asked the crowd whether they believed that promises had to be kept. The demons answered in unison that yes, a promise is a promise and must be honored. Javier then remarked provocatively that they must have learned that at home, with their families. That deeply offended the demons, who shouted that they never went back on their word, but not because they were good people. The rage only kept growing. Lloyd began mocking them mercilessly, calling them all idiots and saying how easy it was to make fools out of them. The demons were already crying with rage. Lloyd then provoked them even more, asking why they did not come up to him if they were so angry. Inside, Lloyd thought that everything was perfect. The more irritated and unhinged they became, the better. He wanted every part of their bodies consumed by hatred. When that happened, they would all become his unpaid workers. Right after that, Lloyd mounted Goming and flew to another floating island, continuing to mock the demons without stopping. He shouted, asking why, if they hated him so much, they did not come after him. The demons were completely out of control. After crossing a vast sea of lava, Lloyd provoked them even more, asking why no one had come after him, calling them all idiots. One of the demons tried to leap using a pole and almost reached Lloyd, but he reacted quickly and hurled a stone at the demon's head, nearly knocking him straight into the lava. Lloyd even commented mockingly that it was a shame. The demons began to wonder whether that man was actually trying to kill them. Some even concluded that Lloyd was more of a demon than they were themselves. Later, at the Archdemonic Civic Center, the demons started complaining about their rights. They could not accept that the so-called great singer had done that to them. That was when the Lava Centipede Squad advanced. These infernal creatures had scales resistant to lava and normally moved in straight lines, being used to transport heavy cargo. The centipedes began advancing over the sea of lava, but suddenly became agitated, as if they had sensed a specific smell. All of them changed direction at the same time and rushed into a cave, not caring about the demons riding on them, causing many to fall and smash their heads against the rocks. When one of the centipedes reached the back of the cave, it found Gumming in giant size, relaxing inside something like a jacuzzi, while Javier calmly sharpened his sword. Lloyd asked whether they had come because they were attracted by the smell of chicken broth. At that moment, the demon realized that everything had gone terribly wrong. The first centipede was immediately sliced apart by Javier, then the second, the third, the fourth, and many others. They destroyed many centipedes and collected their scales, which basically became free materials. The centipede trap operation using chicken broth was a complete success. On top of that, Lloyd gained something even better, an entire workforce. He ordered everyone to start digging the terrain, directly calling them his workers. While all of this was happening, Helkaros observed from a distance. He realized that Lloyd had already gathered an absurd amount of information about Hell and its creatures, even before proposing the railway. For a moment, Helkaros considered capturing Lloyd and using him as an advisor, but then he realized that it might be better to simply hand the entire job over to him. Later on, the demons were digging the entire road of the future construction. Of course, they did not work obediently. They tried to escape several times, but public cameras and Javier's watchful gaze caught every escape attempt. This led to the first riot. The demons began shouting for freedom and rights. Javier responded using extremely abusive words, saying that this was the correct thing to do. This affected the demons deeply, but such violent methods had a limit to their effectiveness. At one point, an older demon, a true grandpa, collapsed on the ground exhausted. Lloyd approached and extended his hand to him, telling him to get up. When the demon grabbed his hand, Lloyd squeezed hard and ordered him to return to work immediately. saying that he was not even that old, that his muscles were clearly visible. He even cursed, saying that helping someone for 5 seconds had already tired him out too much. When Lloyd walked away, the demons were crying. Some said that he was a villain, trash, the most terrible person in that world. Precisely because of that, it was impossible not to fall in love with him. To the demons, Lloyd became the perfect role model. He was incredible. In this way, Lloyd ended up completely winning over the hearts of the demons, using his new slogan, "Safety Last." One of the spirits of hell watched everything in shock, seeing Lloyd shout that there was no safety for repugnant beings like them, that there would be no breaks or rest, and that they would only stop when they were dead. That spirit then wondered why that man was there. Some years earlier, in Frontera territory, Lloyd Frontera had lost his body in a completely unexpected way. He saw everything happen with his own eyes. He saw that strange thing enter his body, felt the cold pierce his soul, and saw the other one stand up in his place. He tried to take his body back by force, but his spirit struck a strange and invisible barrier. At that moment, he began to wonder what kind of monster that man was, whether he was a mage, a demon, or something even worse. The most absurd part was that not even the spirit of the real Lloyd could see the system window. Suddenly, he was taken by surprise by a reaper. The man appeared confused, asking what the hell was going on there. Right after that, he called his boss, explaining that he had gone on what was basically a business trip, because the soul sensor had been triggered. The problem was that the color of that soul was different, far too red. The reaper grew even more suspicious when he realized that the soul was not listed in the official registry of deaths. That made no sense at all, because it was clearly a soul. After confirming a few things, the reaper apologized to Lloyd, saying that his case was far too strange. He did not know whether it was a system error, but he would take a look around to investigate the situation more carefully. He asked Lloyd to wait a moment, promising to get in touch as soon as everything was sorted out. Then he stepped back into the portal and disappeared. That was how Lloyd spent that strange stretch of time, neither alive nor dead, watching the bastard who had stolen his body. The worst part was realizing that the man was completely different from him. The real Lloyd had always blamed his parents, the territory, and his circumstances, choosing a path that only got worse with each passing day. The other one never rested. He kept moving forward, solving problems, paying off the family's debts, and slowly changing everything. The disappointed looks from his parents, which had once hurt so much, had turned into pride. That hurt more than any punishment. The real Lloyd thought that bastard even had summoning magic. If he had an ability like that, maybe everything would have been different. That was when the Reaper reappeared, and commented that maybe it was not that simple. He asked whether Lloyd truly believed that, even with superpowers, he would have worked as hard as that man. Maybe without all of that, he would have just been drinking alcohol every day. In the end, the Reaper explained that there was no precedent at all for Lloyd Frontera's case, but since he had become a soul, he could not remain in that world for long. He said he would meet with the King of Hell for a consultation about the situation. Meanwhile, Lloyd thought that watching the man who had stolen his body was nothing but painful. Still, it helped him realize everything he had done wrong. When the Reaper met with Hellkaros, it became clear that there was no specific legislation for that kind of situation. No concrete measures were taken. Lloyd could not reincarnate, nor could he disappear. All that remained was for him to wander through hell, avoiding the gazes of the most dangerous demons. Even so, he was certain of one thing. The man who had stolen his body did not belong there. Later on, while flying over hell mounted on Gumming and carrying out a general analysis of the terrain, Lloyd realized that everything was a complete mess. For the plan to work, he would need much flatter land. Even so, he knew there were at least 30,000 demons who neither ate nor rested. With that, it would be possible to finish the job quickly. While he was assessing dangerous areas, the spirit of the real Lloyd appeared out of nowhere and delivered a violent kick straight to his face. Lloyd cursed, asking what the hell that was, but the spirit kept stomping on his eyes and stomach without stopping. At that moment, Podung stepped in and landed a brutal punch to the spirit's stomach, then dragged him by force and threw him into Bai Byung's lap. Lloyd asked who the hell that brat was. The spirit thought the man was ugly as hell. At the same time, Kim Suho thought exactly the same thing about the spirit. Even so, Kim asked if he was really Lloyd Frontera. The spirit replied that he was, cursing and saying that he was the real Lloyd Frontera. Kim then wondered if that guy had been stuck in hell all this time. The spirit shot back, asking how he had managed to screw up so badly that he ended up in hell. He said that if he was going to steal someone's body, he should at least be more responsible. Their parents were finally happy, believing that he had matured, and now all of that could be destroyed. Kim tried to calm things down, asking him to control himself. The spirit told him to go to hell immediately, saying there was no way to calm down. Right after that, Podung punched him again. Kim asked if he was ready to listen now. The spirit cursed again, but took another punch straight to the face. That was when Kim Suho explained everything. He said he had not come to hell because he died. He had made a contract with the King of Hell and came there only to carry out a construction project. He had not stolen anyone's body. When he opened his eyes, he was already possessing that body without meaning to. The spirit did not believe a single word, asking if he really thought that sounded convincing. Kim replied that he was just a shy and pathetic young man who studied civil engineering in a place called South Korea. He asked if that sounded like a lie. He said he could not tell anything more than that. At that moment, Javier overheard part of the conversation. He realized that he could only sense Kim Suho's mana. That made him wonder if Kim was talking to himself. Soon after, he concluded that he was not. That voice could only belong to the real young master, Lloyd. Meanwhile, Lloyd's spirit kept complaining, saying that if it were not for that bastard, he could have lived a good life. He had ended up becoming an unregistered wandering spirit because of Kim, who simply told him to take responsibility for it. Then Kim made it clear that he would gain nothing by helping Lloyd, so each of them should go their own separate way. As far as he was concerned, the matter was already settled. Lloyd asked whether that imposter had no conscience at all, but the answer came in the form of another heavy punch from Podung, which made Lloyd fall to the ground crying. Seeing that, Lloyd thought that the guy really must be the true son of that couple. After thinking for a bit, he decided to ask what he needed to do to make him stop whining. Lloyd replied that the imposter himself should figure that out, but ended up getting flicked again. Confused, he asked why he was getting beaten like that. The answer was simple: he should stay quiet until the construction was finished, and after that he would receive help. Right after that, Lloyd was stuffed inside the jacket, surrounded by the summons, and was ordered to stay very quiet in there. Now Lloyd had a huge project to think about. A gigantic construction spanning 110 kilometers. The idea was to finish it quickly to make that guy stop complaining. With stage 1 completed, they moved on to stage 2, using pyroclastic stones to create a kind of asphalt in hell. In stage 3, they installed skates made from centipede legs. In the 4th stage, they finally laid down the train tracks. Then, in stage 5, Podong used total compression, firmly fixing the tracks into the asphalt. Lloyd even thought that Podong might get dizzy from all that, but decided that was not his problem. Next, he asked Javier to carry out an inspection round while he did the same. Meanwhile, the real Lloyd, trapped in there, began to wonder what that imposter was all about. He was always doing a ton of things, and had been working non-stop for over a month. He wondered when that guy ever played anything or even had a single drink of alcohol. Was that really how he lived? Then he remembered what the Reaper had said, and concluded that no, that guy was cheap, petty, and wicked. Sooner or later, he would definitely run away. Meanwhile, Podong kept stomping non-stop, making everything shake. But there was a massive creature that could no longer stand all that noise. A gigantic monster emerged from the lava, complaining that it wanted to sleep and demanding that the mess stop. Lloyd wondered why a creature like that always showed up right when he was building something. The giant wanted to know who was causing all that commotion. The demons panicked when they recognized the creature. It was Dungelos, the being that had been sleeping for over 10,000 years. They started shouting for everyone to run. Lloyd, however, was the first to take off, trampling demons along the way. Dungelos quickly realized that the cause of everything was the rail, and tried to destroy it with a violent kick. At that moment, Lloyd stopped running and came back completely irritated, complaining that noise was part of life, and that there was no need to cause trouble over it. He thought it was absurd for someone to choose to make a scene instead of just enduring it for a bit. Dungelos replied that Lloyd was the one in the wrong and had no right to speak like that. The demons began cheering for Lloyd, excited by his attitude. Dunkleos then declared that they would see who would die that day. In response, Lloyd called Javier, who arrived quickly. Spreading his great wings, Lloyd ordered him to cut the creature down, but Javier only stared at it. Not understanding, Lloyd asked why he was not attacking. Javier explained that this time, the right thing to do would be to apologize, since they really had caused the disturbance. Lloyd completely disagreed, stating that the only one truly bothered there was himself. The demons loved that line. Right after that, Dunkleos tried to crush the two of them with a colossal stomp that destroyed much of the terrain. Lloyd was saved at the last second, barely avoiding being turned into barbecue. Javier then let go of him, activated his wings and his aura, and sliced Dunkleos into several pieces. The creature, however, reassembled itself into lava and returned to its original form within a few seconds, regenerating as if nothing had happened. That left Lloyd extremely worried. Dungeons counterattacked by spewing lava, and Javier blocked the jets with his sword aura, though the lava still nearly hit Lloyd. Even after being warned, Javier kept doing exactly the same thing. When another opening appeared, he cut the creature once more, but it regenerated again. Dungeonlakers then asked whether Javier had not been on his side until just a short while ago. Javier replied that he was merely a bodyguard, and that the demons would be in danger if Dungeonlakers lost control. Dungelos assured him that he would not harm the demons, and said that Javier seemed like a man of conviction. He then asked who Javier truly believed was the victim, and who was the villain there. To him, Lloyd had no conscience at all, and it made no sense to protect him. Javier hesitated, clearly thinking about what to do. Lloyd grew anxious when he noticed this, while the real Lloyd screamed in his mind for them to run, since that thing could not be killed, and Javier needed to survive to help him later. Even so, Kim pulled him back inside the clothes, stating that running away would only be the last option. The spirit wondered whether Kim had not been the first to run when everything started. Kim told him to watch more carefully, calling him an alcoholic, and said that this was the kind of power one gained by living an entire life of non-stop work. The real Lloyd, confused, wondered why that man was doing all of this, since he had no reason at all to act so properly. Then Kim simply stepped forward toward the massive creature without hesitation. Meanwhile, the little dragon who had once been Enticus was feeling a bit cold. He wondered when Daddy would call for him again. Before that, he had been ordered to hide in a place where humans could not see him, far to the north, so there would be no risk of him getting hurt. Even so, he was bored and terribly homesick for Daddy. At that moment, Dungelos tried to strike again, but his hand was severed by Javier. That was when Lloyd began to conjure a powerful spell. He called upon the commander of space and time, asking for the taboo to be broken and for guidance to where he needed to go, exactly to where Yang Yang was. The spell truly worked. and the little doll he was holding began to move on its own. A portal opened beside Yong, who immediately sensed his daddy's scent. A blast of wind and snow poured out of the portal, making even Dunglios feel cold. The creature nearly froze, panicked, and ran away. Even so, Lloyd apologized mentally, because he did not usually fight the same enemy twice. Right after that, Lloyd called out to Yong, who was extremely happy to be reunited with Daddy. Lloyd realized that he must have been very cold, since his little heat pack was slipping away. In response, Yong simply hugged Dungelos. The heat was so intense that it became almost too warm, and even Dungelos ended up being cooled down. Then Lloyd ordered Yong to move aside. With a devastating magical explosion, he blew Dungelos apart. One of the most powerful beings in hell was defeated, and the demons could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. Lloyd's spirit wondered if that was real. He had truly defeated that terrifying monster. Deep down, he ended up admitting that the man who had taken his body was truly incredible. However, Dunkles the Immortal was reborn once again from the stones. This time though, he came back very tiny. Even so, he threatened that in a million years he would grow again and stomp all of them. Lloyd found that ridiculous, thinking that he would be dead long before that. Dunkles snapped back angrily, calling him unbearable, while Lloyd mocked him even more. In the end, Dunkles ran off crying. Lloyd's spirit changed his mind at that very moment. No, that guy was not incredible at all. To hell with him. Right after that, the system announced that Lloyd had received a new title. The effect stated that his hands and feet would always be cold. The area of effect included all of hell and any region below 0 degrees. The duration was 120 years, and he gained 6 points of praise from the title. The main effect was total immunity to hypothermia, no matter how cold it became. Lloyd thought it would not hurt to have that. Now even the cold would not be a problem for him. At that moment, all the demons began to salute him. They declared that Lloyd was the greatest scoundrel of the human world, and that they all admired that trait in him. After working there for so long, they finally felt true respect. They called him the great singer of hell, the one who defeated Dunglus, and swore to obey his orders. Lloyd simply gave a small smile, mentally calling them willing little slaves. The demons grew even more excited because of that. However, one of them warned that there was a problem. The open portal was releasing cold wind, and that was making the living creatures of hell extremely uncomfortable. The ecosystem of the depths seemed on the verge of suffering anomalies. Lloyd understood nothing. He asked what portal that was, what wind that was, and said it had nothing to do with him. He told everyone to get back to work. The demons were shocked by how he simply ignored the warning, but that only made them fall for him even more. Convinced that he now had the demons' total loyalty, Lloyd decided to finish the construction as soon as possible. The real Lloyd wondered if he would truly come back to help him someday. That was when Lloyd warned that the work would be delayed by 2 days if they crossed through there, but told Yong to take care of it. With his breath, Yong pushed the lava out of the way, creating a dry passage. He even planned the roadbed by himself, while the other summons merely watched. Lloyd was extremely happy to have his greatest heavy machine there. The other summons, however, began to grow jealous. They went to confront him, asking what was with that special treatment. Padang questioned whether it was all just because Yong was strong. Yong, innocent like a puppy, turned to them and even offered to let them climb on top of him. The summons accepted and went for a dragon ride, which they loved. Thus, Yong ended up becoming a true companion to the others. Lloyd commented with satisfaction that he was so nice that he was even taking everyone out for a ride. The real Lloyd, however, grew suspicious, wondering if he had not been deceived, since Kim had promised to help. All that guy did was work on the construction. Kim asked what he intended to do about that. Lloyd told him to stop it, calling him a damn ugly bastard. Kim shot back that that ugly face looked exactly like his, and that maybe that was why he had never had a romance. Lloyd told him to go to hell, saying that the face was the window to the soul, and that he was only ugly because his soul was filthy. In the end, the two were so disgusted with each other that they left each other's sight. Kim also commented that he was too busy, and that, besides, he did not even know how he could help him at that moment. Lloyd stated that it was Kim's job to think about how he would help him, since he was the one who had ruined his entire life. He had lost his family, his possessions, and everything he had. Kim, however, replied that he had actually taken nothing from him. If he had not appeared, Lloyd would have died from poisoned alcohol. His father, his mother, and even Julian would also have died. The entire family would have been lost. In Kim's view, he had saved all of them. Lloyd did not believe it, and questioned why he should trust that. That was when Helkaros appeared, confirming that all of it was true. He explained that Lloyd Frontera was destined to live a completely useless life. He would never make anyone happy, never draw anyone's attention, and never have any real importance to anyone. That made Lloyd wonder how much that King of Hell knew about the future. Taking advantage of the chance, he decided to ask Helkaros directly why he had been sent to that world. Helkaros replied that, apparently, he knew absolutely nothing. He commented that the messenger from the upper world seemed to have taken his side, but even so had not told him anything. Lloyd began to connect the dots and thought about the system, remembering that this so-called upper world had also been mentioned when he shared mana with Javier. Even so, Helkaros cut the matter short, saying that he had not come there to talk about about that. He observed the construction and commented that once the train was complete, he would have much more free time. That was why he had managed to appear there at that moment. He had been watching the construction take shape and judged that maintaining the tracks would not be difficult. The real problem would be the train itself, since it would require constant research and analysis. Since he was tired of that kind of work, he wanted Lloyd to be responsible for guiding the maintenance. Realizing the opportunity, Lloyd accepted immediately. He said he would do it gladly, and that he would prepare the guidelines with the utmost care. Helkaros then asked what he wanted in return. Lloyd asked for a voucher for the Gate of Reincarnation, and he specifically insisted that it be transferable. Helkaros agreed without imposing any restrictions. He said that Lloyd could decide on his own how to use it, and could even hand the voucher to the little red one down below, who became completely emotional at the possibility. Satisfied, Lloyd asked if everything was settled. No. Meanwhile, some demons were practically dying of exhaustion while carrying the three of them. It was far too tiring. Lloyd noticed the expression on one of them, complained that he looked ugly from all the effort, and simply kicked him out of the moving vehicle. After that, Lloyd announced that any demon who was tired could raise a hand, because he would help them rest in peace. Even so, the demons kept walking, completely exhausted. Curiously, the demon who had been kicked out ended up feeling much better afterward. The real Lloyd then asked the imposter if he was really giving that to him. Lloyd replied that he was already holding the voucher, so there was no point in asking. Even so, the real Lloyd thanked him. Kim warned him not to misunderstand, saying that he was only afraid that that ugly face would appear in his dreams and torment him even in hell. After trading a few punches without losing their friendship, Lloyd asked how his mother and father were doing. Kim replied that his mother was busy researching recipes, learning about cooking and studying business. His father had returned to carving. When Lloyd asked about Julian, Kim said that he had married a young noblewoman from Asfahan and was living in the capital. Lloyd was completely shocked by the news. Kim added something even more impressive. Their father had risen in rank in his title. Lloyd asked if that had anything to do with him. Kim said he did not expect it to happen, but it happened somehow. At that point, they were already heading toward the Gate of Reincarnation. Along the way, Lloyd spoke about Javier, remembering the day his father brought him home. He had not been able to believe what he saw. Javier's justice, honesty, and beauty were so great that Lloyd knew he would never be like him. Because of that, he had ended up mistreating him. He asked Kim to tell Javier that he was sorry for breaking his wooden sword. Deep down, all he had ever wanted was to be his friend. He also asked him to apologize to his father and mother. What Lloyd did not know was that Javier was there, inside the carriage, listening to everything in silence. When they finally arrived at the Gate of Reincarnation, Lloyd tried to say one last thing to Kim, talking about the chance to reincarnate as a human. Before he could finish, Kim gave him a hard kick. Lloyd complained, asking why he had been kicked. Kim replied that he could not stand listening to him for another second, and told him to go already. Even so, Lloyd said that when he reincarnated, he would work hard, much harder than Kim had ever worked. He promised that everyone would be happy that he had been born. At the last moment, he saw Kim smiling at him, a genuine smile, telling him to try, while warning that it would not be easy. Lloyd moved forward happy and proud. Kim declared that the mission was complete. Now it was time for the reward. Helkaros released the spirit of Antikas, stating that according to the contract, Kim had obtained exactly what he wanted. Finally, Lloyd wondered how he would take that back to recover the Dragon King's limb. Helkaros explained that the flow of time there was different from the human world. While all of this was happening in hell, only about 5 hours had passed up above. Lloyd's bone dragon would return through the still open gate, and it would be the one to send everyone back using its own power. That being's kindness ended there. Even so, he said he eagerly awaited the day they would meet again, calling Lloyd Frontera by name. Lloyd, however, made it very clear that he had no desire whatsoever to meet the King of Hell again. Before he could say anything else, a snap of fingers echoed, and he was immediately sent back home. Lloyd commented that it sounded extremely threatening, and reiterated that he absolutely did not want to return to hell. Javier asked whether he really hated that place so much, since it seemed even more comfortable in hell than on earth. Lloyd replied that Javier was the one who should be saying that, since he had enjoyed himself freely saying whatever he wanted to the demons. Javier said that he had only said good things, and Lloyd replied that it did not matter. Suddenly, Lloyd demanded the dragon about the membership card. At that exact moment, an enormous and dark presence appeared at the window. Lloyd was startled and wondered what that was. Now, the presence looked terrifying, with gigantic fangs, but it soon revealed itself to be a huge and absurdly cute manticore. Lloyd wondered if that was the Dragon King, finding the appearance completely strange. The creature merely made a few odd gestures, and Lloyd noticed that it was even a bit bald in some parts of its belly. That was definitely not the Dragon King. Padong tried to communicate with the manticore in an excited manner, and Lloyd asked whether they could understand each other. Padong explained that he was not sure, since it spoke a language far too ancient, but it seemed quite friendly. The manticore then asked them to climb onto its back. It really had been sent by the Dragon King. Lloyd thought that the old dragon had truly been telling the truth. A bonus life and absurd wealth awaited him. Without thinking twice, they set off riding the manticore, which was extremely fast even without exerting itself. The bald little lion seemed to fly with ease. Lloyd, on the other hand, was being shaken around, while Javier remained completely calm. Lloyd asked how he managed to stay handsome in the middle of all that chaos. Javier replied that it was called natural beauty. Lloyd complained that that was way too unfair and completely cheating. A short while later, they arrived at Capella, in the kingdom of Magentano. They entered a kind of temple with a long, dark, and silent corridor. Lloyd Lloyd felt that the Dragon King was at the end of that corridor, the most powerful being in that story, the Knight of Blood and Iron. When they reached the end, they were faced with an absurd horizon of gold and treasure, mountain ranges, plains, and entire mountains made of pure gold. Lloyd immediately began to drool, thinking that there was far too much money there. That was when he spotted the Dragon King. They approached with great respect, and Lloyd tried to address him in a solemn manner. The Dragon King woke up for a moment, clearly displeased, with an expression like he had a headache. He stared at Lloyd for a few seconds before collapsing back onto his throne and falling asleep again. Lloyd was incredulous. He had clearly come all that way to receive the membership card, but he was being completely ignored. Even so, instead of getting irritated, Lloyd stepped closer and began to fan the Dragon King with a leaf, as if taking care of him. The Dragon King began to wonder what was going on. All the humans who came after the membership card were strong, but also extremely proud. They became furious when they were ignored for even a moment. This one, however, simply started fanning him, trying to please him without any resentment. Lloyd truly did not mind. He was genuinely happy to fan the Dragon King. That pleased the dragon so much that he ended up sleeping even more peacefully. Lloyd concluded in his mind that the first stage had been a success. Javier, however, warned that it might be better to act with caution, since the Dragon King was even more powerful than the King of Hell. Lloyd ignored the warning, picked up a goblet with running water, and explained that he was preparing water for the dragon to drink when he woke up. To Lloyd, the Dragon King was someone who did not care about money or power, which was exactly why he ignored everyone. It was precisely for that reason that Lloyd was willing to bet all of his luck on becoming his friend. Javier realized that Lloyd was being completely serious. Later on, Lloyd began playing around among the treasures, acting out an absurd little scene. He pretended to be a king, mocking an imaginary beggar, asking how someone so poor dared to even exist there. Then he switched roles and became the beggar himself, apologizing for not recognizing the king. Right after that, Lloyd threw money at the beggar and told him to become rich. The imaginary beggar complained about being in pain, while Lloyd, now acting as the king again, said that the process of becoming rich was always painful. Watching the whole scene, Javier thought it was pretty bad. He could not believe that he was actually finding it funny. At that moment, Lloyd suddenly noticed his stomach growling and concluded that he was hungry. In his view, a rich person should never be hungry. Javier thought that this was the typical mindset of a poor man. Without wasting time, Lloyd went to another corner of the Dragon King's chambers and started digging through the ground looking for something. That was when Podong found a pot full of kimchi. Lloyd was shocked and wondered if that was heaven itself. He became absurdly happy while eating the kimchi. Javier commented that it did not look like the Dragon King would wake up anytime soon, and asked how long Lloyd planned to stay there. Lloyd replied that maybe forever, but soon admitted that he had to return to the duchy at some point. There were many other things that required his supervision. He knew he had to go back, but he also could not simply give up his membership card. To Lloyd, opportunities always appeared for those who knew how to wait. That was when the Dragon King suddenly woke up, wondering how long he had been asleep and how many days had passed. He was the Dragon King, Verkus. In his mind, he remembered the time when a certain child suddenly appeared from another world. He had never been sure why, but he ended up feeling drawn to that person. In the end, it was a long and complicated story. In any case, they ended up getting married. Before leaving on a trip, she asked him to contact her every morning. Verkus thought he might be a little late, but when he tried to contact her again, he realized he had been blocked. He concluded that she was very angry. The last time he had seen her, she looked truly disappointed. Even though he had the Dragon King's membership card, he never did what he promised. Now he was not even contacting her, as he had been asked. Whenever he thought about her, he became so worried that he could barely sleep. Verkus felt ashamed, but believed that she was just in a bad mood. Even so, he needed to calm her down. He considered teleporting to her, but gave up, thinking it would be too tiring. At that moment, Lloyd asked if something was bothering the Dragon King. However, with his usual ugly appearance, Verkus thought Lloyd was some kind of monster from hell and fired a laser from his eyes, which blew up an entire mountain of gold. Even so, Lloyd kept smiling. He told the Dragon King that it really seemed like something was troubling him and that no matter what the problem was, he would help solve it. Verkus commented that Lloyd was very persistent. After all, he had almost died just now. Lloyd replied that it had only surprised him and made the Dragon King waste unnecessary calories. Therefore, theoretically, he deserved to die. That comment made Verkus realize that he really liked this guy. Lloyd knew exactly what to say. In fact, he was applying a hidden principle of sales. It did not matter how strong the product was or what the customer truly needed. All of that came last. What really mattered was whether the customer liked the seller or not. That was why Lloyd had turned into a truly obedient little puppy. He offered to help with any problem the Dragon King had. Verkus then asked if Lloyd had a girlfriend. Judging by his appearance, he doubted it. That probably meant he was not married either. Lloyd even shed a few tears. Verkus questioned how someone so unpopular could understand the problems of a married man. Lloyd, however, explained that even though he was unpopular, he had closely observed how his parents behaved while he was growing up. He had always helped resolve their problems and had actually mediated many arguments between them. Hearing this, Verkus began to wonder if he could really trust that man. In the end, Verkus admitted that the problem involved his wife. Lloyd asked him to wait a moment. He explained that moving his mouth and tongue must be too tiring, so he would ask simple questions that Verkus would answer with only yes or no. The Dragon King found that surprisingly kind. At that moment, Lloyd had already climbed to second place in the ranking of his favorite people. Lloyd then began his analysis. A lazy husband, a wife who had not appeared for more than a month. If she had married the Dragon King, her temperament must certainly have been gentle. No children, a lot of money involved. Lloyd asked whether the Dragon Queen had left home for some distant place for personal reasons, and whether she had also asked him not to do ridiculous things, such as taking care of the house, something that would hurt the dignity of a living being. Then he asked if she had requested to be contacted every morning for health reasons. Next he asked whether Verkus had forgotten to do that, making her angry. Verkus was deeply impressed and answered yes. Lloyd concluded that he wanted to correct this mistake, and was thinking about how to calm her down. Finally, Lloyd asked if he was too lazy to go meet her in person, while at the same time being afraid of making her even angrier if he showed up. Verkus answered yes to everything. Lloyd explained that all of those concerns could be resolved at the same time. Hearing this, Verkus shifted slightly, tilting his body, and asked what exactly he should do. The Manticore was startled and questioned whether the Dragon King had really stood up, since he had moved more than 15 degrees. Lloyd replied that the solution was simple. Verkus only needed to lie down in the Duchy of Frontera. The Dragon Queen's heart would melt immediately. Meanwhile, in the territory of Frontera, clearly exhausted, ordered everyone to hurry up. The restoration had to be finished by the next morning. Safety came first. Even while shouting orders, Bayern felt the accumulated fatigue. Moira, the chief of the elf tribe, reported that the number of residents was increasing again, and that they might need to build more apartments than planned. Bayern agreed and asked to leave that planning for the next day. Soon after, Greg reported that the Ondal orders for the southern territories had been completed. Bayern thought that was great and said he would form a delivery team. He ordered everyone to gather. However, another man appeared, warning that the Smith family's terraced fields were leaking water. Bayern replied that he would check it personally. After that, more requests appeared one after another, and he had to go inspect all of them. Bayern's head was spinning. He was 57 years old, a knight appointed by the Count of Frontera, and his role in that place was basically to do everything. In the middle of all this, he went to meet Lacona, who complained about the situation. He asked how long they would have to live like that, since people refused to pay the water fees. He said that the officials had been corrupted, and that it was pure extortion. With no patience left, Bayern simply picked up the mini construction manual that Lloyd had left behind. He crushed a piece of earth and projected an enormous hologram of Lloyd, which frightened Lacona so much that he immediately promised to pay everything. It was clear that the man had developed serious post-traumatic stress. After that, Bayern wondered when Master Lloyd would return. His old bones were falling apart while Lloyd was away. Even with a high salary, he could not endure much longer. Because of that, as soon as Lloyd returned, Bayern went to meet him at full speed. He said that he had waited a long time for him, and asked, almost begging, to make his first and last request. He apologized for the impertinence, but admitted that he was extremely tired. He wanted to retire. Lloyd immediately refused and asked how much extra salary he wanted. Bayern replied that money was not the problem. Even if he received millions, his body could no longer handle it. Without paying much attention, Lloyd walked past him and said that his new salary would be 3 billion. At that moment, Bayern fell silent. He thought that it was fine. He would do his best. But Bayern was not the only one waiting for Lloyd's return. When Lloyd came back, he felt something strange and arrived with a huge smile on his face. He thought that this place had already become his home. After literally carrying a sofa with the Dragon King tied on top of it into the room, he explained to Verkus that he could now call his wife every morning. Verkus asked whether doing all that would make up for not having called her for an entire month. Lloyd replied that it would not. The most important thing was to start over. Until the day the Dragon Queen returned, he should call every single day and show that he had gained a new sense of diligence. Verkus gave a small smile and went back to sleep. Then Lloyd remembered the membership card. With great effort, Verkus raised his hand holding a pen and asked Lloyd to come closer and show his neck. He drew a crooked heart, said it would stay that way, and explained that it represented an extra life. Soon after, he went back to sleep. Lloyd thought to himself that dragons were really stingy when it came to appearances. He quietly left the room together with Javier and declared that everything was over. Now he was the richest man on the entire continent of Laurasia. Bayern would take care of everything he had started. He had a grandmaster as a bodyguard, the support of the Dragon King, and 2 extra lives. In Lloyd's mind, he was invincible. From that day on, who could possibly threaten him? Meanwhile, Javier simply gave thanks in silence. He had overheard several conversations among the villagers moments earlier. Lord Bayern's 2 children had left for the capital to study. In the beginning, people could not focus on studying because in the past they had been too busy trying to secure provisions just to survive. It was mentioned that the soldier Greg also had great talent with machines and no longer needed to worry about basic expenses. He was studying to create something of his own, while others had even started composing music. Everyone now had dreams. When the country was poor, people had only one goal, which was not to starve to death. Because of that, it was said to Kim Suho that he had made many people dream again. Then he asked Javier what he thought of him. The truth was that he was just a fraud who had stolen the body of a lord's son, someone who should not be trusted. Even so, Javier admitted that he was grateful for his presence there. Both of them felt a certain sense of disgust when they realized that at the same time. Soon after, however, the system reduced even further the number of people he could save until the value dropped to 0. When that happened, Lloyd fell into complete despair. Despite that, a festival was held. People danced happily, celebrating. During the celebration, Arcus approached Javier and asked where Lloyd was. was, since the festival had been held for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Javier simply replied that this was a good thing. The reason was that Lloyd had panicked the instant he saw the points drop to 0, and decided that he needed to do something urgently. Javier commented that everyone was preparing a festival precisely for him, but Lloyd believed that if he did not resolve that issue, there might never be another festival again. Javier then concluded that his lord had probably gone to do something that needed to be done, so that everyone could continue living in peace and celebrate festivals in the future. Thus, Lloyd went to an isolated place and activated the final spoiler, entering that strange space once again. There, he found himself face to face with himself. The Lloyd from the future explained that he was probably seeing this now, and asked him not to be afraid. That was not a certainty, but only a possible future if he did not follow the spoiler. If he did nothing, that was what would end up happening. On the day he lost his points, everything seemed peaceful, and nothing really happened at that moment. The tragedies would only begin about 3 years later. The future Lloyd then showed a vision of the Count and the Countess. The people were happy, and they also looked happy. It was just an ordinary day, with the two of them going out for a walk with their horses, as they always did. Suddenly something startled the Count's horse. He fell, and the rest was easy to imagine. Lloyd thought it was ridiculous, but the final spoiler showed that about a month later, the Countess, who had been so happy at that moment, never left the Count's coffin for even a second, practically for the rest of her life. Lloyd begged for that not to be done to him, saying that he had saved both of them, and that they were alive and happy. The future Lloyd, however, explained that they became so out of control that they did not even attend Julian's funeral. While Surajard was teaching swordsmanship to others, someone came looking for Julian. It was a simple attack, but fatal. That was all it took to kill him. Surajard went mad, volunteered to fight in a war, and wandered aimlessly until he died, with no reason left to keep living. And that was not all. The queen eventually became a tyrannical ruler and one day suddenly lost an arm. From that point on, everything happened exactly as Lloyd had read in the novel. The Termes family was murdered by a rebel force. Valerardi died while following the queen's orders. Hiroch died in an accident during a hunt after leaving the country, and Malika died of malnutrition after refusing to eat. Salidas ended up alone again, in his prison. At that point, Lloyd told him to stop talking. The final spoiler replied that it was the truth, and that there was no reason to continue, since it would take too long to mention everyone's fate. Even so, Lloyd insisted that he shut up. The future Lloyd then asked how he felt after hearing all of that. Just because he had seen the final spoiler, did he really think he could stop everything? At that moment, Lloyd spat blood and died exactly like in the novel, after a massive drinking binge. Even so, Lloyd reflected that he had already lost everything in his past life. Back then, unable to do anything, he had watched everything slip away. Now, looking at that beautiful festival and his happy people, he could not accept losing everything again. He refused to allow that future to happen. The next morning, meanwhile, the mascots were having fun as if nothing were wrong. Very early in the morning, Lloyd woke the Dragon King Verkus so that he could call the Dragon Queen. When Verkus did not wake up, Lloyd cleared his throat, prepared his voice, and began to sing in his own way. The result was immediate. Verkus woke up in panic, asking what that absurd sound was, saying he had never heard anything so horrible in his life. Lloyd calmly explained that his morning calls were of a cosmic level, and with all possible politeness, asked him to call the Dragon Queen. Verkus tried to call, was blocked immediately, and announced that the task was complete before saying goodbye. Lloyd wished him a good rest, but made it clear that he would not give up so easily. Lloyd already knew that the so-called accidental incidents that would happen to the people around him could not be avoided, no matter how hard he tried. Because of that, he began waking the Dragon King every single morning. He needed to uncover the root of those supernatural problems, and the Dragon King was the right person for that. After yet another call blocked by the Dragon Queen, Lloyd tried to ask Verkus a question, but he simply ignored him and went back to sleep. Even so, Lloyd was certain that the Dragon King knew something. He just would not answer easily. Still, Lloyd was Kim Suho, the man who would one day tame a Dragon King. The next morning, Lloyd said that he came from another dimension. Verkus replied that he understood perfectly and wished him good night before going back to sleep. The following day, Lloyd explained that he had turned terrible destinies into good ones for the people around him. Verkus commented that he was very kind and fell asleep again. The morning after that, Lloyd explained that even so, those people were still in constant danger, as if they were being forced to follow their original destinies. Verkus replied that this was very sad and went back to sleep. Then on another morning, Verkus found the silence strange. He should have been hearing that horrible voice as usual, but he heard nothing. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lloyd standing there in silence and asked why he had not been woken up. Lloyd replied that he had forgotten and calmly mentioned that he had not woken him for 10 days. Verkus went into shock, broke out in a cold sweat, and asked if Lloyd wanted to die. Lloyd said it was a joke, but made it clear that it could happen if Verkus did not answer his questions. The Dragon King stated that there was a limit to how nice he could be, and asked whether Lloyd had any idea how easy it would be to annihilate everyone. Lloyd replied that he knew exactly the risk he was taking by threatening him. Verkus then asked what that risk was. Lloyd explained that after tearing him apart, destroying his family, and reducing the city to ashes, Verkus would have to find another alarm clock. He would have to get off the sofa, walk on his own legs to a human city, look for someone who woke up early, feel heavy legs, exhaustion, heat, and still lose his precious sleeping time. Verkus told him to stop, but Lloyd continued. He said that when Verkus finally found someone, that person would sleep even more than he did. Then Verkus would have to get rid of that new piece of trash, burn down another city, and restart the entire cycle, an extremely exhausting process. Verkus shouted for him to stop, until he finally gave in. He said that the risk he carried was far greater than Lloyd's, and admitted defeat. Lloyd immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Verkus asked if he was saying that destinies continued to converge toward their original paths. On the other side of the door, Javier, who was prepared for anything, thought that he was being paid far too little to hear that. The Dragon King explained that this was how destiny worked. It was like the string of a bow. No matter how much force was applied to change its shape, it would always return to its original form, regardless of the turbulence along the way. That was the phenomenon of destiny restoration, a law that could not be broken. Lloyd asked if there was no way at all to stop this phenomenon. Verkus replied that not even he could do anything about it. Neither the King of Hell nor an Archangel could interfere. No matter how free someone felt inside the game, there was still a fixed program running everything. The world was like a game, a simulation. Lloyd, however, asked whether there was not some hidden option, something that could be found. Verkus commented that the fact that he might be part of a program did not bother him in the slightest. He felt alive, and that was what mattered. Lloyd agreed. It did not matter whether it was a program or not. He would save everyone. Verkus found that witty and finally revealed that there was something capable of interfering with all of this. The Jewel of Truth. The Jewel of Truth was a legendary relic capable of answering any question. Among those answers, there was one in particular that allowed someone to fight against the restoration of destiny. Hearing that, Lloyd stood up, apologized for having been rude until then, and asked whether he could ask just one more question. Verkus refused immediately, telling him not to ask anything. Even so, he ended up letting it slip that he already knew where the jewel was, and lazily commented that it was located in the kingdom of Merman. That was already more than enough. Lloyd sincerely thanked him for the help and informed him that from that moment on, the squad of skeletal workers would be responsible for the Dragon King's morning calls. After that, he withdrew without insisting any further, went to Javier, and explained the situation. The decision had already been made. They were heading to the kingdom of Merman. While they were flying over the territory with Gaoming, Javier wondered if it would not have been easier to ask the Dragon King to send them straight to Mermaid. Lloyd explained that the Dragon King was terrible with social relationships, and that, at the moment, Verkus was still frightened and could kill them with a simple snap of his fingers. There was a line that had to be followed, and they could not cross it. Besides that, Lloyd already had enough information about the Kingdom of Mermaid to start on his own. Their first destination was the commercial city of Cremo. In the novel, the Kingdom of Mermaid was described as hidden somewhere in the harshest sea in the world. That sea could only be the Northern Ocean, on the continent of Laurasia. It was precisely from there that the whaling ships of the port of Cremo set sail, vessels that frequently navigated those extreme waters. That was where their research on the Kingdom of Mermaid truly began. For some reason, Cremo was extremely busy. Merchants filled every street, ships docked non-stop, and the place seemed more alive than ever. Lloyd was surprised to see that, because in the novel this city was supposed to be decadent, destroyed by the attack of a Giga-Titan. Count Cremo, who had helped Javier in the past, was supposed to have fallen into disgrace, with streets full of children begging for alms. Yet now, everything looked cheerful and prosperous. That made Lloyd's stomach churn. He realized that this change had been caused by his own actions. He thought that maybe he should demand rewards for it, while Javier smiled, certain that Lloyd had a good heart. Lloyd, on the other hand, thought that all of it had been his own merit, and that charging a fee would not be excessive. When he finally met Count Cremo, he was received with extreme familiarity and plenty of pats on the back. The Count seemed completely thrilled to see him again. Lloyd made it clear that no matter how many times he looked, the Count definitely was not his type. Then he explained that he was there because he needed a favor. Later, Count Cremo asked directly whether he intended to hire a whaling ship, since he needed to travel to the Kingdom of Mermaid. Lloyd confirmed, admitting that it sounded ridiculous, but that he had his reasons. The Count explained that there was no problem with that, since they had an extremely competent captain. The only detail was that this captain was famous for being an incurable liar. He used to say, especially when he was drunk, that he had visited the Kingdom of Mermaid when he was young. If Lloyd did not mind dealing with such a strange fellow, the Count could introduce him. To Lloyd, things were going surprisingly well. Not long after, they were face to face with the captain, who claimed with absolute conviction that the last time he had been in Mermaid was because he sang very well. According to him, mermaids decided whether someone was a friend or an enemy, based on singing. Hearing that, Lloyd immediately concluded that he was screwed. He tried to find out if there was another method. Maybe someone else could sing in his place. The captain dismissed the idea right away, saying that Javier would certainly be accepted, since he was far too handsome to be rejected. Even so, Lloyd felt that the problem was still his. He had no confidence at all in his singing abilities. Javier commented that this sounded like a gigantic euphemism. The captain then explained that there was an important detail they were ignoring. When he was a child, he fell into the sea while watching the ocean. The ship did not notice and sailed away, leaving him behind. That was when a mermaid appeared. He was terrified. Mermaids did not look like friendly creatures. Their bodies were strong and muscular, and he was sure they could break his spine with a single movement. Desperate, he remembered what his grandfather used to say. Singing to mermaids was the only way to prove that you were not an enemy. His singing was horrible, basically a sequence of desperate screams. At first, the mermaids frowned. around, clearly judging that sound. But soon after they smiled. According to the captain, mermaids did not listen to tone or rhythm, but to sincere feelings. Hearing that, Lloyd remembered all the people he needed to save, so he decided to hire the ship and asked the captain to guide them to the vicinity of the Kingdom of Mermaid. At the beginning, his feelings were empty. He only wanted money and to fill his own stomach, but that was no longer so important. Or maybe it still was, since he offered an absurd sum to the captain, who immediately accepted and said they would depart in 10 minutes. That very night, they were already close to the Kingdom of Mermaid. Lloyd had hired the ship for a full month of travel on purpose, instead of going mounted on Gorming or Yongyong. He did not want the mermaids to feel threatened. During the journey, the smiles he gave to people, which were supposed to be forced and empty, ended up changing something inside him. The captain warned that the mermaids had probably already surrounded the ship and were on maximum alert. In fact, Javier sensed the presence of more than 100 mermaids around the vessel. At that moment, Lloyd thought about the happy future of his people and how he needed to protect them. Then he sang. He sang with everything he had. Javier realized that those were Kim Suho's true feelings being poured out without any filter. The problem was that it was so intense that it burst the mermaids' eardrums. Instead of calming them, the singing provoked a violent reaction. They all began attacking the ship with harpoons, declaring war. A rain of harpoons crashed down on the vessel, destroying everything quickly. Lloyd ordered an immediate turnaround. Desperate, he questioned the captain, reminding him that he had said the singing would work. The answer came in the form of a punch straight to Lloyd's face, as the captain made it clear that he was completely insane. After the chaos on the ship, it became clear that the captain had been very straightforward when explaining the situation. He had said to sing, not to recite curses. Javier still had the nerve to ask whether Lloyd's true feelings were to invade the Kingdom of Mermaid, because that had been unbelievable. Lloyd told him to shut up and do something useful. He made it clear that they were not to attack the mermaids. The idea was only to buy time and create an opportunity to escape. Javier commented that it was easy to say that while standing on the deck. Even so, he opened his Grandmaster wings and rose into the sky. The instant Javier lifted into the air, the attacks stopped. The mermaids halted completely, saying that he had passed the test. The hostility vanished, as if it had never existed. Suddenly, those dangerous creatures had turned into cute and absurdly muscular mermaids. When Javier looked back at the ship, he saw Lloyd crying. Javier concluded that this meant he had been invited to the Kingdom of Mermaid. The mermaid confirmed that this was exactly the case. When he asked why the invitation had been so sudden, she answered without hesitation that it was because of his beautiful face. Javier accepted that naturally, as if he had already known. Lloyd found it completely insane. Javier commented that he had heard that mermaids could discern the true feelings of whoever sang. The mermaid confirmed this, explaining that it happened when they were touched by the song. She then added that his face caused exactly the same effect. Javier agreed, stating that his own face was capable of calming violent situations, including those caused by Lloyd's singing. At that point, Lloyd felt a deep sense of disgust. He could not understand how someone like that could be the protagonist of the novel. Even so, he told Javier to come down already. Then he introduced himself to the mermaids as Lloyd Frontera, the person who had hired that night. The mermaid's reaction was an obvious grimace. Lloyd clearly noticed the prejudice in her gaze and thought that she had no shame about it. Even so, he decided to let it go, because he needed their favor. First, he expressed his infinite gratitude for the invitation to the Kingdom of Merman. The mermaid immediately replied that he had not been invited. Lloyd had already expected that. In his mind, he was the kind of person who pushed things until they happened. Meanwhile, Javier simply asked whether they could request re-education. The mermaid replied that she saw no problem with that. At that moment, Lloyd let a tear slip and said it must have been because his eyes were moist. After all, they were in the middle of the sea, so it must have been the breeze. Javier thought that he had suffered a lot in life because of his own face, and told Lloyd to endure it. Then the mermaid handed Javier a necklace that allowed him to breathe underwater, and would also protect them from ocean pressure. She placed the necklace directly around his neck. As for Lloyd, she simply threw the necklace at his head. Either way, the result was the same. They ended up being taken to the Kingdom of Merman, regardless of Lloyd's feelings. For Lloyd, that was already enough. What really mattered was finding the Jewel of Truth and protecting everything within his territory. Thus, they crossed an underwater rift and arrived at an extremely bright place. There, they found something absurd, a giant octopus, serving as a guardian. Lloyd even wondered whether that octopus was the size of an entire kingdom. When he asked the mermaid, she did not answer, and only made another sour face. When Javier asked, however, the answer came without any trouble. The octopus was the guardian of Merman, and had protected the kingdom for a very long time. The mermaid explained that the place was the palace, and that before anything else they should visit the queen and pay their respects. Shortly after, the mermaid queen of the Kingdom of Merman appeared. Her name was Aliel. Lloyd whispered for the handsome human to ask to borrow the Jewel of Truth. Javier replied that he was the expert in conversation. Even so, Lloyd shot back that he did not even have the right to speak in that palace. Aliel intervened, telling the ugly human not to worry. She would not punish him, even with that repulsive face. He just should not look directly at her. Lloyd then formally introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, and explained that he had come in search of the Jewel of Truth. Aliel burst out laughing and said that if it really existed, she would love to lend it. According to her, the Jewel of Truth mentioned since mythical times was nothing more than a legend. Lloyd was confused and questioned that, stating that the Dragon King had said the jewel was there. Aliel asked if he was talking about that lazy and absent-minded king, and commented that Lloyd was much more foolish than he looked, if he believed that he had told everything correctly. Irritated, Lloyd mentally cursed the Dragon King in every way possible. That was when Aliel suggested that he speak with the guardian octopus, since it had existed since mythical times. Lloyd asked whether the octopus could speak. Aliel replied that obviously it could not, and even called him an idiot for asking something like that. Lloyd took a deep breath, controlled himself, and decided to summarize the situation before he completely lost his patience. Aliel explained that the Jewel of Truth really had existed in mythical times, and that it was not an invented story. According to the ancestors, it had indeed existed, but no one of the current generation had ever seen it. For Lloyd, that was already enough, because it meant that the chance of the jewel existing was not zero. With that in mind, he asked for another favor, requesting permission to search for the Jewel of Truth within the kingdom. He explained that if they found it, it would also benefit the mermaids. Aliel said that it made no difference to her, as long as they could see a bit more of the handsome guy. Lloyd accepted that absurd condition internally, but soon heard something unexpected. Aliel explained that they could not help him directly, because they were dealing with a huge problem. Some time ago, a gate to hell had opened above the ocean. The infernal heat was seriously affecting the North Pole, and at that rate, the glaciers would end up melting. Whoever had done that deserved to be cut into pieces. Lloyd agreed immediately, saying that it could only be an extremely wretched villain. Javier just observed, staring at Lloyd's shamelessness. Aliel continued, stating that even a bone dragon had been seen crossing the Hell Gate. To her, whoever had opened that gate was clearly a villain allied with demons. Even so, Lloyd thanked her sincerely for allowing the search for the Jewel of Truth, even with such a serious problem happening. He formally introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, and promised that if he found the person responsible for that, he would cut that person's head off. Javier thought that Lloyd's lack of shame went beyond any law of that world. Later, while observing the scenery of the Kingdom of Merman, Lloyd stated that they would find the Jewel of Truth. They would gather all possible information and search place by place. Sometimes the simplest methods were the best. Javier tried to bring up the Hellgate again, but Lloyd made it clear that they had not forgotten about it. Even so, he emphasized that the priority was the Jewel of Truth, for the Count, for the Countess, and for everyone else. Javier thought that they always acted for a reason, and was certain that this was necessary, but he insisted once more about the Hellgate. Lloyd's answer was direct and irritated, focusing again on the Jewel of Truth and saying that honestly, if it were up to him, he would also leave the gate open just to trap people that shameless. Meanwhile, in Magentano, the queen was facing extremely serious problems. The poison was slowly corroding her mind, but she refused to lose to it. She concentrated all the poison into a single arm, and thought that it might be better to tear it off at once. As someone sitting on the throne, sacrificing something like that to maintain her sanity seemed like a natural decision. Even so, she began to question whether she was going mad. At a moment like that, why was she missing that potato? Back at sea, Lloyd asked whether any of the mermaids believed in the Jewel of Truth. One of them answered in a confused way, saying she thought it was just a talking sea cucumber. When Javier repeated the exact same question, the mermaid replied that she did not believe it, because it was only an old tale. Still, she commented that there was a lunatic who claimed to be searching for the jewel. She made a point of clarifying that he was not just a lunatic, he was a handsome lunatic. Another mermaid agreed, saying that a good-looking lunatic was also acceptable. Throughout all of this, Lloyd simply absorbed the conversation in silence. The mermaids then decided to take them to a Triton, who believed in the existence of the jewel. Javier apologized for making him feel inferior, but Lloyd said he was perfectly fine and asked what he was talking about. Javier pointed out that he was crying. Lloyd immediately denied it, saying that it made no sense. After all, they were underwater. Javier agreed, but observed that something was still flowing from Lloyd's eyes. Lloyd asked him to just forget about it. Later, they arrived at a curious structure on the seafloor, shaped like a pineapple. There, the Triton asked if they were also interested in the Jewel of Truth, and suggested that they join the search. The system indicated that friendship with the Triton Roturia was available, currently at 16 points. Lloyd found it strange for that status to appear at the very first meeting, since that usually only happened when someone was completely on his side. Rotura explained that his family had been searching for the Jewel of Truth for generations. They had never given up, even though they were bothered because of it. According to him, this search dated back to the Second Mystical Era, when the world only knew spring and summer. The Jewel of Truth had definitely existed in the ocean, and was known as the answer to all questions. The Atlantic hero had used this jewel in the past. Lloyd realized that Roturo only seemed so friendly because he had finally found people who did not consider him a madman. Roturo then revealed that more than 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great War of the Races, the Jewel of Truth had been shattered. Lloyd asked whether nothing had remained. Roturo explained that not even the mermaids knew this, but But the Jewel of Truth was not an ordinary object. It was in fact a building, a complex construction made of mana, bricks, and pillars. It was the mana that gave the building the ability to think and provide answers. Lloyd compared it to a large artificial intelligence, with the difference being that it functioned with mana instead of electricity. If it had been shattered, then it made sense. Rotorua explained that this was exactly why he was searching for the lands of the Jewel of Truth. Rotorua explained that somewhere in those lands it would still be possible to find the diagrams of the jewel. Hearing that, Lloyd felt that the Jewel of Truth, which until then had seemed like nothing more than a distant illusion, was finally beginning to take on a concrete form. He decided that he would endure and move forward, no matter the cost. Next, he asked where exactly the excavation areas were located. While they were walking through the city, an older resident stopped Rotorua and began to complain, saying that the damn guy was exactly like his grandfather. According to the old man, Rotorua did not do the swimming training he should, spent his time digging holes everywhere, and because of that was a useless, skinny weakling. Rotorua told the old man to mind his own business, and said that not everything revolved around muscles, calling him an idiot. He went on to explain that mermaids often developed arthritis after the age of 40 precisely because they swam too much. Then he gave the old man an improvised massage until he calmed down and commented to Lloyd that this was normal. They always treated him as if he were an idiot. Lloyd then asked whether Rotorua's predecessors had also searched for the Jewel of Truth, and why they had never found anything. Rotorua explained that the northern ocean was gigantic. He pointed toward the horizon, where several small holes could be seen, and said that he had dug all of them. Then he showed an exploration map, and explained that there were hundreds of maps just like that one. The search had always been extremely meticulous. Even so, Lloyd thought it was insane. Even if the mermaids evolved and gained wings, it would still be practically impossible to find something like that. He wondered if there was no better method than simply digging. He tried using his own abilities to scan the area, but the sedimentary layers accumulated over more than 10,000 years made any reading useless. He considered having Javier blow up the ocean floor, but quickly discarded the idea, since it could accidentally destroy the diagrams. Podong and the others could not work underwater either. Calling Yong there would only cause a war. The only way to gather a large number of workers was to use the absurd physical strength of the mermaids. With that in mind, Lloyd asked Javier to charm the mermaids and convince them to work. The plan failed immediately. The mermaids apologized to the handsome human and explained that all of their time was dedicated to physical training and swimming. Not a single one stayed. Javier was visibly shaken. Lloyd teased him, asking where all that confidence had gone, but he was also frustrated. The operation had failed completely. If they continued the way Rotorua did things, it would take centuries. In 3 years, several disastrous destinies would begin to unfold, and they had no time to spare. While thinking about this, Javier commented that the water in that region was strangely warm. Lloyd observed the corals and the underwater geysers, and explained that the place was known as the Palace of Warm Water. Cold water sank into deeper regions, was heated by magma, and then rose again in that manner. That was when Lloyd had an idea. He remembered Rotorua's comment about mermaids developing arthritis at 40. He looked at the warm water and told Javier that they were going to build a sauna there. A perfect sauna, impossible to resist. In his mind, that would solve everything. Lloyd knew this very well because Kim Suho knew this very well. Construction work makes far more money than people imagine, but there are also countless reasons for a project to be cancelled, and one of the main ones is usually the physical condition of the workers. At another time, on a rainy day when it was not possible to continue the work, Kim Suho realized that the job had been cancelled. The exams were over, and he thought that maybe he could rest that day. That was when a friend showed up and asked why he looked so worn out. Kim thought that bastard had appeared at the worst possible time. The friend suggested that since they had nothing to do, they could go together to a bathhouse. After so much heavy labor, his body must be completely sore and needed rest. Kim replied that he did not have money for that. The friend said he knew and explained that he worked part-time at the bathhouse. He asked if Kim wanted to use it for free. When Kim questioned why someone from a wealthy family would do part-time work, the friend explained that his mother owned the place, and that he was just helping out. Kim thought that guy had been planning everything since the end of the exams. He even called Kim closer under the umbrella and hurried him along. Kim found it strange how that friend always showed up exactly at the time he usually left to work in construction. Deep down, he concluded that the guy could only be a guardian angel. Later, the two of them were relaxing and eating together at the bathhouse. Kim Suho thought the place was incredible. All the muscle tension simply disappeared. He felt as if his blood circulation had finally improved, and his whole body felt light again. He felt as if he were connecting to a mysterious flow of the universe, and found it wonderful. In the present, Lloyd was thinking exactly about that, because the first thing for any business to succeed was simple: demand. And demand was not lacking. There were tons of mermaids and tritons with sore and completely battered muscles, something entirely natural, given how much they swam under the absurd pressure of the ocean depths. All the steps of the plan were already clearly defined in his mind. He even decided on the name of the project, which would be called the Great Mermaid Fishing Project. Later, Lloyd calmly explained everything to Rotorua, saying that it would work perfectly for mermaids suffering from pain throughout their bodies, an ideal facility to relieve those problems. The problem was that Rotorua did not immediately understand the connection between that and the excavation of the jewel. Lloyd explained that in truth, it was a trap to secure manpower, because digging through the entire ocean with only 3 people bordered on the impossible. Rotorua, however, reminded him that mermaids were afraid of heating their bodies, and mentioned the hot vents outside. Recently, some mermaids had been drawn to the hot air coming from there, and ended up dying. They lost consciousness and were boiled after staying in that area for too long, which led to mermaids being forbidden from even approaching those vents. Lloyd thought for a moment and concluded that the hot water flowing out of the palace contained heavy metals, so the mermaids had probably not died from the heat, but from poisoning. Even so, he stated that the hot water palace itself could solve all those problems at once. That was how the construction of the bathhouse began. Step 1 was preparing the site. Lloyd went together with Javier to a cave full of corals. Javier found it strange that the location was so far from the hot water palace, but Lloyd explained that this was intentional, because the top priority was ensuring safety. Next, he created a dome blueprint, using his simulation, and passed on the mini construction instructions. Javier began digging exactly as indicated, using his sword technique, without even needing a shovel. Meanwhile, Lloyd commented that he found it strange how Javier accepted everything so obediently, without asking questions about the jewel of truth, about what would happen if they failed to find it, or about how Lloyd seemed to know so many things. Javier simply turned his face away, and told Lloyd to hurry up and gather the materials, reminding him that the country would be in danger if they did not act quickly. Lloyd thanked him and left. Step 2 was gathering the materials. Lloyd knew that the hot water palace had everything they needed, so he jumped toward the heated area, believing that the creatures living there would provide the necessary resources. Those creatures were tube worms, which immediately sprayed fluid in his face. Part of Step 2 consisted precisely of collecting the fluid secreted by the tube worms, which would be used to glue the structures together and handle the finishing work. In Step 2.2, he collected the shells of those creatures to use them as pipes. Step 3 was assembling all the pipes and connecting them to the hot water palace. Step 4 was extending the pipes into the rooms, applying the finishing touches, and adjusting the size of the piping and the temperature according to each room. For Lloyd, however, the most important part came afterward, the interior. A bathhouse needed a good theme, so they created an emerald room, a coral room, and even a somewhat strange room. Thus, the first bathhouse in the fantasy world was born. When Lloyd returned to speak with Rotorua, he found him enjoying the bathhouse as if he were in another world. Javier asked if they were going to open for business, and if they really needed to make more money. Lloyd replied that he was not interested in money, and did not intend to charge anything. At that moment, Javier had a strange premonition, and felt that it might be better to pray for the souls of the mermaids. On a particularly happy day, at least for her, Rodita was grabbed by a muscular and dazzling mermaid after breaking yet another record. At that time, Rodita was considered the most attractive single woman in the neighborhood, but now she was old and full of aches. Her shoulders hurt so much that she started punching them to try to relieve the discomfort. Her husband complained about the noise, saying that she was exaggerating. Tired, Rodita left the house to exercise a bit. Her husband commented that she already exercised too much and should do like him, only 3 times a day. Even so, Rodita left thinking that she wanted to exercise her own way. If she could calm those muscle pains, she could finally enjoy life far more than before. Then Rodita saw an event announcement. It was the opening of a certain business that promised everything for free for an entire week. The event was aimed at all mermaids who suffered from muscle pain and offered a period of relaxation in a completely safe sauna. That made Rodita uneasy, because she did not understand how someone could heat the body safely in that environment. When she got closer, she realized there was an enormous line. She remembered having heard that humans were very skilled creatures, but she still found something so good being free suspicious. The human in charge looked somewhat like a con artist, but he was accompanied by a young man far too handsome to seem like a bad person. Thinking that way, Rodita decided to give it a chance. As soon as she entered the sauna, she felt as if she had reached paradise. Her body relaxed completely, and she felt young again. Overjoyed with the result, she returned home and brought her husband along the next day. Lloyd was pleased to see the two of them and commented that it was wonderful to see more visitors enjoying the place. After a few days, both of them felt full of energy, rejuvenated, and visibly happy. After 5 consecutive days of visits, Lloyd thanked them for their trust and their regular attendance. The elderly couple was excited, full of vitality, and the sauna seemed to have solved problems they had carried for years. For Lloyd, when everyone was happy, he was happy as well. However, when 1 full week had passed since the start of the event, the doors of the bathhouse were closed. Confused, Rodita wanted to know what had happened. Lloyd explained that the promotional event had ended, and that from that moment on, the use of the sauna would be restricted only to registered members. To do that, it was necessary to fill out a registration form. The first clause made it clear that the bathhouse operated exclusively under a membership system. The second clause stated that depending on the member's status, the maximum sauna usage time could reach up to 12 hours. The shock came with the third clause. Lloyd explained that members would need to pay a fixed fee to use the sauna, but not in money. Payment would be made in labor. The required working hours would correspond to half of the time spent in the sauna. Someone who used the sauna for 6 hours, for example, would have to work 3 hours. This work had to be completed within 48 hours after usage. The first failure would result in a 10-day ban from the sauna. The second would result in 30 days. The third would revoke the membership card entirely. Furious, Rodita lost her temper, called Lloyd a piece of trash, and punched him, outraged by the idea of receiving orders, especially as a mermaid, one of the strongest beings in that place. To her, it was an insult, since they had lived without a sauna for so long and could simply stop coming. Lloyd merely replied that he could not force anyone to do anything. When Lloyd stood up, Javier asked if the plan had failed. Lloyd replied by reminding him that Javier could no longer sleep without hearing his lullaby, explaining that this was called withdrawal. Meanwhile, Rodita was at home, punching her own shoulders in an attempt to relieve the pain that had returned with full force. Lloyd reflected that humans could live without cigarettes, and even without videos, but that was before they ever experienced those things. With that thought, he calmly sat at the table. It did not take long before all the mermaids and tritons lined up again. Annoyed, Rodita asked for the registration form and demanded the contract. Lloyd handed everything over and asked if they had made their decision. As expected, shortly afterward, all the mermaids were back in the sauna. This time, all of them wore glowing bracelets that tracked usage time, including Rodita. At a certain moment, her bracelet lost its glow. Lloyd appeared and announced that customers number 4, 12, and 13 had reached the end of their time and should report to the excavation site the next day. Rodita thought that human was terrible and swore it would be the last time she ever set foot there. However, the next morning, Lloyd officially introduced himself as the director of the facility and ordered everyone to start digging. Rodita worked, felt pain, returned to the sauna, relaxed, and then went back to work. This cycle repeated so many times that, little by little, she began to think it was normal to return to labor. At some point, Rodita realized that something was wrong. She felt she was being completely controlled and that she needed to stop. Even so, she ended up going back to the sauna. It was simply too good to give up. In the end, Lloyd achieved exactly what he wanted, an army of muscular mermaids working at no cost at all. Rotura began to think that Lloyd could only be a demon, using mermaids as slaves, and that he himself had been an accomplice by allowing it. Lloyd asked whether he truly felt he had become an accomplice to a demon, reminding him that no one had been forced at any moment. Rotura had no way to deny that this was true. For an entire month, the mermaids dug using their absurd physical strength, until the thickness of the ground diminished enough for Lloyd to detect something with his scanning. He went straight to a specific spot with his shovel and confirmed the suspicion. There were large marked rocks there, which seemed to be part of the Jewel of Truth. As time passed, Lloyd began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. He wondered whether all of that was nothing more than a legend, and whether in the end, he might find nothing at all. If that happened, all that misery would truly have been in vain, and even worse, he would have no way to stop what had already been set in motion. Even so, at that moment, Lloyd was feeling better. He decided that the time had come to find the blueprints, and commented to Rotura that it was finally the right moment. Rotura, on the other hand, was completely emotional. He kept repeating that it truly existed, talking about his father and grandfather, saying that for a moment he had thought everything was a lie, but now he was certain it was real. Based on the accounts left by his predecessors, Rotura explained that the blueprints should be at the center of the Jewel of Truth site, stored inside a magical repository. According to the records, there was some kind of special lock, similar to a keyhole. Lloyd had no difficulty at all finding that lock, and Rotura confirmed that it seemed to be exactly that. The problem arose when Lloyd asked where the key was. When Rotorua approached the lock, he felt something like a sonar. Strange waves began to emanate from it, and he explained that according to tradition, that lock helped locate the key. Those waves began to resonate directly within the giant octopus that supported the kingdom. Lloyd quickly suspected that the key was in the creature's stomach. Suddenly, the octopus felt intense pain and began to lose control, causing the entire mermaid kingdom to start collapsing. Aliel mobilized immediately, saying that if it fell, it would be the end, and ordered the evacuation of the octopus. One of the mermaids reported that, fortunately, a large portion of the population was outside, working for the visiting human. Aliel asked if the work was for that nice guy, the handsome human, and Lloyd wondered if the capital was falling precisely because of him. Javier confirmed, without hesitation, that yes, it was indeed his fault. Lloyd commented that he had hoped to hear a no, but Javier replied that he would take care of the kingdom while Lloyd found the key, for the sake of the territory he wanted to protect so much. Next, Javier opened his wings and carried Lloyd with him. Aliel used all her strength to hold the kingdom, even though it was extremely heavy. Suddenly, another force began to help her, the handsome human. Aliel sincerely thanked him for the help, and Javier, after thinking for a moment, replied only that it was nothing. Lloyd's shamelessness was clearly beginning to influence Javier. When Lloyd got closer to the octopus, he realized that the creature showed clear signs of indigestion. The octopus panicked, began thrashing its tentacles, and made Javier's and Aliel's work even more difficult. The sea raged as if in a violent storm. Lloyd understood that if he did not solve that problem first, he would not be able to do anything else. He began thinking about how he had recovered from his last bout of indigestion in the past and remembered how his parents dealt with it. He recalled a day when he had severe and heavy indigestion. His father tried to help in a somewhat strange way, grabbing a knife and suggesting giving it a poke. Sutho had said that was basically stabbing, and his father replied that he was just joking. Then his father tried pricking his hand with a pin, but that did not solve anything. That was when his mother intervened, saying that his father was crazy, and that those things did not work. She explained that in moments like that it was necessary to let everything out. She asked whether her son trusted her, and without giving him time to react, raised her arm and delivered a solid punch to his stomach. stomach. Immediately, he threw everything up and felt much better. In the present, Lloyd thought that was how he had improved in the past, but there was still the question of how that would work with a giant octopus. Even so, he concluded that whether it was legitimate or not, he would only be sure if he tested it. So Lloyd called Javier and asked him to use an aura explosion weak enough to only lightly pierce the tips of the octopus's tentacles. Javier replied that he was a bit busy, but at that moment Rodita appeared along with several other mermaids. With their muscles completely relaxed thanks to the sauna, they began helping to support the mermaid kingdom. In the name of the sauna, the kingdom rose again. That gave Javier the opening he needed. He spread his wings, focused his sword aura, and released an explosion that created bursts of energy directed at each of the octopus's tentacles. The result was immediate. The octopus let out a powerful belch. Lloyd thought that the correct method would have been to tie the tentacles before poking them, but that had already been enough. It did not matter whether the creature was surprised or in pain. What mattered was that it had worked. With the first stage complete, Lloyd moved on to the final blow. He summoned all the mascots he still had available, and warned that since they were not inside his outfit, they had lost the necklace's blessing, so they would need to act quickly. Padong and Bell joined Ipo, who blew with absurd force toward the octopus's belly. Lloyd joined them as well, driving everything forward with an even greater explosion of mana. All of them collided together against the creature's belly. The octopus burped once more and ended up vomiting a key. It was the key to the Jewel of Truth. When Javier picked it up, Lloyd confirmed with satisfaction that it was exactly what they were looking for. After that, of course, Octopus felt much more relieved. Lloyd gained a new title, the Doctor of the Sea Village. With that, he became able to breathe underwater even without the necklace, and also unlocked the special skill, Stomach Attack, which made any submerged living being vomit everything immediately. With the problem solved, Octopus returned to embracing the Mermaid Kingdom, and all the mermaids and tritons celebrated together. Lloyd realized that this was definitely the key to the project he had in mind. Ariel approached and commented that seen up close, Lloyd actually had quite a manly face, in addition to having increased his strength and protected their home. Because of that, he ended up being a little more adored than before. The system informed that Lloyd had unlocked another race. The ancestral octopus and the tritons accepted him as a true friend, granting bonus relationship points, even though he had caused trouble right at the beginning. Lloyd, as always shameless, accepted all the praise without any issue. The system commented that he made it seem like he had no fault in any of it, and Lloyd even wondered what exactly the system meant by that, because he truly had no idea. He acknowledged that he was only able to try different methods thanks to his father and mother, and he felt truly grateful to them. The system teased him, saying that if that was how he felt, then his parents would be even more grateful to him. That crossed the line for Lloyd. He thought it made no sense to say something like that at that moment, since they had passed away and could not feel any gratitude. The system commented that he seemed angry, and Lloyd decided that he would no longer look back. From then on, he would focus only on protecting his current family, the family he could still protect. Next, Lloyd inserted the key of the Jewel of Truth, causing a huge hologram to appear. Observing it carefully, the structure resembled the tomb of the generals of Goguryeo, a construction that narrowed as it rose to support its own weight, something similar to a pyramid. The system explained that he could scan that blueprint and save the information of the true jewel, Aturtarp. Lloyd performed the scan and checked the system, which informed him that a list of materials would still be required. The main material would be Tauranga. While he was browsing the information, Rotura asked if he had gone crazy. Javier replied that no, he had always been like that. After analyzing everything calmly, Lloyd honestly said that he thought they were already done there. Then he warned Javier that it was better for them to get going, because they were running out of time. They decided to return to the Palace of Magentano, since Tauranga, one of the main materials, could be found there. Meanwhile, in Magentano, the queen was still suffering from the cursed poison that tried to dominate her mind. Her arm worsened with every passing moment, and she wondered how much longer it would take to gather everything. She could not afford to be weak. Not now. She was the queen, the strongest person in that nation. At that moment, a messenger appeared to report the schedule of trade negotiations. He asked for forgiveness, but explained that some nations had formed an alliance and ignored all proposals made so far. Since then, they had only been making irrational demands, and even other nations had slowly begun to impose problematic conditions. The queen wondered if that was a consequence of the banquet held to show the world the feats of Magentano, which had gone completely wrong. Despite claiming that the dragon had been subdued, many believed it was a lie, since no body had been presented. She knew it was only a matter of time before they began to challenge her authority. Political conflicts would cause Magentano influence to decline on a global level, and she truly did not know what she could do at that moment. Even so, she decided that she would not be weak. She was the queen, and could not allow herself that. Before leaving, the messenger delivered one last message. Lloyd Frontera had requested an audience. Upon hearing that name, the queen ran out of her office. She soon encountered Lloyd, that irritating human, the only one who had escaped her grasp, and also the only human she needed at that moment. For an instant, she even imagined herself giving him a big hug, but realized she was just ghosts slightly out of her mind. Before her, Lloyd and Javier bowed as was proper before a queen. She came back to her senses and asked what he had just said. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, that he had only greeted her, and found it strange that she had not responded. He also wondered why she had been running so fast, strongly doubting it was to see him. The queen merely turned her face away. Javier observed the scene, looked at the queen and then at Lloyd, completely incredulous. He realized that the queen face was slightly red in Lloyd's presence, something as unbelievable as saying that Kim Suho had become an angel. The queen then asked the reason for the visit. Lloyd explained that he wanted to remove some pillars from the basement of the royal palace. That caught her by surprise. Then Lloyd added that in exchange, he would quickly resolve the problems she was facing with the southern nations. The moment Lloyd analyzed the design of the true jewel of Todokura and selected Taranga, one of the main materials, the system displayed a screen filled with information about the great war between the races that occurred during the mythological eras. It was a war fought to decide who would possess the jewel of truth. At the most critical moment of the conflict, a certain mermaid used the jewel to ask a question. Most likely, she asked how they could win the war. Before any answer could change the course of the battle, giants as tall as trees destroyed the monument where the jewel was kept. As a result, several races began to take the debris as spoils of war. One of those giants carried Taranga to the mainland. Over time, the giants built a kingdom and began to rule over humans. This did not last long because a rebellion soon arose and overthrew them. After that, humans built their own castle over the ruins left by the giants. At that time, they used Taranga, which had been carried by the giant, as the foundation of the castle. That same foundation lay directly beneath the current castle of Magentano. A few days later, Magentano organized a banquet for the southern nations. Among the guests, someone commented that they honestly had no idea what the queen was thinking. She had tried to intimidate them at the last banquet, but ended up completely humiliated when the dragon destroyed everything. Even so, she remained confident. To them, it was impossible to believe that Magentano had truly defeated a dragon. Hearing this, Lloyd gave a slight smile and called Yong Yong. The dragon appeared gliding through the sky, and his mere approach left everyone completely terrified. When he landed, almost everyone ran away, with the exception of Lloyd, who calmly commented that the bone dragon looked a little strange. Yong Yong positioned himself in front of the queen like an extremely obedient puppy, even wearing a little bow around his neck. He allowed the queen to pet him and even wagged his tail, looking absurdly cute for something that should have been terrifying. At that instant, all the representatives of the southern nations decided at the same time that they needed to return and report that immediately. They would have to accept all the agreements proposed by Magentano without argument. Then, everyone bowed before the queen, showing their respect. She then declared, in the name of Magentano, that the right to the most meritorious matter would be granted to Lloyd Frontera, the man who had made the Bone Dragon swear loyalty to the kingdom. That caused a general shock. Many wondered if it was really that young man, and how someone like him had obtained a right equivalent to that of royalty. Lloyd thought that she had already authorized him to dismantle the castle, so there was no need to go that far. The queen replied only with a sincere little smile, while Javier watched everything in complete terror. Lloyd had still not noticed anything strange. Later, already late at night, Javier was summoned by the queen. Afterward, he explained to Lloyd that she said she felt as if she had not trained enough. Lloyd thought that was great, because he also needed to ask her a question. Javier wanted to know what question that would be, and then asked whether Lloyd did not feel anything coming from the queen. Lloyd replied that he did feel something like a reality check, thinking only that she was the queen, and nothing more. Even so, he commented that, just to be safe, it would be good to take a look at her left arm. Javier agreed, but asked if Lloyd was going anywhere afterward. Lloyd replied that since he was already there, he could take the opportunity to visit his brother. Javier was startled to hear that. Meanwhile, Julian was training with his wife, who was much faster than he was. She could easily have cut his neck if she were not holding back. In the end, she kissed him and said that he had lost again. Julian complained that she was cruel, returned the kiss to her hand, and pretended to be completely unable to continue fighting. Lloyd watched that entire scene with a terrible expression. He thought that bastard was living far too good a life, something he himself could never experience. Even so, as he walked away without even speaking to his brother, he saw the two of them very happy together, and remembered the terrible fate they would face if he failed in his mission. Lloyd promised himself that Julian would continue living a life full of joy, because he would make sure that happened. That was when someone passed by Lloyd, muttering words filled with hatred, saying that everything was the fault of that bastard from the academy. Before he could react, that person attacked Lloyd with a dagger imbued with dark magic. It was Worthrode Thanas, at the time the person with the most authority at the Royal Academy. Even so, that semester, the top student had been Julian. Worthrode knew that he had been born a magical genius with exceptional talent as the son of Duke Thanos. He could not accept that a mere kid had dared to steal his place. Because of that, he threatened Julian, saying that he did not want to see him at that school anymore, and that he would not care if he found him crippled on the streets. He also made it clear that if Julian ever appeared in front of him again unharmed, their families would suffer the consequences. Students, professors, and even the headmaster had always bowed before Worthrode. However, after Lloyd's intervention, both Worthrode and his father ended up imprisoned, putting an end to that story once and for all. The queen declared that all of it was corruption and a clear sequence of illegal acts committed by the Duke and his son, crimes that even included directly insulting her name. Alicia Termina Magantan immediately stripped the Thanos family of their ducal title and confiscated all their their assets. Worthrode's own father, consumed by shame and despair, blamed the ruin of the family on his own son. He tied Worthrode to a tree and drove a sword into his chest, leaving him there to die. He would have died in that place if he were not an exceptional mage. Worthrode managed to free himself, but he lost everything. There was nothing left in his life except something uncontrollable burning inside him, pure hatred. In that state, he turned against Lloyd, lunging forward with the dagger. Lloyd, as an experienced engineer and far from fragile, easily grabbed his arm and asked with disdain what his problem was. Then he lifted his body, punched him, and finished with an absurd slap that sent Worthrode crashing to the ground with broken teeth. Lloyd even asked why he was not saying anything and quickly concluded that there was no need for an answer. He commented that it was not like he really wanted to know why he was there, but it was obvious that he was one of those kids expelled from the academy for doing all kinds of wrong things. That became even clearer from the simple fact that someone that age was trying to assassinate him in that neighborhood. Even so, Worthrode reacted by using his own blood, turning it into daggers that flew toward Lloyd. Lloyd defended himself with the swings of his shovel and landed another direct blow to his face, asking if he was surprised. He commented that he might not look like it, but he was an intermediate level sword expert. Still, he was genuinely surprised when he realized what he had just seen, and wondered if that was blood magic, something he had never seen even in the stories he knew. Worthrode, consumed by hatred, began to shout that Lloyd was nothing but a ridiculous hero, someone who had received a meritorious title without deserving it. He claimed to know who Lloyd really was, calling him an underestimated villain, a scoundrel, and someone who would certainly betray others to benefit himself. To him, Lloyd was the kind of person who would kill without hesitation if it brought him an advantage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Javier asked the queen what she truly thought of Lloyd. She replied that he was competent and extremely talented, to the point that she wanted him by her side. Javier, with all due respect, asked if that was really the only reason. The queen questioned whether other reasons were necessary, and commented that Javier was acting strangely that day. He then explained that no matter how strong someone is as a warrior or a hunter, every person needs a home where a tired body can rest, and also someone waiting at home to embrace them before sleeping. Meanwhile, Lloyd continued beating Worthrode, asking what he was talking about and warning that he would still throw 30 more punches before sending him to prison. He commented that he normally did not get angry easily, but that this guy had managed that feat. He began counting the blows, saying that there were still 12 left, but soon decided to start counting again. It was at that moment that Worthrode began drawing a dark magic circle using his own blood, displaying a completely twisted smile. He summoned a terrible creature. From a distance, Javier felt that something was wrong. The queen noticed and asked where he was looking. Javier apologized, saying that he needed to leave immediately. He opened his wings and flew straight to where Lloyd was. When he arrived, Lloyd was almost devoured by the creature, which only failed because Javier barely managed to destroy it with his attacks, also severing Worthrode limbs. Javier placed Lloyd in a safe location and tried to stop the dark mage from launching another attack. Even so, Worthrode managed to use his own severed arm as a sacrifice and disappeared into a pool of blood. Javier felt that his presence had vanished completely. Lloyd, still trying to understand, wondered what the hell that had been and where that magic had come from. Worthrode reappeared far away from there, amid a rain of his own blood. Lloyd concluded that he was definitely that student expelled from the academy for doing all kinds of stupid things, but he still had no idea how that strange blood magic worked. While Worthrode vowed to kill all of them, Javier commented that he should have cut off his head immediately. Lloyd told him not to worry about it, stating that no one would imagine he could escape that situation. Even if he came after him again, there would be a grandmaster flying in to save him, so he doubted Worthrode would do something that stupid. Even so, Worthrode swore that he would kill him. At that exact moment, the system updated the number of people saved by Lloyd, changing from 0 to -1 person. Lloyd was confused, wondering what that meant, and whether someone would die because of him. The next morning, Lloyd commented to Your Majesty that the absurd number of guards was a problem. He needed to start the construction, but he would not be able to do anything surrounded like that. He was literally encircled by dozens and dozens of guards. The queen replied that if someone was after the most meritorious matter, then that level of protection was more than necessary. That was the expected level of security. The queen even ordered the captain to kill anyone who approached Lloyd, but he immediately refused. That would only create more problems. Besides, Lloyd already had Javier, and his protection would be far more effective than that of 1,000,000 soldiers. The queen agreed and dismissed the guards, admitting that it made sense. She explained that she would conduct a separate investigation into that blood magic. Even so, Lloyd remained worried, wondering what the hell that guy might try to do, and who the person destined to die because of him would be. He did not know if he would be able to resolve all of that, but he was certain of one thing: he needed to obtain the Tauranga as soon as possible. With that in mind, Lloyd called his workers to begin the construction. One of the pillars supporting the palace was made of Tauranga, and the plan was to dig into the subsoil and remove only that specific pillar. Normally, no noble in the kingdom would accept such an absurd request, but the queen solved the problem. To minimize damage to the palace, the excavation would have to be carried out with extreme care, without affecting the other pillars, because any mistake could cause the entire palace to sink. That was why Lloyd decided to use a modern ground freezing method, reinforcing the foundation during the work. This method required a special artifact, the Heart of Winter, which was being escorted by several mages of the kingdom. The Heart of Winter was one of the great divine artifacts of Magentano, capable of storing an entire world of winter within itself. It had been given to the royal family long ago by the ice dragon Tyrannus. In the original history, a queen who had become corrupted used this artifact against her enemies, freezing all of them. Because it was such a terrifying power, the use of the Heart of Winter required approval from the Council of Nobles. To ensure that, the queen resolved the matter by distributing bribes. By using the ice energy of the artifact to freeze and harden the ground, it would be possible to extract the Tauranga safely, as long as the removed pillar was replaced with another support. When one of the mages escorting the artifact passed by Javier, she seemed to recognize him. It was Siluria, who was visibly happy to see him, a feeling that Javier ended up returning. Lloyd commented that she was a super genius, since it was nothing strange for someone like her to be taking care of a divine artifact. He also teased Javier, telling him to go talk to her for a bit, because he clearly missed her. Javier pretended not to understand what he was talking about, while Lloyd insisted that he was very observant and that his eyes could tell when someone liked another person. Javier, in turn, thought that maybe that ability simply did not work when it came to himself. Soon after, Javier warned Kim Suho that someone was hunting Lloyd, so he would not be going anywhere. Lloyd replied that he could defeat that guy, as long as he was careful with that strange summoning. With that, the two of them began planning the extraction of the Tauranga. The plan was divided into clear stages. First, dig vertically, install rebar supports and pour concrete. Then build an underground refrigeration chamber. Next, gather the best mages from the palace to control the divine artifact Heart of Winter. Pipes would be connected to the artifact and inserted into the foundation to begin the freezing process. Finally, dig upward toward Tauranga. While Podong was digging, Javier commented that the progress was fast. Lloyd agreed, thinking that speed was essential because they could not afford to lose even a second. He knew there was an even faster method to extract Tauranga. If he used that method, everything would be finished ahead of schedule. That was when Lloyd focused and warned the rebar team to get ready. It was time for the concrete lining. However, while the mages, including Siluria, were controlling the Heart of Winter, a pool of blood crossed the doorway of the room. It was Worthrode, who invaded the place using a prosthetic arm and still holding his knife. To understand how that happened, it was necessary to go back a few days. Some nobles were discussing that boy named Lloyd Frontera, who had achieved absurd luck by saving his own family. One of them commented that at the pace he was advancing, it was dangerous to let things continue like that. Many nobles had already lost their positions because of him. The one saying this was Duke Toscano, a member of the Council of Nobles of Magentano. Another noble agreed, saying that perhaps he was right. Yes, because of the queen's aggressive support, Toscano had no choice but to go along with the plan. Even so, he never imagined that she would allow the use of a sacred artifact like the Heart of Winter. In his mind, that had already crossed every possible line. He had no idea what that boy might still do in the future. Toscano concluded that they needed to do everything possible to bring Lloyd Frontera down. If they truly wanted to act, they would also have to deal with the queen at the same time. Later, alone, Toscano reflected that Lloyd's contributions only kept growing day by day. A direct assassination was practically impossible because of the constant presence of the knight Javier. That was when someone appeared at the window of Toscano's office. It was Worthrode Thanos, the third son of Lord Thanos. He casually asked how Toscano was doing. Surprised, Toscano asked whether he had survived all that time. Worthrode replied that he did not even know if he could say he was truly alive. Observing Toscano's expression, he commented that Toscano seemed quite worried, and said that if the problem was Lloyd Frontera, he could help. Worthrode mentioned that he had heard rumors that Lloyd was doing something inside the palace. Toscano explained that he was carrying out structural maintenance, and that, for that, he had even managed to borrow the Heart of Winter. Worthrode reacted calmly, and said that he would do a favor. Then he handed over a vial containing his own blood, and instructed Toscano to have someone pour it on the ground, exactly where the construction was taking place. If they did that, the entire world would begin to see Lloyd's true face, like that of a demon, someone who should never have been born. On the morning when the blood was poured, one of the builders approached Lloyd to thank him. He explained that thanks to the diplomatic relations Lloyd had created with Asfahan, his wife was able to learn ceramic techniques, her lifelong dream. Another worker commented that he really wanted to earn money on that project because his son had started studying civil engineering because of Lloyd, who was the boy's greatest idol. Lloyd, with the most serious face in the world, replied that if they were truly grateful, they could each donate 1,000 gold coins. To everyone's surprise, the two of them actually paid and left. Javier asked if he had just extorted those guys. The system reacted immediately, saying yes, that it had been clear extortion. Lloyd, for his part, thought that no one could possibly take that seriously, and ran off to return the money, because obviously he had not been serious. It was exactly at that moment that Lloyd stepped away. One of the guards ended up alone and poured Worthrode's blood onto the ground near the door of the construction area. Right after that, Worthrode appeared and attacked Siluria directly. Javier recognized him immediately, and realized it was that damn bastard. Worthrode advanced against the mages, dodging all attacks with strange movements. while Javier ran at maximum speed to reach him. Using tentacles made of blood, Worthroad pressured the defenders. Siluria tried to protect herself by raising an iron wall, but the barrier was shattered. The vessel of the Heart of Winter was also damaged, leaving the relic completely exposed. Without proper containment, the artifact activated its own defense. A snowstorm began to form, attacking indiscriminately, even the mages who were trying to control it. Javier, in the middle of the chaos, wondered where Worthroad had gone. That was when he noticed Siluria trying to contain the relic on her own. At that instant, a thought hit him with full force. He had left Siluro completely alone, but Lloyd ordered him not to come back. He said he was fine on his own and that this was his responsibility, because the goal was to stop the relic. Even so, Javier decided to stay. Kim Suho asked him to trust him, and then Javier used all of his power to directly resist the relic, holding it back with his own mana. Even so, the force was absurd. After all, it came from an ancient ice dragon. Lloyd suffered almost nothing because of his title, since he was completely immune to hypothermia. He thought he could handle the situation. The problem was the workers. He did not see himself as a hero of justice, but he was also not someone capable of letting people die like that. On top of that, he still needed to return the gold he had taken from them. That was the moment Worthroad stabbed him, saying that it was time for him to face his true nature. When the Black Mage's blood came into contact with him, Kim Suho was struck by the same poison that had affected the queen before. Right after that, he found himself trapped inside his own consciousness. Inside, Lloyd Frontera appeared and asked if he was wandering aimlessly once again. With less and less time, he said that if he wanted to extract the material in less than a day, he could have simply destroyed everything there. They had the power to do that. Meanwhile, in the real world, Javier continued trying to contain that colossal energy. Siluria was also doing everything she could to help, using fire magic. Thanks to her, Javier managed to hold on a little longer. Even so, she wondered about Suho, who was completely alone and realized that he had already been caught by the curse. Worthroad explained that it was ancient black magic, a curse called Invasion of Darkness. All it took was the slightest trace of darkness in a person's heart for the curse to spread through the entire body and take control. He mocked Lloyd, saying that someone so respected should simply surrender, go mad, and reveal who he truly was. Then Lloyd found himself face to face with Kim Suho and asked how much time he had wasted in the Triton Kingdom. He questioned why he had built a bathhouse and waited to gain their favor when there was a much easier way. If he had taken Yong, everything would have been resolved in less than a day. He would not have needed the queen's permission. He would just have to kill everyone. He went on to say that he could have used pure oppression. The Triton Queen would not be a match for Javier. How long would the Tritons last? An hour or two at most. And Tauranga, why not just bring the palace down at once? If he had not tried to act like an idiot, maybe the Jewel of Truth would already be complete, and the people he had promised to save would already be alive. Suho asked how he would do that. Lloyd replied that many people would get hurt and be sad, but questioned who really cared. They were strangers, not family. Compared to the people who truly mattered, there was no comparison. He asked if Suho wanted to lose everything again. When he remembered his own parents, Suho felt the corruption grow. The darkness began to dominate him. That was when Lloyd said that they only needed to save the ones they truly loved. He reached out his hand and instead of fighting, Suho embraced that dark version of himself. He said he knew it was scary, but that it was okay. They could solve everything without doing something terrible. After all, they were damn competent. Lloyd smiled and confirmed that yes, they really were. When the Frost returned to take over the corridor, Lloyd returned to the real world completely free of the curse. He turned to Worthroad, told him to shove that shit up his ass, and immediately charged forward, delivering yet another beating, promising 30 more punches. Meanwhile, the queen was approaching and asking how long that thing had been loose. The guards replied that it had been about 5 minutes, and warned that the ice energy was far too strong. Even so, she jumped in without hesitation. To her, Lloyd was a citizen far too competent and too valuable to be lost. As she drew closer, Javier was still holding the Heart of Winter. He assured Your Highness that he was fine, and that he was doing it to help Lloyd. The queen then shielded herself from the intense snowstorm that dominated the underground, and advanced without retreating. She wondered whether that frozen person might be the son of the former Duke Thanos. Could he be the one behind all of this? At the end of the corridor, she then spotted Lloyd, carrying 2 men in his arms, both of them thanking him while they were almost freezing to death. He himself was completely freezing as he walked, his body stiff and his breathing heavy. As he moved forward, Kim Suho remembered an extremely cold winter he had faced in Korea, back in his construction days. On that day, one of his coworker commented that he really had not given up, and still showed up to work despite the absurd cold. Suho replied, confused, asking whether they had really expected him not to come. The man laughed and said that he did not seem like the type to run from work, but admitted that the cold was far too harsh. Suho answered that he was not in a situation where he could simply give up. The veteran then commented that it was always like that. Everyone had their own problems, but not everyone could endure them. He said that Suho was truly impressive. With so much determination despite being so young, that man was a beloved veteran, always smiling, lifting the spirits of the site even when things went badly, until the day he suffered a serious accident. He was left incapacitated, and the reason was clear. The construction site did not have proper safety equipment. Even so, no one took responsibility. The The construction company and the management firm kept shifting the blame onto each other. Suho wondered why it was always like that. When profit was at stake, everyone showed up to demand their rights. But when it came to responsibility, no one wanted to take it. He even thought that if something similar had happened on one of his own sites and he had been present, he might also have run from responsibility. At least that was what he believed. But at that moment, reality showed something else. He was literally risking his own life to save his workers. The queen realized this, wrapped Lloyd in her cloak, and felt that the mana in his body was almost completely depleted. She wondered if he had transferred his own mana to the workers. Nearly out of strength, Lloyd warned that there were still 8 more people inside, and that Javier was in danger. The queen said she would help first, and used all her strength to run with Lloyd out of the intense cold. Even so, Lloyd insisted that the workers be taken first. She asked him to trust her, and then leaped through the vertical tunnel, managing to throw Lloyd out of the frozen zone before immediately returning to retrieve the others. Meanwhile, Lloyd began to lose consciousness, trembling non-stop. He thought that he had trusted the effect of his own title too much. He was immune to hypothermia, but that meant nothing if his body was completely frozen. He called himself an idiot in his thoughts, trying to comfort himself by noticing that at least now he was under the sunlight. When the queen returned, Podong was shielding the workers with his own body. Outside, the other workers were quickly mobilizing to save Lloyd and the rest. Even on the verge of collapse, Lloyd thought that the queen was truly incredible, just as one would expect from a master of the sword. He believed that Javier would somehow manage to contain the relic. Shortly after, the queen returned carrying more workers. Some began to question why she was risking herself so much, and she told everyone to shut up, saying that if they were inside, they would not be talking such nonsense. Lloyd then thought that he would sleep for a while, that he would rest for now, imagining a peaceful life in the county, just relaxing. But when the cold finally began to leave his body, he remembered something important. At that very moment, Javier was using his own body to protect Soloria. Then a massive explosion from the heart of winter occurred. A gigantic blizzard swept over everything around them. Even Yongyong had to appear to try to contain that ancient power. The queen immediately ordered the evacuation of all citizens. Anyone at advanced, intermediate, or higher level was to carry the wounded. As everyone retreated, Lloyd began to return. He said he refused to lose something that belonged to him. He activated Overload and tried to absorb all the mana from the ancient power of the Heart of Winter. The queen shouted that he was an idiot, reminding him that it was the power of a dragon, and that a human could not absorb all of that. Even so, the blizzard began to weaken rapidly, until only a single beam of snow remained in the sky. When Lloyd absorbed everything, his body was completely frozen. The sun shone once again over the skies of the kingdom of Megentano, but Lloyd had turned into a statue of ice. When everything was over, Javier and Soloria realized that the Heart of Winter had disappeared. People began to move, and it became clear that everyone was safe. They started rescuing those who were still trapped underground. The mages, although shaken, were fine. One of them commented that for a moment, he had felt his entire body freeze completely, but the cold simply vanished, as if someone had sucked it all away. When Javier found Lloyd in that state, he was shocked. The queen, on the other hand, fell silent. She approached carefully and touched Lloyd's hand. When she closed her fingers around his, she felt something unexpected. The heart was still beating. She immediately told Javier that he was still alive. Everyone began to move Lloyd with extreme care, using mana to slowly melt the ice. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, Lloyd was completely bound and feeling an absurd cold. He wondered why he was in that situation and thought it felt like he had entered the wrong kind of story, because that definitely was not BDSM. Then someone explained that his heart had become a manifestation. The only thing that was truly moving was the body of that thing, and Lloyd was only alive because of it. When he realized the situation, Lloyd let out a holy shit. In front of him was a creature shaped like a butt. He commented that it looked like a butt, but the creature replied that it was his heart, the Heart of Winter, just upside down. Lloyd insisted that, honestly, it really did look like a butt, and asked why that winter butt was inside his body. The Heart of Winter explained that it was there because Lloyd had absorbed it, more precisely because he had allowed it to happen. That was absurd. An artifact created by the great dragon Tyrannos, which had accumulated energy for more than 100 days, had been absorbed like that. Even if Lloyd tried to absorb all the mana until his own body exploded, he would not be able to consume even 1% of that power. Even so, the heart had felt something special in him. Lloyd's heart resembled that of a dragon. Lloyd thought that made sense. Technically, he was half dragon, and maybe that was why that old dragon had been friendly with him before. But the Heart of Winter said that was not the only reason. Lloyd had sacrificed himself without hesitation for the sake of others. That was surprising, and the heart wanted to see how far a human like him could go. Lloyd replied that calling that a sacrifice was an exaggeration. He just did not want people to talk badly about him afterward. The heart replied that that was already more than enough. Then the Heart of Winter fully fused with Lloyd's body. The system announced that he had become one with the sacred artifact Heart of Winter. Due to the influence of the power that freezes everything, a new ability was unlocked. Freeze time was unlocked. When Lloyd woke up, he thought it was something out of this world. He could now freeze the flow of time. The user could choose an area that would remain unfrozen, and the size of that area would depend on the amount of mana available. Inside that area, time would continue to flow normally. The maximum duration could reach up to a year, but as soon as the user left the unfrozen area, the ability would be cancelled. Lloyd immediately thought about freezing time time and doing construction while everything was stopped. The system replied that he really could not think about anything other than building. Lloyd thought that was an excellent plan B. Even if the destiny of misery started now, he could simply freeze time and try another solution. The problem was the cost. To use the ability, 3,000 relationship points would be required. He only had 2,600. He admitted to himself that he had been a bit lazy about gathering points lately, but at least he had obtained that insane ability. Before he could celebrate, another problem arose. Javier realized that he was awake and almost called him Kim Suho. Lloyd shut him up immediately, pretending to still be asleep, and told him to pay attention. He had just swallowed the sacred artifact of the kingdom, which was practically the same as stealing a nuclear missile from a country. Javier asked what a missile was. Lloyd told him to forget it, and explained that he could be executed because of that. Javier asked what good executing him would do, since they would have to face the Empire. Lloyd said he had plans. He asked whether Javier had ever seen him fail. Javier replied that judging by how nervous he looked, it seemed like he had. At that moment, the queen woke up and said it was too late to run. Lloyd greeted the great queen and explained that he had not swallowed the heart of winter on purpose. He tried to justify what had happened, but the queen cut him off, asking whether he thought lifting that frozen butt would solve everything. She had already understood the situation. The problem was that, even if a third party had caused the incident, Lloyd was responsible for taking care of the heart of winter, which had only been borrowed. Lloyd thought that all of this was the fault of that damn black mage, and asked what had happened to him. The queen explained that he was the son of the former duke known as Worthrode. He had managed to escape the cold and survive, but he was executed at the stake. He resisted for a long time, smiling until the end, until he turned to ashes before her eyes. In the end, the queen said that what mattered now was that Lloyd was safe. Hearing that, Lloyd felt something strange. He wondered if that was because his heart was still unstable because of that damn winter butt. He explained that it was not a butt, but a heart. Although the system itself commented that, to be completely honest, it looked much more like a flying butt. Lloyd lost his patience and told both of them to shut up. Meanwhile, the queen commented that it was a shame they had not been able to discover anything concrete about the blood magic Worthrode had been using. Even while being tortured, he regenerated immediately, making any confession magic useless. She wanted to better understand something as dangerous as that. That was when Lloyd explained that he had managed to extract some information. Worthrode had used a sword infused with a strange purple mana and ended up being cursed by something called Invasion of Darkness, or something very close to that. Inside his own consciousness, there was another self made of blood that kept whispering things directly into his mind. The queen was immediately interested and asked for more details. It was then that she revealed her own left arm, which was poisoned by the same curse. Later, while revisiting her own consciousness, she opened one of the doors of that mental palace and saw herself younger, back when she was killing her own siblings. The younger version claimed that she had not been the one who started it, because her siblings had tried to kill her first, and even her parents had been killed by them. They had always been kind to her, but it had all been a lie. That voice insisted that she should trust no one, and said that she should kill before being killed. It also claimed that Lloyd Frontera was a threat that could not be ignored, and that she should not allow anyone to enter her heart again, asking whether she really wanted to be betrayed once more. That consciousness said that people only called her a wise queen, but did not truly respect her, and that they could cut off her head at any moment. While that young Alicia poured all of this out, the queen embraced her. She was sad and afraid, but accepted that it was okay to be weak sometimes. With that, the malicious consciousness disappeared, and the queen woke up with tears in her eyes. She realized that she was free of the curse, and remembered what Lloyd had said. He himself could not explain exactly how he had overcome it, but he understood one thing clearly. Being human meant having malicious thoughts, and also being weak from time to time. The moment people try to run away from that reality, hearts end up falling ill. The queen even asked whether he was a specialist in that kind of thing, a disease of the heart. Lloyd replied that he had only done some research, but that it was something terrifying, far beyond imagination. Remembering those words, the queen was able to completely rid herself of the curse of that disease, and realized that once again she was indebted to Lloyd. The following morning, the trial of Lloyd Frontera was about to begin. All the nobles appeared, clearly ready to screw him over, revoke his title, and if they were lucky, even end his life. Later, Lloyd became the center of attention, and the queen declared that, based on the sacred laws of the kingdom of Magentano, the trial of Lloyd Frontera would commence. The proceedings took place through a legitimate request from the Council of Nobles, who would now act as jurors presenting the crimes of the accused. The queen showed regret, but stated that not even she could ignore the laws of the kingdom. Even so, she promised to help him so that he would at least not receive the death penalty. Siluria, however, said that it was madness, because it was someone else who had driven the heart of winter out of control, and Lloyd had only protected the city. Javier, on the other hand, stated that it was because of Lloyd that the heart was outside the palace, and that he was also responsible for failing to stop the real culprit. Even so, he assured that Siluria did not need to worry. She reminded him that the Council of Nobles hated Lloyd and questioned how he could be sure that everything would be fine. Javier replied that Lloyd himself had said that he would be fine. That was when Duke Toscano, the leader of that current of hatred against Lloyd, declared that the accused had requested a sacred artifact of the kingdom, and that both the council and the queen had granted the request because they trusted him. At that moment, Lloyd began to fumble inside his overcoat, which made Toscano question how he dared to move like that during the trial. Lloyd then pulled out a small vial containing blood, a simple remnant. With a completely provocative smirk, he showed the vial to Toscano, who immediately understood what it meant and became visibly nervous, to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. It was the same vial that Toscano had received from Worthroad, the same one he had handed to a guard to be poured onto the ground. Toscano wondered how Lloyd had managed to get hold of it in the middle of all that chaos. Meanwhile, Lloyd simply kept pointing at the vial, recalling the investigation he had carried out at that site. He explained to Javier that the security of the area had been extremely tight, so there was no chance that Worthroad had simply walked in. The only possible explanation was that he had teleported using his own blood, which meant that someone on the inside had opened the way for him. If Lloyd could find proof of that, the outcome of the trial could completely turn around. Because of that, he ordered his mascots to scour the entire place without exception. That was how he found that small vial of blood. When Toscano saw Lloyd handling the vial, he tried to change the subject and said that in the end, what really mattered was that Lloyd had betrayed the trust and kindness of the council, since he should have taken better care of the sacred artifact. Meanwhile, Lloyd kept spinning the vial right in front of Toscano, clearly provoking him. At that moment, the guard who had spilled blood on the floor appeared to testify in Lloyd's favor. As soon as Lloyd found the vial, the guard apologized, saying he had no idea what that would cause, and that Lloyd had saved his life. Because of that, he stated he would do everything he could to help him. Lloyd broke into a wide, satisfied grin, pressing the advantage even further. Toscano, already cornered, ended up admitting that he had committed some imprudences. Even so, he said that everyone there knew Lloyd Frontera had contributed more than anyone else to the kingdom. The other nobles were completely confused, and not even the queen could understand why Toscano had switched sides so suddenly. While Toscano praised Lloyd in every possible way, Lloyd practically danced in front of him, pointing at his face and enjoying the situation. Deep down, he decided he would spare Toscano this time, as long as he did not cross his path again. Toscano, already in tears, declared that Lloyd Frontera should not be accused, but rather proclaimed a true hero. Later, even though Lloyd escaped punishment by being recognized as a hero of the kingdom, he still had to take responsibility for the loss of the Heart of Winter. At that moment, Baim Byong was carrying something toward the bottom of the vertical tunnel. Lloyd knew that this help would translate into whatever construction project the queen requested in the future. He also knew he should be grateful, because that was all he would have to do. He could very well have died. That was when the system announced that Lloyd had gathered all 12 Taurangas, the main materials of Aotearoa, required to create the Jewel of Truth. For achieving a historic accomplishment, by obtaining the materials of the legendary jewel, he received a bonus relationship points reward. He gained 2,000 more points, reaching a total of 4,655. Now he could already stop time. He thought that the queen had been freed from the curse, and that a major incident had been prevented. Even so, destinies were still at -1. Still, Lloyd thought that was fine, because he would deal with it sooner or later. After that, the queen commented that he was really annoying since he was leaving immediately after finishing what he needed to do. Lloyd politely apologized, explaining that he had urgent matters to resolve. She asked if that was more important than staying by her side and resting a little longer. He confirmed that it was. That hurt her a bit, but she told him to go, saying that she would wait. Lloyd felt his heart race again and thought that must be the fault of the Heart of Winter. However, the Heart of Winter itself basically called him an idiot, making it clear that he simply was not understanding anything. Later, they were heading back with Yong Yong to the Mermaid Kingdom. The dragon left the luggage in the water, and Lloyd asked if Javier had properly said goodbye to Siluria. Javier replied that he had, in his own way. Lloyd asked if he had not said anything else, and Javier stated that Lloyd was making a storm in a teacup. Lloyd said that he was pretending to be uninterested, and reminded him that he was the apostle of love. Deep down, he thought Javier was just a big fool who did not understand any of that. Even the Heart of Winter thought Javier was the most stupid one there. That was when Javier remembered Siluria's farewell, when she said that someday, after he finished everything he needed to do, and when she became a great mage, they would meet again. He said that Javier would end up saying that he truly loved her. Javier immediately turned bright red, which made Lloyd ask why he was healing himself so much, and tell him to just admit it already. Javier asked if Lloyd was not rooting for the two of them. Lloyd admitted that he was, but said that now he was jealous. Javier simply accepted it, and asked where they were going. Lloyd explained that their destination was the Southern Plains, where another important material existed. Javier recalled that the famous tribe was located there, and Lloyd confirmed that yes, the fierce tribe of the plains, the Centaurs, the second main material, Topo, had changed hands several times during the war, and was now in their possession. As soon as they found the Centaurs, they would find Topo. Later, already in the plains, they could see absolutely nothing. There was nothing but a huge and somewhat strange field. Javier commented that the place was far too vast to be searched on foot. Lloyd replied that they could not simply fly around on the fearsome Yong Yong, because that would only make things worse. Instead of finding the Centaurs, they would be found by them. A few seconds later, the ground of the plains began to tremble. The Centaurs appeared, charging toward them and demanding to know how they dared to invade that territory. To Lloyd, they looked like street bullies, pretending pretending their horse bodies were motorcycles. He even wondered what kind of novel setting that was, because everything there seemed a bit insane. When the centaurs got closer, Lloyd thought about the strange sound effects they were making. One centaur explained that those were not sound effects at all, but their war roar. Lloyd could only think that whoever had created that world must be completely crazy, because it was a total mess. Respectfully, Lloyd explained that he had come only to ask a question to the wisest centaur among them. One of the centaurs asked if he wanted to meet the chief, but immediately refused, calling Lloyd a two-legged beast. Lloyd replied that it made no difference whether one had 2 or 4 legs, since he was faster on 2 than the centaur was on 4. He then proposed a race, saying that if he won, he would have the right to meet the chief. All the centaurs were shocked. One of them declared that the human had challenged the captain of the guard, and explained that, by the rules, the challenged one had the right to decide the finish line. Lloyd agreed, saying that he knew the traditions. Javier asked if he wanted him to run in his place, but Lloyd refused, telling him to leave it to him. Even so, Javier warned that it was almost impossible, since a centaur's speed was equivalent to that of a swordmaster. Lloyd explained that this only applied to a normal race, because he did not intend to run. He then pointed to a distant tower, about 200 meters away, saying that would be the finish line. The centaur mocked him, saying he would show how athletic Lloyd's human body really was. They prepared themselves, releasing their war roars and making the plains echo. As soon as the race began, Lloyd obviously ate dust. Javier thought that this was not a situation Lloyd could win just by being bold. That was when Lloyd planted his shovel into the ground and released a mana explosion, propelling himself with such force that he crossed the distance in an instant. He ended up crashing violently into a stone pillar and fell hard to the ground. The centaurs were completely frozen, shocked by what they had just witnessed. While spitting blood, Lloyd stated that he had been faster. The centaurs began to think that he was the legendary human, someone who moved almost at the speed of light. Lloyd asked if he could meet the chief now, but one of the centaurs replied no, accusing him of cheating and saying that victory had to be achieved by running. Lloyd shot back that the fastest was the winner, and that this was the tribe's tradition, telling the centaur to stop making excuses. Lloyd's cold and confident attitude actually intimidated the centaur. That was when a centaurus approached, telling him to stop being a sore loser. The centaur recognized the newcomer and asked what Charon was doing there. She explained that the rule only said the fastest one won, and no one had ever stated that it had to be by running. Then she told the strange human to follow her, saying she would take him to the chief. Meanwhile, Lloyd was slowly recovering, still a bit dizzy from the impact, but clearly satisfied for having won in his own way. Later, Javier commented that Lloyd seemed far too proud of himself. Lloyd replied that he was feeling popular among the people, and explained that female centaurs liked fast men. According to him, if 2 men asked a centaurus to marry them, she would choose the fastest one. He confidently stated that Chiron was totally into him. Javier immediately denied it, saying that was absolutely not true. Lloyd asked if he was jealous, but before he could brag any further, he took a kick from Charon. She said that he needed, at the very least, a decent face before saying that kind of thing, and called him an idiot. Lloyd started crying, and it was not even because of the pain from the kick, but because his feelings were genuinely hurt. Javier commented that those were exactly the eyes Lloyd liked to see. Lloyd asked how he had noticed that just by looking. Javier explained that he knew that look well, because he had seen many women look at Lloyd in that same way before. Because of that, he could recognize it immediately. While Javier helped Lloyd to his feet, Charon commented that all of that was very annoying, because everyone only talked about speed, when speed was not everything. Then she showed them the tribe, and pointed to the largest tent in the back, explaining that it was the chief's tent. His name was Cherakan, and he was also her father. When they reached the tent, which had an exaggerated appearance and fire designs all over it, they finally met Chirokan, a centaur so eccentric that he almost seemed to have exhaust pipes. He said it was a pleasure to meet Lloyd, the fast man acknowledged by his own daughter. Lloyd remained silent for a few seconds, and the leader asked if there was any problem. Lloyd explained that it was nothing. He was just trying to understand what kind of style that was. After that, Lloyd formally introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, a human who had come looking for something known as Taupo. He explained that it had once been part of the Jewel of Truth, and asked if Cherakan knew anything about it. The chief replied that the object was right there behind him. Lloyd asked if he could have it, but Cherakan commented that he had already heard Lloyd was fast, although he thought Lloyd's audacity was just as fast. He said that Taupo had no practical use for them, but protecting it was part of the tribe's tradition, so he could not simply hand it over. Lloyd realized that it would not be easy to take it by force either. That was when Chiron questioned why they should cling to useless traditions, saying that they had come from very far away, and that the chief should simply hand over the object already. Chirokan complained once again about his daughter's modern ideals, and told her to go run around and destroy something for no apparent reason. Chiro, however, asked if he had ever heard of the legend of the Man of Light Speed, and suggested that perhaps Lloyd was that person. Lloyd asked if that was not just improvisation, and wanted to know what that legend was about. Chirokan explained that it was a story passed down from generation to generation, which said that one day a human capable of moving at absurd speeds would appear to visit them and solve the problem of the centaur's speed. Chirokan stated that if Lloyd truly was the man from the legend, and managed to solve their problem, since they could no longer break any records, he would hand over Topo without hesitation. Hearing that, Lloyd began to wonder how exactly he would make the centaurs even faster. Meanwhile, far away, in the old Thanos mansion, a severed arm inside a cadaverous cauldron began to regenerate, forming a completely new body. That was Worthrode, who was still alive. He spat out a large amount of blood and thought in disbelief that he could not believe he had failed. Not even ancient black magic had worked against that damn Lloyd. He had been revived in that grotesque appearance, almost like a ghoul, and now he was nothing more than a zombie. With that limited strength, he knew he would not be able to kill Lloyd alone. That was when the King of Hell commented that it was truly a sad sight, and explained that all Worthrode needed to do was summon him into the world of the living. If that happened, he could kill Lloyd Frontera with ease. He reminded him that he had already revealed the location of Targa Castle, and helped him learn ancient black magic. He understood Worthrode's heart very well, the heart that longed for revenge, but he also knew that his opponent was not someone ordinary. If he managed to enter the world of the living, everything would become easier. However, because of the rules, he could not physically cross the barriers of hell. For that reason, he once again asked Worthrode to gather the materials necessary to summon him. That way, he would complete his revenge, place a collar on that boy's soul, and use him as a slave for all eternity. Worthrode swore to the King of Hell that he would help him enter the world of the living, no matter the cost. Honestly, Lloyd had no idea what he was supposed to do at that moment. He kept asking himself how exactly he was going to make the centaurs faster. He even considered teaching them the mana explosion technique, but Javier had already warned him that it would not work, because the centaurs did not want tricks or external mana. They wanted to be faster by running with their own bodies. As he thought about it, Lloyd began to question whether it was really a good idea to make all of them even faster. From what he had seen so far, both the young and the old were covered in injuries. They were all victims of the competitions and the tribe's traditions used to decide who was the fastest. Then he remembered something Charon had said the day before. For centaurs, it did not matter how small the dispute was. Everything was settled in a race. It became even worse when a female centaur was involved. They would completely lose their minds, run at full speed, and create absolute chaos. Lloyd also remembered Charon saying that speed was not everything, and that was when he began to put the pieces together. Maybe the legendary mana of the speed of light was not meant to make them faster, but to solve the problem of speed itself. Solving the problem did not mean increasing the risk even more. While Lloyd was thinking about this, another centaur was already getting on Charon's nerves again. It was Comanche, who once again asked her to marry him, pretending to be uninterested while bragging at the same time. He claimed to be the acknowledged champion of the centaurs, and said that all women were in love with him. He asked whether Charon felt the same way. When he grabbed her and told her to stop playing around, Charon responded with a direct kick to his stomach. She had made it clear many times that she hated people like him, who relied only on their own speed. Comanche looked confused, and asked if he needed to have anything else besides that. He even mentioned that Chief Cherokee himself recognized him as someone worthy, so why was she rejecting him? When Comanche tried to approach her again, another centaur appeared and said that he was making Charon uncomfortable. That centaur was Schumacher. Comanche just laughed in his face, and the other centaurs joined in, calling Schumacher a little snail trying to play the hero. Comanche mocked him, saying that Schumacher had already lost to him 8 times, and that someone that slow did not even deserve to talk. He also provoked him by saying that Frieren had already given up on standing by his side. Lloyd, watching everything from a distance, thought that he did not like those guys at all. Later at sunset, Charon was apologizing to Schumacher. She said that if she had stood by him, they would end up competing again, and everything would go wrong. Schumacher, however, replied that he was the one who should apologize. He said that he was slow, incapable of convincing people, and that because of that the chief still did not recognize him. Charon pushed back, asking who had said that he was slow. To her, Schumacher was fast, faster than anyone else. He replied that he had never won a single race. Charon said that she did not care about that, and stated that she would marry him even without her father's recognition. Even so, Schumacher said that he hated that idea. No one would attend the wedding of someone who always lost. He admitted that he hated Comanche, but believed that Charon should be with someone faster, someone who could make her proud. After that he left, leaving Charon crying alone. It was at that moment that Lloyd appeared and asked what was going on. Later, Charon explained everything, and insisted that Schumacher was truly fast. Lloyd immediately agreed and said that he was sure of it, more than with any other centaur. When Charon asked how he could be so certain, Lloyd replied that it was instinct. Even the shape of his head looked aerodynamic. Then Lloyd remembered something curious. That story still followed the logic of someone who had written it in modern times. The author of Knight of Blood and Iron had not chosen the name Schumacher by accident, since it was a clear reference to Schumacher. Even so, Charon said that it did not matter how fast Schumacher was. No one cared about personal records. What mattered was only the difference between first and second place in a race. Lloyd then asked whether he could not use all of his speed because he got nervous. Charon explained that it was not that. Months earlier, something similar had happened. They were about to race following the tribe's tradition, but in the middle of the course there was a child. Schumacher got nervous because he did not want to run the child over, ended up falling, and the commander went straight through, running over the child. Charon said that Schumacher was injured, but the child was hurt even more. That had not been an isolated case. Something like that always happened, because Schumacher was too kind. mind. Instead of winning a race to marry her, he always worried more about not hurting anyone. Lloyd asked whether no one had opposed the race after a child was injured. He thought the centaurs would not accept seeing their children harmed. Chiron replied that it was not like that. Her people were very different. The centaurs would even risk their own lives when it came to tradition. To her, that tradition was simply stupid, a malicious practice. Lloyd commented that there had to be some good reason to keep it, but Chiron pushed back, asking what an outsider like him could possibly know. What reason could justify a tradition like that? Lloyd answered bluntly that maybe it was just a lack of brains, which immediately made her react by saying that he had just read her mind. Then Lloyd asked an important question. He wanted to know Chiron's ranking in terms of speed. She replied that she was the second fastest in the tribe, second only to her father. After he retired, the detestable commander took first place. Lloyd then asked whether, aside from the chief, the rest of the tribe would have to obey her. Chiron said yes, depending on the situation. If she tried to ban races, no one would listen. Lloyd explained that that was not what he wanted. He said he simply wanted to make a request. Lloyd wanted Chiron to gather all the members of the tribe in one place. He intended to rip that malicious practice out by the roots and at the same time make her Schumacher the fastest centaur of all, without him having to go through that madness. The next morning, Lloyd was already waiting for the first target of his plan. It did not take long for a big centaur, nose held high and full of arrogance, to appear. Lloyd looked at him and thought that the guy seemed perfect to start with. He walked past the centaur and deliberately bumped into him. The centaur complained right away, asking what the problem was, but Lloyd only glanced sideways and kept walking, pretending he had not heard anything. That made the centaur even angrier. He ordered Lloyd to come back and called him all kinds of names, challenging him to a race. He said that if Lloyd lost, he would have to pay 300 coins. Lloyd calmly replied that he was just a human and asked how he was supposed to race against a centaur. The other one did not want to hear it and said that he could not refuse. In just a few seconds, news of the race spread and the centaurs began to stir, excited as always. Lloyd only smiled faintly. He said he could not disrespect their tradition and that he had no choice. Then he suggested racing across the village to a tree up on the hill. Kujan, watching everything, was confused and began to wonder what he was plotting. She remembered that Lloyd had said that before gathering the entire tribe, he needed to make some preparations, something like a catalyst. Even so, she had a terrible feeling. The centaur mocked him, saying that he had heard Lloyd was the human of light speed, the one who used strange magic to fly. Now he would have to run using his own legs. Lloyd replied that it was unfair, since he only had 2 legs while the centaur had 4. Then he suggested using something that also had 4 legs. The centaur shrugged and told him to do whatever he wanted. To the centaur, it did not matter. Among all 4-legged creatures, centaurs were the fastest. The race began immediately. Later, Lloyd appeared riding Podong in his giant form. The centaur complained, saying that it was too big. Lloyd agreed, saying that he would also have preferred to use something else, but unfortunately that was the fault of tradition. When the race truly began, everyone started cheering. However, because of Podong's absurd size, an accident happened. Podong ended up crashing into the centaur, and Lloyd was thrown off, flying toward the crowd. He fell near a child, completely battered and unconscious. The race was immediately stopped, and the centaurs began shouting that it was a draw, since both had been knocked out. Javier, who was watching everything, thought that Lloyd was trying to achieve some greater goal with that race, but he was unsure whether the plan had gone wrong. Meanwhile, the child's parents ran to help. The child was not physically injured, but had been completely traumatized. Lloyd remained unconscious for a long time. That night, at home during dinner, the child was still trembling because of what had happened. The mother commented that her son was pale and cursed that absurd tradition, asking why a child had to suffer because of it. The father tried to justify it, saying that everyone had grown up that way, and that it had always been like that. The mother did not accept it. She said that he was still shaking, that it was not his body that was hurt, but his mind. Faced with that, the father began to show concern, but soon said that there was nothing they could do. He asked whether they were supposed to go against the entire tribe. Lloyd, who was listening to everything, simply smiled faintly. The next morning, everything was ready. Chiron had gathered all the centaurs. It was announced as a lesson from the human of light speed. Lloyd climbed onto the stage and asked everyone to calm down, saying that the lesson would begin shortly. The crowd reacted badly. Many said they did not want to listen to anything from that human, since he had been terrible in the race the day before. Lloyd replied that they probably thought he was ridiculous, just a human who would never be faster than a centaur. Then he went straight to the point. He called everyone idiots, lunatics, and airheads. He said they were protecting a crazy tradition that only caused problems. He pointed out that there were countless injured members of the tribe, destroyed objects, and damaged houses. He asked whether that really was the behavior of a civilized tribe. Lloyd said that the day before he had just been walking through the village when someone picked a fight with him. Because of the tradition, he had been forced to take part in a race, and because of that, a child had suffered a trauma that would never be forgotten. He made it clear that this was the direct result of that insane tradition. Some centaurs shouted that he was just an outsider and did not understand anything. At that moment, the child's mother spoke up, saying that she would not accept it anymore either. She called everyone idiots and barbarians, and asked what her child was supposed to do now. The child's father stepped forward and stood beside his wife, saying that he agreed with her. Lloyd called everyone barbarians, and asked whether they were really fine with that, with children being traumatized like that. One of the mothers spoke spoke up, saying that her son still had a broken arm because of another race. Little by little, more people began to agree, showing that they were already tired of that situation. As this rebellion began to grow in the crowd, the child involved in the accident looked at Lloyd. He responded with a smile and a thumbs up. The child returned the gesture. Javier widened his eyes and wondered whether Lloyd had somehow hired that child to act. But no, it was real. That was how Lloyd created a true war of opinions within the Centaur tribe. On one side were people saying that those dangerous races and that cursed tradition needed to end for good. On the other were those saying that everyone had already gone through it and that everyone had to go through it because it was tradition. Lloyd remained silent, simply watching everything unfold. There were two clearly defined sides: the extremists who wanted to change everything, and the extremists who wanted to keep everything exactly as it had always been. And in the middle of it all was Lloyd, the instigator, just watching. Quinteron approached and asked whether that had been his plan from the beginning, to incite a civil war within the tribe. Lloyd replied calmly, asking at what point he had done that. He had only said that things were dangerous. Javier, in turn, thought that, like it or not, all of that really was Lloyd's fault. That was when the leader of the tribe arrived. Sherikan appeared, and Lloyd stood up to speak with him. The chief said that Lloyd was supposed to solve the tribe's speed problem, and asked what the hell he thought he was doing. Now, Lloyd replied that he was just fulfilling the promise he had made. The problem was that the tribe could not reach a consensus. One side wanted to run anytime and anywhere, without restrictions. The other wanted to get rid of that tradition for good. Faced with that, Lloyd stopped to think and came up with a few ideas. First, he suggested imposing clear regulations on speed. Improvised races and high speeds inside the village would be prohibited. The reaction was immediate. Many said that it was ridiculous, that he did not understand anything, and that he was just a human. Then Lloyd presented the second idea, to build a giant arena, made exclusively for high-speed racing. All races would take place there, in a place without obstacles, designed specifically for that purpose. A place where racing could happen the right way, and where new records could truly be broken. Schumacher and Charon immediately understood what Lloyd meant. He explained that this way there would be no more victims, and yet speed could still be pushed to its limits. That was the true solution to the problem of speed. Lloyd thought that with this, Taup would be in his hands much sooner than he had imagined. Some people began to agree, saying that an arena would be something incredible. Others, however, called the idea idiotic, claiming that they did not need any arena at all. That was when Sherikan took a firm stance. He said that under no circumstances would he abandon the tradition the centaurs had upheld until now, the freedom to run whenever and wherever they wanted, regardless of the situation. According to him, that was what had saved the tribe during the last war, and they could not give it up. Lloyd asked bluntly whether they were in the middle of a war right now. Chirokan replied that it was a way to show gratitude to the tribe's history and to their ancestors. That was what it meant. Naturally, many Centauri began to agree with the chief, since he was still their leader. At that moment, Chiron opposed her own father. She declared that she would support Lloyd's cause and allow the creation of the arena. With that, the two sides of the rebellion were completely defined. On one side were those who supported Chiron. On the other were those who stood with Chiron. The tribe was officially divided. The chief said that things had gotten out of control because of Lloyd. Then he confirmed, with irony, that Lloyd truly insisted on creating the arena. Lloyd replied that if he allowed it, construction would begin immediately. Chirokan sighed and accepted, but imposed a condition. As the chief of the tribe, he requested a race against Lloyd, the human of light speed. If Chirokan won, Lloyd would have to leave that place immediately. Lloyd accepted the challenge but also set his own condition. If he won, the construction of the arena would be officially authorized. Excitement swept through the tribe. That race would be historic. Later, Lloyd was already wearing his training clothes. Javier made the rules very clear. No mana explosion, and no riding podong. Lloyd agreed to everything. Javier asked whether he had any plan in mind. Lloyd replied that he did not. He said he would just run. Javier swallowed hard as he remembered that Sherikan was undefeated. In all of his 380 races, Javier could not see a single scenario in which Lloyd could win. For him, that world simply did not exist. Even so, Lloyd explained that this would not be a normal race. It would be an out-and-back race. Since he had accepted the challenge, he was the one who chose the destination, and the location would be the northern border of the Magentano Empire. The total distance, counting the way there and back, would reach 600 kilometers. That was when Lloyd made it clear why this race put the human at an advantage. As both of them took their positions at the starting line, preparing themselves, Lloyd reflected that everyone thought humans were weak animals. They had less physical strength than chimpanzees, which were smaller, and it was hard to find an animal that was naturally slower than a human. Even so, humans were far stronger than the world usually believed. As soon as the race began, Shirokan shot forward like a rocket. Lloyd, on the other hand, did not run with everything he had. He started by walking fast, maintaining a steady pace. That was enough to draw laughter from the centaurs, who were already saying that the winner was decided. Meanwhile, Lloyd thought that it was true that humans were physically weaker, but almost no one ever stopped to ask how they had come to dominate the world, how they had managed to subjugate other races and animals, and develop so much. The answer was simple. Humans were intelligent intelligent. After running for a long time, Cherokee stopped midway. Lloyd then realized another important point. In addition to being intelligent, humans were resilient. They could run for much longer periods. Even without matching the explosive speed of four-legged creatures, Lloyd could conserve energy by being bipedal. He regulated body heat better through breathing. It was an extremely efficient type of body, capable of hunting even in the most extreme environments. The Heart of Winter even asked whether Lloyd was going crazy from heat stroke. The system replied no, saying that he was normally like that anyway. Meanwhile, Lloyd encountered Cherokee again along the path. The champion of 380 victories looked completely fine, as if he had not tired at all. That surprised Lloyd. Cherokee commented that long-distance races were exhausting for his race. They were very fast, but they tired quickly as well. He realized that Lloyd had chosen that challenge precisely because of that, and acknowledged that the human was clever, very clever. Even so, he said Lloyd had made a mistake, because he had not taken into account the recovery speed of a centaur. Then Cherokee shot off again like a rocket. Lloyd continued at his own pace. Throughout the night, Cherokee stayed ahead, still mocking him. Lloyd was not shaken. Pace and endurance were all that mattered. When they reached the northern border of Magentano, Cherokee was already there, impatient and wanting to return immediately. Lloyd ended up taking longer than expected, and only then did the two begin the return journey. At that point, Lloyd was obviously exhausted. He thought that maybe he no longer cared about anything. He even wondered how he would obtain the tulp after that. He thought he might simply steal it, but then he remembered what Chiron had said. If the tradition were different, if they had been born somewhere else, in another world, Schumacher could be much faster. That thought reignited something inside him. Lloyd called himself an idiot for almost giving up. He had started this and he would see it through to the end. As time passed, Cherokee began to show clear signs of fatigue. Lloyd kept a steady pace. Cherokee continued pushing his body to the limit, until at dawn, he ran through the flower fields and finally collapsed. He admitted that he was no longer at his peak. He was old. His own hooves seemed to be telling him that it was time to retire. That was when he remembered the scene of Chiron meeting with Schumacher. Cherokee knew who she truly loved, but he could not ignore tradition. As long as no one appeared to say that they could stop, that they no longer needed to keep protecting it, he would continue defending the old tradition. Even so, Cherokee stood up once more and kept running. After several days, one of the tribe's children finally spotted the two approaching. Lloyd was side by side with Cherokee. Both were completely exhausted. Cherokee was still slightly ahead. Javier felt that Lloyd was practically out of mana, but believed that he must have something hidden. As always, the system asked whether Lloyd wanted to use the Energizer. He refused. He said that he had started that way, and would finish the same way. He maintained his endurance and pace until the end. Javier, watching everything, was genuinely impressed. Lloyd was almost dying, and even thought that the old man would never fall, but the instant that thought crossed his mind, the old man finally fell, got up right after, and kept walking as if nothing had happened. Lloyd even thought it might be better if he collapsed for good, while Cherokee firmly held onto the idea that he would not let the tradition fall no matter what. On one of his next steps, Lloyd felt his body sink, as if he were being pulled downward, too heavy to continue. He could not take it anymore, and realized that he had reached his physical limit. That was when he remembered a time when he was eating with a friend, and out of nowhere, his nose started bleeding. The friend had asked if he was weak like that just because he was poor, and told him to lift his head, calling him Kim Suho. If he died from blood loss, he would not even get paid. Kim Suho ended up apologizing while his nose kept bleeding during the meal. A really disgusting situation. Even so, the friend commented that he was very strange, and asked whether he did not think all of that was far too unbalanced. Kim Suho was the best in his studies. Intelligent, resilient, someone who should have had high self-esteem. Yet he kept belittling himself all the time. He seemed like someone from another world, as if he could not adapt to the reality he lived in. It was funny to think that there were so many comics and animations about incredible and powerful heroes in other worlds, while he could barely breathe properly in his own real world. Kim Suho said that all of that was childish, and his friend helped once again, wiping the blood away with a small cloth. Then he warned that he would no longer be able to pay for those barbecue restaurant meals, since Kim Suho's father and mother had been caught scamming people alongside a politician and would soon stand trial. In a few days, his family would become a group of beggars without a single coin. The expression on Kim Suho's face now was the same one his parents had carried since he was born, something that even seemed detestable. There was no money left for anything. The friend even said that there was no longer any reason for Suho to keep meeting with him, but Suho argued back, saying that he was not there just for money. After all, he was his only friend. Even so, the other explained that friendships were about giving and receiving, and asked what anyone could learn by staying by his side. He admitted that he had only stayed with Suho all that time, because he was incredible. Suho's situation was terrible, but he never gave up. While someone who had always come from a wealthy family, and had everything he wanted, believed he would be ruined the instant he became poor. In the end, he asked how Suho managed to be so strong like that. The answer was simple: always doing the same thing every day. Studying, working, doing everything he needed to do, and and working even more. Before saying goodbye, he promised that he would wait for him, and that when he became someone as incredible as Suho, he would come back to buy 10 more portions of barbecue. After all, the saying was simple, just keep going until the end of what you started. So Lloyd did exactly that. He went all the way to the end. Even with heavy steps and his body at the limit, he kept walking without stopping. Javier watched all of that and could not stop wondering what kind of tenacity that was. He knew that Lloyd had always overcome difficulties before, but this was the first time he had not seen him using any of his mysterious abilities. That made Javier question whether he was really a normal human, and how someone could have mental strength at that level. In the end, he concluded that it did not matter who Lloyd really was, as long as he could save the territory. Even so, now Javier wanted to know more. He wanted to understand who Lloyd truly was, and what kind of life he had lived in the other world before coming here. Everyone around them was completely shocked by the scene. Lloyd was almost dying, could barely open his eyes, and ended up passing out. When he woke up, Javier was already helping him. Still weak, Lloyd wanted to know if he had won. Javier looked at Cherokon, who was fallen and unconscious, and confirmed that yes, he had won once again. He then asked him to get up. Shortly after, Cherokon rose and declared that the tribe was entering a new era. The crowd celebrated excitedly. That race had been insane. Lloyd stated that everything had gone according to plan, but Javier, seeing the state he was in, doubted that quite a bit. Even so, he asked why Lloyd had not used his mysterious abilities, since he could have won easily. Lloyd lowered his gaze, looked at Cherokon and his daughter, and explained that that man had run with his whole heart. For him, using powers in that situation would have been like cheating. At that moment, the system appeared, warning that simply possessing the heart of winter was already cheating. Lloyd was surprised, since he had no idea that counted as an ability, as it was something passive. Javier only sighed, lowered his head, and told them to begin the construction, promising to do everything he could for Lloyd. When he called him by name again, Lloyd found it strange, but Javier said that yes, he was someone worthy of being called that. Deep down, Javier decided that he would protect that man who had endured all of that. Even if it cost him his own life, he deserved it. Later, Lloyd talked with Cherokon, explaining that construction needed to start soon, but that it would take about a year to complete the arena, and that he did not have that much time available. Because of that, he would like to use his ability to stop the time of the world, excluding only that specific area. He then revealed that he came from another world, and that he had gained some abilities upon arriving there, which would make it difficult for the members of the tribe to leave the plains while that was active. Javier was not exactly surprised to learn that he could stop time, but he was shocked by the fact that Lloyd revealed it so openly. Cherokon, on the other hand, did not care at all, and told him to do whatever he wanted. That left Javier even more astonished. Next, Lloyd went to the plains, held his shovel, and froze time with an extremely dramatic action. The system announced that the authority of the butt of winter had been manifested. The heart of winter complained, saying that it was not a butt, but that it would do it for them anyway. Lloyd even let out an exaggerated shout, but that did not affect the ability at all, since it would work the same way even without that. Soon after, he created a large dome of ice. Inside that dome was the only region not affected by the stop time. Javier commented that it was very anticlimactic, since the dome simply appeared out of nowhere. Lloyd agreed and said that life was like that. Not everything needed to be flashy. What mattered was finishing the job quickly. Then he began to analyze the terrain. As he approached the edge of the dome, he realized that time was indeed completely stopped outside. Javier commented that the ability had no visual effects, which was a bit disappointing. Lloyd replied that it could not be helped. The important thing was that it worked. With that, it was time to start construction. The first step was to use the excavator, in other words Javier, to clear the dirt. The second step was to level the ground, again Javier. The third step was to compress the soil with the roller, once more Javier. On the fourth step, Javier realized that something was wrong, since he was the only one working. Lloyd teased him, asking why he was acting differently after calling him young Master Lloyd again. Javier ended up losing the argument. The next step was to use Hippo to complete the soil compaction and speed up the process. Bell created the concrete rebars, and Lloyd concluded that they were now on step 6, the installation of those rebars. The chosen method was continuously reinforced concrete pavement, known as PCKA, which was more durable and ideal for hot and dry regions like that one. He knew the installation needed to be perfect, not crooked, and firmly fixed to ensure the stability of the construction. Since many things needed to be done by hand for all those roads, Lloyd even thought they might need the help of the centaurs. The problem was that they simply could not reach the ground properly, since they were too tall because of their horse bodies. After observing more carefully, Lloyd concluded that for that kind of work they were completely useless, and there was not much that could be done. In the end, Javier had to do practically everything by himself. Exhausted, he ended up lying down on the ground before continuing. Step 7 was pouring the concrete. Step 8 was covering it, and step 9 was adding sand. All of that was done by Javier alone. The poor guy. After 7 months of continuous work, the arena was finally finished. Lloyd asked if it was not amazing, but the slave known as Javier was so irritated that he simply turned his back in silence. Later, Cherokon officially announced that the Centaur racing arena was open. He declared the start of the first race, and explained that from that moment on, Improvised races were forbidden, as well as any speed contests within the village. All the rules had been established. He acknowledged that there were people against the idea, but made it clear that it did not matter. He was in favor, so it was decided. The prize for the first race would be the right to propose marriage to his beloved, an extremely cute daughter, Charon. Challenger number 1 would be Comanche, and challenger number 2 would be Schumacher. Comanche commented that he had seen Schumacher training in a remote corner of the plane, and that he looked far too fast, as if he were always holding back to avoid running someone over. But he was not the only one holding back. No matter how much the world changed, losers remained losers. Lloyd decided that there had already been enough provocation. He grabbed his small shovel, got ready, counted a few seconds in silence, and gave the start signal. What happened next was so absurd that no one could properly understand it. Schumacher was so fast that he ended up tearing Lloyd's clothes and Comanche's as well. The audience was almost swept away by his passage. In the blink of an eye, Schumacher had already crossed the finish line and even did a drift at the end. After that, he apologized to Comanche, saying that he needed to go ahead because he had something very urgent to take care of. Then he simply leaped over to Charon and asked her to marry him. Of course, she accepted immediately, and even complained that the proposal had taken too long. Charon was extremely happy about it. Charon even made a point of asking if everyone had seen it clearly, saying that he was her man and no one else's. Everyone smiled and thanked Lloyd, who was very satisfied with his own work. That same night, a couple who had participated in a reenactment for Lloyd ended up getting divorced. The wife confirmed that she could not think about anything else after that. By the next morning, the two of them were already running in the arena trying to reconcile. The title of the race was something like, "Should my wife come back with me?" Lloyd thought it was completely insane, but Charon explained that he probably did not know, because it had become a trend. The centaurs had become so addicted to the feeling of speed when running in the arena that they invented any excuse to compete. One of the most common reasons was getting divorced just to later race while trying to reconcile. There were no accidents, and everyone seemed to be having fun, although the high divorce rate was somewhat problematic. Lloyd concluded that this was without a doubt the craziest species in that world. Before leaving, Charon handed Lloyd a map. It was the location of Topo, which they had promised him. With that, the problem of the tribe's speed was officially resolved. Lloyd commented that he had not done anything special, but accepted the map anyway. Charon said that he had the most shameless face in the world, then quickly corrected herself, saying that actually she was the shameless one, since she had received so much help from him. Even so, she thanked him sincerely. Lloyd replied that he had only done what needed to be done. At that moment, the system appeared, informing him that racing had been unlocked, and that he had left a legendary footprint in the safety and development of the centaurs, receiving 100 PR for it. Javier thought that Kim Suho always seemed to act thinking only of himself, but in the end the results ended up benefiting everyone. It was very different from the noble heroes of old stories and legends. As they departed, Javier thought that to him, Lloyd, or rather Kim Suho, was the true protagonist of that world. The instant he had that thought, Lloyd noticed that Javier was fading. He blinked as if there had been a glitch, disappeared for a moment, and then reappeared right after. Lloyd even wondered if he was going crazy and told Javier not to worry, saying it was probably just fatigue. When they reached the edge of the dome, Lloyd decided it was time to unfreeze time. As soon as he did, the dome simply made a dry sound and vanished. Lloyd was incredulous at that, repeating the sound out loud and questioning whether it was really serious that such a tiny noise was all that happened. Javier replied that he should get used to it. Suddenly, Lloyd felt an extreme cold in his chest. His body weakened completely, and he collapsed, unable to breathe properly. Confused, he asked the Heart of Winter what was happening. The heart explained that it was the movement of the powerful cold energy that freezes space-time. When the energy was released, he felt nothing, but when it was absorbed back, he felt everything at once. Lloyd asked if he would be fine. The Heart of Winter replied that it did not know. Maybe it was not an immediate problem, but it was still something dangerous. Lloyd asked for a direct answer, and began to wonder what would happen if he froze time again. The Heart of Winter replied that, to be completely honest, it did not know. That had not been created by it. Then it warned that Lloyd could expel it from his own body at any moment, but if he did that, his heart would literally be torn apart in the process. Lloyd realized that he had no choice. He needed to freeze time, but at the same time he could not remove the heart without putting his own life at risk. The Heart of Winter then suggested that he ask directly the person who was approaching. At that moment, Javier felt something strange, and warned that something was coming toward them, something extremely threatening, something he was not sure he could face. It soon became clear what it was. A massive ancient dragon, completely covered in ice, descended from the skies. It was Tyrannos, the dragon who had created the Heart of Winter. His presence was so overwhelming that even the air itself seemed to freeze. Tyrannos asked whether it had been that man who had eaten the Heart of Winter and abused the power to freeze time in that world. Lloyd, completely serious, denied everything. He said it had not been him. Javier almost went into shock at the sheer level of audacity. The Heart of Winter, even though it was literally made of ice, seemed to be sweating cold. Tyrannos insisted, asking if he was serious. Lloyd maintained the denial. The dragon then replied that he hoped to find the right person, and took his leave, saying that he would go look for them. As soon as Tyrannos moved away, Lloyd and Javier were completely tense, breaking out in cold sweat. Then the dragon suddenly returned, asking whether they really thought that was all he was going to say. The two immediately knelt in reverence. Lloyd begged him to spare his life and asked what exactly he was looking for. Tyrannos answered bluntly that he wanted the Heart of Winter. Lloyd pretended he had heard wrong, but ended up admitting that yes, he had the heart. That attempt obviously did not work. Javier thought that Lloyd's shamelessness truly had no limits. Tyrannos explained that the Heart of Winter had been a gift given to the founder of the Kingdom of Magentano, Michael, and asked how anyone dared to absorb that relic. He stated that Lloyd did not seem to be a descendant of Michael, so he could only have obtained it by stealing. Lloyd denied it again, saying that he was not a thief and that he was also not a descendant of the family, but that he worked together with them. He claimed that he was from Magentano, and added that he was married to someone from the royal family. When Tyrannos asked who, Lloyd replied that his wife was Queen Alicia Termina, Magentano. Javier went into complete shock. Tyrannos asked if he could confirm that immediately. Lloyd, in internal panic, agreed. The dragon then took off at extremely high speed. When Lloyd lifted his head, the only thing he could think was that he was completely screwed. Later, Alicia received a visit from the great founding dragon Tyrannos. She asked what exactly he wanted there. The dragon questioned whether it was true that the person who had absorbed the Heart of Winter was married to her. Alicia was confused for a moment, while he explained that he was the same divine dragon described in the stories of the kingdom's foundation, the one who had helped King Michael. Faced with Tyrannos' overwhelming presence, Alicia thought quickly. She realized that Lloyd had absorbed the Heart of Winter, and that the dragon was furious. If Lloyd had lied by saying that he received the heart because he was married to her, everything could go wrong right then and there. So keeping her composure, Alicia stated that Tyrannos was mistaken. She said that they were indeed married, but in secret, and that was why she was surprised to see that he knew about it. When the dragon asked why they would have a secret marriage, Alicia replied that it was because of shyness. She said she was afraid of blushing, of feeling butterflies in her stomach while walking toward Lloyd, and of being called the shy queen of Magentano. That explanation sounded strangely convincing. She confirmed that the Heart of Winter had been given to him, and that there had been no theft at all. Tyrannos believed her. Without saying anything else, he departed quickly. As soon as she was alone, Alicia thought that that idiot had escaped by a hair's breadth, and that next time he needed to be prepared. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Javier waited for Tyrannos' return, completely tense. When the dragon came back, he confirmed that Lloyd had been telling the truth. At that moment, Lloyd felt such immense relief that he almost collapsed to the ground. He had survived. In his mind, he could only think that the queen was incredible, and that from that moment on he would do absolutely anything she asked. Tyrannos said that in that case he would remove the heart without causing any pain at all, in a single instant. Lloyd took a few seconds to understand what that meant. The dragon was curious about the power Lloyd had already absorbed from the Heart of Winter, a power that simply should not exist. A power capable of devouring a heart and even stopping time, something that represented a direct threat to the order of that world. For that reason, Tyrannos decided that he would take it back. Without any warning, Tyrannos pulled the heart out, causing excruciating pain in Lloyd, who fell to the ground feeling as if his chest were being torn apart. Javier almost drew his sword by instinct, but Lloyd immediately told him to stop, saying that if he were killed there, Tyrannos would regret it. The heart ended up returning to Lloyd's chest, and he collapsed completely, drained of all strength. The dragon asked why exactly he would regret it. Lloyd realized that this dragon was the type who actually listened to what humans said, and that meant there was still a chance. He then revealed that he was a member of the Dragon King's affiliation. Tyrannos found that strange and asked if it was true. Lloyd confirmed it and said he could verify it. When Tyrannos checked, he discovered that it was indeed true. Lloyd possessed the Dragon King's approval. Lloyd knew very well that Tyrannos was absurdly powerful, and that he referred to the Dragon King as if he were an old friend. If Javier tried to fight him, he would die horribly. Because of that, Lloyd stated that if he were killed there, it would certainly cause problems with the Dragon King. Tyrannos asked if that was a threat. Lloyd replied that it was not, saying that he had already accepted the possibility of dying. What he did not want was to cause problems for other people after leaving that world. That was why he wanted to propose something that would avoid any conflict, even if he died. Tyrannos said he would listen, if such a proposal truly existed. Lloyd then suggested a bet. If he won, Tyrannos would leave. If he lost, the dragon could remove the Heart of Winter and even kill him, without the Dragon King being able to complain, since it would have been the result of a bet. The condition was simple. Tyrannos would allow him to attack his stomach once. If the dragon vomited, Lloyd would win, something that in theory should never happen. Even after death, he would still gain a title for having attacked Tyrannos, which would also benefit him. Tyrannos accepted. He said that killing an innocent person there did not please him, but a bet was different. Lloyd thanked him for listening to the words of an inferior human who was about to die. Then he asked to fulfill one last wish. He had always liked the sea, and since childhood, had dreamed of being buried in water. Because of that, he asked if the attack could happen near a river. Tyrannos agreed, saying that he wanted to finish this quickly. They walked to a nearby river, with Lloyd crying along the way. Javier watched everything in shock, unable to understand what kind of bet that was. Since there was no chance of victory, he thought he would have to find a way to distract the dragon and make Lloyd escape. When Tyrannos entered the river and said everything was ready, Lloyd announced that he was about to begin. In the next instant, Tyrannos felt fear. Lloyd charged forward with everything he had, activating his special ability and landing a direct punch to the dragon's stomach. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, Suddenly, Tyrannos began to vomit violently. Lloyd was literally spat out along with it, falling into the water while the dragon continued to retch without stopping. Lloyd declared that he had won the bet. What had led Tyrannos to that situation was simple. He had been living peacefully in his territory, sleeping on top of 2 large stones, when out of nowhere time had stopped. He immediately realized that it could only be the work of the Heart of Winter, and wondered who could possibly use that authority with such intensity. When he sensed that the power was coming from the body of a human, he became even more alarmed. A human capable of devouring the heart and stopping time was extremely dangerous. That was why he flew to him as soon as time returned to normal. Now, however, he was there, vomiting without end. Lloyd, with his usual shamelessness, or rather his iron face, pretended to be completely surprised and asked what had happened, saying that it was very strange. Tyrannos then assumed his human form and directly asked what Lloyd had done. Lloyd replied that he had no idea, saying that it could only have been a miracle. Then he asked whether he had won the bet, and if he could remain alive. Tyrannos confirmed it. A dragon always kept his word. There was nothing he could do about it. Lloyd finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been so afraid of dying in his entire life. The ability truly worked exactly as its description said. It allowed him to punch the stomach of any living organism that was inside water, and make it vomit everything in its stomach with a single blow. It did not matter how deep it was, as long as it was in contact with water. In Tyrannos' case, it worked perfectly. Even so, Tyrannos made it clear that the promise applied only that one time. If Lloyd disturbed the order of the world again, there would be no discussion. Lloyd replied that he did not need to worry, because he was not brave enough for that. Tyrannos observed that he was not just a shameless and cunning man, but someone who possessed a strange power, something that went completely against the laws of nature. He was still not sure whether he was doing the right thing by letting him live. However, he reflected that if Lloyd were truly evil, his son would not have accepted him as a member. When Lloyd heard this, he was surprised and asked if Tyrannos was the father of the Dragon King Verkus. Tyrannos confirmed that he was. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately made a dejected expression. He approached Tyrannos, grabbed his hand without ceremony, and said that he must have gone through very difficult things. Tyrannos told him to let go, saying that it was strange. Even so, Lloyd continued, saying that he must have suffered too much, and that it was possible to feel it just by touch, through his hard hands marked by everything he had lived through. Tyrannos complained that he was being smeared with his own vomit, but at that moment he noticed something strange. He was crying. His eyes were filled with tears. Lloyd said that it was okay to cry, and that it was better to let everything out. He stated that he could feel all of it, even though Tyrannos had never shown it. He said that the Dragon King was lazy, selfish, and violent. But even so, Tyrannos had remained strong. He must have endured thousands of years like that. At that moment, Tyrannos ended up hugging Lloyd, saying that no one had ever told him those things before. He commented that his wretched son had tried too hard to straighten him out, going through countless humiliations. In the end, the one who managed to change the Dragon King was his wife. Even his own daughter, who loved him, had eyes only for the new sister-in-law. All of his effort had seemed useless. No one had ever truly cared about him. Now, he was just an old dragon. Javier watched everything in complete silence, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then Lloyd said that it was not like that. The family that seemed to be merely enjoying themselves while ignoring Tyrannos was actually the result of the garden he himself had cultivated. They were flowers that he had made grow. Upon hearing this, Tyrannos began to cry even more, even in the middle of the vomit. Lloyd said that it was okay, that he could let everything out. At that moment, Lloyd realized that the Tyrannos who had seen him as a threat no longer existed. Javier, in turn, began to wonder whether he was right to see Lloyd as the protagonist of that world, or if he was merely a dangerous villain. He could no longer tell whether it was something good or bad. He was no longer sure of anything. Later, the three of them were lying on the grass, looking at the blue sky. Tyrannos commented that it had been embarrassing. After all, he was a dragon, and had hugged a human while crying. Lloyd replied that when it came to empathy, humans and dragons were not that different. That was when Tyrannos asked if his name was Lloyd Frontera. Then he warned that he needed to say something important. Lloyd would die soon. The Heart of Winter was slowly freezing his body from the inside, and over time it would kill him. Lloyd cursed the Heart of Winter and asked if it was a murderer. The heart replied that it was not, saying that Lloyd was being unfair, and that it had not known either. In fact, it had only allowed itself to be absorbed to save Lloyd's life. Lloyd told it to shut up and asked if there was no solution because he could not die now. Tyrannos explained that since his body was being frozen internally, the only solution would be to melt it. For that, he would need to absorb the Eye of Summer, an artifact that possessed the power of fire. Lloyd realized that this was also a divine artifact of Magentano, and asked how much time he still had. Tyrannos replied that in the worst case it would be about 5 years. If it were slower, perhaps 10. Lloyd considered that enough time. There was still time to resolve everything before the worst happened. Tyrannos was impressed by that human's mental strength. Once again, he was surprised. Now he understood the tenacity that the Heart of Winter and Verkus had seen in him. Finally, Tyrannos asked what he needed at that moment to solve his problems. Lloyd replied that it was a long story. Tyrannos said that if it was not something impossible, he would help. After hearing the entire story of the Jewel of Truth, Tyrannos revealed that he possessed 2 of the materials Lloyd was looking for. The materials were Araki and Takafuna. Lloyd asked if that was serious. He knew he might be being extremely shameless, but even so, he asked whether Tyrannos could hand them over to him. Tyrannos explained that those items had been taken from the ancient ruins of the demonic castle, and that he currently used them only as pillows. Because of that, that, he saw no problem in giving them away. Lloyd remembered that in total, 5 materials were required. With those 2 in hand, only 1 was left. The final material was Kiara. Tyrannos stated that he was almost certain Verkus had it. He said that Verkus had been researching dimensional travel and was constantly sending things to different places. At some point, he had sent Kiara to another location. Hearing this, Lloyd thought that the bastard had sent the very last material to another dimension. Tyrannos then remembered an important detail. He said that the name of the place where Kiara had been sent was Seoul. Lloyd was completely shocked when he heard that, and could only wonder how that was even possible. At the peak of the mountain that stood out from the southern plains, Lloyd finally obtained Topo. By acquiring one of the main legendary materials, he gained an additional 2,200 PR. Using Tyrannos' abilities, Topo was instantly teleported to the kingdom of Murma, and the group headed straight toward the locations of the remaining materials. They obtained Haraki and Takapuna, granting Lloyd another 2,400 PR and 2,600 PR respectively. Tyrannos commented that it might be better to send those materials directly to the kingdom of Murma, but Lloyd said it was fine. He already considered himself indebted to the Great Dragon for all the help he had received. Tyrannos replied that it was no effort at all, but Lloyd insisted that he did not want to trouble him any further, and asked him to simply observe what would happen next. The dragon then questioned whether Lloyd would be fine on his own, reminding him that he would need Verkus's help to obtain what was still missing, something that would not be easy to get. Even so, Lloyd stated that he was a specialist at solving that kind of problem. Tyrannos thought that, considering that this human had even managed to convince him to help, he truly was someone frightening. Then Lloyd called Yong, who calmly landed inside the cave. Seeing this, Tyrannos wondered whether that human truly commanded a bone dragon. To him, Lloyd had enough power to destroy the entire world if he wanted to. Because of that, he warned Lloyd Frontera never to underestimate the phenomenon of destiny restoration. Not even Verkus had been able to do anything against that power, yet Tyrannos still believed that Lloyd would be able to fulfill any duty placed upon him. Lloyd thanked him, and soon after the group departed. While they traveled, Javier began to wonder whether Verkus would really perform the dimensional teleport. To him, the dragon was far too lazy for that, but Lloyd assured him that he would find a way. According to Lloyd, lazy people eventually create their own weaknesses. After thinking for a moment, Javier asked whether Seoul was Lloyd's hometown. He had noticed a change in Lloyd's expression when the name was mentioned. Lloyd replied that his hometown was now Frontera, although he admitted that he missed it, and wondered whether everyone there was doing well. Meanwhile, an invasion was about to occur in Frontera. One of the men confirmed that this was the correct location, the village known for accumulating countless treasures and riches. The commander, known as One Eye, commented that here he was merely Eddies, the former third prince of the south, who had failed in a rebellion and now led a group of bandits. If they took control of the village, he could build a new kingdom. Convinced of this, Eddies ordered the attack, determined to raise the village until nothing remained, and to cut off the head of the local lord. The first squad advanced to set the houses on fire, but they were quickly intercepted by the orcs guarding the area. Upon seeing the orcs, the bandits panicked and fled immediately. Confused, Eddies questioned why there were orcs in an inland village. The commander explained that he did not know either, but that they walked and talked as if it were completely normal. To Eddies, that did not matter. He ordered the second squad to march through the forest and invade the lord's mansion. However, in the middle of the forest, they came across elves calmly having a barbecue. When one of the soldiers ended up stepping on a flower, Moira noticed immediately. Outraged, she attacked, and the invaders were struck by arrows until they could no longer advance. Later, Eddies still wondered why there were elves having a barbecue in the forest, and one of the soldiers could only comment that, despite everything, it looked very good. Despite the failures, Eddies decided they would not retreat now. Everyone advanced together toward the city. That was when Kuga ran to warn Greg that armed bandits were approaching. Greg noticed that the way Kuga spoke was improving, although he still needed to adjust his verb conjugation. Kuga, on the other hand, found human language far too complicated. Understanding the situation, Greg realized that it was the perfect moment to test a new invention. Faced with a diagram of a rocket launcher, he conducted the test together with Cortigus. The shot missed the target, but the explosion in the mountain was so massive that it caused Eddie's army to retreat in terror. Even frustrated by missing, Greg acknowledged the effect of the test. Cortigus commented that it was already a major improvement compared to the previous version. Even so, Eddies, proclaiming himself the Prince of the Abyss, refused to retreat, and his commander stated that he would support him to the end. Tired of it, Cortigus asked Solitus to send those guys back home. When questioned about the reason, he explained that he needed to start his class soon. Then Solitus assumed his dragon form, spreading absolute terror, and making the few who remained flee in despair. Later, Eddies wandered through the border farms, vowing that one day he would grow his forces, and destroy that land he called demonic. However, as he tried to leave, he spotted a dragon. The farmers were confused by the creature's presence until they noticed Lloyd approaching while riding Yong. When they recognized who it was, they reacted naturally, as if it were something completely normal. Faced with that, Eddies simply fainted. From then on, the bandits began calling the county of Frontera the territory of the demonic god. After that, Lloyd dismounted from Yong, ready to open a portal to his next destination. The next morning, the skeletons began working to wake the Dragon King. They formed an improvised band and played as loudly and noisily as possible, smashing the instruments without mercy. Emily was almost deafened by the noise until the Dragon King finally woke up, irritated by all that commotion, and he simply wiped out the skeletons with a laser glare. But then something worse happened. happened. Dad arrived. Javier had already covered his ears before he even realized what was coming next. Then Lloyd started singing. Emily immediately thought that the sound was far worse than any previous noise. Javier was literally on the verge of death. Faced with that, the Dragon King was completely stunned. After all that, Lloyd asked if Verkus was alright. He replied that he was, until a few moments earlier, before letting out that monstrous cursed scream that sounded like the collapse of a black hole. Lloyd then asked if he had liked the Skeleton Squad's morning call. The Dragon King admitted that they really had been extremely loud while trying to wake him. Only then did he realize something important. Every time he woke up, he forgot to contact his wife and ended up falling asleep again. He commented that it had been a very long time since he last spoke with her, and completely irritated, threatened to kill Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd in turn replied that he had done his best to wake him up, exactly as he had promised. Then he reminded him that the promise was not only to wake him up, but also to contact her. Confused and frustrated, Verkus began to wonder what he should do now, and why the hell he always ended up in this situation. Lloyd then asked if he wanted a solution. According to him, Verkus was busy defeating a villain. This villain would have come from another dimension, used all kinds of strange abilities, and committed various crimes across the world. Verkus, with his strong sense of justice, obviously could not let that slide. In the end, he would have defeated this villain. The detail was that this villain would be Lloyd himself. Hearing that, Verkus broke into a huge grin, thinking the idea was simply perfect. Lloyd suggested putting all the blame on him and dragging him before the Dragon Queen. He guaranteed that he would act perfectly. Javier thought that Lloyd would not even need to pretend, since he lied to all kinds of people all the time. Even so, Verkus knew that Lloyd would want something in return, and asked what he desired. Lloyd explained that he wanted to obtain Kiara, which was in Seoul. Verkus replied that he knew about it, the material of the Jewel of Truth, and confirmed that he had sent it to Seoul. At that moment, Lloyd realized that the damn dragon knew that the Jewel of Truth had been destroyed, and had said nothing. Verkus explained that he really had sent the material there, but did not know the exact location. Even so, he handed over something that would help find it, the everything finding dog, which would literally guide Lloyd to the item. Lloyd asked whether dragons cared about appearances. Verkus replied that he did not know about the others, but that he already had a beautiful face, so he did not care about the rest. Then he took out his magic hammer that could go anywhere. It was just a small wooden hammer. He started shouting to go to Seoul, slammed the little stick on the ground, and opened a portal in a completely clumsy way. Lloyd was utterly disappointed, with no impressive visual effects at all. Javier commented that he should already be used to that. Even so, the two stepped onto the portal and began spinning slowly until they went in. Before that, Verkus warned that the portal was two-way and could also be used to return. He asked whether Seoul was Lloyd's hometown, explaining that his body in that world would probably be asleep. He also warned them not to look for it, since if the two bodies got close, they could end up being destroyed. After several strange moments, they finally went in, and after a few more moments, came out on the other side. Javier thought that this was Kim Suho's hometown. He decided that if Lloyd chose to stay there, he would drag him back by force. That was when he noticed something strange. All the mana inside his body had disappeared. He began to wonder whether it was impossible to use mana in that world. At that moment, Lloyd said that the little dog was reacting and that the path was that way. Javier thought this was very dangerous, because if anything happened, he would be completely vulnerable. As they left the alley, they ran into a road full of cars, kicking up dust and releasing extremely polluted smoke. Javier thought the place looked like hell. Lloyd said that the first thing to do was to get clothes, because like that they would draw far too much attention. Javier warned that he had lost his mana, so if something dangerous happened, it would be a problem. Lloyd told him not to worry, saying that nothing would go wrong. What Javier did not realize was that Lloyd was extremely nervous. That was because the last material of Aotora, the Jewel of Truth, a mysterious item described as capable of altering its appearance to adapt to the environment, had changed form, and was now in Seoul. Later, Lloyd was literally stealing clothes, commenting that the smell was kinda bad, but acceptable. Javier asked if he was alright, since he clearly did not look like it. That was when Lloyd reacted to something, and a police officer appeared asking what he was doing, saying that it was theft and ordering him to drop everything. Lloyd asked if he had not told Javier to keep watch and apologized. The officer wanted to know if they were foreigners or cosplayers, and said he would take them to the station. Lloyd tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, and that they were employees of a collection organization. The officer found that suspicious, asking why an employee would be in costume and stealing clothes, and said he would call the organization to confirm. Lloyd tried to change the subject, commenting on how nice the day was, and that it was not worth ruining it. At that moment, Javier handed a few gold nuggets to the officer, suggesting that he buy some ice cream with them. The officer pulled back, declared that it was a bribe, and said they were under arrest. Without thinking twice, Lloyd threw the gold far away and told Javier to run. The two fled immediately, while Lloyd complained that even in that world, he could not stop being ugly. Right after that, the officer picked up the gold thrown on the ground and realized, completely shocked, that it was real, and the officer began shouting that he had had so many dreams when he became a police officer and never imagined he would fall to temptation like that. His sense of justice had been deeply wounded, and now he swore that he would not stop until he arrested the two of them, an ugly cosplayer and a handsome foreigner. Over the radio, another officer asked if he had said an ugly cosplayer because he thought he had found someone like that. Lloyd complained that they were not supposed to recognize him so fast, just because he was ugly. Soon after, another officer appeared confirming that he had found the ugly cosplayer. Lloyd retorted that he was facing away and asked how someone could know he was ugly just from that. Not long after, the two had run so much that they were hiding in an alley, completely out of breath. Javier asked if it would not be simpler to buy clothes using the gold. Lloyd explained that it was not possible, because that place only accepted a specific type of money, and that it would take a long time to verify the authenticity of the gold. He suggested that they return to the teleportation circle, organize everything calmly, and move only after nightfall, when it would be easier to pass unnoticed. Once again, Javier noticed that Lloyd seemed far too tired. Even without mana, Javier found it strange that he was so exhausted and asked if he was feeling unwell. Lloyd said it was nothing serious, that the air in that place was very dirty, and suggested that they change quickly. Sometime later, already disguised as Koreans, they began following the little dog, which guided them straight to Namsan Tower. Lloyd commented that they did not need to take the entire tower, right? But at that moment, a disguised police officer appeared, saying that he knew nothing about cosplay, only that the guy over there was really ugly from behind. Lloyd immediately started running, while Javier asked when he planned to cover his face to hide that ugliness. Lloyd replied irritably, asking how he was supposed to know that, especially after hearing something like that. They began running along a trail through the forest that led to Namsan Tower. Lloyd was visibly very tired, and Javier asked if they should not rest a bit. Lloyd refused, saying that he was Lloyd Frontera and did not need to rest. However, shortly after, he stopped, apologized, and admitted that he was out of breath. Javier said that he had already expected that, and commented that Lloyd's heart was not in good condition. Lloyd replied that it was pathetic. Javier disagreed, saying that Lloyd had not seemed well since arriving in that world. Lloyd explained that it was normal for him, that when he lived in that world, he was exactly like that. He said that he was afraid of the world and that he probably would have run away from it if he could. While he lived with his parents, he was fine, but after they both passed away, his condition worsened greatly. He said it had been a long time since he had returned there, so he was not used to that pain. When Javier met him in the territory of Frontera, he had not noticed this because many events had happened one after another. At that time, Lloyd seemed confident, as if he could do anything, but there, in that world, he was different. He was nothing, just a nobody with a sick heart. Javier asked if that was why. While living there, he hated his life, blamed everything around him, and stayed still like he was now. Lloyd replied that he really wanted to do that, but he could not. People had always pointed fingers at his family. His parents fell for a scam, lost a lot of money, and ended up taking their own lives after that. Everyone blamed his parents for their own deaths, saying they were irresponsible for leaving their son behind. They criticized Lloyd without understanding how serious and frightening his illness was. Even so, he said that his parents were incredible people, and that they wanted to show that to the world. Because of that, he could not stop moving forward. He studied, worked every day, and did everything he could. He needed to live a real life to honor his parents, and prove that they had lived the right way. Javier said that Lloyd had done nothing wrong, and asked who had placed that responsibility on him. Kim Suho replied that it had been himself, because he felt that he had no sense of responsibility, and that he was a nobody. Hearing that, Javier stood up and said that he had worried for nothing. According to him, whether in Seoul or in Laurasia, Kim Suho was still the same person. Someone who caused trouble with that ugly face, but also someone who cried with that frightened expression and still took responsibility. Javier called him by name and said it out loud. Lloyd replied agreeing and saying that he would go ahead. Javier felt genuinely proud of him. Later, the little dog began barking non-stop at a specific section of the bridge that led to Namsan Tower. It barked directly at the bridge railing. Lloyd realized that the item was indeed there. It had probably fallen into that area during the construction of the place, and someone had simply left it there. He even complained about the scatterbrain Dragon King. Javier asked what all those things hanging on the railing were. Lloyd explained that they were love locks. Namsan Tower was a famous tourist spot where couples placed locks to promise eternal love to their loved ones. Javier commented that the situation was complicated since the place was very crowded, and asked if it would not be better to hide until midnight. Lloyd honestly had no idea what to do. That was when he remembered the time he had been there with his parents. He remembered the day his parents showed him that landscape. Lloyd picked up one of the locks and commented that it was not a common type of metal. It represented memories, a promise of love. When someone truly missed another person, maybe one day they could meet again. After that, they sat down on a nearby bench. Javier commented that he was happy to be in that place, and that he had always been curious to know what kind of person Lloyd was in his own world. Lloyd replied by asking if it was not Javier himself who said he did not care who Lloyd was, as long as he had saved the territory of Frontera. Javier said that did not matter. He was still curious anyway. Lloyd then said that all they had was merely a business relationship and that it was better not to cross that line. Even so, he began to wonder what he was doing there. He was human too, and did not like the idea of destroying other people's memories, just to obtain what he needed. As he watched the couples kissing around them, he realized that it was a special moment, a feeling of valuing one's partner, that stirred a strong sense of envy in him. Irritated, Lloyd commented that he would stop being human. Javier found that sudden change in mood strange, but already expecting that kind of reaction. He listened as Lloyd said that they would grab the item quickly and leave. Javier smiled, thinking that determined look suited him much better. Lloyd told everyone to get out of the way, saying he would inspect the railing. Without any ceremony, he simply lifted the entire railing onto his shoulder, with all the locks hanging together, complaining that people put far too many locks in that place, which only made the inspection harder. For him, the solution was to remove everything. At that moment, the police appeared again, looking for the so-called ugly cosplayer, whom they called the Lightning of Judgment, the one who judges and exterminates evil. One of the officers fired a taser, but Javier deflected the attack using only his cap. The girls nearby were shocked by the railing thieves, but upon seeing Javier's face, their reaction completely changed, finding him extremely handsome. Before long, Javier went viral online as the hot thief. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Javier ran off carrying the entire railing, with the police right behind them. One officer commented that they knew that area very well, but another said not to worry, because it was enough to follow social media. Wherever the handsome thief passed, someone posted photos, so they just had to follow the latest image. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Javier were already hiding in an alley, taking off the clothes used for the disguise. Javier asked if Lloyd did not feel bad about leaving the city like that, as if he were only buying time to stay there. Lloyd replied that it was not like that. He knew his family and there was indeed someone he wanted to talk to, but he would only do so if that person wanted to talk to him. He thought of a longtime friend who always helped at construction sites and was extremely helpful. The contractor even used to comment that the young man was a great worker, very diligent, but never understood why he always had such a serious expression. At that same moment, someone commented that the thieves were putting on a real striptease show in the alley, calling the police. His wife said that she had already said the handsome guy was innocent, and the officer agreed, praising the good citizen. When the police finally entered the alley, they found nothing but clothes scattered on the ground, a portal slowly closing, and a small note next to a few gold coins, with a message thanking them for their hard work. When Lloyd and Javier returned, completely exhausted, Lloyd celebrated, saying that they had finally gathered all the materials. Because of that, he gained another 2800 PR. Excited, Lloyd declared that destiny restoration was bullshit, because he himself would change destiny. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Worthroad was still planning his next steps. He knew that to summon the King of Hell into that world, it was necessary to present a clear wish. Depending on the form of that wish, specific tools would be required. If the wish were for someone's death, it would be necessary to have the physical body of a person who held great resentment toward the target. Thinking about that, Worthroad arrived at a dungeon where he found a corpse with its head torn off, a body filled with enough hatred and resentment for the ritual. The dark mage was Rupelin, the very same one who had been killed by Lloyd Frontera and Javier. While researching ancient dark magic in an attempt to revive his family, Worthroad picked up Rupelin's head and said that the bastard who had put him in that state was now living a comfortable life. He was respected, had everyone's trust, and had stolen all those people from them. He remarked that Lloyd had also been lucky, managing to secure a strong knight at his side, and as if that were not enough, even gaining the queen's trust. It was unfair. While they were stuck in that pathetic state, he continued to enjoy everything. That was why Rupelin would be used to drag him down to ruin together with them. He would bear the hatred of the entire world and die in a tragic way. Worthroad focused his necromantic power into Rupelin's skull and concluded that the shell was already prepared. The second tool required would be a great amount of fear to infuse into that shell. And what caused fear? War. To provoke a war, it would be necessary to drive the queen mad. With that in mind, the next destination would be Majantano Castle. Meanwhile, Lloyd was gleefully tearing off each small padlock from the railing. To him, eternal love was nothing but nonsense. If he could not have it, no one else would. He ripped off the locks while complaining, telling couples to break up and get divorced, laughing to himself. Javier commented that Master Lloyd was starting to look like a villain. Lloyd replied that he was no villain at all, just the embodiment of equality. Everyone would be equally single. After a great deal of effort, they finally removed all the locks. Lloyd even commented that he should have brought more space to carry everything. At that moment, the railing transformed back into Kiora, the shape-shifting cube. The system congratulated Lloyd for obtaining all the materials of the Jewel of Truth. It was impossible not to feel moved, but even so, Lloyd immediately stood up and said there was no time to lose. They would move straight on to the next stage and return to the Kingdom of Mermaid to finish everything. Javier thought it would not hurt to celebrate that achievement a little, but that simply was not Lloyd's way. Perhaps that was exactly why he was able to save everyone. Later, as they descended and the Guardian people waved goodbye, Lloyd remarked to Javier that many things had happened up to that point. They had built a sewer system, a suspension bridge, trails in hell, an ice storage for orcs, aqueducts in the desert, a bathhouse in the kingdom of tritons and mermaids, and even a racetrack on the Centaur Plains. Even so, he wondered why he was always building good things for others, and nothing for himself. Javier asked whether he was not acting that way because of the Jewel of Truth, and whether he truly wanted to build it elsewhere, reminding him that he had made a promise to the Kingdom of Mermaid. Lloyd replied that it was not quite like that. There was still one thing he could do, a way to steal the Jewel of Truth and build it in Frontera territory. He then asked why Javier was staring at him like that, always looking at him as if he were were the most vile being in the world. Lloyd questioned whether he had ever really done anything truly evil. Javier kept staring in silence. Faced with that, Lloyd admitted that, thinking about it, he might have done something wrong once or twice. Maybe 3 times, or 4. Anyway, later before Ariel, the queen of the kingdom of Mermaid, Lloyd told his ugly but brave friend that he had obtained all the materials. Ariel assured him that the kingdom would provide everything necessary for the construction of the Jewel of Truth, and that he could freely use any facility in the kingdom. Lloyd thanked her, and the queen said she would put every possible effort into the construction. That was when Ariel noticed that Lloyd was crying. She asked why he was crying with such a sad expression. Lloyd tried to apologize, but Ariel interrupted him. In her view, he did not need to apologize. He was a hero and a friend. The kingdom of Mermaid would help with whatever was needed. Lloyd explained that he was sad because the Jewel of Truth could only be built in that place. Ariel was confused, thinking that this had been agreed upon from the beginning, but Lloyd clarified that it was not quite like that. As soon as the jewel was complete, those blinded by greed would incite a war just to get their hands on it. When he thought about that Triton kingdom so beautiful and peaceful, possibly suffering once again, the weight of the decision became clear. Ariel was visibly shocked by those words, but Lloyd emphasized that a promise was a promise, and that he would still build it right there. Ariel asked for a moment and questioned whether it truly could only be built in that location. Lloyd explained that not exactly, since the jewel could be built anywhere that had at least 70 meters of depth. Hearing that, Ariel suggested that perhaps it would be better to build it in another land. Lloyd simply replied with a smile, and Javier immediately realized what he was doing. Later, as they left the kingdom, Lloyd stated that the jewel would be built in his own territory, and that the Fishman Kingdom could use it whenever they wished. Everything had gone well. He had not lied, yet Javier did not seem fully convinced. Deep down, Lloyd did not care much about that, and Javier simply sighed. When Lloyd asked why, he assumed Javier thought his attitude was cowardly, but Javier denied it. If everyone was satisfied, that was what mattered. Lloyd commented that he had finally become a bit more pragmatic, and admitted that he was starting to resemble him. The two exchanged a silent fist bump, and Javier took the chance to remind him about the portal of hell. Lloyd replied that he would ask the Jewel of Truth if there was a way to close that portal, and they exchanged another gesture of understanding. Later they arrived at Lake Kapua. Lloyd said that it was the perfect place to build the Jewel of Truth, since it was spacious and had ideal depth. He asked the owner of the lake what he thought of the idea, and Bying answered promptly. The name caught his attention, but Lloyd simply thought it was great, and decided to scan the area. He dove in and activated simulation mode to see how the jewel would look there. Suddenly the jewel began to glow, and a maritime storm formed. The lake water started to flee, overflowing and creating a flood so powerful that it could wash away the entire border county. Lloyd emerged from the lake extremely dissatisfied. Javier asked if something had gone wrong. Lloyd, irritated, replied that it was already time to retire and enjoy life, complaining about the amount of accumulated misfortune. He told Javier to take a vacation, saying that he had a lot to think about. After that, he dried himself, put his clothes back on, and went off to reflect alone. Javier decided to walk around the city, since he did not handle many things well besides fighting. As he walked, he realized how much that place had changed. A few years earlier, it had been just a poor little village. Along the way, he met Byron, reuniting with his children who studied in the capital and received a good education, lacking nothing, all thanks to their father's good salary. He also saw Hiroche together with Malika, the two very close. Javier found it curious how elves and orcs, despite having such opposite personalities, lived there as if no border existed between them. He also passed by Kuga, who was apologizing to Emily. Javier knew all of that had happened because of him, but Emily denied any resentment. She said she genuinely enjoyed the training they did together, and showed her fully muscular arm, explaining that with such a strong wrist, she only needed a quick movement to adjust a large blanket. Then she ran off carrying a steamroller, with Kuga running after her. Javier found the scene a bit bizarre, but concluded that weight training was a good thing, and that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Valerardi and Therms were finishing yet another statue of Lloyd. Sonic was celebrating, happy that he had finally managed to make a dragon. Cordy too commented that he thought it looked more like a slime. Watching all of that, Javier realized that dreams were coming true. Problems of hunger had been solved, and people were finding satisfaction in life, enjoying their days in a bright place like that. Even so, Javier found himself wondering when Lloyd would truly live in that place, and he even mentioned it to him. Later on, the Countess was talking with Arcus, showing concern. Lloyd had finally returned after being away for so long, but he remained locked in his office most of the time. Arcus commented that they had not even managed to throw him a proper welcome party. The Countess replied that she never had the chance to ask what kept him so busy, since he always seemed very serious. Arcus remarked that Lloyd used to be just a good-for-nothing, but now, besides pulling himself together, he was trying to revive the entire territory. Even so, the Countess said that sometimes he seemed like a different person, someone who was not exactly the same as before. Arcus asked if she had felt that too. Marvea then commented that he did not even call them mother and father anymore, and that his way of speaking, acting, and even his expressions had completely changed. The two of them fell silent for a moment. After that, Arcus said that was what everyone was saying, that perhaps Lloyd had simply matured. Then he commented that he thought it was already time to hand that over to him. It was the formal clothing of the Frontera family. Arcus explained that these clothes were meant to be passed down when someone became the lord of that territory, and that Lloyd was more than qualified for it. He had put so much effort into obtaining those clothes that he was sure Lloyd would be happy. Later, Lloyd was running through the corridors with a tired expression, thinking that as a genius, he would build the Jusante, a gravity dam capable of blocking the flood. He intended to run a simulation immediately, but ended up running into Arcus along the way. Arcus commented that they had been looking for him and noticed that he seemed busy, so he decided to get straight to the point and deliver a gift. The formal clothes were placed in his hands. Lloyd commented that the clothes looked great and said he would make sure to wear them. He thanked him sincerely, but explained that he was busy at the moment and would try them on later. Arcus asked whether he did not remember how much he had always wanted them, since his grandfather looked imposing while wearing those clothes. Lloyd replied vaguely saying yes, that he still remembered, thanking him again before leaving. After he walked away, Arcus murmured that Lloyd had never actually known his own grandfather. The next morning, Javier met Arcus and Marvea in the garden. As usual, they asked whether he was enjoying his vacation. Javier replied that now that he was doing nothing, he felt a bit restless. Arcus commented that it was normal and that he also needed to rest, since both he and Lloyd were always busy and traveling. Then he said he was curious about the journeys and asked whether Javier could tell him something about them. Javier replied that it was still difficult to talk about it, but that he would explain everything once it was resolved. Arcus then asked just one more question, wanting to know where Lloyd was at that moment. Javier answered that he was at the Prona River, taking care of a few things. Arcus interrupted and said that he was not talking about that Lloyd, but the real one, their son. He wanted to know if he was still alive. At that moment, Javier realized the situation had become serious. He asked what exactly Arcus was talking about. Marvea then asked whether Javier also knew about the formal clothes of the Frontera family, since Lloyd seemed to have completely forgotten how much he wanted them. Arcus commented that, suddenly Lloyd said he remembered something, but reacted in an evasive way. Both Arcus and Marvea had always felt that something was strange ever since the day Lloyd began to truly make an effort. His actions, his way of speaking, and his reactions did not resemble those of the son they knew. Javier, who had been by his side from the beginning, knew that even his skill with the sword had surpassed the level of a master, something that should not go unnoticed. They acknowledged everything he had done for the county, and had no intention of forgetting that gratitude, but they were still worried about their true son. Because of that, they asked Javier to tell the truth. They wanted to know whether Lloyd was still alive. Javier found himself cornered. The real Lloyd was dead. He remembered that the King of Hell had said he would reincarnate, but he had no idea in what form, nor whether that would truly happen. For the Count and Countess, their son had essentially died. If they were to learn that someone had expelled their son's soul and taken over his body, neither they nor Kim Suho would be able to maintain their sanity. Even so, Javier felt that he could not simply lie. He apologized for hiding the truth for so long. The two of them became extremely nervous, filled with anticipation. Then Javier, just like Lloyd, put on his mask of lies. He explained that Master Lloyd was going through some kind of personality and memory confusion, caused by a part of the brain that had been affected. Marvea asked what exactly that meant. Arcus asked Javier to explain it in a way they could understand. Javier asked whether they remembered that he had disliked Lloyd at the beginning, and that it was mutual. After being taken in by the Count, Lloyd always provoked him and mocked him whenever he could, even with the wooden sword he had received as a gift. The wooden sword had been broken by Arcus, and he himself admitted it, apologizing. Javier replied that he did not need to apologize, because all of that had happened on the day Arcus told him to go look for Lloyd, who had disappeared. While walking to the bar, Javier remembered what he had thought at the time, internally complaining about having to babysit that piece of trash. Arcus asked whether he had really thought something like that, and Javier replied that he had grown up being mocked by Lloyd, so it was natural to hold a grudge. They acknowledged that it was true and felt sorry for Javier. That day, Lloyd had said he did not need an asshole like him watching over him and kept saying rude things like that. Javier said he could not hold back his anger, and ended up striking Master Lloyd on the head with the sword. The Count and Countess were completely shocked when they heard that. Javier explained that at that moment, he wondered what he would do next, but then Lloyd woke up without his memories, and ended up becoming a better person. That was exactly what had happened. The atmosphere grew heavy, filled with an expectant silence. Javier then drew his sword and said that, for the crime of having struck their son, he would pay with his own life. He nearly plunged the sword into his own stomach, but was stopped in time. Arcus said there was no need for that and stated that Javier had done nothing wrong. Marvea added that he was the one responsible for turning Lloyd into a decent human being. Arcus said that what Javier had done was incredible and sincerely thanked him. At that moment, Lloyd appeared with an urgent message. He said he would be delayed for a while, so he would gather everyone to explain things calmly. As he passed by Javier, he commented that Javier had matured a lot. Javier replied that he had learned from the best. Then Lloyd explained to the Count and Countess that he had been having several dreams in which many people died in the county. When he asked the Dragon King, who was sleeping in his room, he heard that those were clairvoyant dreams. Verkus, the Dragon King, said that all he had to do was obtain the Jewel of Truth and ask it for a solution. For that, it would be necessary to build a dam on the Ajuzante River. Arcus immediately agreed and authorized the construction. Lloyd asked whether he was not surprised, but Marvea replied that after what they had just heard, it even sounded plausible. Arcus said he had already realized that Lloyd was busy because he was doing something for the county, but asked him not to carry everything alone and to trust them more. Lloyd replied that all he needed was for the two of them to stay healthy. Later, Lloyd stood before the entire county, ready to begin the greatest project in the history of that continent. He said he would not speak much, but needed everyone to trust him. At that moment, the system announced that his titles had connected and created a new effect. All the titles that acted within the county territory united into the title Absolute Trust. Lloyd thought that hard work really paid off. He began dividing the teams. Group 1 would be responsible for the complex construction of the Jewel of Truth Dam, formed by the Engineer Corps, which emphasized that safety came first. Group 2 would be the White Peace Corps, and Valorati confirmed that it was the ideal terrain. Group 3 would be the Infinite Resistance Engineer Corps, composed of an undead dragon and skeletons that worked extra shifts, labored through the night, and never got tired. Group 4 would be the Heavy Machinery team, formed by the Mascots. Group 5 would be in charge of the Alliance of Races, handling abilities and the supply of resources. Group 6 would be the team responsible for everything else that no one else could do. Javier asked why he was the only one in the last group, and Lloyd replied that it was precisely the team that did everything. It was better to start right away. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Kingdom, in the first administrative building, the rank 1 Seraph Gabriel, senior administrator of the Celestial Kingdom, was carefully reading a document. He realized it was about an illegal construction in the Lower Kingdom, specifically the construction of Oteroa. Another angel confirmed the information, and Gabriel realized that it was the Jewel of Truth. He concluded that if someone built that, a war would certainly break out. The other angel explained that the one organizing the construction had obtained information from Verkus, the Dragon King, and that the materials were already being collected. Gabriel complained about that damned lizard, but remembered that the jewel was not supposed to be easy to build. The angel explained that they were monitoring the situation, but that the possibility of success was not zero. Therefore, they requested his signature to immediately begin the demolition process. The one speaking was the rank 3 angel Raphael, president of the inspection agency of the Lower Kingdom. Back in the county, Lloyd asked everyone to pay attention. He was on the roof of a house and said that what came next would be hard to believe, but that he could stop time. He explained that he would freeze time for an entire year solely so that the construction could take place. People stared, unsure whether to believe it. Lloyd noticed the doubt, but at that moment the effect of the Absolute Trust title came into action. Valorati stated that if Lloyd had said it, then it was true. Other people began to agree. Remembering that he summoned monsters and controlled a dragon, soon everyone was repeating that if Lloyd said it, then it was true. Watching that, Javier wondered whether the people of that place were all right in the head. Then Lloyd consumed 3,000 relationship points and froze time. His heart was heavily affected, and Javier asked whether Lloyd was all right. Lloyd replied that no, he was not. In truth, he was simply far too excited about the idea of building the Jewel of Truth. He had carried out countless calculations to design the dam, and even with limited technical knowledge, managed to revise the design many times using the simulation skill. After so many attempts, he finally created the perfect plan. The idea was to create passages to drain the water from the area where the Jewel of Truth would be placed, and only then begin construction of the dam. Since there were technological limitations in that world, Lloyd decided to use the TB Dam in Spain as a model, a legendary construction from the Middle Ages that still stood to this day. Behind the dam, the Jewel of Truth would be installed, the most important part and the true center of the entire plan. The project advanced at an accelerated pace, and Lloyd was certain that he would soon be rewarded for all the effort. That was when Verkus sent a telepathic message to that ugly guy, asking whether he could hear him. It was the Dragon King, and he said it was an extremely urgent emergency. It might not even be possible to finish the construction. Hearing that, Lloyd ran to the room and found Verkus lying face down. The dragon explained that his neck was stiff and ordered Lloyd to give him a massage. Lloyd asked whether that was really an emergency, but Verkus replied that if he was not massaged, he would get irritated and destroy everything. Lloyd thought that bastard was just making excuses, but he focused mana into his hands and pushed his mana heart to its maximum limit to press on the dragon's neck. As he applied force, he thought about how that damn creature seemed impossible to kill. Verkus complained that he was not even using proper strength, and Lloyd remembered that he was dealing with a dragon, a monster that fed on the suffering of others. Even so, he kept pressing, irritated, saying that all of this was starting to get on his nerves. At that moment, the system unlocked a new skill for Lloyd, called Absolute Ugly. He became an unbelievably ugly being. Whether angry or crying, anyone who looked at his face could only think about how horrible it was. Lloyd was outraged, remembering that before coming coming to that world he had been considered handsome. The system confirmed that yes, it acknowledged that, but explained that in that world, Lloyd looked like a disaster. While trying to torture Verkus, who barely felt anything, Lloyd commented that if he could change fate using the Jewel of Truth, the first thing he would do would be to destroy it. An artifact like that would only bring headaches and interfere with his future life of rest and enjoyment. Verkus, upon hearing this, merely commented that it was a really ugly face, but smiled as he realized that the Jewel of Truth would not be used for evil purposes. All that boy wanted in the end was to live a quiet life, doing nothing. Verkus said that it was enough, and told Lloyd to leave. Lloyd complained that he was not finished yet, but the system informed him that he had pushed his mana heart to its limit, causing the skill to level up. As a result, he became an advanced swordsman, and received a passive skill called Swordmaster Syndrome. All of his senses became absurdly sharpened. When Verkus asked if everything was alright, Lloyd almost went deaf just from hearing that sentence. He immediately realized that the syndrome had activated. As he walked through the corridors, Lloyd began to hear all kinds of noises, everything far too loud, to the point of causing pain. He thought that he had many things to do, but not like that. He did not care about becoming a swordmaster, and even considered using points to further increase the level of his mana heart, but gave up when he realized that he might not have enough points to interfere with fate in the future. When Javier approached and asked whether he had Swordmaster Syndrome, Lloyd almost went deaf again and told him to shut up. Javier, strangely enough, was happy about it. He said that Lloyd needed to throw himself into silence, face those sharpened senses, and learn to focus, accepting and embracing everything until reaching true silence. Lloyd's ears began to bleed, and he collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Javier said that he could do it, laughing loudly, but Lloyd began to perceive everything with absurd clarity. He could even see the smallest imperfections on Javier's face, but ended up realizing that he did not have any. Even after mocking Lloyd so much, Javier spent many nights awake helping him, because he had already gone through the same experience. Little by little, he helped Lloyd get used to those new senses. A few months passed, and the construction of the dam and the Jewel of Truth was almost complete. The Great Pyramid had already taken shape and was nearing the top. Javier commented that everything seemed very stable, but realized too late that he had spoken too soon and apologized. Even so, he kept talking, and Lloyd asked if he was enjoying all of that. Javier replied that he was not, saying that he was just very worried about him. Lloyd shot back, saying that you could clearly see the smile on his face. Before the conversation could continue, something interrupted everything. Something luminous, radiant, and clearly divine. Descending from the heavens was Raphael, head of the Infernal Kingdom Inspection Office, and an officer of the Celestial Kingdom. He was there to announce an execution order. Raphael opened his book and read that the owner of the construction, Lloyd Frontera, was to immediately halt the work on the Jewel of Truth and destroy everything that had already been built. Lloyd was confused and asked how that made sense, since everyone had clearly heard it. After all, it was an angel speaking. Raphael explained that this was the will of the heavens, and that the construction of Aotearoa had to be destroyed without delay. Even so, Lloyd questioned how he could be sure that Raphael was really an angel, and asked for proof. Raphael replied by pointing to his own wings, but Lloyd countered by saying that Javier also had wings, and that did not make him an angel. Raphael insisted, saying that his face was that of an angel, which left Javier quite pleased, but Lloyd was still not satisfied. Regardless of that, Lloyd questioned how he could trust that this decision was truly the will of the heavens, after all the effort he had put into building it. Then Raphael summoned from the heavens his great hammer of judgment along with his halo and asked if they believed. Now, Frieren immediately recognized it, saying that it was the golden hammer of judgment and punishment, exactly as described in the sacred book. There was no doubt, it really was an angel. Even so, Raphael casually commented that the official name of the weapon was simply the official business multi-purpose hammer. Lloyd then asked why that construction was considered illegal, since they were the legitimate owners of the territory. Raphael explained that the Jewel of Truth, also known as Aotearoa, was an abnormal artifact even by the standards of the upper realm, which lay above the Celestial Kingdom, an artifact capable of leaking the secrets of the heavens. At 6 in the morning on December 6th, in the year 307 of the mythical calendar, a great racial war had occurred precisely because of the desire to obtain this jewel. 4 million people died, 27 million were injured, and the total damages exceeded 4 quadrillion, 72 trillion, 9 billion, and 400 million euros. Because of this, Aotearoa was officially classified as an illegal construction. If it was not destroyed immediately, Raphael would do it personally. Lloyd said that this was oppression and declared that he wanted to file an objection, since he disagreed with the decision of the heavens. Raphael explained that objections were only accepted through prayers. If the prayer was fervent and pure, it would reach the complaint hall. Lloyd commented that their system was almost too functional. Raphael confirmed this, saying that the Celestial Kingdom was a friendly place, created to reduce difficulties. Then Lloyd knelt down and prayed. He asked God to lend him the power of Aotearoa to protect the people important to him, saying that he did not want to lose anyone else. He begged them to pay attention to the prayers of that pitiful lamb, and explained that all the people gathered there were filled with happiness and precious memories. Even so, the prayer was rejected. Raphael informed him that it was not pure enough, and once again ordered that everything be be destroyed. Lloyd replied that he could not do that. Faced with this, Raphael picked up his hammer and said that he would do it himself. The instant he advanced, Javier, using his wings, intercepted the blow with the blade of his sword, creating a gigantic shockwave. Lloyd almost went deaf because of the Swordmaster syndrome. Javier introduced himself as Javier Azrahan, Knight of the County of Frontera, and declared that Raphael was an intruder and should withdraw immediately, otherwise he would be executed. At that moment, Solitas came running after sensing an absurd amount of mana and wondered if there was an angel there. His mother had already told him that angels were beings who ensured that the laws were followed. Still, Solitas thought that if that bastard destroyed the Jewel of Truth, he would never be able to get married. He even thought that perhaps his power combined with that of the master rank would be enough to stop him. But in the middle of his draconic transformation, Verkus warned him that this would bring serious problems. The Celestial Kingdom, Hell and Dragons could not interfere directly, or a great war would begin. A war capable of destroying the planet. Small intrusions or limited damage had to be ignored so that the world could continue to exist. Even so, Solitas wondered who exactly that angel was. Meanwhile, Lloyd ordered the immediate evacuation of everyone from the construction area. Raphael then warned Javier that if he did not step away at once, he would be charged with obstructing a celestial function. Javier replied that, in that case, they would both remain faithful to their own duties. This time, he managed to dodge Raphael's hammer strike. Lloyd wondered whether Javier truly had a chance against an angel. The moment Javier advanced and swung his sword, everything seemed about to spiral completely out of control. Raphael shielded himself with his halo, and the impact nearly left Lloyd deaf. In fact, the rapid exchange of blows between the hammer and the sword was causing it. The noise was absurd, and it felt as if every clash echoed inside his head. Even so, Raphael said it was still not too late for Javier. He asked, almost pleading for him to give up and follow the laws of the Celestial Kingdom. Lloyd said he would help, and told Javier to cover his ears. Then he prepared to sing, and Javier immediately covered them. When Lloyd began to sing, even he could not endure the sound. The singing itself nearly made him deaf, and he thought he never wanted to hear that again. In his mind, that singing was truly horrible. Raphael, confused, asked what that had been, saying it sounded like the scream of an ancient demon. Taking advantage of the opening, Javier attacked, but the strike was blocked once again by the halo. They returned to exchanging intense blows, with Javier using his maximum speed. Even so, Raphael could keep up, claiming that as long as he had a pure and just soul, the halo would always protect him. In the next attack, Javier was nearly thrown toward the Jewel of Truth. He deliberately dodged, but ended up taking another hammer blow to the head. With that, he fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Raphael said that if he stopped now, he would be forgiven, and told him to remain on the ground. But Javier was pretending. He stood up, grabbed a small handful of sand, and even with Raphael ordering him to stop, when he turned his back, he ended up throwing sand straight into Raphael's face. Raphael cursed, calling Javier a damned coward, and immediately the halo reacted, warning about the use of offensive language and applying 10 penalty points. Javier taunted him, saying that he had cursed, and that maybe he was not so pure after all. Lloyd, watching everything, wondered if Javier had always been that clever, finding it pretty cool. Next, Javier struck the halo, which turned against Raphael and lashed him. The fight continued at high speed. Javier dodged the strikes and hammer blows, and Lloyd thought they were now evenly matched. Even so, Javier was bleeding heavily, although he was also managing to injure Raphael. Worried, Lloyd asked them to stop, begging Raphael not to hurt his friend. Raphael asked whether Lloyd intended to destroy the Jewel of Truth. Lloyd replied that he would only do so if Raphael promised one thing, that he would not build the jewel to prevent the phenomenon of destiny restoration, and that he would avoid letting the people of the county, whom he considered the most beautiful in the world, end up in a sad and miserable state. He said he did not care about his own fate, he just wanted to make sure those people were safe. Raphael apologized, but said there was no way he could help with that. Lloyd asked if that was really how it was, and concluded that, in that case, the negotiation had failed. He admitted that he had only made that speech to gain friendship and relationship points. With 26,000 points, he could evolve into a sword master, and that was exactly what he did. Now, according to him, it was showtime. Javier immediately noticed the change, recognizing the mana of a sword master. Raphael tried to warn Lloyd, telling him not to become a criminal, since he possessed strength equivalent to that of a grandmaster. Even so, Lloyd made it clear that he would not fight with a stick or with a sword. He simply warmed up his voice to start singing again. Javier summoned his wings to cover his ears. Verkus, the Dragon King, teleported to the moon. Birds fled from the trees. Fish leapt away from the water, and Lloyd used all of his mana to unleash the infernal singing. The sound was so powerful that his popularity with the people of the county plummeted, as they began to bleed from their ears. Raphael was completely paralyzed. The birds died, the fish did as well, and when blood started running from his nose, he ended up cursing again. The halo warned about the profanity and applied an absurd penalty of 480 points. He crossed the limit, and all of his powers were suspended for the duration of the punishment. Because of that, he lost the halo, the wings, and the hammer. Lloyd grabbed the shovel, Javier grabbed the sword, and Raphael, in despair, tried to suggest that they talk things out for a moment. The response was a direct shovel strike to the face, followed by a sword slash from Javier. They took turns attacking like a ping-pong exchange of blows, until Raphael lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a room in the border county. Lloyd said that he had finally woken up and that he had spent the entire night taking care of him, even thinking that maybe he would never wake up again. Raphael asked what had happened, and Lloyd explained that he was not a bad person, that he just had different beliefs, and that in that story there was no real villain. Even so, remembering the beating he had taken, Raphael wondered if there truly was no villain at all. At that moment, Javier opened the door, saying that he was going to kill that bastard. Lloyd quickly stopped him, explaining that he was an angel and that Javier could not do that. After that, he pulled Javier out of the room and commented that he was kind of explosive. It is hard work to hold back his temper, but what really happened was the opposite. In truth, it was Javier who held Lloyd back to stop him from hitting Raphael on the head with the shovel again. But since Raphael's memory was a bit distorted after the beating, he ended up misunderstanding everything and thanked Lloyd profusely, saying that he was a great person. Lloyd thought that in the end it was exactly as the novel said. Raphael was pure to a fault, so he asked what his situation would be like during that punishment period. Raphael explained that the punishment blocked all of an angel's powers, and that he would not be able to return to heaven. At least he could still communicate using a phone. Right after that, he corrected himself, saying that it was not a normal phone but a smartphone. Lloyd asked if when the punishment ended he would try to destroy the Jewel of Truth again. Raphael replied that this would be a decision of the heavens and that there was nothing he could do, since it was considered necessary to maintain order and peace in the lower world. Lloyd then questioned whether that was truly for the good of the lower world. He reminded him that it was not him who had said that the people of the lower world knew nothing and should simply follow the decisions of the heavens. He commented that Raphael must have been very strict in his work until now, and that this might even be correct, but he asked whether anyone in heaven had ever thought about the feelings of the people living down below. He questioned whether anyone had truly listened to those people, whether Raphael had ever tried to put himself in their place. He said that heaven promised to ease the hardships of the lower world, but asked what happened to those who ended up suffering even more because of the judgments. Raphael admitted that what Lloyd said made sense, and acknowledged that he had never stopped to listen to the stories of the people of the lower world. Taking advantage of that, Lloyd suggested that he stay in his territory for a while to learn more about how things worked there. Raphael was surprised and asked if that would not be disrespectful, but Lloyd said that it was fine. Then Lloyd pulled out a contract and explained that if Raphael signed it and fulfilled a few requests, he would guarantee that he could stay there. Raphael, innocent as he was, ended up signing it. Lloyd thought that he could use this to divert the queen's attention and prevent her heart from freezing. Later on, everyone was in action, especially Raphael. He put on ordinary clothes, wore glasses, combed his hair, and went out running with the animals. The animals loved him. His singing was wonderful, almost like a male version of Snow White. The citizens were also enchanted when they heard the angel sing, feeling their hearts warm. Valalardi, Therms and Byron felt much better in his presence. At one point, Byron commented on how Lloyd's singing was completely different, only to realize that Lloyd was right behind him, which made him apologize immediately. After that, he explained that after hearing Lloyd's terrifying singing, everyone had been having nightmares. Lloyd said that he understood and that he was being honest, but admitted that Raphael was starting to irritate him. Javier commented that it sounded like jealousy, saying that an angel who sings well sounds better than a demon screaming from the depths of hell. Even the mascots sided with Raphael at that moment and asked why Lloyd did not send him away, since he did not seem to like him that much. Lloyd replied that this was not possible because Raphael had signed the contract. Remembering that, Lloyd explained that he had made 2 requests to Raphael. The first was that Raphael inform him in advance about anything the Celestial Kingdom planned to do. Raphael said that this would not be a problem, since the smartphone could receive news directly from the Celestial Kingdom. The second request was something Lloyd needed to confirm first. He asked whether during the punishment period Raphael could still prove that he was an angel. Raphael sang, showed his wings and even his ears, and Lloyd admitted that it was quite convincing. Even so, he questioned whether Raphael had not lost his authority. Raphael explained that despite that, the appearance of an angel still remained. Lloyd then asked him to cooperate with him as much as possible. In the present, Lloyd explained to Javier that the Celestial Kingdom was holding a meeting because of their firm stance. Meetings among higher authorities usually took quite a long time. Because of that, he intended to use the Jewel of Truth as soon as possible, before the meeting ended. That way, everything would be resolved, even if the jewel were destroyed, since that would only take a few hours. Javier somewhat awkwardly commented that it might sound random, but he thought Lloyd's singing was better than Raphael's. Lloyd replied by asking if he had any idea how ridiculous that sounded. Javier admitted that he did, that it was truly horrible, with the impact of a major disaster full of curses and the screams of a demon from the depths of hell. That was exactly why Lloyd did not like to sing. He always felt guilty and embarrassed afterward, but even so, he kept singing as loudly as he could. He endured all that embarrassment for the sake of saving people. To him, if there was any kind of singing that could be called noble, it would be exactly that. Lloyd managed to respond, but Javier made it clear that even so, he did not want to hear him him sing. Just imagining the scene made his face twist in pain. Lloyd said that after hearing that, even the chills were gone. The clear water reflected the smiles of the two of them, making the atmosphere a little lighter at that moment. Later, Gumming finished the work, releasing the concentrated magic right at the top of the pyramid. The energy overflowed, and the Jewel of Truth, Adoro, was finally completed. With that, Lloyd obtained a legendary achievement and gained 8,500 PR points. Right after that, he ordered the water gate to be opened, and the system announced that the Frontera Dam had also been built, the largest concrete dam in the history of Laurasia, earning another 1,500 PR. When the Jewel of Truth was completely submerged, Lloyd felt that the time had finally come to obtain answers. He concentrated his mana and activated the jewel. Aroder explained that it only spoke the truth and asked if he had any questions, making it clear that it would not be free. In exchange, he would have to reveal a secret, something only he knew in the entire world. Lloyd thought it could not be anything Javier already knew, so he ended up revealing an extremely embarrassing secret about how he cleaned himself after using the bathroom, describing everything in detail. The moment he finished speaking, that secret was spread to everyone. Javier even asked how far he stuck it in, and Lloyd told him to act as if he knew nothing. Javier remembered that it had been Lloyd himself who said that a great shockwave would occur when the jewel was activated, and he became worried. Lloyd, on the other hand, thought that it was not as if someone would die because of it. With the Jewel of Truth ready to hear the real question, Lloyd explained that he came from another world, that he had done many things, and saved many people who should have died or faced tragedies. Even so, the phenomenon of destiny restoration kept trying to reverse all of that. He asked how he could stop it. At that moment, a massive shockwave was generated. Javier protected Lloyd with his wings, but Lloyd ended up being taken to a space where only he and the Jewel of Truth existed, a place created solely so that he could hear the answer. The jewel revealed that Lloyd Frontera should have been dead, but did not die. Moreover, he ended up stealing the position of protagonist that originally belonged to Javier Asrahan. The world was trying to kill Lloyd, restore destinies, and return the role of protagonist to Javier. However, because of a bug known as Lloyd, the world was unable to correctly locate the protagonist, resulting in a critical error. Now Destiny was out of control, trying to force a return to the original story. To regain control and pacify the world, there was a cost. The story had to be reset, and for that a clear protagonist had to be defined, Lloyd or Javier. The story could only continue when one of them died. There was no other method. Upon hearing this, Lloyd fell into complete despair. He thought about everything he had done, about how he had worked without rest, always believing that things would get better someday. Everything he had endured seemed to have been for nothing. He began to hyperventilate, feeling despair take over. That light, that hope he had waited for so long, simply vanished, drifting far away from him. Meanwhile, Javier tried to save him, attempting to make his heart beat again. Lloyd thought that he had already lived 2 lives, and wondered what would happen if he died first. The Jewel of Truth explained that this would only trigger a protagonist resurrection event. Lloyd then asked if going to Seoul meant he would cease to exist in that world, but the Jewel replied that this was not the same as dying. His heart froze even more. The Heart of Winter reacted, trying to understand what was happening. He was a sword master. This should not have been happening. The system explained that the problem was not in his body, but in his mind, and that nothing could be done. The Jewel of Truth repeated once again that Lloyd Frontera, or Javier Sejahan, had to die. This was the only way to save everyone. When he heard this, the ice dome shattered. Later, Lloyd was lying down, feeling intense pain in his chest. He asked the messenger what had truly brought him to that world, whether it was only to suffer. He questioned who those beings were who claimed to stand above God, and whether they had placed him in that simulation just to laugh at him. The system apologized, but Lloyd asked whether this was fun for them, whether this meant that the weak and pathetic Kim Suho was destined to end up that way forever. He asked them not to toy with his life. He said he would do whatever was necessary to make things work, because in the end he was Lloyd Frontera. Later, Count and Countess knocked on the door of the room. Javier explained that Lloyd was very weak, that he had pushed himself too hard for too long and now needed to rest. Marvia asked whether, even so, he would still be able to prevent those unfortunate events. Javier answered confidently that yes, saying that he was resting precisely for that reason. After that, Javier entered the room and told young Master Lloyd that he did not know exactly what the Jewel of Truth had told him, but he truly believed that Lloyd was someone capable of finding the right answer. He said that before anything else, Lloyd needed to survive, asked him to endure just a little longer, and promised to help him stand up once again. While watching Lloyd, Javier thought that he already knew what he was searching for. That feeling was not new. He had seen it countless times before. The key to making him rise still existed. With that in mind, he decided to act as Lloyd Frontera would. Later, Javier went after Raphael in search of new information. Raphael said that the Celestial Kingdom was considering summoning Lloyd, but there was still no date set. Meetings among higher authorities usually took quite a long time. Knowing this, Javier decided not to wait. He improvised a cross-shaped altar and began to pray. He wondered whether those prayers would be heard if they were pure and desperate enough. Then, without hesitation, he asked for the summoning to happen immediately, repeating the request several times, with urgency and desperation. In the department responsible for celestial support, they commented that it was extremely annoying, but impossible to ignore, since the prayer was far too pure. Javier insisted once again, requesting immediate attendance, even if it had to be through a representative. Shortly after, a literal passage opened in front of him, leading directly to the Celestial Kingdom. Javier commented that it had been quite simple, and called Raphael to come along. Raphael hesitated, saying that if he returned to the Celestial Kingdom, he would probably get a huge scolding because of the swearing he had used, and that he was also a little scared. Javier did not argue. He simply grabbed Raphael as if he were a sack of cement, and reminded him that he had signed the contract. He said they were going to help obtain the Eye of Summer at that very moment. Already in the Celestial Kingdom, Gabriel commented that the action had been somewhat reckless, reminding him that Javier was a human, even though he had a surprisingly noble personality. Javier asked if he could make an appeal then, saying it as if only ignorant humans could do such a thing. Gabriel warned him to be careful, saying that it sounded demeaning. Javier apologized and went straight to the point. He said that the Celestial Kingdom was deeply mistaken about one thing. If they knew how dangerous the Jewel of Truth was, they would have acted differently from the beginning. Javier stated that he agreed the jewel should never have been built, and that the decision to demolish it was reasonable. Gabriel asked if they really intended to destroy it. Javier replied that they did, but with one condition. He asked when exactly the Celestial Kingdom had discovered that the jewel was being built. Gabriel replied that it was around the incident of the Heart of Winter, when he received the report. Hearing this, Javier slammed his hands on the table and questioned why they decided to demolish the jewel only after it had been completed. He asked why they had not warned them earlier, if the intention was to surprise them and drive them into despair. Gabriel tried to deny it, but Javier saw the truth. He said that they simply did not believe the materials would be gathered. He commented that he now understood everything, and concluded that the stance of the Celestial Kingdom was to let things play out and only intervene if everything went wrong. Gabriel realized that this human was seeing exactly the thoughts he was trying to hide, and confirmed that it was true, since he could not lie. As a measure to compensate for the costs of the opportunity wasted by the Celestial Kingdom abandoning its duty, Javier requested that the demolition of the Jewel of Truth be postponed until the phenomenon of destiny restoration was resolved. Gabriel hesitated, but Javier pressed on, reminding him that this abandonment had caused suffering to humans, and questioning whether the Celestial Kingdom could really call itself friendly. In the end, Gabriel agreed, asking only that Javier ensure the situation was well managed until everything was concluded. Javier thanked him sincerely. Gabriel, watching him, thought that there was an intense light around him, and that there seemed to be no malice at all in his heart. But then Javier said that there was still a second condition. He asked that a divine revelation be granted to the royal family of Magenta, through Raphael, requesting the Eyes of Summer from Lloyd Frontera. Gabriel stated that this was already going beyond limits, reminding him that an agreement had already been made. Javier replied that the previous agreement was only to compensate opportunity costs, and that now he was asking for compensation for the damages suffered. He said that he had been so frightened and under so much pressure that he could barely sleep that night. After understanding the conflict with the Celestial Kingdom more clearly, Gabriel became thoughtful. He realized that Javier was, in practice, trying to shake the heavens from the inside. That was more malicious than it seemed at first glance. Even so, there was something strange. Javier was surrounded by an intense, almost pure light, but the expression that appeared on his face at that moment did not match that at all. To Gabriel, it was clear. He had learned very well from Lloyd. Another day passed in the county, and Lloyd received a visit from a neighbor. It was Emily. She apologized for disturbing his rest, but Lloyd, weak and exhausted, said it was no problem. Emily then handed him a wedding invitation. She was going to marry Mr. Cougar. She said that the invitation was special, made only for him, because she had only been able to meet him thanks to Lloyd. Many good things had happened because of him, and everyone was truly grateful. Lloyd thanked her for the words, saying that it was very kind of her. Emily left to fetch a new blanket and change a few things in the room, while Lloyd congratulated her on the wedding. When the door closed, his smile disappeared. He thought that he could no longer do anything for anyone. Then the memory returned with force. Lloyd Frontera, or Javier Asrahan, needed to die. He thought it was impossible for Javier to die. After all, he was the protagonist. A deep cold spread through his heart again, accompanied by an intense pain that made him collapse. Even so, Lloyd tried to find a way out. If he was just a supporting character, then maybe it would be enough for him to die. But the system responded directly, saying no. His wish had not yet been fulfilled. He needed to keep living. Without that, he would not be able to do absolutely anything. Suddenly, Lloyd began to disappear. At the same time, several giant monsters appeared in Cremo, so many that they began destroying the anchors he had left behind. Asfahan was also under attack. The infidels, the rebels, and the border county began to suffer attacks from hordes upon hordes of monsters. All of this information reached the queen at the same time. The queen was confused, trying to understand what was happening. Why so many disasters at the same time? Meanwhile, Javier was approaching the capital together with Yang. Javier Asrahan paid his respects to the rightful queen of his land. She asked what he was up to this time. Javier pretended to be surprised, asking what she meant, with an overly innocent expression. The queen sighed and told him to get straight to the point. Javier explained that there were many regalians manufactured in his county that were sitting unused, and that he would like to offer them for testing in military prototypes. For a moment, the queen thought she was going crazy. She felt like torturing Lloyd for having used a wedding as an excuse to get close to her. On top of that, what Javier was saying sounded like complete nonsense. But then the real messenger appeared. An angel descended from the heavens. It was Raphael, with magnificent wings and a golden halo shining above his head. Before the queen of Magentano, Alicia Termina Magentano, he declared that the will of the heavens had to be fulfilled. She was to immediately hand over the Eye of Summer to to Lloyd Frontera. Right after that, Raphael disappeared. The queen found it far too strange and extremely suspicious. To her, it clearly seemed like one of Lloyd's tricks. She demanded that Javier be honest. Javier, in turn, put on a flawless performance, pretending to be desperate, saying that he had seen an angel with his own eyes. The nobles began to pressure the queen, claiming that it was a divine revelation and that they could not ignore the will of the gods. Some said that the relic was the kingdom's last weapon and that they could not simply refuse. Others questioned it, saying that the angel seemed to be lying. The answer quickly came that angels never lie. Meanwhile, Javier remembered his conversation with Gabriel. He had asked whether Raphael would be lying, but Javier had been clear. No part of it was a lie. Raphael did not need to justify anything or talk about prosperity or curses. He only had to ask, and that was enough. Everything was going according to plan. The only thing still missing was the queen's complete trust. Later, she summoned Javier and asked for honesty. She said that angelic revelation had Lloyd behind it. Did it not? Javier answered, yes, Your Majesty. The queen remarked that he had admitted it far too quickly, ending the whole act at once. Javier explained that he had only pretended to be surprised because none of her vassals had noticed the performance, but made it clear that he knew very well that it was impossible to deceive the queen. She commented that his way of trying to flatter her did not resemble Lloyd at all, and added that at least he had not openly sucked up to her. Javier said that he could never do something so shameful. The queen replied that it was for the best, and she seemed relieved by that. Even so, Javier explained that although everything had been part of Master Lloyd's plan, the angel was real. The queen said she did not doubt his identity. After all, Lloyd was just a human, but could he really deceive even a divine dragon? Then she decided to get straight to the point, and asked why exactly they needed the Eye of Summer. Javier answered without hesitation that Lloyd was dying at that very moment. Meanwhile, Emily and Marvia were outside Lloyd's room, leaving food by the door. Lloyd, weak and worn down, asked them to leave. Emily said that she still needed to clean the plates and utensils used the day before, but Lloyd insisted that she could do that later, saying that he was busy. In the end, they left the food outside. Lloyd simply picked up the plates and placed them together with the other meals he had been unable to eat. Back to the conversation, the queen asked Javier to explain better what that restoration of the destiny phenomenon was. Javier confirmed it and said that it had been Verkus, the Dragon King, who explained everything. According to him, all destinies altered by Lloyd's power were meant to return to their original course, and the Jewel of Truth was necessary to prevent that. The queen thought about everything that had happened so far. It was Lloyd who had stopped the revolt in Asfar, and also the attack by the group of monsters. Was everything trying to return to its original state? Meanwhile, Lloyd continued to grow worse, suffering from hunger, thirst, and cold. The mascots never left his side, hugging him and trying to comfort him, but nothing seemed to work. Then the system showed the mascots a vision of Lloyd's parents. That made them start insisting on getting Lloyd out of the room. Lloyd said he was far too tired, and that he could not take them for a walk at that moment. Even so, they kept insisting so much that he eventually gave in. He said he would not leave them trapped there. They helped him go up to the upper floor, approaching the Count and Countess. Arcus commented that he had noticed something strange. Javier tried to explain that Lloyd was just resting, but Marvea remarked that he lied very poorly. She said that Lloyd seemed different, as if he had hit his head, and it became clear to everyone that Javier was lying, even if it was for the sake of the person who was using Lloyd's appearance at that moment. When Kim Suho realized this, he was visibly shaken. Arcus commented that the fact Javier had gone so far to help meant that this person was truly doing their best. Marvea agreed, saying that he did not seem like a bad person. She suggested waiting a little longer, believing that when everything was resolved and the disaster avoided, the truth would come out. Arcus said that he believed that as well. Lloyd heard that entire conversation and ran back to the room. That reinforced his decision. He needed to keep living. He finally ate the meal, lifted his head, and thought that he had to survive so he could tell the truth someday. Later, the queen said that she had understood the situation. Since it was impossible to convince the vassals with such an absurd story, Javier had used the angel's revelation, and she agreed with that choice. The problem now was another one. How could they resolve the conflict between those who believed and those who did not? Javier apologized and said that only one person would be capable of finding a solution to that. The queen pointed out that this person was dying at that very moment because of the heart of hell, and that, on top of that, he had lost the will to fight. Even so, she made it clear that only Lloyd was capable of stopping the restoration of the destiny phenomenon. They needed to help him return to who he was before. Then the queen smiled, saying that it was easy. That was her specialty, making people go back to work. Meanwhile, Lloyd tried to pull himself together. He thought that the first step was to put an end to that depression. Maybe stop isolating himself, seek help, or simply thank the mascots for not giving up on him. Maybe clean the room or take a bath. But in the end, what he really needed was a plan. Nothing happened without a plan. Even with negative thoughts telling him that none of it would work, he decided that he would overcome it. He just needed to shake it off and move forward. That was when Yong appeared. Javier informed the Count and Countess that they had an important visitor. When everyone went outside, they saw the queen herself there, introducing herself as the fiancée of Lloyd Frontera, Alicia Termina Magentano. The shock was immediate. Everyone bowed in complete astonishment, greeting Her Majesty. The queen simply laughed and said that there was no need for so much formality. The queen commented that she would become their daughter and asked whether Lloyd did not agree with that, calling him her future husband. Lloyd was completely confused, unable to understand what was happening. Later, everyone was seated at the table having tea. The queen seemed calm, but Arcus and Marvea were visibly nervous. Lloyd was even worse, while Javier, as always, acted as if all of this were perfectly normal. The queen praised the black tea, saying it was delicious, and asked where the leaves came from. Marvea quickly replied that they had not been stolen. Arcus, trying to calm himself, ended up confessing that he was the one who had stolen them. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Lloyd tried to intervene, asking them to wait and promising to explain everything. The queen asked what he meant by explain, questioning whether that meant he had lied about marrying her. At that moment, Arcus and Marvea fainted. Lloyd asked everyone to listen. He admitted that he had lied, which made the two of them faint again. He wondered why Javier had brought the queen there, silently asking for help, but Javier simply turned away, making it clear that Lloyd would have to deal with it on his own. The queen told him to stop worrying and said that she would tell the whole truth. Because of several circumstances, Lloyd had taken possession of a treasure of the kingdom, but that treasure had been given to Magentano by Tyrannus, the divine dragon. By coincidence, Tyrannus met Lloyd and asked how he had obtained the treasure. At the time, Lloyd lied, saying that he was married to Alicia Magentano. Arcus and Marvea thought it was a huge problem, but the queen said that since he had lied to a divine dragon, he needed to take responsibility. Arcus commented that this responsibility might not even be paid with his death. Even so, he said that Lloyd Frontera was his precious son, and asked to be punished in his place. Marvea also knelt before the queen, and asked her to forgive Lloyd for his crimes. Lloyd tried to interrupt, telling them to wait, stating that the fault was his alone and that it had nothing to do with his parents. Arcus replied that parents always take responsibility for their children's mistakes. Lloyd tried to deny it, but the queen remarked that he was full of energy, noting that she had heard he had lost his strength because of a heart problem. Even so, whenever there was something that needed to be done, Lloyd kept moving until he reached his limit. The queen explained that the responsibility she was referring to was not something useless like giving up his own life. Then she made a direct proposal, suggesting that they get married for real. Lloyd almost froze on the spot. He tried to react but was given a light kick to make him move. The queen declared that he would become her husband and work alongside her for the good of the kingdom. Lloyd refused immediately. The queen asked if he was not rejecting it too quickly. Lloyd explained that it was simply because he did not want that, saying that he was the type of person who hated working too much. The queen said that she had already expected that answer. Then she made another proposal, saying that he should resolve the conflict between the two groups that disagreed about whether or not to follow the angel's revelation. Lloyd was confused, thinking that he had not made any revelation. He looked at Javier, who just shrugged. Lloyd felt that he was failing once again, unable to see a solution. He realized that he was being an idiot. Saving that place was not something he wanted to do. It was something that needed to be done. He asked the queen not to worry. Lloyd Frontera said that he would put an end to all that confusion. All he needed was a plan. The first step would be to obtain the Eye of Summer. Then he looked at Arcus and Marvea, thinking that he needed to protect his father and mother. When the queen turned her gaze to them, the two became tense, but she bowed in respect and said that they would see each other again. She called them father and mother, which left both of them completely shocked. Lloyd felt a strange shiver run through his body. Meanwhile, in the capital, the nobles were arguing heatedly. Some said that the kingdom would be cursed for going against a divine revelation. Others replied that if that were true, the angel would have warned them. The argument escalated so much that the nobles began throwing punches at each other. It was at that moment that Lloyd opened the doors and calmly asked if they were looking for him. So the meeting began, with Lloyd Frontera as the central figure, and the official in charge formally announced the start of the emergency assembly of the nobles. The objective was to gather opinions on the implementation of the angel revelation. Count Altus, representing the opposition, was the first to speak and pointed out that the title of the meeting did not even mention the Eye of Summer. The scribe remained silent for a moment, then corrected the announcement, and once again declared the start of the emergency assembly of the nobles, now making it clear that the topic was the implementation of the angel revelation in relation to the Eye of Summer, closing the matter as if it were a simple bureaucratic detail. Count Lawrence reacted indignantly, questioning whether this was some kind of joke. The scribe asked him to raise his hand before speaking, then granted him permission to talk, and Lawrence complained that they were wasting time on trivial details, saying that an emergency assembly of the nobles should at the very least be called a grand assembly. In response, the scribe once again changed the name, declaring the start of the grand assembly, which immediately sparked yet another wave of general confusion. Lloyd Frontera observed the scene and thought that it strongly resembled his homeland, concluding that because of this behavior, those nobles would be extremely easy to manipulate. When night had already fallen, the scribe made a new announcement, this time officially declaring the start of the Royal Supreme Initial Grand Emergency Assembly of the Nobles, concerning the angel revelation and the decision of whether or not to grant the sacred relic of the kingdom, the Eye of Summer, to the young legalist Lloyd Frontera. He explained that whether or not to follow this revelation would be carefully discussed during that solemn deliberation. Duke Toscano was the first to state his position, asserting that an angel revelation should be obeyed without question, as it represented the will of the heavens, and that the relic should be granted voluntarily. Some nobles agreed, while others disagreed. One of them suggested that the decision should be left in the hands of the queen, but raised concerns that Lloyd Frontera might abuse the sacred relic. Lloyd Frontera replied that as a loyal servant of the queen, he would never do such a thing, but warned that if neighboring countries underestimated Magentano and decided to invade, the kingdom could be dragged into a war, something he could not accept. Some nobles commented that since the young man knew how to speak well, Then everything was fine, and the discussion began to dissolve, with many already thinking about what they would eat for dinner. Even so, Lloyd Frontera continued, saying that if they ignored the angel revelation and a curse were to fall upon the kingdom, he truly could not refuse that responsibility. Part of the council began to demand an immediate decision, while others reminded everyone that the sacred relic was not a toy. Lloyd Frontera summarized the situation by saying that accepting was torment, and refusing was also torment. While the nobles had already gone back to fighting, trading punches, throwing chairs, and turning the meeting into complete chaos, it was at that moment that Lloyd Frontera stated that he had devised a brilliant plan to resolve the situation, making everyone look at him at the same time. He explained that it was impossible to predict with certainty the risks of defying the angel revelation, but that the risk of losing the Eye of Summer was clear, and would lead to a weakening of national power. According to him, if there were a force within the kingdom comparable to the Eye of Summer, then even if he received the sacred relic, there would be no real risks. That force would be the Pantara Mountains, the mountain range that firmly blocked the southwest of the kingdom of Magentano, a place practically impossible to cross on foot because of its blade-like sharp peaks. Because of this natural barrier, the kingdom was forced to use long and winding routes to trade with the western nations, which generated enormous costs, and also forced Magentano to bow to small countries that controlled the path. Lloyd Frontera then raised a hypothesis, asking what would happen if there were a direct route crossing those mountains. In that scenario, the kingdom would become the commercial center between east and west, and tolls alone would generate unimaginable income. Some nobles reacted indignantly, saying that this was not a matter of money, but of the honor of the kingdom, and accused Lloyd Frontera of thinking like a merchant. He replied by saying that there was an obvious problem, since managing a trade route would create an absurd amount of work, involving massive projects and budgets. He then reminded them that the nobles on the council would certainly share in the profits, would they not? Which left many of them visibly surprised. Faced with the change in atmosphere, the scribe declared that with the unanimous support of the Council of Nobles, Lloyd Frontera would be responsible for opening the trade route through the Pantera Mountains, and that, if he were successful, the council would support granting the Eye of Summer. Lloyd Frontera left the meeting convinced that the plan had worked in a ridiculously easy way. After that, Javier commented that besides understanding construction, Lloyd Frontera also seemed to have a strong grasp of politics. Lloyd Frontera replied that politics was not difficult, since it was part of everyday life where he came from, explaining that politicians could fight all the time, but as soon as an opportunity for profit appeared, they would become friends immediately. Javier remarked that managing the national treasury meant holding enormous power, something directly tied to money, and Lloyd Frontera agreed, saying that national honor and destiny meant nothing to those nobles, since what truly mattered to them was money. When Lloyd Frontera went to speak with the Queen, she explained that the opinions of the Council of Nobles had been heard, and that she was in favor of the plan, officially allowing construction to begin. Even so, she raised two important concerns. The first was whether it was really possible to cross the mountains, since her predecessors had tried everything, but the brutal climate had prevented the construction of stairs and the tunnels always collapsed whenever they tried to dig. Furthermore, even if a path were created, it would not be something that could be crossed on foot. In response, Lloyd Frontera said that this was exactly the point of the plan. They were planning to cross the mountains by train, using rails laid out in a curved system. Lloyd Frontera explained that this method had been developed by the English, famous for their inability to resist a good cup of black tea after they discovered land ideal for growing tea. To deal with steep mountains, they created a system in which the train followed an inclined path and changed direction multiple times in order to climb. The Queen commented that Lloyd Frontera always managed to complete his constructions using strange methods, so she believed that the train would indeed succeed. Still, she asked whether it would be possible to build everything safely, even on peaks as sharp as razors. Lloyd Frontera replied that it would be an enormous challenge, but that he planned to create the route through the flatter and less dangerous parts of the peaks. Then came the Queen's second question, as she wanted to know how he intended to cross the land of the demons, located at the highest point of the mountain range. Lloyd Frontera said that he already had a solution for that. Later, Lloyd Frontera was riding on Yong Yong, accompanied by Javier. When he asked whether Javier knew anything about demons, Javier replied that he only knew what was recorded in history books, nothing beyond what everyone already knew. Lloyd Frontera explained that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. Javier said that there were ancient demons and that their descendants now lived at the top of the Pantara Mountains. The region was surrounded by pillars of ice that prevented any invasion. The story said that they had horrible and terrifying appearances and that they ate human flesh. Lloyd Frontera thought that this also appeared in some books of that world, even though it was not mentioned in the novel he knew. When they passed through a dense mass of clouds, they arrived at the right place, something that could be recognized just by looking. It was the land of the demons, Kredos, a place surrounded by an incessant ice storm. Javier commented that it did not seem easy to enter, and asked what the plan was. Lloyd Frontera replied that it was obvious, a territorial invasion. Javier thought that he was a terrible person, while Lloyd Frontera reflected that if they were already willing to face demons, and even angels, it made no sense to be afraid of something like this. Yong Yong entered the ice storm using his blue fire breath to open a path, and when they passed through, they found a surprisingly beautiful beautiful sky. Lloyd Frontera commented that he had imagined Kredos as a dark and frightening place, but that it was actually quite beautiful. There were several wheat fields spread throughout the area. Javier then pointed to a demon just ahead, who was a woman accompanied by her small child. The woman panicked when she saw a human and began to scream in fear. Lloyd Frontera, already irritated, told her to stop crying, realizing that in that situation he looked like the real villain. The woman then screamed even louder, saying that he was the devil. Lloyd Frontera was confused, unable to understand why everyone was running away, even when faced with his own clearly unfriendly appearance. Javier found it impossible that he did not know the answer, but soon felt the presence of an enemy approaching. He stepped in front of Lloyd Frontera and blocked the attack with his sword, judging it to be a high-ranking demon, with power comparable to that of a master swordsman. The strange detail was that the enemy was holding two hoes and managed to defend himself without even stepping on the vegetable beds. Lloyd Frontera dismounted from Yongyong, trying to calm the situation, explaining that he was there only to talk. Even so, several other demon farmers appeared. One of them introduced himself, saying that they were the heralds of the Demon King, responsible for protecting that place, and that they formed the 8 heralds of the demon tribe. Lloyd Frontera found the number odd, commenting that it was usually 4, and complained that there were so many people there that he could not even properly see the 2 standing behind. The leader replied that the more people there were, the easier it would be to protect the territory. Lloyd Frontera agreed in theory, but questioned why they were using farming tools as weapons. The leader said there was no reason for further conversation and ordered that the demonic human leave. Lloyd Frontera shot back, saying that the demons there were them, and asked Javier why they were treating him as if he were a monster. Javier felt a strong urge to answer, but chose to hold himself back. Lloyd Frontera explained that he had not come to fight, only to discuss matters with their leader. One of the mothers shouted that if he had not come to fight, he should just look at the state of the children. Lloyd Frontera insisted that he had done nothing, and tried to check whether any child had been hurt, but that only made the situation worse, with the children crying even more, and the heralds promising to kill them. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera began to sing, using his voice to rupture the demon's eardrums, and ordered Javier to attack. Javier resolved everything quickly, striking each of them with the sword sheath, and knocking everyone to the ground. Lloyd Frontera commented with satisfaction that now they could talk in peace. One of the older children cried and asked them to get up, saying that that day was Strawberry Harvest Day. Lloyd Frontera realized that no one had died. They only had huge bumps on their heads, and he was even moved, questioning whether those people were actually good. Javier replied that in that situation, the only one who could be considered evil was Lloyd Frontera himself. The child asked why they had attacked, saying that humans were all the same, always attacking without reason and killing their people, and that because of that they kept as little contact as possible. Lloyd Frontera finally understood that the demons did not hate humans, they were afraid of them, and that was why they isolated themselves there. He observed that they plowed the fields, lived off what they planted, and perhaps were not even cannibals. However, a tall demon woman approached and calmly stated that they really did eat people. She introduced herself as Artanis, the leader of the demons and the current queen. Lloyd Frontera thought that she must be reading his mind. There was no way, while Javier warned him to be careful, saying that she was not an ordinary person. The girl then directly asked the queen to kill all of them, stating that they had attacked their people and defeated the 8 heralds of the tribe. Lloyd Frontera tried to explain that it had not been exactly like that, stopped, thought it over, and admitted that in practice it had been exactly that, just not on purpose. Artanis interrupted and asked the child to pay attention, explaining that everyone had only passed out, no one had actually been killed. She made it clear that they had not come with the intention to fight, and asked whether their goal was not simply to cross the territory. With that, she said that it was fine and invited them to go to her castle. Compared to the rest of the landscape, the castle was quite gloomy. As the 3 of them traveled riding on Yongyong, Lloyd Frontera wondered what Artanis really wanted, and still could not fully understand whether they ate people or not, something that had clearly left Javier very tense. From her presence, Lloyd Frontera imagined that this queen must be absurdly strong. Along the way, Artanis commented that it seemed they had many questions. They passed by a mountain where there was a strange statue, representing the ancient demon lord Kredos, passing through a wall, a reference that those who understood. Artanis explained that at that time, they really did eat people, something that was not rare, reaching the point where members of the tribe ate one another. With the land infertile and everyone suffering, the only solution they found was to invade the human world and consume everything that appeared along the way. According to her, it was Kredos himself who decided to put an end to that way of life, and initiated the cultivation of the land. As time passed, they continued following those customs and began to live peacefully. The land within the barriers was fertile, as one could see, but even so, it was not enough to support the population comfortably in terms of food. Later, Artanis asked whether the route Lloyd Frontera intended to build would pass through that area, explaining that for this to happen, the barrier would need to be opened for a time. If that happened, they would have to move elsewhere, something she could not allow. Lloyd Frontera countered by reminding her that she herself had said they did not live comfortably in terms of food, and that by finding another place, those problems could be solved, even allowing the population to expand. Artanis replied that there was no need to ask that kind of question, since their ancestors had invaded human lands and devoured everything they found. In addition, their appearance was far from ordinary, which caused fear in people. As a result, any approach ended in confrontation, and in the end, in war. By order of the former lord, they could not strike first, but they also could not change the past or deny the fear they had caused, all of it being a direct consequence of their mistakes. She explained that the stigma of cannibalism condemned her race to remain trapped in land that could no longer produce enough, causing them to slowly wither away. Because of that, she asked him to take them out of there, calling Lloyd Frontera a hero from another world. He replied that he did indeed come from another world, but that he was not a hero, only someone greedy, interested solely in completing his own plan. Lloyd Frontera then confirmed that, if he had understood correctly, as long as he could guarantee stability on the outside, there would be no problem in releasing those lands. As he thought about how to make humans not feel fear toward demons, he had an idea. He commented that he did not even need to say anything since Artanis had probably read his mind, and stated that they should prepare themselves because everything was already resolved. Artanis replied that from what she had understood, she hoped he was right, and that they would put the plan into action. Lloyd Frontera then called her Artanis the Eighth, but she corrected him, saying she was the Fifth. He explained that he had been confused because of the 8 heralds of the tribe, and apologized. Then he asked whether Artanis the Fifth could read the mind of anyone, and she replied that her ability was not exactly mind reading, but something different. Artanis explained that her ability allowed her to foresee a small part of the future, essentially showing what kind of action the object she was observing would take. This made it possible for her, for example, to predict conversations before they even happened. She said that long ago, Lord Kratos used this power by observing the sky, studying weather predictions, and planning harvests accordingly. Lloyd Frontera found it curious to think that that demon king focused so much on agriculture, basically using a supernatural version of a weather forecast. From that, he concluded that this ability could also predict the actions of other people, and asked how far into the future she was able to see. Artanis replied that she was not as proficient as she seemed, explaining that the longer she stared at an object, the farther into the future she could see regarding it. However, when it came to people, even by observing them for more than 5 minutes, she could not see beyond 24 hours into the future, that being the absolute limit. Lloyd Frontera then asked whether she could foresee accidents, such as people getting injured or dying. Artanis realized that he was referring to the phenomenon of destiny restoration, and confirmed that yes, this ability allowed accidents to be avoided over a short period of time. Lloyd Frontera realized at that moment that she was like a light at the end of the tunnel, since at least in this way it would be possible to protect those closest to him while he searched for a definitive solution. Artanis said that they would talk about this again after he freed her people. She explained that she could even force everyone to obey her orders in a dictatorial way, but that would not last long and could even interfere with the plan. Because of that, she would choose someone so that Lloyd Frontera could prove that there truly was a way to live outside the barrier. Later on, they were standing in front of the little girl who had been frightened earlier. Lloyd Frontera apologized, saying they had been in a bit of a hurry at the time, and tried to convince her to go somewhere else with him. The girl refused several times, clearly stating that she had no interest at all. Javier commented that Lloyd Frontera always did this with children, and asked what he had done wrong this time. Then Javier tried to talk to the little one, asking if she would not like to see the outside world. This time, her reaction was much more positive, and Lloyd Frontera did not even feel offended by it. When they finally left the barrier, Artanis was carrying the child, whose name was Lyra, explaining that among all the children of the tribe, she was the one who feared humans the most. Artanis asked whether Lloyd Frontera had ever heard the stories about demons who ended up in the human world. He replied that he had, but always thought they were just unfounded legends. Artanis explained that they were real stories, and that humans could enter and leave the barrier whenever they wanted. Lyra was one of the children who became so curious that she ended up leaving the barrier on her own. She spent several days observing a human family, and realized that they were not as frightening as people said. They seemed warm, played in the same way demon children played, and during winter they also suffered from hardship and hunger. In a moment of desperation for that family, Lyra appeared carrying a basket of vegetables, but was met with screams, crying, and panic. The father of the family tried to kill her with an axe and mobilized several people from the village to hunt the demon. Surrounded, Lyra was forced to transform, and her demonic form only made the humans even more terrified. Even so, she remembered the commandments of Lord Kratos, who said to never attack humans first, no matter what happened. So she fled, crying and overwhelmed by fear. Lloyd Frontera listened to the entire story carefully, and felt that he had already been through similar situations. He promised to put an end to this kind of thing. Shortly after, they arrived at the border territory, and even with the presence of the queen, Lyra was still very scared. Lloyd Frontera went to his partner and asked how things were going. Hirocha replied that everything was fine, saying only that he had spent too much time with Malika and ended up getting too muscular, even needing to stop eating so much. After a brief conversation with the orcs, Lyra was surprised and asked if there were demons there as well. Artanis explained that they were not demons, but orcs. At that moment, several little skeletons appeared running around, showering Lloyd Frontera with affection and saying how much they missed him, ending the scene in an unexpectedly warm way. Lloyd Frontera commented that, judging by everyone's excitement, it seemed they had not had any trouble with the Dragon King. Lyra watched everything closely, until the moment a dragon flew overhead, making her ask if that was also a demon king, and say that now she understood why his face looked the way it did. Lloyd Frontera was confused and asked what she meant by that. Later, they met humans for the first time. Valard appeared, saying that he was there. Master and Lloyd Frontera found it strange that he and Termes were so well dressed. Valard explained that it was because of a wedding, and asked if he had not already imagined that. Lloyd Frontera replied that he had completely forgotten. When Lyra finally saw a human up close, she stared for a while. Valard stared back, looked at the queen and asked if they were demons. The answer was direct, saying yes. Lyra was terrified, but Valard simply said that everything was fine, and went on his way with Termes, completely ignoring the demons as if they were nothing unusual. As they moved through the capital of the border county, an elderly man approached the child, said she was very cute, and asked where she was from. Lyra replied that she was from the Pantara Mountains of Kredos. The man asked if she was from the tribe of demon descendants, and almost fell backward in surprise. Soon after, some children approached her, asking if she was their age, and if she knew how to play soccer. Lyra replied that it was something the master had taught them, and that she would probably like it too. She then asked Lloyd Frontera if she could play with them, since they were missing one person to complete the team. He replied that she had to ask the children, not him. When they asked if she was going to play, Lyra hesitated, saying that she had horns and strange skin. One of the girls replied that this did not make her special, saying that it was normal around there, telling her to stop being silly and answer already. Lyra looked at Artanis, who confirmed it with a smile. With that, Lyra went off to play with the other children. As she walked away, Lloyd Frontera thought that even so, she was still a demon. He reflected that in that place, in that city created by a hero, concepts like hatred toward a specific race simply did not exist. There, Lyra could live well. At that moment, Lyra kicked the ball too hard and ended up knocking over a nearby tower, making one of the children comment, impressed, that she played incredibly well and that now she was the number 10 of the team. Lyra was extremely happy to hear that. After witnessing that scene and hearing Lloyd Frontera's thoughts, Artanis knelt before him and asked him to lead them from that moment on as the new demon king, Lloyd Frontera. He was completely confused and asked what she was talking about, but before he could react, Artanis transferred her power to him. The system informed that Lloyd Frontera had unlocked a new achievement, inheriting the title of Demon King from Artanis Fift. Even though it was not an ability created by the system, he awakened the powers of a demon king, gaining a demonic transformation with horns, red eyes, and wings, as well as a new ability that made other people recognize him as the demon king just by looking at him. Javier tried to calm him down, saying that he had not changed that much. The people of the county agreed, stating that he really did not look very different from normal. Lloyd Frontera was indignant, asking if no one could see the difference, but he realized that to others he had already looked like that before. He then told Artanis that he did not believe he was prepared to be a demon king, stating that even if there were 10 versions of him, it still would not be enough. Artanis replied that power was not synonymous with strength, but with value as a living being. The system confirmed that the demon tribe now responded to Lloyd Frontera's commands, even if it was for manual labor. Lloyd Frontera concluded that it would not hurt to try. Later they attended the wedding of Emily and Kuga, with demons also present to honor the ceremony. Javier asked if Lloyd Frontera would be able to control that information, and he replied that thank God he could. Seeing the couple extremely happy, Lloyd Frontera remembered something similar from the first part of Iron and Blood Knight. During the conversation, a count asked Javier what had happened to the former servants of the Frontera family, and with difficulty, Javier replied that they had all become slaves. Lloyd Frontera commented that they needed to resolve that as soon as possible, and Javier agreed. After the wedding they departed riding on Yongyong, moving forward with their plans. After hearing the stories of Lyra and Artanis, the demons decided that they would move. In a matter of seconds, everyone was already ready to leave, because they had wanted to escape that place for a long time. In the deepest part of the Demon King's castle, there was an artifact responsible for maintaining the barriers. Its name was Great Barrier. The moment Artanis touched the artifact, the barrier simply collapsed. Everything happened so briefly that Lloyd was sure that the scene had been written by dragons. Artanis explained that Great Barrier was an artifact dedicated to the Demon King, and that through it was possible to create a cold front anywhere. As soon as he heard that, Lloyd immediately thought of a practical use. Shortly after, all the demons were prepared to depart, and he made it clear that from that moment on, they would live in Frontera County. However, before moving, they would have to build a trade route for an entire year. Artanis was surprised by the requirement, since she had not used her future sight ability at that moment. Lloyd thought it made perfect sense, because they were adapted to the cold, did not need much food, and worked perfectly as labor. He thought he could not leave such a large group idle. One of the heralds commented whether Artanis had not said that he was kind, and she replied that well, now he was the Demon King. With that, using the strength of 3,000 demons, the construction of the trade route began. If it were possible, Lloyd would already like to suspend time using the Heart of Winter, but a project of that magnitude required preparation. It was necessary to ensure housing and resources so that the workers could live there throughout the entire year. In addition, considering the suspension of time, it would also be necessary to create a fully self-sustaining environment in terms of food. That was when Lloyd climbed to the top of a hill and dramatically transformed into the Demon King. He thought about how much he liked that transformation, while Javier begged him to never do that again, completely embarrassed. Lloyd still tried to understand whether it had really been that bad, but Javier exaggerated, saying that even the sun had been embarrassed and gone away. Even so, Lloyd insisted that that form imposed authority, since the title of Demon King naturally carried carried a demonic weight. Javier shot back, saying that even Artanis agreed with him, and she really did look very embarrassed. Still, Lloyd concluded that it was a role he could not abandon. He drew the demon's attention and wondered if they truly were not going to obey him. The reaction was lukewarm. Faced with that, he asked Artanis if they had always been like this, and she answered honestly that she could not guarantee total obedience. In the past, only the strongest demon could ascend to the position of king, a power legitimized by individual strength. This rule had been created after the emergence of Lord Kratos, and had become an absolute dogma. Even recognizing Lloyd as king, there was still the possibility of rebellious behavior arising, which would greatly reduce their efficiency. Realizing this, Lloyd understood that he needed to show control. He thought about defeating the strongest among them, but Artanis explained that this was not possible, because physical clashes between demons were strictly forbidden by the orders left by Lord Kratos. However, if a method of combat officially recognized by him were used, it would be allowed. This method required judgment, skill, and agility at the same time, a legendary and sacred method, recognized by Lord Kratos. Rock, paper, scissors. Lloyd even wondered if that was not some kind of Korean joke, and who had come up with the idea of putting that there, whether it had been Kratos himself or the author of the story. In the end, he concluded that he saw no problem with it. He then explained that he did not want to force anyone to work against their own will, but he was fully confident that he could convince them. He said it would take time, but for now, they would have a duel. If he won, he expected everyone to work there calmly. Next, Lloyd jumped down from the hill in search of the most powerful among them. The first of the heralds stated that he should be prepared to lose his authority. The demons began to cheer, while Lyra commented to her mother that that man was actually a good person. Her mother replied that she already knew that. That duel was sacred, and the only thing everyone could do was watch. Rock, paper, scissors. Before it began, Javier tried to understand what kind of duel that was, and Artanis explained the basic concepts. Rock was formed by closing all 5 fingers, and represented a hammer striking the earth. Scissors were formed by 2 extended fingers, and symbolized a guillotine that cuts the skies. Paper was the open hand, like a cloth that protects. Javier thought paper was trivial, but Artanis explained that this was part of Lord Kratos' teachings. The hammer breaks the guillotine cuts the cloth, and the cloth negates the hammer. In this system, both fighters choose 2 of the 3 weapons, and wield 1 in each hand. Then, through the method of take 1 away, they lose 1 of the weapons and advance with only the other. The final compatibility between the remaining weapons determines the winner. Javier realized that despite seeming simple, it was an extremely effective method of combat, capable of revealing someone's true abilities. Before the start, he noticed that both moved like master swordsmen, since it was possible to predict an opponent's movements just by observing muscle tension and motion. He wondered who would win, Kim Suho or Lloyd. The queen ordered everyone to get ready, and the duel began. Rock, paper, scissors. Javier immediately realized that Kim Suho was using 2 scissors, clearly focused on forcing a draw. He even thought that maybe Kim Suho had not properly understood the game. At that moment, Lloyd made a strange face, something completely unexpected, and that left the herald completely unsettled. Everyone was shocked when Lloyd revealed 2 paper hands, while Kim Suho also showed 2 scissors. Right after that, Lloyd changed again, displaying 2 scissors, and asked which one the opponent would remove. Unable to react in time, the herald was defeated and fell to his knees. Javier thought that it was cheating, but Artanis explained that it was not. That was the legendary technique of winning before the duel even began. Javier even wondered if Lord Kratos himself used that method. Faced with defeat, the herald ordered all the demons to kneel before the king. Soon after, Lloyd transformed once again, and declared, using his authority as Demon King, that from that moment on, everyone was to dig the base of the mountain in the shape of steps. Javier could only think about how embarrassing that scene had been. Later, Lloyd received information from the queen. She explained that a large part of the changes he had made were beginning to return to their original state. The correction of fate was advancing much faster than expected. Some alterations would remain, but the worst-case scenario would be the queen becoming a tyrant once again, putting her father, her mother, her family, and the entire territory at risk. Since he still could not freeze time until he guaranteed a full supply of resources, Lloyd came up with a temporary solution. He had Artanis, who possessed an incredible ability to foresee fate. Because of that, later on he introduced her to his parents. They had probably already seen Artanis at the wedding, but now she was officially there as Artanis V, Queen of the Demons. Arcus commented that it was no wonder her horns were so impressive. Marvea said that she was truly beautiful, and that she had always thought demons were hideous. Artanis thanked them for the compliments, a little embarrassed. Lloyd explained once again that the correction of fate was underway, and that they were still searching for a definitive solution. However, if something happened in the meantime, all their efforts could go to waste. That was why he had brought her there. Every day, they would have a brief meeting with Artanis, so that she could check their fate. To save time and work, Lloyd also called Julian and Sarajard back home. The queen would be responsible for giving notice if any unexpected external event appeared. After that, Lloyd gathered his people. First, the engineers with experience would lead the construction together with the demons. Greg and Cortigus would be responsible for solving solving mechanical problems. Hiroche and his team would handle the manual labor. Kuga said that he wanted to go as well, but Lloyd refused immediately, saying that he should enjoy his honeymoon since he had just gotten married. Meanwhile, the heralds were doing an excellent job digging. Lloyd thought that they had strength equivalent to master swordsmen, and that it would not even take a full day to make significant progress. Everyone was giving it their all. Thanks to the diversity of monsters, the accommodations were being built quickly. Since each species had different abilities, Lloyd tried to motivate the group by entering his demonic form once again, but that only left everyone even more embarrassed. After flying over the area with Goming, he concluded that the overall structure of the route project was already defined. The next day, he would freeze time so that the construction could truly move forward. The following morning, one of the meetings with Queen Artanis took place. For 5 minutes, she simply stared at everyone without blinking. In the middle of it, she became nervous, let out a small laugh, started crying, and then became completely embarrassed. She commented that it seemed their relationship was still very close, even at that age, which left everyone dying of embarrassment. When Julian and Sarajard entered and sat down, the queen commented that their relationship also seemed quite intense, which left both of them equally uncomfortable. In the end, Lloyd thanked everyone for their efforts. The accommodations had been completed, and now the one-year project could finally begin. Despite the confusion caused by gathering many different species, they managed to cooperate and make it that far. He left the elves out, since they needed to take care of nature in their own way. With that, Lloyd declared that the real project began at that moment. He informed Javier that he would check how things were going in another location, and that afterward he would freeze time. Javier would stay there, adjusting bells and reorganizing details. When asked if he was going alone, Lloyd replied that yes, since there was nothing dangerous there. Besides, he had the strength of a swordsman and a wonderful song, so there was truly nothing capable of defeating him. With that confidence, he headed to a very isolated place, completely cut off from everything. Yong, the official messenger, appeared with a letter literally stuck to the tip of his tongue. Lloyd said that he could go straight to the construction site, because that letter was just another report from Artanis. In the report, she informed him that the family was safe, and that at the moment she was passing on her cultivation methods to the others. According to her, everyone was being kind and warm. In addition, through Yong, Artanis also learned how the 8 heralds were doing, and that the children of the tribe were very happy. All of that was thanks to him. Lloyd, the current Demon King, sincerely wished for everyone to be happy. The system then announced that he had achieved another part of the liberation of the races, granting him 100 more relationship points. Lloyd thought that this must be what happiness was. Without hesitation, he spent 3,000 points to freeze time. At that very instant, his heart froze as well. He fell into the snow, alone and weak, realizing that this was happening far earlier than expected. The Heart of Winter apologized, but Lloyd replied that he already knew this was going to happen. Even so, thanks to it, time had been frozen. Looking on the bright side, he considered himself lucky. He tried to get up, feeling the cold take over his body, when suddenly a storm began, and he fell again. This time, someone appeared to rescue him. At first, Lloyd thought it was Javier, and even closed his eyes, believing he could rest a little. However, the one there was the queen herself, Alicia Termina Magentano. Later on, even Belle started catching a cold because of the intense chill. Javier said that this was already going too far, and that it made no sense to force Lloyd to work in that climate, since producing steel like that was impossible. He thought Lloyd's mana must be unstable because of the Heart of Winter. He wanted to run to him to ensure his safety, but he knew the queen was already there. In front of Alicia, Javier explained that the phenomenon that had frozen time outside had been caused by Lloyd. The queen asked whether they would be able to leave that place, and Javier, asking for forgiveness, explained that they would not. They would be stuck there for about a year, but he assured her that there was no reason to worry, because time outside that area was not flowing. It was to be treated as a vacation. The queen found the situation ridiculous and asked if he was trying to become some kind of demon king. That was when she saw the demons, literal demons, working there. Javier confirmed that this was exactly what had happened. Without pressing further, she said that she would ask the rest directly to Lloyd, and wanted to know where he was. Javier replied that he had gone up the mountain to inspect the construction route, and she decided to go after him. Javier thought that it was a dangerous combination, unstable mana with powerful mana. Even so, he smiled and concluded that there was no need to interfere. When Lloyd woke up, he realized he was inside a cave. He thought it was lucky that there was one nearby. He was wearing an extremely elegant fur cloak, something he did not remember seeing among the supplies. When he turned around, he realized that it was not Javier there, but Alicia, without proper clothing for the cold, wearing only pants and a tank top. Carefully, Lloyd removed the cloak, put it on her, and covered her better, trying to leave quietly right after. However, he was stopped when Alicia commented that he did not look well, and asked him to come closer. He made an awkward bow, far too exaggerated, and she made it clear that she did not want that kind of greeting. She told him to come closer normally. Lloyd approached nervously, and was instructed to lie down. Without really understanding, he ended up lying on the ground, until she indicated again that he should come even closer. Confused and unsure how to react, he ended up being pulled in, with his head resting on her leg. As she did that, Alicia used the moment to analyze Lloyd's mana. He thought that to share mana, one needed to know Javier's method, something he had learned during a duel against him. Even using the same mana, Lloyd and Javier were able to amplify it by absorbing external mana. He realized that Alicia had mastered the Azrahan method on her own. Lloyd knew that absorbing Javier's mana caused other types of mana to be expelled, making the process useless for most people. However, the Queen's mana was truly helping. When she commented that it was a good thing it was working, Lloyd became embarrassed and tried to pull away, but she pulled him back, saying that it was something he himself had taught. Sometimes it is necessary to rest, is it not? Even so, Lloyd felt that he was not really able to rest there. He asked how Your Majesty had managed to reach that place. Alicia answered simply, saying that she wanted to see him. Lloyd tried to joke, asking when the great Lloyd Frontera had ever failed a mission. After all, it was just a snowstorm. Alicia shot back, asking whether he truly did not understand or if he was pretending. At that moment, Lloyd became completely flustered. She then said that he was intelligent, perceptive, and extremely capable, but that when a woman made a direct marriage proposal, he simply failed to grasp the seriousness of it. Lloyd froze on the spot, trying to understand when, where, and how that had happened. He wondered if it had not been a joke, if it was not just a way to make him work harder, until it finally sank in that she was being serious. Before he could react, the cave began to shake and collapse, as if it were an earthquake. Lloyd realized that this gave a clear idea of what was happening. Despite the increasingly intense blizzard and the tremors, he clearly felt an interference of mana. Someone was doing this on purpose. He asked who dared to cause that kind of damage. Alicia thought it was no surprise that he had noticed so quickly. Lloyd complained that the time that crap was making him lose would be charged 10 times over later. Alicia even thought that he could change his expressions a bit, but she moved on. The one behind it was Pranetarasa, the king of the mountain spirits of Pantara, an ancient existence that had lived alongside those mountains for countless eras to protect them. He had created an environment so harsh that humans should never have been able to endure it. Long ago, when the demons arrived in those lands, Panatarasa did not care. The dragon known as the Protector had created an ice barrier in a subdimension, and everyone remained isolated there. However, now different humans had appeared. They were freeing the demons from that subdimension and bringing their own allies, destroying the territory. The spirit was completely shocked by what was happening. They were cutting into the base of the mountain and tearing down trees without mercy. To him, it was an absurd profanation. Panatarasa heard Javier's conversation with the queen and decided that he would expel everyone from there. It was he who intensified the blizzard even further. Meanwhile, the group began working to prevent the snow from piling up endlessly. Panatarasa thought it was pointless, since he believed that as long as they were mortals, they would never overcome that cold. But as time passed, the scene became completely different. They were playing, making snowballs, and snowmen, laughing. The orcs were training in the extreme cold, excited about strengthening their bodies. The first herald commented that demons did not even feel the cold, and that those who were vulnerable to it had died long ago. Pranetarasa could even understand demons and orcs, but he could not comprehend how those humans were still standing. They possessed an absurd amount of mana. Realizing that expelling everyone would not be easy, he decided to focus on the leader. He sensed that Lloyd was inside a cave, and made the place shake even more. When Lloyd finally came out, Panatarasa thought that an evil spirit had appeared. Filled with hatred, he tried to strike him with wind blades. Alicia commented that a blizzard of that magnitude was not the work of a mere mage. Lloyd agreed, saying that it did not seem like a dragon either, since such a weak attack would not make sense. Alicia realized that the presence was being concealed by mana, manipulating natural phenomena. Lloyd concluded that it was a spirit. Panatarasa realized that they had already noticed his existence, but believed that there was no way to face him, since physical or magical attacks could not harm him. But Lloyd did not use either. He began to sing. At that very instant, the blizzard stopped. Alicia almost went into shock. The spirit collapsed hard onto the ground. Lloyd was surprised and asked if it had really been him, cursing the spirit for interfering with the construction. Panatarasa asked what kind of magic that was, since he was mana itself and should not be harmed by anything. Lloyd replied that it was not a physical attack. He fell because he got irritated. Then he asked why he was interfering with everything. The spirit replied that humans always destroy nature, and that he would not allow those mountains to be ruined. Even so, Lloyd tried to attack him with brute force but missed. Panatarasa said that Lloyd's mana was strong, but that it caused no real damage. When Lloyd prepared to sing again, the spirit quickly asked to talk. Please. The queen complained that he should warn her beforehand, calling him an idiot and asking if he wanted to leave her deaf. She said that he needed to think about the people around him before using that cursed hellish screaming spell. Lloyd felt deeply offended. She ended up apologizing in a rather awkward way, saying that she had not meant it that seriously. At that moment, Panatarasa declared that the game was over. He gathered all the ice power that existed in the mountains and said that he did not want to kill anyone, but that they had forced him to reach that point. Lloyd commented that he was screwed, because those who make threats usually end up in trouble right after. The spirit did not notice Javier appearing right behind him, spreading his wings, and ended up being hit directly by a blade of mana. Lloyd ordered him to kneel before human strength, cursing without restraint. The queen began to think she had gone insane for getting involved with someone like that. Panatarasa, on the other hand, felt an absurd pain. No matter how powerful the knight's mana was, it should never have been able to hurt him. He wondered if that knight was a grandmaster. After receiving another blow, and then several more in succession, he realized that he was. Pinatarasa began to apologize, completely defeated, saying he had been beaten so badly that his mana had run out. At that point, Javier started hitting his head with the tip of the blade. Lloyd told Javier to take it easy, saying that violence solved nothing. The queen thought he only said that after everything had already been resolved through violence. Lloyd then asked the spirit if everything was alright. Javier pretended that he still wanted to hit him more, while Lloyd struck a kind-hearted pose. The spirit thanked him for being saved that way, but the queen clearly noticed that Lloyd was manipulating the situation. His acting together with Javier's had been perfect. She wondered when Javier had become so contaminated by that rough attitude. Even so, Lloyd suggested that now they could talk calmly. Pinatarasa explained that he had interrupted the construction because he could not stand watching nature being destroyed. Lloyd asked if improving nature during the construction would solve the problem. The spirit replied yes, that in that case it would be acceptable, but emphasized that humans always end up developing the environment too much. Lloyd agreed and said that humans are extremely powerful beings. While other animals adapt to the environment, humans change the environment to adapt to themselves. Precisely because they have the power to destroy nature, they also have the ability to protect it. He promised to make those mountains even more beautiful. The queen realized that even after putting the spirit completely at their mercy, Lloyd still made an effort to negotiate. He then asked if the mountain climate could become a little warmer. Pinatarasa accepted, as long as it did not affect the local ecosystem, and actually made the change. The queen truly could not understand that boy. The first step of the project was to drill through the mountains and widen the narrow canyons. Then they created a straight and solid path. The second step was to develop the exchange rail system, designed thanks to the mechanical engineering genius Sergeant Greg and the experience of the powerful Cortigus. The third step was to build the train. Since they had already built trains even in hell, this was no problem at all, literally. The demon queen commented that they do anything to fill their stomachs, because they believe that working to survive is the most sacred thing that exists. Because of that, the demons took on the driving force, since they eat little and possess absurd strength, which was perfect for Lloyd. The fourth step was to make the natural scenery stunning. They transplanted plants from the base of the mountain so they would grow more abundantly at the top. The demons had great knowledge of plants, so this was not difficult. In the middle of the process, Lloyd felt his heart grow cold. The queen asked if he was alright and commented that the construction was taking too long, suggesting that maybe it would be better to give in a little. Lloyd replied no, that nature would be taken care of until the very end. She warned that he might end up dying, but he said it would be worse to leave alive while carrying regret in his heart. In addition, he commented that if the trade route became too barren, it would never turn into a tourist attraction. The queen was a little disappointed and said that he was financing everything with his own money while planning to profit later. Lloyd then bowed to the queen and explained that securing the center of intercontinental trade would transform the kingdom into an economic powerhouse. The queen chuckled and told him to earn as much as he wanted. His wishes always ended up benefiting others in a very broad way. Lloyd thought that this was perfect because it would guarantee a fund for the future. Most of the money was sent to the frontier territory, but that separated amount would serve as his retirement. Later, with the train finally ready, Lloyd began testing the reverse lever. The system worked exactly as expected. The train managed to climb the slope and scale the mountain without difficulty. Even the spirit was satisfied with the result. The system then informed him that he had freed the demons who had lived imprisoned and inaugurated a trade route that would mark the history of the continent. As a reward, Lloyd received a new title, Drilling Specialist. The granted ability allowed him to perform powerful jumps at any time, without any resistance. Now known as the Icon of Freedom, Lloyd reflected that, as a master swordsman, he might not even need that ability so much. He also realized that he had accumulated many praise points, reaching 1648. Even so, the sum of destiny remained negative, with no change at all. Up to that moment, he had still done nothing capable of resisting the phenomenon of destiny restoration. Because of that, he ended up releasing the control of time. The bubble burst and Lloyd collapsed completely weak. The queen asked everyone not to worry, stating that she would protect him. At that moment, Yang Yang appeared to rescue him, since it was already time to return home. After some time, Lloyd woke up in the capital of Magentano, lying beside the queen. He apologized for the enormous disrespect, but she explained that a sick person had every right to remain lying down. Even though she wanted him to keep resting, the queen said that now he needed to hurry and put on the ceremonial attire. The ceremony of granting the Eyes of Summer was about to begin. Later, before the entire capital, the queen publicly announced the deeds of the loyal Lloyd de Frontera. He was the one who managed to open a safe route through the Pantera Mountains, which had previously blocked the advance of the kingdom of Magentano to the rest of the world. Thanks to this, the kingdom had become the center of world trade. Without resorting to wars, Magentano achieved the status of the most powerful nation on the continent. In recognition of these deeds, the queen granted Lloyd de Frontera the artifact known as the Eyes of Summer. However, at that moment, Lloyd was in terrible condition. The queen realized that if she let go of his hands for even a single second, his condition would worsen rapidly rapidly. Even so, the ceremony could not be cancelled. As the relic approached, Lloyd's heart became increasingly unstable. The system warned that something needed to be done. The Heart of Winter tried to force his heart to move, questioning why it was stopping. While one of the nobles officially began the granting of the artifact, Lloyd started to faint. In a few seconds, he fell to the ground. His heart had completely stopped. The queen reacted immediately, drawing her sword and calling for Javier. The noble responsible for the ceremony tried to understand what was happening, but it was already too late. With his blades, the queen cut open the box that held the relic. The eyes of summer were about to explode and destroy everything around them. Even so, Javier managed to contain that absurd power. The queen knew it was madness to risk so much to save just one person, but she trusted him completely. She was certain that Javier always found a way to resolve everything. Then she transferred her own mana to Lloyd, making his heart beat again for a brief moment, like a defibrillator. Lloyd regained consciousness for a few seconds and used his overload to absorb the mana of the eyes of summer. After some time, everything returned to peace. Everyone around was lying on the ground. When the eyes of summer were completely absorbed, the Heart of Winter gained a new companion inside Lloyd. As soon as they met, the two entities connected immediately. The mana of both fused within Lloyd's heart, coming to reside together there. That was now a draconic heart. He received the reward for his acts of sacrifice and for the faith he placed in others. The system informed him that the mutual trust generated by his actions resulted in a miraculous force. All the steps taken up to that point came together to create a divine ability, the Blessing of the Demon King. This ability allowed him to grant a blessing to one person for an entire day. For 24 hours, one of the blessed person's exclusive abilities would be amplified to its true potential. Lloyd thought about what would happen if he granted the blessing to Javier. The system explained that he was currently at the initial stage of Grandmaster Swordsman. If he received the blessing, he would awaken as a true Grandmaster, someone capable of cutting even a god. Lloyd then stood up with a huge smile and asked whether the people of Magentano had enjoyed the spectacle. That had been an incredible performance prepared by Her Majesty. Now the entire world knew that, with the opening of the trade route, Magentano had become the richest nation on the planet. Even forces comparable to dragons could be confronted on equal terms. The people celebrated enthusiastically, shouting in unison for Magentano. Lloyd turned toward the queen with an even bigger smile. Meanwhile, it was explained that beyond the Pantara Mountains, to the southwest, lay the village of the Benito barbarians. At that moment, a child was returning home carrying a bouquet of flowers he had managed to gather. His mother commented that little Runta always did such beautiful work. Soon after, the father arrived and stated that warriors did not do beautiful things. That man was Dolfrund, the chief of the Benito tribe. With a face marked by wrinkles, he kicked his son's bouquet of flowers and questioned what had happened to the boy to make him turn out like that. His wife commented that no matter what, he would say the same thing as always, so she would not even try to argue. Dolfrund stated that the philosophy of the Benetos was strength, because only power could protect them. He ordered Ronta to stop those delicate behaviors, saying that Beneto men did not speak inwardly. Faced with that, Ronta simply apologized to his father. Dolfrund said that he was not hearing anything. Runta apologized again, but that only made things worse. As punishment, Dolfrund declared that the time had come to ask forgiveness from the ancestors. Runta made an exaggerated bow before his father, who immediately demanded beer. Dolfrund thought that his wife no longer even smiled at him. Runta hated him as well, but that was part of what he had to endure. For the Benetos, gentleness and kindness did not protect anyone from death. The next morning, even before the sun rose, Runta departed together with the Beneto warriors to hunt. They did not hunt in a common way. They hunted by dancing. They were descendants of exiled warriors, known for plundering anyone who passed through those lands. To obtain food, they risked their own lives by facing enormous creatures. They were the outlaws of that dry and arid region. On the horizon, Runta could see the Pantera Mountains. On the other side lay their homeland, the kingdom of Magentano. The fury of the exiled ancestors still burned within the clan. Dolfrund always promised that one day they would cross those mountains to take revenge. After some time, something changed. The mountains began to look different, almost beautiful. Dolfrund found that strange and questioned what was happening. Later, when they gathered, they discovered that the bastards of Magentano had built a path through the mountain. One of the barbarians commented that everything had been quiet for days, with no soldiers nearby, and that it did not look like an invasion. Even so, Dolfrund stated that it did not matter. The ancestors had lost 70% of the clan trying to cross those mountains. Since then, they had never dared even to dream of crossing them again. But now, finally, they could cross. That same night, the warriors departed dancing, advancing to attack and plunder everything. However, as they approached, they found only 3 soldiers from Magentano. One of the barbarian women suggested that it might be better to negotiate, but Dolfrund rejected the idea. For Bentodo, there was only one way to resolve anything, by fighting. He planned to cut off the heads of the 3 immediately, until he noticed Lloyd's expression. That made him think about how frightening and strange that figure was. Lloyd asked who they were, why they were armed, and why they were acting that way, explaining that everyone there was civilized, and that everything could be resolved through conversation. Dolfrund reminded himself that a Beneto warrior could not cower. Even so, that man was far too intimidating. He even thought that the horned demon beside him seemed friendlier. Still, he stated that Beneto men did not tremble, because only strength could protect them. He said that they were descendants of an exiled clan, filled with accumulated resentment. They advanced dancing and fighting, fighting, but not long after, they were all tied up, especially Dolfriend, the chief. Lloyd commented that he did not like using force, since he was a pacifist, and that it would have been better if they had stayed quiet in their own village. He explained that if Benito did not mess with Magentano, Magentano would not mess with Benito either. Dolfriend, however, stated that for his people, a fight only ended with death. Even if they were defeated 10 or 100 times, they would always come back for revenge. Lloyd then asked whether he had really noticed the difference in power between them. He said they could wipe out Benito in the blink of an eye. Dolfriend replied that he would rather die than kneel. Lloyd asked Javier to release all of them. Javier argued that they would continue causing trouble. Lloyd reflected on what he could do, making it clear that he also did not want to exterminate anyone. Javier suggested keeping them imprisoned, but Lloyd refused, saying that would still be violence. They had children and wives to feed. Thus, the people of Benito were freed and returned to their territory. Javier commented that it would be necessary to place more guards on the mountain. Lloyd replied that there was no reason to spend money on that. In fact, this had come at a good time. The queen was already worried about the initial costs, and that situation would help save money. Thanks to the Benitos, they could cut some expenses and create a peaceful solution where they would work and everyone would profit. Of course, that did not last long. The next night, Dolfriend tried again. He organized a night attack and noticed that there were children playing late. Defenseless children would make perfect hostages. One of the barbarians approached and grabbed one of the children. They were completely surrounded. What Dolfriend did not know was that Lloyd had already taught those children something important. In that world, there were two types of people: those who needed to be beaten a little, and those who needed to be beaten for real. The demonic children transformed and beat the barbarians mercilessly. When they returned to a clan meeting, one of the barbarians asked what was going on. He could not believe that even the children were that strong. Dolfriend replied that this only proved one thing: they were relentless and ruthless warriors, capable of using any method to win. Soon after, Dolfriend stood up, his stomach growling with hunger. When he returned home, he found a piglet already roasted. He found it strange and wanted to know where it had come from. His wife replied that she was the one who had hunted it, and added bluntly who else it could have been. She had injured herself a little during the hunt, and that bothered Dolfriend. He said that hunting and raiding were a man's tasks, and that she should take care of the house. His wife replied that this only made sense if their stomachs were full. The next morning, the group set out to raid one of the carriages traveling along the new trade route. They jumped onto the carriage, subdued the driver, and Dolfriend opened the cargo compartment. That was when he came face to face with Lloyd, Javier, and the demonic herald. Dolfriend closed everything immediately, realizing he had made a mistake. Before he could react, the herald pulled him, and shortly after they were all tied up. Javier explained that the kingdom of Magentano had decided to provide demonic escorts for all merchants. That meant raids would no longer succeed. Even so, Lloyd appeared with a calm smile, saying that if there was an easy way to get all that food, they should consider it. He stated that such a way existed, and that he would prove it. Lloyd placed money in Dolfriend's hand. Dolfriend said they would not use that money. Then Lloyd took the money back, put it into his hand again, and declared that the wagon had been purchased. Now all of that belonged to them. Before leaving, Lloyd commented that he would also be having a banquet at home, and that they could show up if they wanted. That made Dolfriend extremely nervous. Later at Dolph's house, they were very well served. Dolfriend thought that he had only accepted that because of his wife and Runta. Even so, accepting charity deeply wounded his pride as a warrior. He decided that the next day he would hunt on his own. The problem was that the first creature he encountered was a giant podong. The beast ended up trampling the barbarians and sending them straight to ruin. Lloyd appeared again, explaining that hunting could hurt people. Weak prey did not have enough meat, and the ones that did were far too dangerous to hunt. Even so, he said they did not need to worry. Something magical was about to happen. With Dolfriend fallen and badly injured, Lloyd placed money in his hand, took it back, and stated that all the meat behind him had just been purchased. When Dolfriend returned to the tribe of Benito, he was furious. One of the barbarians asked why they did not simply take that frightening man and settle everything once and for all, since that way they would not even need to hunt anymore. Dolfriend responded by twisting the man in half, showing his anger. Upon returning home, Dolfriend began to think that they were growing weak and that his warrior pride was being eroded. However, when he entered, his wife said she was happy that he was safe. She commented on how relieved she felt every time he returned home without injuries. That deeply affected Dolfriend. Later, he met Lloyd again to negotiate. Lloyd explained that thinking about the long run, they would need to establish some conditions for the barbarians. He placed a contract on the table and asked Dolfriend to sign it, saying that from then on they would be considered partners of Frontera. Dolfriend replied that he could not read. Lloyd said that he would read it to him. The contract set the terms and conditions of short and medium-term loan products provided by Frontera Money. It clearly defined the rights and duties between creditor and debtor. Upon signing, any amounts previously borrowed would be incorporated into the outstanding balance. Interest would begin to be applied immediately. The repayment period could be freely defined by the client, up to a maximum of 1 year. Early repayment could be made at any time. The interest rate was 30% per month. If payment was not made, penalties would be applied. Lloyd continued explaining that if the loan was repaid within 3 days, the cancellation fee would be waived. Special long-term loans could also be requested. If payment was not made made within the deadline, the interest would rise to 45% per month. In the end, Dolphin said that he had heard everything, but had understood almost nothing. Lloyd simply asked him to sign in that little square. Dolphin explained that he could not write his own name. Lloyd helped him and declared the contract concluded. From that moment on, Dolphin had an enormous sack full of money. Dolphin asked if he could use that money to buy food in their village. Lloyd replied that he could. Food, clothes, entertainment, anything. All of that without needing to kill, steal, or hurt anyone. Dolphin remembered how happy his wife was when he returned home without injuries. He also remembered that Runta was not very good at hunting, but had talent for other things. With that in mind, he left the hut determined to use the money well, and thanked Lloyd. Lloyd said there was no need for thanks. When Dolphin returned to Benito, he distributed all the money equally among the people. Lloyd was very pleased with the result. Javier, watching everything, asked if he had not gone too far that time. Javier commented that Lloyd had already crossed the line. Lloyd asked what exactly he had done. Had he pointed a sword at someone, threatened a life, lied? No. Javier then thought it over and realized that in truth, he himself had already crossed a river too wide to turn back. In a way, he was already corrupted as well. Later, Lloyd, lying in his bed, received some messages from the system. The system itself admitted that it should not say that, but still informed him that both when Lloyd was King Suho and now, he knew very well how loan sharks destroyed lives. Lloyd reflected for a moment and concluded that this time, he was the loan shark. In hell, Helkaros noticed that Lloyd's score of bad actions had increased a little. Even so, his good actions were absurdly higher. He had only 156 points of bad actions, while his good actions had already reached 89,999,000. The next morning, Lloyd came to collect the payment. It was time to return the money that had been loaned. Dolphin asked if he really had to pay it back. Lloyd confirmed, explaining that everything was clearly described in the contract. Up to that point, Dolphin had taken a total of 10 million gold. Divided over 12 months, that came to about 833,000 per month. With 30% interest, the monthly amount rose to 1,082,900. Dolphin took a few seconds to understand and then exploded in anger, realizing it was a scam. Lloyd calmly responded and ordered the demons to apply the penalties provided for. The demons rushed in with hammers and pickaxes, but instead of destroying anything, they completely renovated Dolphin's house. The result was surprising. The house became beautiful, bright, and cozy. Dolphin commented that the place felt completely different. His wife noticed that the leak had stopped. Runta said the floor was warm. Lloyd then asked if they had seen how fast the work was done. If they could build like that, how long would it take to destroy everything? Dolphin realized that that bastard had renovated his house without permission. Desperate, he asked to borrow more money to pay for the work. Before he could continue, his wife slapped him across the face and told him to come to his senses. She said she would find a way, and asked Lloyd for just a few more days. He asked how she planned to get the money. Would she travel to distant lands, plunder treasures? She explained that the village had finally gotten rid of robberies and forced hunting. Now no one was looked down on just for not knowing how to hunt or fight. The place was more peaceful, and for the first time they could engage in real trade. Lloyd listened to everything and said that in that case he could help even more. He offered jobs to the entire village. If they worked, the interest would drop to 0.5% per month, and the repayment period would be extended to 10 years. They would learn the necessary skills, and if they lacked talent for one role, they could try another. There were thousands of ways to survive. Lloyd welcomed them to the civilized world. At that moment, his good actions increased even further. Helkaros thought that anyone who surpassed 1 billion points of good actions upon death would go straight to heaven. He could not allow his slave to be taken from him. Therefore, he ordered Worthrode to speed up the process. Worthrode, the Lord of Devastation, prepared to bring Magentano to an end. The next morning, instead of grabbing spears and blades, the people of Beni Resht picked up ties and briefcases to go to work. They went dancing as always, because they were very good at it. They created a song about hunter warriors who now paid their debts with sweat, without plunder, and without death. Working was as easy as drinking water. When the day ended, the body grew tired, and all they wanted was to rest. Lloyd, however, did not let things go too far. When darkness fell, it was the signal that it was time to go home. They said goodbye to another exhausting day, following the delicious smell coming from their families. Dolphin arrived home with some snacks to share with everyone. There, he found another beautiful thing that Runa had made. His son's bouquet made something bloom inside his heart. His wife's kiss completed it. Everything felt like a great garden of gold, and everything had been worth it. Watching the scene from a distance, Lloyd remembered his own father and mother. They always brought something home after work. They lived in a small basement with the smell of mold, but the scent of their effort always filled the place. Lloyd thought that he had left them behind without being able to do anything for them. Even so, he felt that his parents were still with him, in some way. He called Yong Yong. Javier then asked if he was now going to look for a new way to fight against the phenomenon. Lloyd confirmed that he would, but said that first he needed to fix a problem. They traveled to the North Pole near the Kingdom of the Mermaids, where there was a portal to hell. The temperature was insane, but Lloyd already had a solution. He activated the barrier, put his finger in his mouth to focus his mana, and created an enormous wall of ice. The water rose and completely swallowed the portal. The place finally became quiet and refreshing. Now everything was under control. Lloyd never stopped thinking. Not for a single moment did he stop reflecting on how to block the heat from that portal. Javier realized that in the end, he was only pretending not to care. Deep down, Lloyd always took all the responsibility upon himself. He mentally complained about demons opening portals without thinking about the consequences, and thought that if it were not for him, the situation would have already spiraled completely out of control. Javier tried to say that the fault was not his alone, but Lloyd cut him off and explained that from that moment on, he would begin total surveillance of the phenomenon of destiny restoration. He concluded that this manifestation could only be a blessing from the Demon King. The target of this blessing would be the Demon Queen. In a dramatic fashion, Artanis transformed as she activated the Demon King's blessing. The system warned that it was not necessary to shout to activate the ability. Immediately after, the Heart of Winter and the Eyes of Summer, which resided within her heart, manifested at the same time. The power was amplified, fully consolidating the Demon King's blessing. With that, Artanis gained enhanced bloody vision. If she had ever visited a place or met someone in the past, it was now possible to monitor that person in real time, no matter where they were. Lloyd considered it perfect. Every place Artanis had passed through, and every person she had met, were automatically marked. When Lloyd asked if she could see anything relevant, Artanis replied that she could not, except for the border territory. Other than that, nothing appeared. It became clear that the ability only worked within her field of vision. Lloyd thought that he might need to bring Yong along, but before he could finish the thought, Artanis transformed once again. She created enormous demonic wings, rose into the sky, and began monitoring all targets from above. Lloyd concluded that the preparations were complete, and thought that now it was just a matter of seeing who would emerge victorious. Javier, watching everything, commented that Lloyd's actions were curious. He could have simply crushed the demons with brute force, but chose the more difficult path. Instead, he gave them a home, and turned Artanis into an indispensable ally. Lloyd explained that this was how things worked. One hand washed the other, and a smart approach always brought more advantages. Javier admitted that Artanis was impressive, and confessed that he felt a bit envious. He made it clear that if it were necessary to stop the phenomenon of destiny restoration, he would do anything to help. Lloyd told him not to worry, commenting ironically that he himself always ended up being the first one to be exploited. While blocking the phenomenon of destiny restoration, Lloyd knew that he also needed to resolve the root cause of the problem. It was time to check the final spoiler. Later, when he checked the number of destinies he had saved, the value was still at -1. Not even with Artanis' ability had that changed. In the end, that meant that because of him, one person would die. It also made it clear that he still had not found a way to completely stop the phenomenon of destiny restoration. Lloyd concluded that if everything continued that way, he already knew exactly where that story would end. Even so, he was ready to see the next final spoiler. As he entered that empty space, he thought he would no longer be shocked. After all, he had already seen too much. Still, the shock came. In the border county, all the buildings were being smashed apart. Every structure, everything he had built, was being completely destroyed. Giant beings walked through the area. They looked like titanic demons, more powerful than all the border soldiers combined. They were bizarre creatures, true entities of the abyss. In the final spoiler, Lloyd saw Javier being defeated in combat. Even as a grandmaster, he was unable to win. That made it clear that the enemy was more powerful than a grandmaster swordsman. If there was anything above that, it could only be a god. Lloyd remembered the beings closest to gods that he knew: the Dragon King, the Archangel of the Celestial Realm, and lastly Helkaros, the King of Hell. Helkaros had already admitted that Javier was impressive. After all, he had managed to wound him with his sword. Even so, Javier was lying on the ground, but despite being extremely injured, he managed to stand up. Helkaros asked if he still intended to keep fighting. Javier made it clear that he would not allow himself to be taken away. Helkaros's next blow was devastating. Javier was thrown far away, coughing up a large amount of blood, but he was still alive. Helkaros acknowledged that he had fought well, but stated that it was already time to rest. At the final moment, just before Javier's death, the Lloyd of the future appeared. He surrendered without resistance. He begged for no one else to be killed. He asked for mercy more than once. Helkaros approached Lloyd and made it clear that this was not happening, because Lloyd had made some ordinary mistake. He simply tore off Lloyd's head. At that very instant, Lloyd heard the voice of the Jewel of Truth, explaining that in this way, a world where only a single protagonist remained had finally found its peace. The Iron and Blood Knight was reset, beginning a new journey. Thus began the epilogue. Lloyd, the ruler of the frontier, was captured by the King of Hell and turned into a slave, condemned to serve for all eternity. At that moment, Lloyd realized the truth. That being had always been the final villain. The real conflict had never been only against demons or distorted destinies, but against hell itself. After that, he departed with Yong back to the Glacial Sea, because there was still something extremely important that needed to be done. Before moving on, he made it clear to Javier that he must not draw his sword under any circumstances. They crossed the Great Barrier, until they reached the portal to Hell, and went straight to Helkaros's castle. Helkaros commented that he had already been expecting him, and that he believed that moment had finally arrived. He asked for permission to ask the first question. Lloyd allowed it without hesitation. Helkaros wanted to know if, even knowing his own death, Lloyd had still come there in person. Javier reflected on whether that meant the death of Kim Suho. Lloyd concluded that it was not someone so grand. For Helkaros, killing him there would be extremely easy. Deceiving him and luring him into hell would also not have been difficult. Hell and the human realm were places governed by strict rules. If Lloyd died there, his soul could not be obtained in the way Helkaros desired, because there were limitations that would prevent it. With that, Javier understood that Helkaros wanted to kill Kim Suho in order to control his soul. Helkaros admitted that he was impressed by his judgment and by the confidence he showed in reaching that conclusion. That was exactly why he wanted him there. Lloyd commented on the enormous difference in age between them, but Helkaros replied that it was precisely that audacity that had made him interested. He then asked what the real doubt was. Lloyd explained that he was human and that one day he would inevitably die, so he questioned why Helkaros would go to such lengths, going to the human realm just to kill him. Waiting for him to die of old age should be insignificant to someone like him. Helkaros agreed that it would be easier, but explained that the problem was the rules of that world. He believed that by helping Lloyd he would end up committing questionable actions, but that never happened. On the contrary, the traces left behind by Lloyd were always positive. He had been accumulating far too many good actions. Those who surpassed a certain limit of good actions were inevitably sent to heaven, and that was not something Helkaros desired. Lloyd understood that Helkaros wanted to kill him before he could obtain his pass to heaven, but he remembered that the king of hell could not freely cross into the human realm. Helkaros replied that he could not afford to be gentle, and that he was not some honorable knight either. Lloyd said that he did not need complete explanations because he would figure everything out on his own. Helkaros admitted that his will to live was remarkable. Now Lloyd would have to fight the phenomenon of destiny restoration until the end of his life, while the king of hell watched his soul closely. The dream of a peaceful retirement had been completely shattered. Helkaros even questioned why he struggled so much in a life that seemed meaningless. Lloyd replied that fighting until the very last moment was precisely the meaning of his life. Helkaros, surprisingly, said that he would be rooting for him. Later, the Demon Queen began checking everyone Lloyd knew. That was when she noticed something approaching the capital of Magentano. Worthrode, wielding his two blades of devastation, attacked directly. The queen awakened at the very last moment and realized that if she had neglected her training, she would have been killed right there. Her first strike destroyed Worthrode's arm and right leg, but it turned out to be only a blood clone, which exploded and released poison. It was the same poison as before. The queen was once again affected by the curse linked to the phenomenon of destiny restoration. She believed she had already freed herself from that curse, and only avoided going insane because Lloyd was present. He appeared together with Artanis and Javier to rescue Alice. Later, with Alice resting in bed, it became clear that she was still being affected by the curse. Lloyd thought that at least he had arrived in time, but the real problem now was how to cure it. The queen was essential to the future of the kingdom. Only with her would it be possible to build a stable country. That made Lloyd even more worried. He asked Artanis if she had managed to track down the bastard responsible. She apologized and explained that the curse was hidden in the blood, which prevented any tracking of its origin. Even so, she managed to identify the magic used. It was a black magic left behind by an ancient evil god called Maleficar. The curse cast upon Her Majesty amplified the weakest parts of the heart, pushing them toward evil and making the person violent. Even so, Artanis explained that there was a cure. Curses were nothing more than a distorted type of mana. It was enough to find a way to purify the mana spread throughout the queen's body. Lloyd asked if injecting his own mana or Javier's mana would solve the problem. Artanis answered that it would not. The cursed mana was fused directly to the queen's heart. The moment another person's mana was injected, the curse would sense the foreign presence and escape. She explained that only the mana of someone completely trustworthy to the queen could work, someone she trusted unconditionally, someone she loved. Lloyd fell silent for a moment and thought that it was complete bullshit. To him, that practically meant sending the queen out blindly to fall in love. Artanis asked Javier if he still did not understand. He replied that it was better not to even try to explain. Then Javier commented that the queen trusted Lloyd a great deal and that he should try. He also confirmed with Artanis whether it would really work. Lloyd agreed, saying that he had no choice but to trust and try. Artanis questioned whether they were treating it like a joke, but Javier replied that everyone knew it was not. Even so, he asked her not to worry, because it would work. Lloyd asked Artanis to continue monitoring the cure carefully. Then he ordered everyone else, including Javier, to stand guard, ready for anything. Meanwhile, he thought that he also needed to discover who the bastard responsible really was. With great care, Lloyd began injecting his mana. When it touched the first fragment of the curse, the energy immediately self-destructed. He realized that this way, his mana could run out, and that the process would be extremely slow. The queen's condition worsened for a moment, but she managed to keep herself under control. Lloyd realized that she was also fighting within her own consciousness. Together they would succeed. Convinced of that, he injected even more mana. Meanwhile, inside the queen's mind, she fought and ran, trying to break free from the malignant shackles surrounding her. Lloyd made it clear that she did not need to be afraid, because he was there with her. With her own blade, she continued cutting through the tentacles made of dark power. When she was completely enclosed by that shadowy force, Lloyd helped her escape. They remained there the entire night, holding hands. Lloyd was no longer awake, but he continued fighting within his own subconscious. Javier, as he departed with Yang, realized that the queen's mana had fully awakened. That was what one could call a true companion. In the end, the queen rested her head against Lloyd's, sealing that connection. The next morning, the attendants went to wake the queen as they did every day, but noticed something strange when she did not respond. That was not normal at all, since she always woke up early. The guards talked among themselves and said that if there was no response, they would have to open the door. After several failed attempts, they decided to enter. When they opened the door, they caught the queen lying beside Lloyd Frontera. The shock was immediate. The guards called him insolent, grabbed him, tied him up, and took him straight to court. The trial was quick and showed no patience at all. He was declared guilty and placed on a cross to be burned. Lloyd Frontera tried to understand what was happening, finding it absurd that no one would even listen to an explanation before trying to burn him, but no one wanted to hear it. The crowd only wanted to see him burn. At that moment, Javier appeared running in. Lloyd Frontera thought he could rely on his knight, but soon realized that he was laughing non-stop, only to mock the situation. Urtanas, watching everything from above, was also laughing at him. Feeling completely abandoned, Lloyd Frontera wondered if no one truly cared about him when he was in danger. The system responded ironically, reminding him that he was a master swordsman and a demon king, someone difficult to worry about. Then the queen herself appeared, asking the reason for all the commotion, and wanting to know where Lloyd Frontera was. When she saw him in that ridiculous situation, she also burst into laughter. That made Lloyd Frontera feel even more desolate. Later, after he was saved from turning into ashes, the queen apologized to the nobles. She explained that she had frightened everyone, and delayed clarifying the facts, acknowledging that although the measures taken were understandable, they had been hasty. She then revealed that she was ill. She showed her hand marked by scars and poison, explaining that the night before, in critical condition, she had urgently summoned Lloyd Frontera. Since he knew the cure, he spent the entire night helping with the treatment. The process required an immense consumption of mana, and because of that, both of them ended up falling asleep from exhaustion. The queen also showed what would happen if the poison completely overtook her hand, making it clear that without continuous treatment, the disease would only worsen. Lloyd Frontera thought that if she were not always such a firm and tough queen, she might have already collapsed. When he was summoned, he immediately made himself available. When asked how long a complete cure would take, he explained that about 1 month would be enough, and that within that time she would be fully recovered. The treatment worked with his mana, continuously eliminating the root of the disease, which kept multiplying without stopping. At that moment, the queen suffered another crisis caused by the poison and the curse. Lloyd Frontera approached and began the treatment. Everyone who possessed mana clearly felt his mana being transferred into the queen's body, and they saw with their own eyes that it truly worked. Alicia explained that as everyone had just witnessed, at that moment, the only person capable of saving the queen's life was Lloyd Frontera. Because of this, the Queen of Magentano declared that from that day on, she would remain by Lloyd Frontera's side 24 hours a day for an entire month to complete the treatment. Lloyd Frontera still wondered how he would convince those stubborn nobles, but the queen resolved everything in a simple way. Even so, one of the nobles spoke up, reminding everyone that according to the laws and regulations of the Kingdom of Magentano, that decision carried serious implications. The queen calmly replied that there was no need to worry, stating that she would follow all the laws. The reaction was pure shock, with many left completely stunned, while Lloyd Frontera did not quite understand what that meant. Alicia then said there was a lot of accumulated work, dismissed everyone, and called Lloyd Frontera over. She firmly held his hand and commented that she had finally caught him. In the capital of Magentano, rumors spread quickly, saying that Lloyd Frontera would be stuck with Her Majesty for an entire month, and that this meant sharing the same room. What Lloyd Frontera did not know was that regardless of the reason, anyone who shared the royal chamber with the queen was required to marry her. Later, while the queen attended to her duties, mainly paperwork, she continued holding Lloyd Frontera's hand. He once again sensed the presence of that corrupted mana, and began eliminating the curse with his own mana, but part of it managed to escape. Even so, Lloyd Frontera did not give up and began chasing the curse, making such intense expressions that even Alicia was startled. When he was about to completely capture the curse, someone suddenly appeared. Lloyd Frontera restrained himself, lost track of the spirit for a moment, and upon releasing the queen's hand, explained that he needed to keep holding it for the treatment to work. The situation became awkward, and he ended up admitting, somewhat embarrassed, that he had liked holding her hand. Alicia found all of it extremely amusing, realizing that he was clearly falling into an emotional trap. The queen said that she understood perfectly, and explained that if they stayed without contact for too long, the treatment would be delayed. Then she extended her hand, took a handkerchief, and together with Lloyd Frontera tied a knot, binding both of their hands. That way they could no longer let go. Lloyd Frontera felt embarrassed when he realized what that meant, since in practice she was almost directly proposing marriage. She also commented that he was intelligent and had extraordinary abilities, but clearly did not understand a woman's heart. Even so, Lloyd Frontera remained convinced that there was no way any of this could be real. In his mind, the queen only saw him as a competent helper, someone incredible and extremely hardworking. To him, it was natural for a queen to keep only capable people by her side, and nothing more than that. In his view, he was just an employee, nothing else. The system then teased him, asking what if she were in love. Lloyd Frontera froze for a moment, but decided to ignore it and focus on eliminating the rest of the curse. Before he could continue, the queen was informed that it was time for training. Without a second thought, she simply stood up and took took Lloyd Frontera with her, still holding his hand. During the next training session, in which she had to dodge several arrows at the same time, the queen remained clinging to Lloyd Frontera. While moving with agility, she swung him from side to side as if he were a flag. One of the arrows passed dangerously close to his private parts, making Lloyd Frontera feel that his life had nearly ended. Soon after, she went to a meeting and literally dragged Lloyd Frontera along, with him almost being pulled across the floor. Then she signed more documents, returned to training, received blessings, conducted an audit, trained again, and repeated everything once more. By the end of the day, Lloyd Frontera was completely exhausted. At night, the two were together in the bath, still maintaining contact because of the treatment. He commented that she needed to slow down her work pace. The queen replied that she would like to, but it was not possible. Lloyd Frontera argued that the kingdom had many competent ministers, and that she did not need to do everything herself. She explained that if she delegated too much, there was a chance something could go wrong, and if that happened, the entire kingdom would suffer. He insisted, saying that even if the treatment delayed other matters, it was important. She answered that she could not relax, because if she relaxed, many people would suffer. To the queen, if she suffered, the people could rest in peace. Then she asked Lloyd Frontera to release her arm, as she needed to get dressed. He thought that woman was completely obsessed with work, even considering himself not very intelligent. Lloyd Frontera came up with an idea. Later that night, lying beside the queen and still holding her hand, he said he needed to say something important. That was the best he could do. He began talking about the duties of a king. He said that if he were king, he believed he could handle all responsibilities efficiently. The queen asked if he was saying he would do better than her. Lloyd Frontera replied yes, observing everything she had done during the day. He thought that maybe he could manage as well. The queen asked if he had hit his head too much during the day. Lloyd Frontera replied that if the coachman does not know how to drive, the passengers in the carriage end up feeling sick. She retorted that this had been just one day, and that he had not seen even a tenth of the real responsibilities. Lloyd Frontera commented that even from a surface glance, it was already possible to see that there were many different kinds of tasks. This made the queen furious, and she lunged at him with punches. Lloyd Frontera admitted that in the face of Her Majesty's strength, there was not much he could do. He withdrew everything he had said before, and presented himself as a weak servant, far less capable than her. The queen then told him to try fulfilling the duties of a king, after learning by her side for 1 week. Lloyd Frontera refused and said he needed only 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, she should treat him as king, and something surprising would happen. Alicia agreed, stood up, dragging Lloyd Frontera across the floor, took an hourglass, and marked 3 minutes. She announced that during that time, he would be the king. Lloyd Frontera stood up and in an authoritative tone, demanded respect, questioning how anyone dared to raise their head before the king. The queen asked if he had gone mad. He shot back, asking whether she would subdue him by force again, and whether she admitted that she could not resolve everything through diplomacy. He demanded royal respect. The queen restrained herself greatly to avoid hitting him. Lloyd Frontera thought he had barely survived, and truly felt that he might have died. The queen sat on the bed and ordered Alicia to observe and listen carefully to what the king had to say. Lloyd Frontera commanded that Alicia Termina Magentano immediately delegate all her duties to her vassals and dedicate herself exclusively to the treatment. The queen tried to interrupt, but Lloyd Frontera asked whether she was interrupting the king, and she fell silent. He continued by explaining that he understood perfectly why she could not delegate tasks. To him, it came from her accumulated experience and her heart, always focused on the people. He said that she was important, the greatest queen in the history of that kingdom, but that if she were consumed by the curse, she would be able to do nothing, and if she could do nothing, the kingdom would fall. Effort was not only about physical sacrifice. Even when a problem was urgent, looking away for a moment to take care of oneself could require even greater effort. Lloyd Frontera ordered her to stop everything and focus on the treatment. The problems that arose while she stepped away could be resolved later, one by one. He asked whether the great queen was capable of doing that. Alicia immediately replied that she would obey. Your Majesty. Lloyd Frontera thought that the queen would remain stubborn and addicted to work until the very end. Excited, he tried to give another order, saying that the king's next command was to increase the budget of the frontier county. Alicia then informed him that the 3 minutes were over. Lloyd Frontera slowly got off the bed, knelt down and asked for forgiveness, but the queen kicked his head. She asked whether he had not said he would prove himself more capable as a king, and questioned what exactly he had proven. Lloyd Frontera, as a mere servant, admitted that he could never replace the duties of Her Majesty, and confessed that everything had been nothing but a lie. The queen pressed her foot even harder against his head, but deep down she recognized that it had been a sincere attempt to wake her up, since her perspective had been limited. From that day on, she came to like Lloyd Frontera even more. After a long period of treatment, they finally let go of each other's hands. Lloyd Frontera congratulated her on her complete recovery. As a reward, he received a new title, the Queen's Companion. The effect of this title was simple and frightening. Whenever danger arose around him, something would happen. The Queen of Magentano would intuitively perceive it, and would rush to him whenever he was in danger. Lloyd Frontera thought the effect was excellent, only feeling that he truly needed to change the name of that title. With the Queen's treatment finally completed, they returned to to the frontier to deal with the small matters that had accumulated over those 2 months. Lloyd Frontera knew that he still needed to undo the phenomenon of destiny restoration, but the invasion of the King of Hell was an imminent danger. Helkaros could not cross into that world freely, just like the Knights of Hell, because he required a ritual to serve as an intermediary. If they could block that at the source, the problem would be solved. With that in mind, Lloyd Frontera went to the Jewel of Truth to ask about it. The moment he approached and questioned it, nothing happened. That was when Lloyd Frontera noticed a crack in the Jewel of Truth and wondered what had happened. He had run countless simulations, and all of them indicated that it should last for millennia. Suddenly, Artanis appeared, saying that all the installations Her Majesty had spread across the world were developing cracks at the same time. Lloyd Frontera could only think about what the hell was going on. Soon after, he was already moving with Yong Yong and his other companions to repair the affected locations. Artanis pointed out where repairs were needed, while Lloyd Frontera rushed from place to place, since Krima was very far away. There, he could not do much, as the Giga Titans had destroyed a large part of the city, although the mermaids had helped counterattack. Lloyd Frontera asked Javier to warn Julian not to stray from Zerazad and to increase the number of demons guarding the Count's mansion. He was extremely worried. Later at the Frontier Estate, everyone was busy when the county received an unexpected visit. The family of the Dragon King Verkus. The Red Dragon asked where that lazy one was, and went straight toward the Count's mansion, but was stopped by the demons. Without any patience, the dragon simply destroyed everything in front of her, sending everyone flying away. The woman beside her commented that she seemed like a good-hearted person, while the other replied that it did not matter much. Shortly after, Artanis and Javier appeared to block the way. The dragon grew furious until Verkus appeared at the window, saying that it had been a long time since he had seen them. Thanks to Lloyd Frontera's help, he had been able to contact his wife every day. She said that even her mother had calmed down and decided to come there. Verkus asked if it was really his dear mother-in-law, but she did not even want to look at his face. The dragon threatened to burn everything down and said that since he had finished the tour, it was time to leave. Verkus, however, said that there was someone she needed to meet first. Lloyd Frontera was digging and helping support the structures when Verkus appeared behind him, praising his good work. Lloyd Frontera replied that it was great generosity coming from the Dragon King. Verkus asked whether the Jewel of Truth had not told him how to stop the restoration. Lloyd Frontera did not answer, and the Dragon King realized that it had indeed told him, but that he had not liked the method. Verkus also asked whether he had not received an estimate, explaining that trying to break the curse little by little would not work, and that he would have to do that for the rest of his life. Lloyd Frontera replied that yes, he would do it if necessary. Verkus found that impressive, since he answered without even thinking, and asked if he could help with anything, saying that he actually liked him. Lloyd Frontera replied that he had nothing left to give, and therefore had nothing left to ask for. Verkus commented that if there had been something he could do, he would have created a form of cooperation, but now he was returning home. Before leaving, he told him to stay positive, and said that he was rooting for him. After the Dragon King left, Lloyd Frontera thought about dragons, hell, and heaven. If everything collided at the same time, the chaos would be absolute, worse than a war between races. The invasion of the King of Hell would only have its damage reduced when he finished his part, but Lloyd Frontera had no idea how to defeat Helkaros or prevent his ascension. He needed to fix the Jewel of Truth to find an answer. Then Javier appeared, saying that Verkus was right, and that Lloyd Frontera would not be able to endure all of that alone. There was no way they could prepare for the invasion of the King of Hell like that, and they needed to solve the problems one at a time. Javier told him to count on his support and asked what exactly the Jewel of Truth had said. Lloyd Frontera replied that honestly, he still did not know. That was completely useless. Javier asked again, almost begging for Lloyd Frontera to tell the truth. Lloyd Frontera replied that he had already said he did not know. Javier insisted once more, asking him to speak, but Lloyd Frontera lost his patience and told him to stop it. Javier asked why he kept hiding things and said that he needed to stop trying to solve everything alone. Should this not be handled together, since they were friends? Lloyd Frontera asked who he thought his friend was, and called him useless. The people around them were completely shocked. Javier apologized immediately, admitting that he had gone too far. When Lloyd Frontera walked away, Javier thought that he wanted to apologize, but he did not know how he could tell the truth. How could he explain that? In the end, one of the two had to die. Later, Lloyd Frontera was examining the crack in the Jewel of Truth. He thought that this material could no longer be obtained, and that there was no simple way to fix it. He then tried to use the mana compression method, letting it flow slowly, and closing the fissure little by little. Maybe it would work. However, the system warned that there could be cases in which normal operation would not occur due to small changes in the structure. Lloyd Frontera realized that there was still a lot he did not understand. The idea was to let the mana flow gently, in a constant amount, at a precise angle, and then compress it. That was something only he and Javier could do. Remembering what he had said to Javier, Lloyd Frontera hit his head against the Jewel of Truth, wondering how he had managed to say such nonsense. He began to think that maybe Javier was right. Maybe he had been seeing everything the wrong way. Javier was the true protagonist of that world. He was the one who solved the problems and saved everyone. Lloyd Frontera thought that if he could cool down the restoration of destiny even a little, he might accumulate enough good deeds to avoid going to hell. Maybe even the ending would change. With that in mind, he decided to look at the final spoiler. The moment he did so, he found himself sitting on the bed, looking at territory that was completely intact. Lloyd Frontera thought that he knew he could count on Javier. Soon after, Javier entered the room to talk to him normally. The Lloyd of that future asked whether Javier was angry because of the shout from the previous day, when he said they were not friends. The present Lloyd Frontera wondered if that final spoiler represented the following morning. Javier said that he understood that the situation had been difficult enough to make him say that. Lloyd Frontera commented that the day before, he had asked about the way to stop the restoration of destiny. Then the explanation began. Javier was the true protagonist of that world. He had come from another place, but even so, he was considered a protagonist. The problem was that when there were two protagonists, the world became unstable. The solution presented was simple and cruel. One of them had to die. Lloyd Frontera made it clear that he would never do such a thing. Then suddenly, Javier drew his sword. Both Lloyds were terrified. Javier explained that when the restoration of destiny stopped, Lloyd Frontera would need to accumulate merits as quickly as possible. Then he thrust the sword into his own heart. Lloyd Frontera screamed, asking what he was doing, and calling him an idiot. Javier, however, activated his sword art, told him to take good care of that world as the protagonist, and then disintegrated, leaving Lloyd Frontera as the sole protagonist. That was something Lloyd Frontera would never accept letting happen in the present. Later, he told Javier that he would never let him die, and asked whether he had been hurt by what he had heard earlier. Lloyd Frontera explained that sometimes he got too tired and ended up getting irritated, asking him not to take it seriously. Javier also apologized, saying that he had shouted at that moment. Then Javier reported something far more important. His Highness Artanis V had detected an anomaly in Namoran, near the forced marker. A mana of black magic was emerging there. Lloyd Frontera thought that perhaps they were trying to summon another Knight of Hell. Even if they succeeded, it would not be a great threat. That was when he had an idea. It was an opportunity in disguise. That day, they were going to kidnap a Knight of Hell. Meanwhile, in Hell, there was the current captain of the guard, the one who protected the office of the King of Hell, Jereximus. He had already witnessed the great enchanter of Hell, Lloyd Frontera, and his guard. Since that day, he had harbored deep resentment toward the two of them. At the time, he had just become a Knight of Hell, and ran back and forth, full of ambition and hatred. Everything began when Jereximus was completely lost during training. Another Knight of Hell ended up helping him, saying that the more nervous someone became, the longer it took to improve. He explained that those who manage to have fun in the middle of a fight are usually the strongest. That deeply touched Jereximus. He was moved by the help he received, and the two ended up forming a strong friendship. That knight became almost a disciple of Jereximus, someone essential to his path. Without him, Jereximus would never have managed to become a true Knight of Hell. When Jereximus was summoned to the human realm, he asked his disciple to be careful, and above all to have fun. According to him, that was the best way to grow stronger. The problem was that only the upper part of his body ended up being summoned. Faced with that, Jereximus could only think about how absurd it was. Later, he heard that Jereximus had been devoured by that idiot, the hellish charmer Lloyd Frontera. On the day he encountered Lloyd Frontera again, he charged without thinking twice, determined to take revenge. However, Javier knocked him down with extreme ease, as if he were nothing. To make things worse, he was also hit by a humiliating kick. The defeat was complete and shameful. Back in Hell, Jereximus cried bitterly. From that moment on, he trained like a madman, having more and more fun during the process, exactly as he had learned. The last time, he could not even fight Lloyd Frontera or Javier, because he had to obey the orders of the King of Hell. But now it was different. He was being summoned once again to the human realm. At the same time, Lloyd Frontera was approaching Namoran. Javier commented that it was strange for black magic to be active even without a summoner. Lloyd Frontera replied that he already expected that, since the phenomenon of destiny restoration tries to restore itself even when there is no real possibility. Javier explained that summoning a Knight of Hell requires the absorption of life. Even if everyone is evacuated and no one remains, somehow death still occurs. Lloyd Frontera confirmed this, and commented that he had heard from the Count that the number of large rodents had increased greatly, probably because their life was being drained. All of that was a direct consequence of destiny restoration. Even so, Lloyd Frontera decided to take advantage of the situation. When Jereximus finally appeared ready to take revenge, he came face to face with Lloyd Frontera, who stated that he had not appeared there by chance. Jereximus said that it did not matter, and that he would kill him right there. Lloyd Frontera replied by provoking him, inviting him to fight. However, once again, Jereximus was knocked down by Javier, taking punches and kicks as if he were an old tin can. Even believing that he had given everything in training, Jereximus could not understand how those two kept having fun while defeating him so easily. He felt the impact not only physically but emotionally. Even his horse was terrified at that moment. Lloyd Frontera asked if the knight was alright, and commented, somewhat awkwardly, that his friend had gone a bit too far. He asked Javier to be more patient next time. Lloyd Frontera explained to Jereximus that Javier could have beaten him to death, but that now everything was fine and he could relax. Jereximus tried to say that he was their enemy, but soon took a few more blows to the head and ended up asking for forgiveness. Lloyd Frontera then asked what he could do for him, and whether he could forgive him in exchange for a small favor. Jereximus told him to shut up, saying that he worked for Hell, but served no one. Lloyd Frontera asked whether hell forbade that and requested to see the contract. Georeximus replied that there was no contract at all. That left Lloyd Frontera completely terrified. He asked how much Georeximus was paid for the job. The answer was simple and shocking. He received nothing. Frightened, Lloyd Frontera asked what his working hours were. Georeximus replied that it was all day long. Then Lloyd Frontera asked if he had vacations. The answer came dry and direct. No. Lloyd commented that the King of Hell was an extremely malicious boss, and that it made no sense to exploit someone so cruelly. Georeximus was shocked to hear that and ended up remembering an old conversation he had had with his disciple, when he said that sometimes he wondered whether that really was the right way to live. Working until death, receiving nothing in return was pure exploitation. Soon after, Georeximus tried to change the subject and asked Lloyd to forget about it, saying that he had not said anything important. Next, Lloyd asked whether Georeximus knew that they had fought against one of his colleagues, precisely Georeximus. They had won the fight, and Lloyd ended up absorbing the soul of the Infernal Knight. He made it clear that he did not regret it, because Georeximus had faithfully fulfilled his duty, fighting with the mission of protecting that place, and accepting the result of the battle. Even so, Lloyd explained that all of them were exploited their entire lives, working by force and being absorbed in the end, after a fight they did not even want to have. Georeximus had died, but was still there inside him, and Lloyd promised that he would put an end to all that exploitation. At that moment, Georeximus asked to see the contract. Lloyd was smiling, wiping away tears, clearly satisfied with the situation. Shortly after, already riding on Yongyong, Georeximus commented, still incredulous, about the terms of the agreement. It was 10 million gold coins per month, 4 working days per week, and 2 patrols per day. Lloyd confirmed that this was exactly the case, and said that Georeximus had read the entire contract, including the final clause, which talked about effective communication. That clause stated that if it were violated, Lloyd Frontera would become so upset that he would simply fall silent. Georeximus began to wonder whether that would really work, since he knew that the King of Hell would soon appear in the human world, and if he discovered that Georeximus was there, he would not leave him alone. Lloyd then raised a simple question and asked what the King of Hell's plan was to attack the territory. Georeximus replied that he did not know. Lloyd realized that he was hiding something, and asked whether he had signed the contract, precisely because he knew the right moment to escape. He then demanded that he say when the King of Hell would manifest. Georeximus stated once again that he did not know, explaining that if he revealed anything, the King of Hell would chase him to the ends of the world. Lloyd commented that it seemed very difficult to communicate that way. At that moment, Javier grabbed his still-sheathed sword and prepared to attack Georeximus, saying that Lloyd needed to deal with that madman. Under pressure, Georeximus remembered the communication clause and ended up giving in. He revealed that everything would happen during the eclipse, and that on that day they would perform a sacrifice. Lloyd asked what that sacrifice would be, and Georeximus explained that it would be carried out through fear. They would gather a large amount of fear inside the body of someone who harbored resentment and offer it to the Demon King, allowing him to manifest. Lloyd realized that he had found an important lead and said that they could still communicate a little more. At that moment, Georeximus thought that he had escaped from one demon only to sign a contract with another. The Knight of Hell then shared several valuable pieces of information. He said that the one gathering fear by order of Hell was Warhog. As for the exact form of the ritual, Georeximus did not know many details, but explained that the creatures seen were probably fragments of the demon god. Recently, the King of Hell had diverted many souls that should have passed through the reincarnation portal. If those souls were absorbed by the skin of the ancient demon god who lay in the depths of hell, that would create those creatures. Since the infernal forces were no match for Lloyd and his allies, they were preparing something far more powerful. Lloyd asked how many fragments existed, but Georeximus replied that he did not know, since the King of Hell did not usually make reports. Even when threatened by Javier, he repeated that he did not know the number, but stated that he knew their weakness. After that, they began preparations for the battle, but there was still something very important to resolve: restoring the Jewel of Truth. If they could prevent the manifestation of the King of Hell from the very beginning, that would be the best option. However, if Lloyd rushed too much, the jewel could be destroyed, so he decided to repair it calmly, little by little each day. Later, Javier commented that he was curious about Georeximus and that he had obtained some information through intimidation. He asked why Georeximus had made a contract. Lloyd found the question strange and said that there had been no intimidation at all, only a business conversation. Javier wondered whether that contract might be the last remnant of Georeximus's conscience. Lloyd ended the matter by saying that it was time to seek the holy water. Later still, Raphael appeared before Georeximus. Raphael introduced himself and explained that he was an angel. Georeximus also introduced himself. Raphael asked whether it had been Georeximus who had responded to the correspondence about 300 years earlier, and Georeximus confirmed that it was. He said that it was a pleasure to meet him, but explained that he was now a demon, and that this made the situation a bit complicated. He ended up using a few rude words unintentionally, and Raphael also apologized, imagining that he might have used offensive terms such as damned demon. In the end, they realized that it was all nothing more than a difference in perspective, since neither of them could fully understand the other side. Raphael commented that Georeximus must have gone through difficult things, such as being born into a world without knowing anything and working as a demon, something that could not have been easy. Georeximus replied that Raphael probably did not have a simple life either, and remarked that he had expected him to be more rigid, but realized instead that he was very kind. In this way, the two ended up forming a friendship unexpectedly quickly. Lloyd found it curious how they had become friends so fast. Raphael explained that heaven and hell merely fulfill their functions and are not enemies by nature. Lloyd said that he already knew that, and that he also knew the current plan was not part of hell's duties, but rather a personal and arbitrary action by the king of hell himself. After Lloyd explained Helkaros's entire plan, making it clear that he was hiding information from both hell and heaven, Raphael became alarmed and concluded that it was an atrocity. He said that he would report everything immediately to his superiors, since it clearly constituted an act of invasion, and that the Archangel Gabriel should take action. Lloyd asked what the chances were of a warning working. Raphael admitted that he did not have much hope, but said that he would do his best because he liked that territory and its people. Then Lloyd asked whether Raphael could shed a few tears to help defeat the fragment of the demon god. Raphael explained that fragments really do lose power when they come into contact with an angel's tears, but that angels do not cry easily. In fact, in thousands of years, he had never seen an angel shed tears. Lloyd said that he had an easy way to solve that, and simply threw sand into Raphael's eyes. The angel commented that it actually helped and was glad to be able to contribute. Lloyd collected the tears, and Georeximus thought in silence that that man was the real demon. At that moment, it became clear that Raphael was under contract with the Archangel Gabriel, who already knew about the entire situation through his informants. Gabriel explained that, strictly speaking, what the king of hell was trying to do was not technically an invasion. Raphael found this strange, since he was coming to steal talents. Gabriel explained that the king of hell was not naive, and that just as angels understand and fulfill the wishes of the earth, hell can do the same. In the case of Worthrode, who made the first wish to the king of hell, his wish had simply been granted, which by itself did not violate the laws of the world. Starting a war now would only give the king of hell a pretext to interfere in the affairs of heaven. While Raphael reflected on this, Lloyd threw sand into his eyes again. This time Raphael closed his eyes by reflex and warned that the same trick would not work twice. Raphael then asked for permission and shoved a finger charged with mana into Raphael. Lloyd complained about the absurdity of hurting an angel just to achieve a goal, and Javier wondered, since when he had become like that. Even so, Lloyd pretended to help in a gentle way. Javier thought that, even if it was for the good of the territory, that was not right. When Lloyd tried to put the glasses back on Raphael's face, he pretended that his finger slipped and ended up jamming the glasses into his eye. Raphael felt only pain and did not cry. Lloyd commented that at least he had tried. Raphael then remembered that he had heard that angels shed larger and denser tears when they feel joy, but explained that they live buried in bureaucratic work and rarely experience emotional changes. Lloyd concluded that he might have to make him laugh until he cried, which was complicated for someone with an analytical mindset like his. Thinking of something funny, he could only remember bad jokes that college professors used to tell. He started by asking if Raphael knew why drinking juice slowly tastes better, explaining that it is because it becomes more juicy. The system reacted in shock. Raphael stared at Lloyd. Javier stared as well, and Lloyd commented that maybe that was the time to laugh. Raphael, in an exaggeratedly dramatic way, began to laugh, and Lloyd managed to collect the tears in a flask. He continued with even worse jokes, like the one about the matchbox and the pony, making Raphael laugh more and more. After that, Lloyd finally managed to identify the pattern of the phenomenon of repetitive destiny, restoration. The specialized team was always positioned in the right place, which allowed him to reduce to a minimum the points where he needed to go personally. He also learned through Raphael about the so-called good deeds score. The problem was that at the moment, he was only resolving messes that he himself had caused, so it was hard to call that true good deeds. Because of that, he decided that he needed to ask the Jewel of Truth directly. Another day passed trying to heal the few wounded who remained, and by the end Raphael was completely dry, without a single tear left. Even so, Lloyd tried one more time and asked if he knew why the little old lady does not wear a watch, explaining that it is because she is already a lady. Raphael laughed, but soon after fell asleep, exhausted. Lloyd wondered if that was the end of the line, but then realized he already had a jar full of Raphael's tears. Javier asked whether that amount would be enough to defeat the fragment of the demon god. Lloyd replied that it would not, but even so, he began to think of a way to turn the tables with what he had in hand. The time until the eclipse was 30 days, information that Georeximus had given him. A knight explained that if pure angel tears were poured directly onto the fragment of the demon god, it would be possible to destroy it, but obtaining such a large quantity was practically impossible. However, there was an alternative, because if they were diluted, even a single drop could transform an entire lake into holy water. Lloyd realized that with the liquid diluted, he could drastically weaken the fragments of the demon god. The territory was strong enough to dominate them after that. With this plan in mind, he decided to check the final spoiler to see if anything had changed. When he arrived there, he realized that nothing had changed, and that Helkaros had destroyed the entire territory. He wondered whether that was still the same ending, until the Lloyd from the spoiler looked at him and revealed that the King of Hell was watching everything. Immediately afterward, his head was torn off by Helkaros. Lloyd concluded that if the King of Hell was watching, then the solution was simple. He just had to avoid being discovered. Helkaros, still observing, wondered what that smile was, and suspected that he had discovered something using the messenger skill. Later, in the heavenly realm, a messenger informed Mr. Gabriel that there was a request. Gabriel asked if it was about that Lloyd Frontera, commenting that there was not much he could do for him. The messenger explained that the request was strange and difficult to understand. Meanwhile, Lloyd was sitting on the bed praying. Helkaros did not quite understand what he was doing, but soon his phone rang. Gabriel contacted him, saying that he had heard Lloyd was plotting something. Helkaros replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, and that he had only given a little help because a human really wanted something. Gabriel then asked what he would do if that Lloyd Frontera asked to borrow a celestial army. Helkaros replied that it would mean total war, and even questioned whether they really thought that he, trapped in that hole and being exploited to the bone, would be afraid of that. He then told Gabriel to relax, stating that Lloyd Frontera would never ask for something like that, because he was not the type to risk the entire world over personal problems. Gabriel commented that he spoke as if everything were very simple, and shortly after, a video was sent to Helkaros's computer, asking him to watch it carefully. When he opened it, it was just a video of a cute kitten, with a round little head, soft paws, a fluffy tail, and perky ears. Helkaros asked what the hell that was, but Gabriel insisted that he keep watching, saying that it was not just any video. In the meantime, the messenger ran to inform Lloyd that the request had been received and processed. The King of Hell would not watch him for 5 minutes. In that short interval, he would do everything Helkaros could not see. Lloyd handed the jar of Raphael's tears to Javier, ordering him to throw everything immediately into Lake Capo, and said that he also needed to tell the Count and the Countess something urgent. The kitten video continued, now showing the animal getting chubbier and chubbier, with cute little claws and its tongue sticking out. When the video ended, Helkaros asked what that had been. Gabriel asked whether it had not been shocking to see such an adorable kitten turn into a chubby blob. Irritated, Helkaros ended the call and went back to watching Lloyd, who seemed to be in exactly the same position as before, only now with a faint smile on his face. Gabriel apologized, saying that was all he could do for now, but promised that one day he would truly repay him. Later, Javier and Lloyd finally managed to fix the last stone of the Jewel of Truth. When it was submerged again, Javier asked what he intended to ask. Lloyd realized that he still did not know for sure, since questions like how to defeat the King of Hell or how to stop the devastation were still far too dangerous, especially because the King of Hell was still keeping an eye on him. Any move he made would be predicted and countered. If he asked a question now, the Jewel of Truth could break forever, and there would be no way to fix it. In the end, that battle would depend entirely on those 5 minutes, during which he had been blind. Because of that, he hesitated and decided not to ask the question. He returned and told Javier that he needed a bit more time. He already had many cards up his sleeve, and it was impossible to rely on just that. Meanwhile, Helkaros, watching everything, realized that the person he was spying on seemed somewhat worried. He was not just anyone, but unfortunately that battle already had a winner, and to Helkaros, that winner was himself, because even the world itself wanted Lloyd dead. Lloyd remembered the scenes in which he was killed and enslaved by the King of Hell. He was afraid. At night, while Helkaros continued to observe, Javier went to the Jewel of Truth. He thought about how Kim Soo-ho had already gone through life or death situations many times. Now, even the King of Hell himself was trying to kill him. He reflected that the original soul of Lloyd Frontera was in hell because he had to die no matter what. But what about Kim Soo-ho? That phenomenon of destiny restoration kept trying to kill him over and over. The invasion by the King of Hell was just another one of those attempts. He did not belong to that world, and because of that, the world tried to eliminate him. Still, Javier thought that if they ended destiny restoration, all of this would finally come to an end. With that in mind, he approached the Jewel of Truth to obtain an answer, asking how to stop that cursed phenomenon. Then the entity appeared, the one that always tells the truth and seems fair, but never gives anything for free. To know something, it was necessary to reveal a secret. Javier remembered a conversation he had overheard between a fisherman and Raphael. The fisherman said that thanks to Lloyd Frontera, the territory was prosperous, whereas before he only caused trouble. Now he was a lord who helped everyone live in abundance, paid attention to every person, and helped when things became difficult, always doing just enough so that everyone could stand on their own. It was as if he were a savior. Raphael commented that everyone there cared deeply about him. The fisherman said that Lloyd spoke like a true angel, but joked that if he really were one, he would already have wings on his back. Another fisherman commented that it was true the Lord cared about them, but that there was no real reason to be loved. In the end, they were just peasants. As long as they were well, they could work as hard as possible, and that was enough for Lord. That was why the territory was so peaceful, because everyone could give something back in their own way. He did not complain about that. He was completely different from other nobles, and everyone was extremely grateful to Lloyd Frontera. An elderly man commented that it made no sense to expect such a capable noble to truly love them. In response to that, Javier told the Jewel of Truth, the secret that only he knew, that Lloyd genuinely loved all the people of the territory. When that secret spread throughout the county, everyone became happy, with smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, Lloyd grew restless, wondering if Javier had activated the jewel. He thought that if Javier discovered the complete truth, he might end up taking his own life. Without thinking twice, Lloyd jumped out the window together with Calming. The Jewel of Truth asked what he wished to know, and Javier replied that he wanted information about the phenomenon of destiny correction. At that moment, Lloyd approached, blowing everything apart with his shovel, but arrived too late. Javier was already entering the jewel's consciousness. Lloyd charged forward with everything he had, propelling himself with Hippo, making Podong grow in size to destroy the crystal of the Jewel of Truth. When the jewel shattered, Javier was freed. Lloyd ordered him not to take another step, threatening to finish him off if he continued. Javier complained that one does not just go around breaking things like that, especially something that could no longer be repaired. Lloyd asked what he had discovered. Javier explained that he only wanted to delay the correction of destiny. Since there was no way to stop it completely, he thought they could at least slow it down. Lloyd asked if he had received an answer, and Javier confirmed that he had. Among all the destinies he had altered in the world, one of them had to be reverted to its original state, such as destroying the Jewel of Truth with his own hands. By doing so, the phenomenon would be delayed by 1 month. Hearing that, Lloyd felt relieved and realized that Javier had only asked what was strictly necessary. He said that now they would focus on finding that bastard and preparing for the battle. Before that, Javier called Lloyd aside and asked that when everything was over, he tell the truth that only he had discovered, the truth that had driven him to destroy the jewel. Lloyd looked at Javier and promised that they would win that fight, and that when the time came, he would tell him everything. Of course, the Count and the Countess were extremely worried. They were truly afraid. Arcus admitted that he had never felt such fear before. After all, they were dealing with the King of Hell himself. Then they remembered that moment when Lloyd appeared to talk during the 5 minutes, when Helkaros was blind. He explained that the King of Hell would invade the territory, that there was no time, and that the attack would be direct. Because of that, he needed their permission to carry out some emergency actions. The first one involved Lake Kappa, since it would be necessary to blow part of it up and flood the entire territory. Arcus asked whether that would not destroy everything Lloyd had built so far. Lloyd replied that there was no other choice, and explained that this was exactly why they had turned all the lake water into holy water. If they blew up the lake and spread that water across the territory, they would be able to significantly weaken the enemies. Marvea asked if he was already dealing with the phenomenon of destiny restoration, and now would also have to face the King of Hell. Arcus questioned whether those things were connected. Lloyd replied that probably yes, but when Arcus asked what was so wrong with the territory, Lloyd fell silent. Arcus said he understood and believed that one day Lloyd would tell them everything. Marvea, overwhelmed by fear, confessed that just thinking about their son getting hurt already made her heart tighten. Arcus asked her to trust him, saying that their dear Lloyd would not lose. The next morning, Saladas had finished an enormous and beautiful statue of a majestic dragon. He asked whether the master was not going to skin him alive because of it. Lloyd was surprised and commented that he had not imagined Saladas had evolved so much. Saladas explained that every single day without missing one, he repeated the same seemingly useless training, even when he was already tired and sick of it. The improvement was almost invisible at first, but after a few years, the results finally appeared. He thanked Lloyd for that, and Lloyd replied that it had been a fair exchange. Then he commented that he had prepared another deal. Solidas joked that here came another scheme, and wondered if it was some kind of temporary rental contract. Lloyd went straight to the point and explained that the King of Hell would invade the territory, so they needed to evacuate the residents immediately, and wanted to use his cave as a shelter. Solidas commented that it was far too serious to be said with a smile on his face, but replied that making a sour face would not solve anything. He asked what he would receive in return, and Lloyd answered that he would arrange a meeting with a beautiful female dragon. Solidas accepted on the spot. Lloyd thought he had agreed far too quickly, since they were literally asking to enter the sacred home of a dragon. Solidas said he was proud of that deal, but asked whether, since the King of Hell was coming, it would not be better to ask for help in the fight. After all, he was much stronger now. Lloyd explained that dragons could not get involved in those battles, and that the Dragon King had made that very clear in the past. Solidas confirmed that he knew the Dragon King, recalling the battle involving the angels, and commented that he seemed to have liked Lloyd quite a lot, saying that he even understood why. He asked Lloyd to find a way to win, because it would be very annoying if he died. Lloyd gave a nervous smile and assured him that he would manage somehow. Javier asked if he really knew a beautiful female dragon, and Lloyd replied that chaos was guaranteed. Javier questioned whether he truly thought they could win, and Lloyd answered yes, stating that winning was his favorite pastime. Then he remembered that they still needed to warn the residents about the evacuation and the battle, but he did not know how to do that without causing panic. Before he could think any further, Byron appeared, saying that the residents were already preparing to evacuate. It had been difficult to convince some of them that staying behind to fight would only get in the way, but in the end, everyone understood. Lloyd asked how they had found out, and Byron explained that the Count and Lord Raphael had warned them that the King of Hell was targeting the territory. They gathered everyone who was able to fight, people loyal to the territory, and to Lloyd, and now all that was left was to give the order, because an army was already ready. Lloyd became nervous, because he did not want that. The King of Hell's target was not the territory, it was him. No one needed to die because of him. At that moment, Javier stepped forward and explained that the King of Hell wanted Lloyd precisely because he was extremely skilled, intending to drag him into slavery. He said that the enemies were powerful, and that even with the entire territory united, victory was not guaranteed. Even so, if they wished to protect their leader and wield their weapons at his side, lied, then they should prove it. Everyone drew their swords for Lloyd Frontera. Watching all of this, Helkaros thought they were far too naive. On the day of the eclipse, he was still observing Lloyd. Byron reported that the evacuation was practically complete. As the senior knight of the county, he intended to stay and fight, but Lloyd said that it was precisely in moments like these that one had to remain calm. He explained that aside from himself, the person with the most knowledge and experience regarding the restoration of the fief was not Byron, and for that reason he ordered him to leave immediately, making it clear that he was far too important to remain there. Byron told him to stay safe, stating that the senior knight needed to take part in the defense no matter what happened. Then Byron appointed Javier as the new senior knight of the county of Frontera, and ordered him to protect the young master and the territory at all costs. Meanwhile, Solitas was evacuating everyone through his own portal, already completely exhausted. Emily asked Gary whether he and Kuga would stay behind, and what she would do if something happened to the two of them. Gary replied by asking if she could imagine the young master losing, because he could not. He told her to see it as a break, and said that they would win. Thus, Emily was evacuated with her belongings, but when she left, it was clear how afraid Gary was. In the kingdom of the heavens, Raphael declared that he would stand by Lloyd Frontera. He explained that there would be no direct conflict with hell, and that at that moment he was suspended and not officially an angel. Gabriel said that it was not just a matter of rules, but real danger, because the enemies were extremely powerful and Raphael could be hurt. Raphael replied that with the ring and the angelic hammer, he could help. Gabriel reminded him that, while suspended, he could not use those items. Raphael retorted that a suspended angel could still steal them, and Gabriel pretended not to know anything about that. Meanwhile, Artanis reported to the Demon King that in a distant land to the east, several wild animal corpses had been found, all completely drained of blood. Lloyd thought that might be worth Rhodes doing, but wondered why animals would be gathering fear. He soon remembered Georeximus's explanation, which had detailed a summoning method in which at the moment of the eclipse, the fear generated would be the key to summoning the King of Hell. Javier asked how they would gather so much fear, since on their side it did not seem possible, as everyone was filled with the will to win. Lloyd replied that this was still uncertain, since not everyone was there purely out of goodwill. Each person had their own problems, and even though they were determined, they still felt nervousness and fear. Korea asked if he thought everyone was fighting for him. Lloyd replied that after all, he was the King of Hell's target. Javier said he was being a bit egocentric, and commented that this was why women did not like him. Lloyd replied that they could certainly take it easy, but admitted that it was actually good to be provoked like that. Javier explained that all the residents of the territory had had their lives changed for the better because of Lloyd. Clean streets, warm beds, sanitary facilities, abundant work, and a life without hunger. What those people wanted to protect was all of that, and the person behind those changes. Each of them was fighting for themselves and for the good life they had now, not just for Lloyd. Gradually, the eclipse drew closer. The mascots took on their giant forms, and Yong was also present. As the eclipse approached even more, Helkaros rose from his table. Lloyd stood up from the ground, and Raphael asked Georeximus whether he would have to fight if the King of Hell invaded. Georeximus replied that there was no way, because the benefits on that side were much better, and he did not want to lose a good job. When the eclipse finally arrived, Worthrode appeared riding a bird made of blood, accompanied by an army of beasts and creatures formed from the same material. Lloyd thought that, on their side, they were ready to face the army of hell, and that they would not be frightened by those blood puppets. They would not allow fear to gather there. Worthrode declared that he had come to destroy him once and for all. Lloyd thought he looked far too ugly, even worse than before, and provoked him by asking if he was really that jealous, saying that maybe he should go after his own life. Then he called him useless, stating that the only thing he knew how to do was thrash about in anger, out of pure envy. Worthrode replied that it had been a good attempt, but that he was not there to argue, and ordered all of his creatures to attack at once. On the front line, orcs and elves prepared for combat. Lloyd thought that if they could prevent the descent of the King of Hell at that moment, it would be the best possible outcome. It did not seem completely impossible, although it was extremely difficult. He realized that Javier was very powerful, and that no one there was afraid, but Lloyd knew that Worthrode was plotting something. Because of that, Artanis used her enhanced bloody vision on him, and stated that she now understood the entire plan. She ordered them not to attack the monsters, explaining that they also had feelings, and that the fear required would come precisely from them. Worthrode tried to turn against Artanis, but ended up being captured as well. Lloyd ordered Javier to open a rift in the ground, and Javier released a mana explosion pushed to its absolute limit. This prevented the monsters from advancing, as they crashed into one another and fell into the hole. 10 mascots gathered around, and Podong told them to stay calm, saying that they would not hurt them. Artanis knocked Worthrode down, and Lloyd subdued him using the shovel, asking what he would do now. Worthrode shouted back, telling him to stop playing around and acting superior, accusing him of stealing everything and destroying his life, swearing that he would never forgive him. Lloyd wondered how a human could be so rotten and thought that if he finished that man off right there, everything would be resolved. However, he realized that the score of the people he had saved was still negative. Hilkaras was still preparing to emerge. Lloyd ordered Artanis not to kill Worthrode and to continue monitoring everything with her bloody vision. He told Worthrode that the time had come for him to receive his punishment. Even so, so, Worthrode claimed that even in death he would not stop destroying him. Artanis asked for forgiveness, saying that there was no way to stop what was about to happen. Then Worthrode concentrated all the power within himself and asked the great king of hell to grant the desire of his servant. After that, he self-destructed, exploding into blood to allow Helkaros to enter. All the monsters did the same, self-destructing and generating fear. Lloyd realized that now they feared their own deaths. All that fear accumulated in the eclipse and formed a portal. Javier still tried to attack, but it was useless. Helkaros declared that the ritual had already begun, and that there was no longer any way to stop it. Just as gravity acts and time passes, it did not matter how much they fought against it. Slowly using Rupelan's skull as a catalyst, Helkaros began to materialize, saying that he had come to take him. He invoked the fragments of the demonic god to fulfill the summoner's wish. An even larger portal opened behind the eclipse, a portal directly to hell. From within it emerged an abyssal beast, corrupted and terrifying, embodying fear itself. Many of these beasts filled the entire sky over the county of Frontera. It was total chaos, plague, death, and famine, as if it were the apocalypse and the final judgment. Lloyd thought that this was only the beginning. That terrible defeat he had already seen before was about to repeat itself. If they managed to bring down those creatures with the current plan, the next step would be to kill the king of hell. At that moment, Javier asked him to consider the demon king's blessing, but Lloyd simply knelt and said that he could go with him, stating that he would surrender. Javier asked what he was talking about, but Lloyd told him to think calmly. He said that even without someone useless like him, the territory of Frontera would be able to continue existing. Helkaros declared that he was there to fulfill the desire of Lloyd of devastation, and that this desire was not fulfilled merely with Lloyd's death, but by making everyone there realize that the pain, fear, and death of that moment were his fault. That Lloyd Frontera would die hearing that guilt echo within his own soul. Lloyd replied by asking if he truly thought it would end like that. Then he ordered the troops of Frontera to begin the operation immediately, without questions and without discussion, simply obeying. He gave the order for a total retreat, telling everyone to get out of there as fast as possible. He also ordered Raphael and Artanis to handle the rear guard. Helkaros realized that this was clearly bait, a trap. Even if they went to the plaza, they would have no way to use the holy water. The abyssal beasts advanced, devastating everything in their path, destroying all the constructions of Frontera. Javier commented that they were faster than expected and that the army would not be able to reach them in time. Lloyd replied that that was exactly why they would hold them back. He ordered the mascots to keep running toward the main plaza, while he, Artanis, Javier, and Raphael stayed behind, facing the beasts and attacking to slow them down as much as possible. Watching all of that, Helkaros thought it was truly impressive. In order not to be discovered by Helkaros, they could not even plan the details of the mission. Even so, everyone continued to obey Lloyd Frontera. Raphael commented to Kim Suho that he always managed to surprise someone with unbelievable power. The problem was that the enemy was still far more powerful. Javier's attack barely tickled them. Raphael's hammer strike was blocked. Artanis failed to restrain the monsters with her tentacles. Not even the mana explosion against Helkaros managed to hit him. Then Lloyd called Javier over and, using the Demon King's power, granted him a blessing. Helkaros grew genuinely curious to see what Javier was capable of. The protagonist of that story, Lloyd told Javier to hold them back as much as he could, and he charged forward, cutting down demons without stopping, using the power to cut even gods. Lloyd commented that this was how a protagonist should act, and told Greg to prepare the next step. Once again, Javier was attacked by tentacles, which he cut without hesitation. A gigantic creature struck him in the stomach, but he grabbed it and cut it in half. He was struck and counterattacked, until he was completely surrounded. At that point, Lloyd ordered a retreat, and Javier came back literally flying. When everyone finally gathered in the main plaza, Lloyd ordered fire to rain down. However, Greg's missiles did not hit the creatures. Helkaros found the target strange, and then realized he had been careless. He did not think they would dare go that far. The missiles destroyed the mountain in the background, causing Lake Kapua to overflow. That lake had already been turned into holy water. The holy water began to flood everything. Lloyd hated that idea, but it was the only possible solution. Artanis protected everyone in the plaza with a barrier, while the torrent knocked everything down. Everything Lloyd had begun to build, everything that had made people happy, collapsed. Houses, structures, dreams. The entire county was being destroyed, but the creatures were as well. When the water finally receded, Artanis released the shield. Lloyd began the counterattack, blasting the enemies with mana explosions. The head of the first demon exploded and fell to the ground, dead for good. That was the turning point. The elven unit unleashed a full volley of arrows, completely exterminating the aerial monsters. The front line advancing against Vallard and the white cavalry was stopped by the impact of aura and mana, and they counterattacked with spears, bringing the creatures down. The orcs fought without restraint. Yang dealt with the creatures bombarding the battlefield. The Death Knight, the demons, everyone was fighting. Even the mascots were in the middle of the war. Meanwhile, Helkaros was still continuing to materialize in that world. He estimated that he was at around 30%, but this varied depending on power expenditure. He commented that Kim Suho was truly incredible, a man capable of mastering even fragments of a demonic god, someone who could have conquered the human world in the blink of an eye, but who had always chosen to use that power for others. That was why he desired him so much. much. He said that such absurd love might be understood someday. Javier replied that it was pathetic, saying it sounded like someone who had been rejected and did not know how to step back. Helcaros replied that no, he had simply found his own path. At that moment, he was almost cut by Javier, but dodged at the last second. He also escaped Artanis' tentacles, but ended up taking a hammer blow from Raphael. Even so, he was restrained, nearly pierced by Javier's final strike, but Helcaros caught the attack. The blow destroyed a distant mountain, but Helcaros emerged unscathed, commenting that it was a shame. Right after that, he took a headbutt from Javier, another hammer strike from Raphael, and was temporarily sealed by Artanis' prison. When he emerged, he was struck by a concentrated mana explosion from Grandmaster Javier, so powerful that it sent him flying. Lloyd thought the fight was going well, since the entire elite was focused on Helcaros. The King of Hell had been hit head-on, but as he stood up, he commented that he was already at 40%. He teleported and grabbed Artanis and Raphael by the neck, throwing both of them to the ground and beating them mercilessly. After knocking them both down, he turned to Javier and said that he was now at 50%. He commented that Javier did not need to be so afraid, since he carried the power of a true Grandmaster. He just could not release it all yet. Before reaching 100%, he promised to show what true strength really was. Once again, he dodged Javier's strike and responded with a devastating punch, so strong that it shattered the surrounding structures. Javier continued fighting even after the blow, taking hit after hit while staying on his feet. Helcaros was beating him with extreme ease, and after knocking the knight down once more, admitted that it was impressive, since even using holy water they had managed to push back the fragments of the demonic god. To him, there had never been and would never again be an army like that, and he even thought about what it would be like if he could bring all of them to his side. Next, Helcaros opened yet another portal to hell, and spread even more fragments of the demonic god across the battlefield. At that moment, the system warned Lloyd that there was still one weapon left. The Queen's companion ability was not something common, and Alicia Termina Megentano entered the scene, bringing her entire army, making it clear that everything had already been explained to the troops following behind. The water spread across the ground was holy water, and when thrown onto the monsters, it would cause them to lose strength. Even so, Lloyd tried to push the Queen away, saying that the battlefield was far too dangerous for her. Alicia, however, did not retreat and ordered the mages to cast the water immediately. All the mages, including Siluria, used the spell Summon Typhoon, creating a kind of holy water rain that fell directly onto the demonic fragments. Soon after, the enemies began to be struck by the harpoons of the mermaids. Ariel appeared complaining that a huge party was happening, and no one had invited her, saying that if it were not for the message from the Queen of Magentano, she would not have come at all. Lloyd was surprised to see her on land, and wondered how she could stay there without breathing, while Ariel explained that she had simply jumped all the way to the location, something that made Lloyd reflect on whether that was really possible. At that same moment, the centaurs burst forward at full speed, followed by the barbarians of Beneteau, who advanced dancing across the battlefield. Alicia then gave orders to the border troops, and declared that the alliance of the great races had reached that point to put a definitive end to that war. When everyone advanced together, Lloyd realized how different the situation was compared to when they had been massacred, and thought that the moment when someone would need to sacrifice themselves to save everyone should never happen again. Feeling that the decisive moment was approaching, Lloyd asked Javier to hold on just a little longer. He mounted Goming, believing that as always they would finish this together, while Yongyong opened an aerial path to allow his passage. Helcaros, realizing that he was wasting too much time, concentrated all of his power with the intention of killing the dragon at once, not noticing that Javier had already stood up again. Javier's next strike was so powerful that it actually cut through space-time, enough to wound Helcaros and draw blood from him. Desperate, the King of Hell barely managed to counterattack before being pierced in the chest once again. Even so, Helcaros responded with a brutal punch to the Grandmaster's stomach, while Lloyd, flying toward the battle, thought that this time he would not kneel first, and reflected that the number of destinies he had saved was still at -1. While Helcaros and Javier exchanged violent blows, Lloyd realized that in the end it seemed one of them would have to die, something he considered absurd. Neither he nor Javier could die, because Lloyd was the protagonist of that world. Before Helcaros could land another decisive strike, Javier stood up once again and slashed the enemy's stomach, convinced that he could not lose, because if he fell, everything he had built would die with him. As he thought about this, Lloyd suffered another system error and nearly vanished, which allowed Helcaros to exploit the opening and deliver a kick that disarmed the Grandmaster. Even so, the King of Hell acknowledged that Javier Azram had earned his respect. As Helcaros's power recovered, approaching 80%, Javier also grew stronger, and despite being beaten relentlessly, he made it clear that he had no intention of giving up. Knowing he needed to kill him before he reached divinity, Helcaros began to concentrate power at the tip of his finger, but he was caught off guard when Javier bit down and tore that finger off. Satisfied, Helcaros admitted that his curiosity had already been satisfied, and that it was time for Javier to die. He grabbed his opponent's face, ready to crush it, but was was interrupted by Lloyd's arrival. Turning his attention to Lloyd, Helcaros attacked and cut him in half, mocking him and asking why he was not singing a pleasant little song. Even so, Lloyd replied with a confident smile, because the King of Hell had forgotten about Kim Suho's extra life. Taking advantage of the opening, Javier snapped Helcaros's neck, attempting to decapitate him. But at that moment, the King of Hell merely responded that he had reached 100% of his power. With this absurd level of strength, Helcaros hurled Javier into the middle of the plaza, exactly where the holy water was spread, using only the power of his mind. Immediately afterward, he created a sphere of pure demonic power, similar to a snowball that kept growing larger, swallowing everything in its path. Mountains, buildings, and absolutely everything around vanished as that sphere of pure destruction advanced toward everyone in the county. Javier rose one last time, forcing his body beyond its limits. While the system warned that with the power Lloyd had at that moment, it would not be possible to win that battle through force. Even so, Javier summoned his Grandmaster wings, showing that he had not given up yet. At that instant, a higher authority intervened and told the system that it had already used direct guidance once and could not do so again. The system completely ignored it, saying that it did not care about punishment, fines, or any consequences. The authority replied that this was not in the contract, but the system pressed on and insisted that Lloyd use what he did best, the way he always had. That was when Lloyd began a negotiation. He turned to Helcaros and suggested that he dispel that sphere of destruction, saying that if they reached an agreement, Helcaros might never have to work again for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Javier held the sphere back with everything he had, using every last bit of strength that remained. The system then revealed that the higher authority had misunderstood everything from the beginning. Lloyd Frontera had never been included in the -1, because he had been destined to die from the start. The true -1 had always been Javier. In the final spoiler, after Lloyd's death, Javier would certainly fight Helcaros to the very end, but at that moment Lloyd was merely buying time. He explained that if Helcaros agreed to wait a few seconds, he could guarantee that he would never need to work again in his life. This was the method Lloyd would use to save the fate of the entire world, the method he had mastered best. Convinced, Helcaros snapped his fingers and dispelled the sphere of destruction. The number of saved destinies went from -1 to 0. Helcaros believed in his own power and was certain that he could free Lloyd, but upon thinking it through he realized he would not gain much from it, and began to wonder what he should receive in return. Lloyd made it clear that he knew he could not win through strength, and that he would choose the path with the least suffering. Helcaros replied that he could not accept the request to save the villagers, because following the will of Lloyd of Devastation, it was also his responsibility to eliminate everyone around. Lloyd accepted this coldly, saying that dying there did not mean the end, only reincarnating afterward. At that moment, the system informed that the hero Javier Azrahan had decided to become stronger and save even more people. Lloyd then made two requests. First, that Helcaros answer a question. Second, that he not cut off his arms and legs when putting him to work in hell. The number of saved destinies increased to 1. Helcaros said he could accept that, but demanded to know first how Lloyd intended to free him. Lloyd refused to answer at that moment, and demanded the response first. With that, the number of saved destinies continued to increase faster and faster. Irritated, Helcaros said he saw no more reason to keep submitting to this and once again created his sphere of chaos and destruction. When he launched the sphere toward Javier, Javier summoned the god-cutting sword and split the attack in half. Out of patience, Helcaros ordered Javier to stand firm and declared that his tolerance had ended. He then created a rain of meteors, something comparable to the apocalypse itself. Lloyd, unfazed, drew his attention and told him not to underestimate the protagonist. The number of destinies saved by Lloyd skyrocketed to 73 million, allowing him to activate the most powerful ability in the world. By using this ability, the entire system would be shut down. Lloyd looked at his companions one last time. They confirmed the decision with a smile, and he thanked them, thinking that everything had been good and fun while it lasted. When he activated the ability, all the companions disappeared, leaving Byong Byong alone. The system announced that from that moment on, for 30 seconds, Lloyd would be the most powerful being in the universe. All of the system's power gathered within him, and Lloyd Frontera simply erased the entire rain of meteors. He took a step forward, as Helcaros remarked that 10 seconds had already passed, and asked what could be done with the remaining 20. The answer came in the form of a punch straight to the middle of his face. At that instant, Lloyd remembered the conversation he had had with Raphael when he wanted to understand the true nature of angels and demons. He had asked whether they were living beings like humans or something purely spiritual. Raphael explained that they felt pain, worried, and lived like any other living being, with the only difference being the power they received when chosen as angels. Lloyd also asked whether Raphael had lived as a human when he was chosen, and he replied that yes, it was rare, but it happened. Both angels and demons already had that destiny, decided at the moment of reincarnation, randomly, according to the law of the world. Finally, Lloyd asked whether the King of Hell had also been chosen that way, and Raphael confirmed that he had. Everyone was a being forced to follow the laws defined by the world, existing in that form only for a time before reincarnating repeatedly. With that thought clear in his mind, Lloyd delivered another brutal punch to Helcaros's face. Only 20 seconds remained before his power ran out. Each punch distorted reality, and even so, Lloyd kept beating Helkaros, who struck back without retreating. A tooth was knocked out of the King of Hell, and that honest exchange of punches was already enough to cause the destruction of the universe itself. Even so, the two continued to beat each other as if it were to the death. Meanwhile, Javier remembered how Lloyd always took on the most dangerous tasks and thought that he had already asked him to stop making these sacrifices. Lloyd, on the other hand, made it clear that he would never do that kind of stupidity, explaining that he only did what made the most money. Alicia, Javier, and everyone else watched from a distance as Lloyd, his face completely swollen, took another punch from Helkaros. Helkaros said that this was stupidity that did not suit him, reminding Lloyd that in a few seconds the power would end and he, along with all his friends, would die. He questioned whether Lloyd truly believed he could defeat him. Even with only 14 seconds left, Lloyd answered with another violent punch, and the two spat blood as they continued to fight. During the exchange of blows, Lloyd asked Helkaros how many times he had felt pain in his life, saying that in his own case he was already used to that crap. Without stopping, the two went back to trading punches. Alicia and Javier ran toward them, and Javier remembered that the King of Hell had said that Kim Suho's power would last only 20 seconds. Even so, he knew that Kim Suho never did anything without a chance of victory. Lloyd slammed his head into Helkaros and remembered the conversation with Raphael when he had asked whether the King of Hell, an archangel, or Lord Verkus would be reborn as a random creature in another world if they entered the reincarnation portal. Raphael had confirmed that they would, explaining that this was a law of the world, just like time passes and gravity exists. Thinking about this, Lloyd asked Javier whether it would be possible to grab the King of Hell and throw him into the reincarnation portal. Javier replied that it would only be possible if he were an easy enemy, which he clearly was not. Raphael had also said that this plan would not work, since the three beings mentioned were the strongest in the world and would not be able to throw one another unless they entered together, holding on to each other. At that moment, Javier understood exactly what Lloyd was trying to do. At the last moment, Lloyd grabbed Helkaros and threw him toward the Hell portal, saying that now he was going to retire forever. Javier still tried to hold him back, but he could not. Lloyd crossed the portal together with Helkaros, tearing reality itself apart. Helkaros asked what he thought he was doing as both of them were pulled toward the black hole. He could not break free, and Lloyd taunted him, saying that he was only surprised because Kim Suho was the kind of talent that even Hell coveted. With only 4 seconds left, they were already at the edge of the black hole, with no chance of escape. At that moment, Helkaros realized that Kim Suho was stronger than him, and that he was being pushed toward reincarnation. Even so, he decided to endure all the pain, landed a blow on Kim Suho, and spat blood, but did not let go. Reality began to lose its color, everything slowed down, and time and space disappeared completely. As they advanced toward the event horizon, Lloyd thought that carrying that responsibility was painfully heavy, but seeing the people who trusted him getting hurt was even worse. He then locked Helkaros in a chokehold, and when his power finally ran out, the two of them were already at the center of the black hole. Lloyd's final words were directed at Javier, telling him it was time for the hero to get out, and that he should take good care of that world, calling him the protagonist. Lloyd did not even hear Javier's shout, because he could no longer see or hear anything. He was swallowed by the black hole. The Hell portal closed, and in the real world the sky lit up. That light represented hope and peace. They had succeeded, they had won, but no one celebrated. While being carried through the resurrection tunnel, Lloyd thought that it bothered him a little, because he had not even managed to say a proper goodbye to everyone, and still had promises he had not fulfilled. When he opened his eyes, Lloyd was in his apartment. He looked to the side and saw his phone open on the story, The Night of Iron and Blood. Looking more closely, he realized he was in his bedroom. He left the building barefoot, walking through the city, looking at the buildings, shops, people, and the moon. He took a deep breath and thought that he was back, greeting the world once again. Meanwhile, in Frontera, the evacuated people began to return. Javier was the one who delivered all the news directly to the Count and the Countess. Everyone was devastated, especially the Queen, who clung to his shovel and refused to let go. Meanwhile, the one who survived went on with his routine, taking another bus and quietly remembering all those adventures. With the shovel and Javier, he crossed the bridge and ended up remembering the bridge he had built in the kingdom of Magentano. As he went down and passed through a forest, the memory of the companions came strongly, almost as if they were still there. When he finally reached the memorial of his mother and father, he told them that he had lived a great adventure, said that he had made a lot of money, helped many people, and even faced dangerous villains. He commented that if they were there, it would have been truly wonderful, because he was sure they would both be proud of him. At that moment, the system window appeared, saying that they had seen everything, absolutely everything their beloved son had done. His mother and father had followed every step and appeared before him as holograms. Kim tried to hug them, but passed through empty space, going straight through. Even so, the two smiled together and offered a fist bump. Kim could not stop crying, thanked them with everything he had, and simply returned the gesture, just before they disappeared once more. Meanwhile, the county of Frontera was not standing still. Greg, together with Bayern, commanded the repairs and reconstruction, with everyone giving their best and prioritizing safety above all else. The Count and the Countess were overwhelmed with paperwork, while Marvea commented that all the food had already been organized to be requisitioned from Asfahan. Arcus praised the work and explained that the reconstruction in Myras was temporarily suspended, as it was necessary to relocate more people to the heating system. Even the standardization of measurements was taking much longer than expected. Because of that, soldiers experienced in construction of Undul were supposed to form teams and supervise the work, leaving Bayern only with minimal inspections. Marvea noted that his expression did not look good at all, and Arcus replied that it was called effort, saying that she had not seen the state of the other two. Raphael and Georximus were handling the paperwork of hell, and that was not light work either. Arcus then mentioned Javier, and Marvea remembered that 6 months had already passed since the boy had left. Every day she dreamed of Javier returning home, but always with Lloyd at his side. Arcus stated that this dream would become reality, because Javier had promised that he would bring Lloyd back. While traveling across the world, Javier informed Her Majesty that he was going after the Dragon King. He explained that the previous year he and Lloyd had borrowed Verkus's power and visited his homeland in another world. Now he intended to ask the Dragon King to return to that world once again. Alicia asked whether Lloyd Frontera had entered the reincarnation portal, since no one knew which world he had been reborn in. Javier said that it was only a possibility, but that perhaps Lloyd had returned to his own homeland. Alicia questioned whether that chance was even high, and Javier replied that it was not, but that he would try anyway. He remembered that Lloyd always went all in, even when the probability was minimal. In response, Alicia declared that the kingdom of Magentano would use all of its strength and riches to help in the search for the Dragon King. Javier said that he tried to retrace the path by remembering the visit to the Dragon King's cave the previous year, but even after wandering for a long time he could not find it. It was probably a magical barrier based on spatial distortion, something humans would never be able to break. They then concluded that they needed to find out how the heroes of the past had reached the Dragon King's cave. Alicia agreed and said that they would investigate all the documents of the ancient heroes and search every related location. Winter arrived in the county of Frontera, and there was a banner that read, "Let us welcome the return of Lloyd Frontera." The banner ended up falling, and Bayern immediately ordered it to be replaced. In Frontera, no one doubted Kim Suho's return, not even Javier. He never thought they would fail to find him, because he believed that it is by looking forward that one reaches the goal, something Lloyd himself had taught. In the middle of the frozen mountains, Javier ended up finding Tyrannus. Meanwhile, Kim Suho continued his life elsewhere, getting ready for another day of work, simply living and carrying on with his routine. He had become a team leader, and his superior explained that after a meeting with all the directors, it had been decided that he would lead his own business team. He even joked, asking if Kim had any idea how conservative the company was, saying that even so, Kim had achieved something enormous. Being so young, Kim thanked him for the opportunity, and his superior commented that he had thought Kim would at least smile this time. He made it clear that he was not criticizing him, but questioned what the point of working was if his life continued like that. He also reminded him of that employee at the company, who liked him and commented that he had always thought Kim ignored her because he did not like her, but now it seemed that was not quite the case. Later, at the end of the workday, Lloyd received a message from the only friend he had in that world, asking if he was still alive. The friend recalled what he had said before, that if Lloyd got a good job he would pay for a barbecue, and commented that that day had finally come. He joked, asking if Lloyd was now a manager at a big company, and said he would not chicken out, but Suho replied that he had not eaten meat since the last time they had seen each other, because he was waiting for him to pay, since he knew he would keep his promise. The friend laughed, said he was sucking up, but asked where Kim Suho was living now, saying he was curious. Suho replied that he had had a really crazy dream, in which it felt like he had possessed a character, like an isekai. Then he told the friend everything, excitedly narrating the story of Lloyd and Frontera. They talked the entire afternoon and went late into the night. When he finished the story, Suho apologized, saying he had talked a lot of nonsense, sounding like a teenager. The friend asked if it had not just been a dream, and Suho replied that of course it had, saying he did not have enough creativity to invent something on that level, and that it was obvious it was just a dream. The friend insisted, asking if he was absolutely sure. Suho almost let a tear slip and said that if it was not a dream, what else could it be, since that would never really happen and only sounded like something out of a story. The friend then commented that maybe that world was the real one, and this one could be the dream, saying you never know. He remembered that he had said a long time ago that he felt Suteo was not from that world, that he seemed like a hero from somewhere else. Suteo replied that he had only been a supporting character, but the friend countered by saying that it is not only the protagonist who can be a hero. He also asked about Javier, saying he did not think Javier would stay still, and that somehow he would end up finding Suteo. Meanwhile, Javier stood before Verkus and asked him to please send him to Seoul. Verkus found it strange and asked how he had managed to enter there, explaining that he had placed a spatial distortion spell. Javier replied that he had contacted Lord Tyrannus, who had told him a method to deactivate the barrier by drawing a specific pattern with enough force to tear space itself. Verkus asked if it had been his father who told him that, and commented that if so, it made sense. He said he had already expected Javier to appear there sooner or later. After all, he was that guy's friend. Verkus commented that he knew what had happened, and that it was a shame, but Javier replied that it was not a shame, because it was not over yet. As long as he was alive, he would find Lloyd. Verkus said that it had been decided, and carried out by a universe far superior to theirs, and that he did not even know whether Lloyd was in Seoul or not. Even so, Javier stated that the chance was not zero. Because of that, Verkus decided to do him that favor, and summoned a portal portal to Seoul, telling Javier to enter quickly. He explained that the young master had no special weapon, so he could not give him a detector or anything like that, but he handed him a button, saying that if he pressed it, he would return there. Verkus commented that he had barely slept to manage to prepare that. Javier asked what he meant by that, and Verkus replied that he knew he would come. He then told him to enter the portal and go find that guy. Javier thanked him deeply and moved forward. The Dragon King watched everything from a distance. Later, in chaotic and bustling Korea, Javier moved disguised among the crowd, running from one place to another, while searching for Kim Soo-ho. There were too many people everywhere, but he did not give up. He spent days and nights searching non-stop, until he realized that he had made a mistake. From the beginning, he had made no plan. He had not thought about how to search, nor how to find him. That made him wonder what kind of protagonist he really was, because if it were Kim Soo-ho, he would certainly know exactly what to do. That was when something caught his attention. Namsan Tower appeared before him, and Javier remembered what Lloyd had said. Maybe that was a place where they could meet again. Without thinking twice, he started running. He climbed the stairs out of breath, exhausted but full of hope, as his mind filled with memories. He remembered everything Lloyd had done, everything Kim Soo-ho had achieved, how he got rid of his debts, distanced himself from his family, and even so, always took care of others. He remembered how much he cared about people, and above all, his final moment. When Javier stepped into the middle of the crowd, their eyes met. Kim Soo-ho recognized Javier, and he replied with nothing more than a smile, without needing to say a word. Meanwhile, in the county of Frontera, everyone was celebrating the festival that marked its 5th edition. It was the day Frontera had collapsed and been rebuilt, the day Lloyd left them, but also the day they reaffirmed their faith that he would surely return. Babyong scattered petals everywhere, and even the demons admitted that it was beautiful. Artanis commented that Babyong seemed much more lively, which was great, since at the beginning she had been worried seeing him always depressed. Pai Byong admitted that he had been very sad when he was separated from the creatures he loved so much. He even thought about leaving and never meeting anyone again. But the demons had been kind to him, and so he decided to stay. Artanis agreed, saying that no one deserved loneliness, and told him to enjoy the day. After all, they needed to be radiant when Lloyd returned. The people celebrated non-stop, drinking, eating, and enjoying typical Korean food. The band formed by elves and orcs played heavy rock that energized everyone. Emily and Kuga were there with their beautiful baby, while Cortigus complained that Solaitas did not have time to enjoy the festival. Valalardi teased Termez, asking what he thought of his own masterpiece for the event, while Termez, completely nervous, said it was nothing special. Even so, Valalardi claimed that he would win that year, because his work was much uglier. When Arcus arrived, the Countess showed a painting in which Lloyd looked absurdly ugly, and the other two ended up admitting defeat, frustrated. Later, at the end of the day, Julian was alone, sitting on a rock. Sarajard appeared and asked why he was there like that. Julian wondered whether the Queen would appear that year. Sarajard commented that she had heard that Her Majesty had been very busy with state affairs, and that opposition from the ministers because of that annual event must have been strong. Even so, she noticed something on the horizon and realized that she had underestimated a woman's determination, because a royal procession was approaching. At the same time in Korea, Kim Soo-ho was still trying to confirm whether the man in front of him was really Javier. Javier's knight knelt down, saying that he had come to fetch the young master. One of Kim's friends was shocked, thinking that he was identical to the illustration from the novel. He had said that impulsively, but Javier really had crossed dimensions to find him. Even so, Kim Soo-ho wondered whether it was right to go back. Seoul was where he had been born and raised. He had only ended up in another world by chance, and there had been recognized for an ability that was practically a cheat. Now here, he had no power at all. Javier explained that he was mistaken, because everyone missed him for who he was as a person, not for the ability he possessed. Even so, Kim said that in that other world he overflowed with power, something completely different from his current reality, and that it must have been an ability received when crossing dimensions. If he returned, maybe he would become powerful again. Even so, that sounded like running away from reality. Everyone faces hardships, and going back just because he could not endure them felt wrong. At that moment, Kim's best friend slapped him hard on the back. Javier stood up angrily, but Kim explained that it was just his friend. The friend confessed that he had always wanted to be good at studying like him, but had never managed to. He ended up feeling like trash, someone who was useless, and because of that he gave up on everything. He ran away. While living his life doing many things without much dedication, Kim Soo-ho realized that it had not exactly been an escape. To him, it felt more like a journey in search of a world that truly suited him, a place where he could exist in his own way, and have an ability that was truly his. He began to think that maybe most people who feel like failures are not bad at everything, but simply have not yet found what they are good at or the right world where they should live. He remembered what he had once said to Lloyd, that that place was his world, a place where he was the greatest engineer in the world. Kim Soo-ho then looked at Javier, who extended his hand to him, and moved by emotion, Kim accepted the handshake. When Javier activated the device to return, an intense glow took over the area. Kim Soo-ho said goodbye to his best friend one last time, receiving nothing more than a thumbs up in response. Then they shot off like a shooting star cutting through the skies, leaving everyone completely astonished. Kim's friend watched it wide-eyed, feeling that that star, that radiant thing full of hope, had crossed the entire sky of that world. That light passed through the kingdom of the merfolk, the kingdom of the centaurs, and crossed the sight of Vei, who knew exactly what it meant. From up high, Kim Soo-ho was able to see that everyone was alive and felt an immense sense of relief. That same night, the final ceremony of the festival took place. By the sacred law of the Kingdom of Magentano, it was decreed that anyone who entered the king's chambers, regardless of the reason, would be ordered to marry the monarch. The messenger then announced that the great ancestors of the kingdom asked Queen Alicia Termina Magentano whether she accepted naming the firstborn of the Frontera family, Lloyd Frontera, as her prince consort. Dressed as a bride, Alicia replied that she gladly accepted. Next, the messenger once again declared the name Lloyd Frontera and asked whether he accepted. There was no response, because in that place there was only the monument in his honor. Everyone was moved at that moment. The messenger then explained that until the answer of the one who would be the prince consort returned, he asked whether the queen could wait. Alicia replied that she would wait forever. In light of that, it was decreed that the remainder of the wedding ceremony would continue on that same day in the following year. Soon after, Alicia informed Arcus that she would return to her duties and asked everyone to enjoy the festival. Arcus asked why she would not stay a little longer this time, and she replied that maintaining all those formalities made him uncomfortable. He apologized, calling her by her name, Nora. Before leaving, Alicia looked one last time at the Monument of Peace and commented that simply seeing how those people lived with so much hope and strength already motivated her to be a better queen, both that year and at the next festival. That was when someone commented that the festival, at least for that year, was coming to an end. At that moment, Javier appeared accompanied by a black-haired person. Siluria was extremely moved to see Javier again. At his side was Kim Soo-ho, now just an ordinary man, a completely normal guy. The queen approached slowly, carefully observed his face, caressed his cheek, and checked that it was really him. She commented that the man she had fallen in love with always came running back when he felt her absence, exactly like that moment. Kim Soo-ho then raised his fist and announced that he was back, drawing tears, laughter, and cries of joy from everyone around. The system reappeared, informing that everyone who knew him was happy with his return to that world, and that his wish had been fulfilled. With that, the experiment on the reach of interference and errors in lower worlds conducted by the higher world had been successfully concluded. That world abandoned its hostility toward the powerful existence and would be reset with an entirely new destiny. The world once known as Knight of Iron and Blood was now to be called a peaceful life in a fantasy world with civil engineering skills. The system asked its dear child whether this new adventure seemed more fun. The companions returned. Yong Yong roared in the distance. Belle hugged Bi Byong, and the queen wrapped her beloved in a tight embrace. She commented that his old face had been far too handsome and that she had not wanted to do that, but explained that she liked potatoes. Kim Soo-ho, completely confused, tried to understand what was happening, while she asked why his heart was beating so fast. At the same time, Javier reunited with Siluria, and the two embraced tightly. The queen then asked Lloyd why he was acting that way. Lloyd explained that it was because he loved Her Majesty. Alicia asked whether there were still any important presentations left, and at that moment the count and the countess approached. Lloyd admitted that he had been deceiving the two of them all this time, although he believed they already knew everything. Even so, the count and the countess showed neither anger nor resentment. They simply thanked him for returning and called him their son, as they always had. Shortly after, Kim Soo-ho's parents appeared, projected by the system right behind them, and Lloyd apologized for taking so long to return, calling them mother and father. At that moment, the messenger appeared once again, cleared his throat, and announced once more. He formally asked Lloyd Frontera, firstborn of the Frontera family, whether he accepted taking Queen Alicia Termina Magentano as his wife and becoming the prince consort. Alicia stepped very close and made it clear, in a not at all subtle way, that if he refused the proposal, the penalty would be death. On top of that, she still had an enormous list of tasks she intended to make the prince consort do. Faced with that, Lloyd broke into a wide grin. He pulled his wife close and declared that Lloyd Frontera, the man who designed the greatest fief of all time, accepted Alicia Termina Magentano as his wife. As soon as the decision was announced, the celebration exploded. Fireworks were launched everywhere. Yong Yong spewed flames into the sky. People set off fireworks with their hands, with rockets, and however they could. The crowd shouted, cried, smiled, played music, and sang non-stop. In the middle of that celebration, Alicia pulled Lloyd into an intense kiss, sealing that moment. That was the end of the story of the greatest engineer of that world, Lloyd Frontera. As everything came to a close, he wondered what his next incarnation would be like. He thought that maybe he would be reborn as a worm, or perhaps as an insect. The man who had taken over his body was strong and deserved to live again. Deep down, Lloyd only wished that the people who had known him would be happy that he had existed. When he finally saw the light, he reincarnated as a newborn baby. His new parents celebrated when they saw him open his eyes for the first time. Happy and moved, the father picked the little boy up in his arms and wished that he would grow strong, intelligent, and capable of protecting many people. Then he decided the child's name. From that moment on, he would be called Kim Soo-ho. And that is it for this work today, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, activate the notification bell because it is very important, and hype up the video. We put in a lot of dedication to make quality videos for you. Huge videos like this one you just watched.